Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter entered a mind war beyond death itself. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After surviving death, Harry faces a hidden mind war where the past and future collide, threatening not just his soul, but the fate of the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry glanced at his tall companion. Wand's out. Shucks, where's the fun in that? Harry smirked. Wolf liked to get a workout from fighting vampires, only resorting to using his wand when every other available option had been exhausted. They'd been at this for 3 weeks. Harry, Wolf, Khan and Mordecai would be sent into the compounds revealed by the captured Velkowski to secure them one by one. They'd function as shields for the Rangers who weren't quite as accomplished fighters, Rangers like Wurtelgroff and the half-goblin Dockmore the Diligent, who both specialized in curse breaking. Their task was to sweep the compound for BP traps. They hadn't encountered any opposition in the other compounds, which had all been deserted by the time they arrived there. Anastasia, the vampire overlord, had ordered them evacuated. A wise decision if you were an impartial observer. But Harry was hardly an impartial observer, and it gave him even more incentive to kill the vampire, for all this patrolling had kept him away from Ginny for 3 whole weeks. Set your goggles to night vision, Wolf said. Way ahead of you. Good. Wolf drew his wand, and Wand's out. Harry frowned behind the goggles, but he knew better than to question Wolf in a battlefield situation, and drew his wand. Any problems? Khan's voice sounded in his earpiece. Infrared, Wolf muttered, staring into the bushes ahead of them. See that? Harry knew that the images from their goggles made their way back to screens in the nearby cruiser, and someone else was seeing what Wolf was seeing. 3 lower body temperatures, undead. 1 warm 1, Khan's voice sounded. Easy pickings. Too easy. Wolf and Harry said at the same time. Too easy. Khan agreed from his station in the cruiser. I'm sending out a detection pulse. Harry and Wolf waited for Khan's findings. Khan's voice returned. 3 more on your right flank, 7 behind you, all undead. 14 against 2. Not fair, Wolf muttered. There should be at least 3 dozen of them for it to be fair, Harry said, grinning. Don't get cocky, kid. If there are a couple of centennials among them, this could get nasty. You'll kill half, and I'll kill half. Let's make it a contest. The wizard counts double. Quit the chatter, the net is closing. Khan warned. Kid, let's get out of here, Wolf said suddenly. Something stinks. Apparate to the cruiser. Harry nodded and apparated, or rather tried to apparate, but nothing happened. Great Maker, we're in trouble, incoming. Wolf screamed, as a small round object flew towards them. Wolf raised his offhand and banished it, keeping his wand free to fight. The object flew back the way it had come, and a green glow washed over the bushes. Soon, the leaves would start falling from the dead bushes, because that had been a killing curse. They were throwing curse capsules. Magical object detection. Harry ordered his goggles, and soon he saw several more round objects light up his screen. Lumos Solarum. He bellowed, channeling a good deal of power into his spell. The anguished shrieks of vampires met his ears, as well as some of Wolf's swear words. His spell had produced enough light to overload the vision enhancement goggles temporarily, so Harry quickly shoved them onto his forehead. Wolf, we have to go left. No, they've seeded the ground with curse capsules. Even I can't jump over them. We go right, straight through them. Wait, I have an idea. Harry said. Cover me for 10 seconds. This was a spell Merlin had taught him in the Mirror Realm. He concentrated on his center and unlocked the power deep inside him. He was dimly aware of Wolf's magic, banishing the incoming capsules. He stirred his wand in the air, deepened his concentration and felt the wind around him, bending it to his will. Soon the wind speed picked up, and dust began to swirl upwards. He'd created a cyclone. He directed the cyclone to the vampires, hiding place and let it sweep through the bushes, plucking the shrieking vampires off the ground. Potter, are you doing that? Khan's voice asked. Harry grunted in affirmation. Speech would probably break his concentration. He directed the cyclone towards the vampires and the lone wizard on his right, and soon they too were helplessly caught in the whirlwind. Then he forced the tornado to go forward to sweep up the remaining opposition, but those vampires were beating a hasty retreat. Get him! Harry gasped, and Wolf took off after them. Help! He called into his broadcaster. On the way, a female voice answered. Someone had taken over for the Pakistani wizard, meaning that he was on his way. Moments later, a tiger landed next to Harry and transformed into a man. Lumos Solarum. The 10 vampires inside the whirlwind howled in pain, as the light washed over them, but it wasn't enough, because the dust and debris gave them a modicum of protection against the light. Occasionally, a vampire drifted to the edge of the vortex, causing his limbs to stick out of it, blackening at the touch of light. But at this rate it would take too long. Can't hold out much longer, Harry said in a strained voice. He blinked his eyes, trying to keep the sweat out of them. Khan quickly filled his curse capsules with the sunlight spell. You can drop the tornado, I'm ready for them. Harry ceased his efforts and the tornado dissipated, causing the wizard to come crashing to the ground. The toasted vampires managed to land on their feet. The tornado had left them a bit dizzy, and it would take a while before they could orient themselves. Before they could do so, however, they were faced with the burst of sunlight from Khan's capsules. They burst into flames and crashed to the ground, twitching for a minute before going still. Then they began to rapidly decompose. Harry was on his knees, catching his breath as Khan's hand clapped him on the shoulder. Nice work, kid. Harry glanced around and saw the wizard already tied up and ready for transport. He wasn't looking very well, with cuts and bruises all over his face, caused by the debris that had battered him while he'd been tossed around in the cyclone. Wolf. Here. Wolf appeared out of the bushes, levitating a large vampire behind him. I spared the alpha. He could know something. Good work, Wolf. Wolf nodded. You okay, kid? Give me a minute. Take the body bind off that vampire, Khan ordered. Wolf waved his wand, causing the vampire to briefly go limp. Then it began struggling in thin air, before realizing the futility and stopping. What do you want? It asked. What do you want? Khan replied. We are willing to offer you safe haven and a supply of plasma, if you tell us everything you know. You will be collared and registered at your local ministry, of course. Harry knew that only 5% of all vampires managed to control their bloodlust enough to be valuable parts of the magical society. Unfortunately, the rest couldn't suppress their desire to hunt and wouldn't make do with pig's blood, so they had to be destroyed. This one was obviously one of the latter, which was why a collar was a necessity. I know nothing. Khan glanced at Wolf, who was concentrating on the vampire, and proceeded to ask, why the ambush? I know nothing, the vampire repeated. Again Khan looked at Wolf, who replied with a brief nod. Khan pointed his wand at the vampire's heart and muttered a spell, shooting a stake through it and ending the vampire's existence. Then he looked at Wolf. Well, we're on the right track. They've been delaying us to get Yamato out of here. They barely managed. Shouldn't we have kept him alive for further interrogation? Harry frowned. Wolf shrugged. This one didn't know anything we already didn't. And it wouldn't have cooperated anyway. So can we go back to Concordia now? Harry asked eagerly, prompting a knowing smirk from Khan. Yes, others will be taking over for a while. Harry grinned. He'd finally get to see Ginny again. The prospect made him shiver in anticipation, but he also felt a slight unease settle over him. What if Ginny had changed her mind about him? What if she'd met another man in his absence? He shook his head and scolded himself for those thoughts. Ginny loved him. She wouldn't do that, would she? These thoughts were silly. He'd only been away for 3 weeks. He pondered this as they made their way back to the cruiser. He couldn't talk to Ron about it because he was Ginny's brother and he didn't have an objective view on this. Harry glanced at Wolf. Wolf had had problems very similar to his own. Maybe he was the one to talk to. On the other hand, Wolf didn't seem like the confidant type. Wolf. Do you have a minute? What is it? Well, it's about Ginny. Wolf's face darkened. I'm sorry about putting her in danger. I know it isn't easy for you to be working with me, he said, not meeting Harry's gaze. Frankly, I've been wondering when you'd bring that up. Harry was momentarily confused before he realized what Wolf meant. He'd never really confronted Wolf about that, but he'd more or less forgiven him. And they'd been amicable enough over the past 3 weeks. Harry hadn't known that it still bothered Wolf. Oh, I wasn't talking about that. I just need some advice. You know, I haven't seen her in a while. What should I do? Gee, kid, I think you ought to ask Caleb about this, or Valentina. Harry frowned. He didn't know the older Rangers very well, and he wouldn't feel at ease asking them his question. I don't think so. But why me? Well, you and Galatea are a lot like Ginny and me in some ways. Wolf smiled. So I've been told. Okay. Shoot. It's simple really. Ginny's been sort of tense around me. I guess it's a bit my fault too. I just want to be absolutely sure of my feelings before I start anything with her. Wolf digested the information before he laughed out loud. What's so funny? Harry frowned. What I'm about to say. Wolf chuckled, stepping onto a circle that had come down out of the belly of the cruiser. They stepped on and it carried them up into the cargo compartment. It seems to me that you're just afraid of messing things up with Ginny. You glow and float when you key her, for crying out loud. How can you not be sure about your feelings for her? Follow your heart in this. Wolf chuckled again and shook his head. I sound like Galatea and Hermione. I don't float every time, Harry muttered, blushing. Valentina Malkova, a 4th-class Intel field operative, cleared her throat. Potter. Wolf. Yes, Valentina. Wolf asked. I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. You won't be going home anytime soon. Harry sat on top of a crate. What? Ranger Carey has found evidence of Tetsuo Yamato's activities in Japan. That conflicts with the information you've gathered here. Wolf shook his head. The vampire. Maybe the vampire believed what it was thinking. However, Anastasio knows about your gift, and he probably knew that you'd be here, hence the ambush. Does it not fit in his character to plant false leads? Wolf snarled and punched the hull of the cruiser. Why us? Ranger Carey had been investigating something really important over there. Wolf, I assume you've heard of Hitomi Ito. Yeah, she's a mind reader too. She disappeared 2 weeks ago, and there is some evidence that suggests that Yamato has something to do with it. Is Yamato doing this on his own, or is he working for Anastasio? Harry asked. Good question. We don't know. Anastasio had to loosen his grip on some of his associates in the wake of our operation. He's licking his wounds, so to speak. All right, but why do we need to go to Japan? Because Carey has been attacked by skilled assassins. He was seriously injured and barely got away. Luckily, he was wearing a portkey that brought him straight to the medical wing in the Citadel. But is Gavin going to be okay? Wolf asked, surprising both Harry and Malkova with his show of concern. He is already up and about. You will rendezvous with him in Hokkaido. The Boreas will be your base of operations. Not that I'm complaining, Harry began. After all, that particular cruiser had a luxury interior. But why the Boreas? Isn't it reserved for the transport of dignitaries? The Zephyrus is undergoing a major overhaul, and all the other cruisers are booked. Besides, you might be working in Japan for a while, Malkova explained. Harry groaned with frustration. Now he'd be apart from Ginny even longer. For the first time, he felt a few pangs of regret at having become a ranger. How long is a while? Several months. Harry shook his head. Arguing wouldn't be of any use. Who else will we be working with, besides Gavin? Ranger Gravenstein will be doing backup monitoring duty from the cruiser, but her main task is to be our diplomat to the ruling council of the Japanese Wizarding Society. Ranger Rosaria will be looking after your health, and Ranger Dockmore will be the lead intelligence ranger. He will also function as caretaker of the ship until one of our artificers becomes available. Harry knew that Doc was a backup artificer ranger and knew a great deal about magical devices and how to fix them. But he wondered why there wasn't a real artificer ranger available. Why are all the artificers tied up? Wolf asked, voicing Harry's question. Next to the overhaul of the Zephyrus, they are also working on a second project. But I haven't been told what it is. Malkova shrugged. Any other questions? Harry and Wolf shook their heads, and Malkova went back up to the bridge, leaving Harry and Wolf with the stunned and restrained captive whom Khan had placed in a special cell. Why the both of us? Harry asked, reclining in some netting that served as a hammock. It swayed slightly as the cruiser lurched into motion. That's overkill. Is it? Wolf asked with an enigmatic smirk of his face. There is a reason why you're going. Think. Harry frowned. Why would they both be going? He couldn't think of a reason. Okay, so the mission was important and a mind reader had disappeared. That alone was a worrisome development. A mind reader. Wolf was one. He could be a target as well. Very good. Wolf nodded, handing Harry a biscuit from a box. A treat. Harry scowled but took the biscuit anyway because he was starving. Why didn't you just tell me? You wouldn't have learned anything that way. Yeah, but it's not fair. You read Malkova's mind. No, I didn't. Wolf frowned. I don't read people's minds all the time. I just read yours to follow your train of thought to your conclusion. Harry took a bite out of the biscuit. It tasted like the chocolate biscuits Mrs. Weasley used to make. He closed his eyes, remembering how Ginny had fed him one of those biscuits in the summer between his 5th and 6th year at Hogwarts. The Weasleys, his family. A sudden thought struck him and his eyes flew open. Wolf, what about your sister and Charlie? They'll be prime targets. Commander Ironheart will do anything to protect them. I'm sure he'll take the necessary steps. Harry relaxed and closed his eyes again. Wolf was probably right about that. They were safe in Concordia. Hey, Wolf. Wolf too was lying in the netting, his eyes closed. How are you coping with being apart from Galatea? I'm not. I'm going crazy. Harry sighed. At least he wasn't alone in his misery. They remained on site for another 6 hours, allowing Wurtelgraff and Doc to gather evidence under the watchful eyes Khan and Mordecai, while Harry and Wolf were kept in reserve. Then, the cruiser took them to the second largest island of the Japanese archipelago, where they would meet up with Gavin. The cruiser landed on a small plateau in the mountainous region, and Doc, Wolf and Harry got out. The winters in Hokkaido were long and severe, and even though it was early September, a chilly wind lashed across Harry's face. Doc took out a flat device of about 5 by 7 inches. It was the tracer that would lead them to the other cruiser, which was hidden somewhere in the forested valley below. Come on, boys. They descended into the woods. How much do you know about the Japanese Wizarding Society? Wolf asked Harry, as they made their way through the trees. Harry shrugged. He didn't know all that much. Is there anything I should know? I'd say so. Being the boy who lived in a ranger will only give you a bit of an advantage here. Their government is different from the British ministry. There are 5 major wizarding clans that are considered nobility, and they are basically the ruling class. I thought nobility has been abolished in Japan, as a ruling class with power, Harry said. Only among the Muggles, Wolf said. Purebloods still call the shots here. Everyone in the ruling council is a pureblood. That's stupid. That's the way things work. Most senior positions in the government are held by purebloods. It's much like the Muggle samurai era, actually. I don't know anything about the Muggle samurai era, Harry replied. Maybe I should have Heidi explain to you how things work. So that's why she came along. Yes. We're being followed, Doc interrupted. Wolf glanced around. That can't be. I would have noticed. He looked at Doc. How do you know? These big ears aren't just for decoration. The half-goblin said. A giggly female voice suddenly addressed them, seemingly coming from nowhere. Harry didn't understand Japanese, but apparently Wolf understood. A small smile appeared on his face. Under an invisibility cloak, Yuriko-san. A disembodied head came into view some 20 feet to her right. It was grinning from ear to ear, and soon the rest of the cloak slid off to reveal a Japanese woman in black clothing. You are not as sharp as you used to be, Wolf-san. What are you doing here? Wolf asked. Don't tell me Makioka-sama is so paranoid he has you looking for rangers now. You have lost your sharpness. The woman frowned. The playful light had disappeared from her almond-shaped eyes. My father is no longer in charge of the Emperor's spy net. Someone else is. I am here on my own business. And how did you find us? Doc frowned. His hand was resting on his wand. That would be my fault, Wolf said. Master Lei had a special relationship with her father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Commander Ironheart is aware of that relationship. She knows this is a ranger drop zone. Our location has been compromised. Doc asked worriedly. No, I trust her, Wolf said, looking straight into the woman's eyes. Harry knew Wolf had read her mind to be absolutely sure. Something is brewing in the Japanese wizarding government. Yuriko nodded. I need your help. Is there any place we can talk? What about your headquarters? She asked. I can't take you there. Wolf frowned. The playful light in her eyes returned. I had to try. She pulled a pin out of her hair. This will take us to a secret home my family has kept for decades. No one knows about it. It is secure. We need to notify our contacts about our delay, Doc. On it, the half-goblin replied. He went about setting up a connection to the Boreas. Wolf-san, your companions will be welcome in my dwelling. However, I would be a terrible hostess if I did not inquire about their identity. Sorry about that. Wolf nodded in Harry's direction. Ranger 5th class, Harry Potter. The woman looked taken aback for a moment, before bowing deeply. Potter-sama, an honor to meet you. I am Makioka Yuriko, of the Ninetales clan. Harry blushed. Likewise. He wasn't sure how to address the woman. Wolf's trust and esteem is hard to earn. You seem to have both, and I am always honored to meet such a person. The woman blushed deeply, causing Harry to look at Wolf for an explanation. Harry's unfamiliar with the usage of titles, Wolf said. Ah, she smiled. It would be most proper to address me by my family name, since I am not a close friend or relative. The proper title to address me with would therefore be Makioka-san. Harry nodded, although he still had a few questions. Why did the woman add Sama instead of San at the end of his name? I understand, Makioka-san. But why did you call me Sama instead of San? Because of who you are. She considers your social rank above her own. You are possibly the greatest wizard in the world, so that isn't really surprising. I'll explain it to you later, or perhaps, Yuriko. It would be my delight, Yuriko answered. I am aware of the difficulties foreign wizards often experience when dealing with our society. She looked at Doc, who had finished the transmission to the cruiser. And what of your other companion? That's Docmore the Diligent, Wolf said. Yuriko looked even more surprised than she did when she was introduced to Harry. That is a goblin name. My father is a goblin, Doc said evenly. My mother is a witch. I am the first half-goblin in known history. Yuriko blinked. Then she remembered to bow. Charmed, Doc replied. Yuriko held out the hairpin. Hold this pin, please. Doc, Wolf and Harry all touched it. Yuriko muttered a few words, and again Harry experienced the nauseating feeling caused by portkey travel. He soon found himself in what he recognized as a Japanese house, like the ones he'd seen on television, whenever the Dursleys had allowed him to watch television. He saw cushions around a low table on a wooden floor, and all the interior walls were made of paper. Harry knew that many Japanese muggles lived in modern houses, though there were still a few who lived in houses like this one. Remove your shoes and be seated. Please, excuse me for a moment. I will be right back, Yuriko said, and skipped into another room. Wolf took off his boots, and Harry and Doc followed his lead. Then Wolf gestured Harry and Doc to be seated. Harry wanted to sit at a certain spot, but Wolf shook his head. The hostess sits there. Take any other spot. So Harry did. From where he was sitting, he had an excellent view of what was happened in the adjacent room. Yuriko had lighted several lamps, and her shadow was being cast against the rice paper walls. The shadow left very little to the imagination. Harry's mouth fell open as he regarded the womanly curves that had been obscured by her previous outfit. She pulled an additional pin out of her hair and it all fell loose, nearly reaching the floor. Mayumi also had hair that long. A hand whacked him across the back of the head, snapping him out of it. Harry glared at Wolf, but Wolf shook his head. Don't stare, he whispered. Once the door is closed, you pretend not to see or hear the events transpiring behind it. You simply ignore it. Harry fixed his eyes on the table instead. He was beginning to see what Wolf had meant about having to learn all the customs. Sorry. It's okay. Master Lei slapped me across the head lots of times. You know, that explains quite a bit. Harry grinned. Doc sniggered. A few minutes later, Yuriko appeared in a kimono of shimmering red and orange silk. It had some interesting patterns on it, some of which were moving. It was a wizard's kimono. Harry was pleasantly surprised by her appearance. In her black clothing, she had looked bland and unremarkable, like the most average of women. Now she looked quite pleasing to the eye. He guessed it had to be a trick of her trade, having many faces. Yuriko bowed and twirled around. She explained about her outer kimono, the uchikake. It bore the clan colors, and moving patterns that were representations of the Ninetales clan symbols, which were a bit but not quite like the family shield in Western heraldry. Then she guided them through a short and informal tea ceremony, and discussed the workings of the Japanese Wizarding Society. Among the things she explained was that sincerity was valued, but that it was not the same as honesty. Most Japanese wizards were more concerned about what people wanted to hear than telling the truth. Telling the absolute truth might bring embarrassment to all parties involved, and was therefore dishonorable. Apparently, among the Japanese wizarding nobility, it was all about appearance. Fudge would have fit right in. I'm sorry to have to bring this up, Wolf said. But one of our own was attacked by assassins not so long ago. Do you know anything about this? Yuriko took a sip from her tea. You believe Yamato is behind it? Harry noticed the complete absence of a title. He assumed it meant that Yamato was a very hated individual. Isn't he? Wolf frowned. The way I understood it, the ranger was attacked because he endangered the interests of the imperial family, Yuriko said simply. Harry was surprised to see Wolf's mask of composure break. I don't mean to offend you, but are you sure? I understand the implications and your concern, so I do not take any offense. Wolf, what does this mean? Have we come to Japan for nothing? Harry asked worriedly. He'd seldom seen Wolf react this way. I apologize for our leaving, Wolf said, quickly getting up. But we have to go, now. Doc and Harry followed Wolf's lead again. May we have a portkey that will take us back to the departure point? Yuriko nodded and went to get such a portkey while the rangers pulled on their boots and donned their cloaks. She returned with the hairpin and told Wolf the word that would trigger the return trip. Soon, the rangers were in the forest once more. We should be on the cruiser's scopes right now. Someone will portkey here to take us to the cruiser, Doc said. Wolf? Harry asked. Why would Gavin's investigation endanger the imperial family's interests? I don't know. But if the Emperor is dabbling in issues he doesn't want the Order to know about, we're in trouble. Did Yuriko know which imperial interests? She didn't know. She deduced it from a number of factors, and that's why she couldn't be more specific. It may have something to do with Yamato, and it may not. However, if it does, we're facing off against the leading wizarding family in Japan. Harry understood. If they were up against a legitimate power, things could get really ugly. Ginny yawned and stretched out on her bed. Her legs bumped a grumpy-looking Crookshanks, who yowled discontentedly. Well, why aren't you sleeping on Hyda's bed, with your girlfriend? Ginny scolded him, but smiling at thought of the fit Heidi would throw if she saw Crookshanks, ginger hairs all over her silk sheets. Crookshanks had officially moved with Hermione, but he still often traveled up to the 6th tier of the city to be with Hyda's cat. Even though she'd been sterilized after bearing an unexpected litter fathered by Crookshanks, he was still very fond of her. Ginny hadn't known that cats could get emotionally attached to each other. Maybe it was different with wizarding cats. Ginny rolled herself to the edge of her bed and swung her legs off the edge, sticking her feet in a pair of fluffy pink slippers. She hated the color and the fluffiness, but they were nice and warm. She threw on her canary yellow dressing gown, which clashed horribly with her slippers, and shuffled out of her room, formerly Hermione's. The door to Galatia's room was open, and she heard strange noises coming out of it. She poked her head inside and identified the sounds as someone violently throwing up. Galatia, are you okay? Non. Galatia Mo.Ned. Ginny knew something was terribly wrong. The common language at the school Galatia had attended had been English, and her English was much better than Fleur's. But the fact that she'd responded in her own language meant that something was very wrong indeed. Ginny hurried into Galatia's room and through a side door into the bathroom. Galatea was on her knees, in front of the toilet, shivering. Her eyes were puffy and her normally pale face, even paler right now, looked tear-stained. She wiped her sweaty face with the sleeve of her dressing gown. Good Lord. T, what's wrong? She helped Galatea up and led her to her bed. Binks. She yelled. Seconds later, a house elf zapped into her room. Yes, Mistress Ginny. Don't call me that, and please get me a bucket. The house elf disappeared for an instant and reappeared, clutching a bucket. Thank you. Ginny took the bucket and handed it to Galatea. Binks stood by, wringing his hands nervously and casting concerned glances at Galatea. Ginny gave him a small nod, signaling that he was excused. He bowed and retreated from the room, unobtrusive, like house elves were supposed to be. All of the sudden, Galatea burst out into tears. He'll hate me, he'll think I want to trap him, he won't want anything to do with me again. Ginny sat down next to Galatea and put her arm over her shoulder. Calm down, what are you babbling about? Galatea took a couple of deep breaths and slowly calmed down. I'm pregnant. And it wasn't the plan. Ginny understood. How did it happen? I used the birth control charm. Galatea began. That isn't nearly as reliable as the potion, Ginny said. She knew for a fact that the Weasley legions had completely ignored the charm. Ginny knew that Ron was a bit bothered that he and she were living proof of that, even though her mum had always reassured them that she'd never regretted having them. It had never bothered Ginny that much, because her life had turned out pretty well after all. I know it is not as reliable as potion, but my aunt had trouble conceiving. Many part Vila have this problem, even though my mother did not. But I avoided using the potion for this reason. Ginny understood. The birth control potion was so heavy-duty that 1 out of 50 witches using it became permanently sterile. If difficult conception was indeed a problem that some part Vila had, it had been a good idea of Galatea's not to use the potion. In fact, many witches only used it after they'd decided not to have any more children. But what happened? Did you forget to reinforce the charm? After my fight with Max, over what he did to you, I stopped performing the charm. But I forgot to reapply it when we got back together again. But he'll think I'm trying to trap him with a baby. Galatea wailed. Keep it down. Some people are trying to sleep, Gudrun grumbled as she entered Galatea's room, rubbing her eyes. Her annoyed expression changed when she saw Galatea's tearful face. Problem. I'm pregnant. Ouch. Unplanned, I presume. Galatea nodded. How far along? I think I conceived 3 weeks ago. So 5 weeks counting from your last menstrual period. Why didn't you tell us? Ginny asked. I don't want to burden you with my problem, Galatea replied. I'll deal with it by myself. No you won't. Ginny burst out. Are you crazy? You're taking care of Hyda's cat in while she's gone, aren't you? Yes. Not anymore. You're not. You can't clean out the litter box anymore. Don't you know that feline feces have a parasite that could make its way into your womb and seriously threaten your pregnancy? No, I'll be doing that. But Annabelle only trusts me. Galatea pointed out. I don't think she cares who cleans out her litter box. Now it's been 3 weeks, right? So it's about time for your first checkup. Have you found a caregiver yet? I have a better question. Will Wolf want to keep the baby? Gudrun said, causing Galatea to start crying again and earning her a glare from Ginny. Gudrun grimaced as she realized her mistake. I'm sorry. Of course he'll want the baby. Besides, I think abortion is illegal in Concordia, unless the pregnancy endangers the life of the mother. That won't be a problem. Galatea said with determination. I'm keeping this baby no matter what, and if he doesn't want it, all her lips started quivering again. What am I going to do? Gudrun beckoned Ginny to follow her out of the room, and Ginny gave Galatea's shoulder a little squeeze before following Gudrun out. What? Ginny whispered, after they'd taken enough distance from Galatea's room. We have to figure out what to do with Galatea. She'll drive us nuts with her mood swings. I hear it's much worse with part Vila. Come on, she's our friend. Ginny paused. There was something odd about the look on Gudrun's face. What's your problem? Don't you consider her your friend? Gudrun was suddenly very interested in her slippers. Ah, she's nice enough. Too damn nice. Too damn perfect, and sometimes I hate her guts for that. and I had my sights set on Wolf before she came along and claimed all his attention, and being an empath she knows it. Gudrun hissed. Then her face brightened. Wow, I needed to say that. Sure, I'll help out. Ginny blinked. You're jealous of Galatea. They could hear Galatea making coughing noises as she hurled into the bucket. Not right now. Gudrun grinned. Oh, you're no help at all. I guess I'll ask Hermione. She'll know what to do. Hermione removed the goggles from her head. I've magnified the image of the embryo. Do you want to see it? She asked Galatea. Galatea smiled and took the goggles, placing it over her own head. She started at the image for a while and her lips began to tremble again. Gudrun rolled back her eyes and shook her head. Ginny just gave Hermione a goofy smile and removed the goggles from Galatea's face. Tears dripped out of the goggles, and Ginny wiped them clean with a tissue. How am I going to tell Max? Galatea sniffed. While Hermione pondered this, Gudrun spoke. Simple. You just tell him, Max, I'm having a baby and you'd better be happy about it, or I'll have Ginny Weasley make sure that you never reproduce again. Quote. To Hermione's surprise, Galatea chuckled at this. Talk about mood swings. Seriously, though, we need to find a way to break the news to him carefully. Gudrun checked her chrono and looked at Ginny. Come on, my young apprentice. We're running late. Ginny looked at her own magical chrono. Hermione, we have to go. I'll be done at 8 tonight. Shall we talk then? No, I'll be helping out in command and control. Double duty, but I'll be done at 10. Can you come down to the house then? Ginny nodded and then followed Gudrun to the maintenance bay. Okay, Galatea, what would be the best way to tell Max this? Tell Max about what? Commander Ironheart asked as he walked into the room. If it's none of my business I won't pry, oh dear. Hermione couldn't help but scowl at the commander. Honestly, mind readers. I couldn't help it. She's practically broadcasting, Ironheart said defensively. As for telling Max, that may have to wait. But he deserves to know. Hermione argued. I agree, but he needs to concentrate on his work right now. Something is up in Japan, and I'd appreciate it if you could save Max the additional distraction for another month. Another month? Will he be away that long? Galatea's eyes began to tear up again. Hermione was awed by the extreme mood swings. But she'd read that part Vila women had more intense mood swings than ordinary witches. I'm afraid he may be away for up to 3 months, Ironheart said. 3 months. Galatea shrieked. No, she wailed, reminding Hermione of Ning Myrtle. Ironheart sighed. I can't forbid you to tell him. I just said I'd appreciate it if you didn't. He took Galatea's hand. Congratulations. I'm sure Max will be thrilled once the shock wears off. You think so? I know so. He's even talked to me about having children with you. He did. Galatea smiled and began to sob again. But this time it was because of relief, Hermione was sure. Hermione went to get Galatea some water while leaving Ironheart to reassure Galatea. She returned with a glass and handed it to Galatea. Drink this, and be sure to drink a lot of water from now on. Otherwise all the vomiting will leave you dehydrated. I'll let Vasily know not to expect you at combat training for a while, you can't do that in your condition. And I'll tell Irina to put together a new duty roster for the medical rangers. You can no longer go on missions. Thank you. Galatea said gratefully. Now, Ranger Hermione, I believe it is time for my physical. Ironheart said. Yes, it is, Hermione said. Will you be okay? She asked Galatea. Can you make it home? I'm pregnant, not lame. Galatea answered. All right, I'll check up on you when I'm done with my shift. Harry was nervous. He wasn't an intelligence ranger, and he was scared to death of botching this delicate operation. But this was the only way, apparently. He tugged at the obi that was wrapped around his silk kimono. He looked down at the strange slipper socks he was wearing, footwear that separated the big toe from the other toes and had canvas soles to reduce wear. Their sandals had to be left at the entrance of the palace. He smiled as he remembered. The dressing up had been a disaster, with Heidi and Wolf bickering over the silliest things. Wolf had refused to wear the fundoshi, a cotton loincloth that was wrapped around the stomach and up between the legs, while Heidi insisted that it was proper to do so. Wolf had argued that he wasn't planning to strip down to his underwear anyway, and Harry had followed his lead. Harry didn't object to the rest of the clothing, though. The Nagajuban, an under kimono of lightweight silk, dyed silver to complement the color of the next layer. It felt good against his skin. Heidi had made him undress again after she discovered that he'd wrapped his kimono right over left. Apparently only corpses that were to be buried were wrapped that way. The outer kimono, called kosode, was black, with silver trimming around the sleeves and hem. The ranger crest appeared on the back of the kimono at center, and on the back of both sleeves at the upper arm, as well as each front over the chest. Wolf and Heidi had also clashed over whether a hakama or nagabakama should be worn. From afar these would look like wide trousers, but up close one could see they were more like long, divided, skirts. The nagabakama was essentially the court version of the hakama, and naturally Heidi had wanted them to wear these. Harry was glad that Wolf had put his foot down on that issue though. Nagabakama were too long, and had to be held up when one walked with them on. Harry was sure that he'd have been tripping all over himself with those on. So, much to Heidi's chagrin, who by that time had been complaining that she might as well have stayed in Nomad Island, they wore hakama. Heidi had also wanted them to wear a hoki no ho, a long silk over robe, but Wolf had refused, saying that he was a warrior, not a court noble. For the sake of uniformity, Harry had gone along with him, although he wasn't so sure about it now. After all, Heidi must have known what she was talking about. He glanced at Wolf, whose face didn't reveal any anxiety, not that it ever did. His companion looked every inch the samurai, with daisho tucked into his obi. Harry too had wanted to carry the two swords, the katana and the wakizashi, which were referred to collectively as daisho. But Wolf had explained that a person who carried a katana was expected to be able to use it, and Harry couldn't. Moreover, the swords Wolf was wearing had been a gift from the Phoenix clan elders to Master Lei. Apparently they had an enchantment of some sort cast upon them, and the main reason he was wearing the swords was to gain the Phoenix clan's favor. The Rangers would need all the allies they could get. Wolf had contacted Captain Kovalenko and Commander Ironheart as soon as they'd returned to the cruiser. The commanding officers had expressed their concern. A change of tactics had also been in order. It was now up to Harry and Wolf to attend a gathering at the Imperial Court. The occasion for this gathering was a moon viewing banquet, and the high-ranking wizards used it to rub shoulders. One of these wizards could know what was going on, so Harry and Wolf had to try to find out exactly what was going on, even though neither was an intelligence ranger. Fortunately, Wolf had had some instruction under Master Lei. But the slight frown on Wolf's face told Harry that he'd rather have someone else find out who'd attacked Gavin and point him in the right direction so he could deal with the culprit. Harry shifted around in his seat. They'd been kept waiting for an hour. Wolf had anticipated this, as well as the requirement of their having to leave their wands in a special place, where all the people attending court, the Wizarding Emperor included, would leave their wands. This minimized the possibility of sabotage, since the Imperial Guard wouldn't allow anyone to sabotage the Emperor's wand somehow. However, Wolf planned to have Doc sweep their wands for tracing spells and BP traps before they'd return to the cruiser. Another very puzzling thing was the fact that Wolf was allowed to carry his weapons, but not his wand. What was up with that? Didn't that make Wolf and the other people who wore the daisho a threat to the Emperor? Harry shook his head. No use in trying to work out all these customs. Harry would have felt better if Doc had accompanied them, but that was apparently impossible. According to Wolf, Yuriko was a great deal more open-minded than most Japanese wizards were. Her reaction to Doc had been favorable, but Wolf expected that the wizards would react to Doc as if he were a major abomination, being half goblin. Heidi had opted to stay away too, since her name didn't really carry any weight in these circles, and she feared that she wouldn't be able to defend herself if someone decided to make her a target. After all, they still didn't know why Gavin had been attacked. It could be open season on Rangers, for all they knew. Wolf had concurred. Gavin also couldn't accompany them for obvious reasons. If the Emperor wanted him dead, his mere presence would have been a slap in the Imperial face. Strangely enough, Gavin had wanted to come, arguing that his absence might tip the Emperor off to their knowledge of his involvement in the assassination attempt. But he'd grudgingly agreed to stay behind after Wolf had assured him that Yuriko Makioka had indeed sought him out for her personal reasons, and that there was no reason to assume that the Emperor was aware of their knowledge. An old and bald courtier slipped into the room and dismissed the two imperial guards. Having been drilled by Heidi how to recognize the various clan colors in Mon, Harry recognized the man to be of the Unicorn clan, the clan closest to the imperial family, since the Emperor's bride had always been from that clan since the beginning of the dynasty. This interbreeding had had a few interesting effects on the imperial family. They were all very short, and had gray eyes. They also had a lot of magical talent. Harry cleared away Heidi's teachings from his mind momentarily and glanced around as they were being led to the throne upon which the Emperor sat. The Emperor wore heavy robes of resplendent silver and gold, more magnificent than all the other kimono in the hall, save maybe his wife's. She sat on a large pillow on beside him, on the same dais that held the throne. About 40 or so courtiers occupied the hall. Most had the colors of one of the 5 great clans, but Harry managed to spot a cluster of wizards who clearly belonged to the minor clans. He felt underdressed as he noticed that all the men wore the long nagabakama. Maybe he should have listened to Heidi after all. He spotted Yuriko, but didn't acknowledge her presence. After all, their meeting had never taken place. Harry remained half a pace behind Wolf, to make sure that the Emperor knew whom to address. He didn't feel like talking, afraid that he'd unwittingly start a riot. Their guide, the Unicorn, bowed and spoke to the Emperor, while the monarch regarded Wolf and Harry with benevolent curiosity. He didn't look like a bloke who'd order a hit on a ranger. But from life experience, Harry knew that appearances were extremely deceiving. Heidi had warned him that this was even more so the case in Japan. The Emperor then asked a question, and Wolf replied to the question before the Unicorn could translate, drawing whispers from the crowd in the hall. Then he followed Wolf's example and bowed, only straightening again after Wolf did so too. "I bid you welcome," the Emperor said graciously, and in English, surprising many of the courtiers. "It is an honor to have such distinguished guests. Please, make full use of the palace's facilities and conveniences." "We are honored to be here," Wolf said, and bowed again, before turning away. He beckoned Harry to follow him. As planned, they would go to Yuriko for the formal introduction. Since Wolf knew Yuriko from childhood, their interaction wouldn't raise suspicion. "You never cease to amaze me, Wolf-sama," Yuriko said, confusing Harry with the usage of titles once again. Hadn't Wolf been a san? "You have mastered the high language of the court." The Emperor was pleased and impressed. "I've hardly mastered it," Wolf replied. "But I'm proficient enough." Yuriko raised her hand, drawing the attention of an older man, who hurried over as fast as dignity allowed. He bowed to Harry. "Potter-sama, a great honor." Harry studied his robes, mostly silver with a touch of shimmering black. The man was of the Mooncalf clan, one of the minor clans. "This is Shobo-sama, my mentor. Your efforts have produced a fine witch," Harry said, returning the bow. He was getting tired of beeping up to people, but the veil of courtesy was a necessity. The wizard, however, seemed delighted. "As that's so. Do you know her?" Harry caught his breath as he realized his mistake. "I have just been introduced to her, but the fact that she has Wolf's regard hints at her qualities." "I see," the wizard said happily. He really was a jolly sort of fellow. "Would you like to meet some of the courtiers? They are anxious to meet the conqueror of Hannibal Scaras and the Dark Lord." Harry nodded. It was time to start feeling around for clues. He glanced at Wolf. "If I may." "By all means. Makioka-san and I need to catch up." So Harry followed Shobo to a cluster of witches. They all hid their faces behind their fans as he approached them. Shobo spoke to them in stern tones, causing them to fold up their fans. Their faces were painted white, but he suspected that they were all blushing. One of them spoke up. "We were wondering about the reason for your visit, Potter-sama. I wish the only reason for my visit was to be in the company of Japan's finest witches." The women barely stifled their giggles. Wolf had told him that flirting with, and flattering the wives of important wizards was accepted, as long as it remained at polite conversation. "But I'm afraid that we are here on pressing business, which I regret to say I cannot discuss." "We understand," the witch who'd spoken to him said. Harry guessed that she was their spokeswoman. We will not try to pry these secrets from you, then. But tell us, are you courting anyone? Harry felt his face flush. Well, no. I guess, he stammered, instantly feeling guilty. But he had no idea who these women were, and he had no intention of discussing his feelings for Ginny with them. The fewer people who knew about him and Ginny, the better. Even though the Weasleys had fully accepted the fact that they could be harmed because of their relationship to Harry, he didn't feel like adding to their danger. Then perhaps you would like to meet with my daughter. Shobo interrupted the woman and took Harry by the elbow, urging him to follow. I apologize for that. Despite all my years as an intelligence gatherer for the Emperor, I should have anticipated her motives. She has this rather dumb and unattractive daughter she needs to marry off. Harry frowned. The way Heidi had explained things, Harry would have thought that marrying non-Japanese wizards was reason to be cast out of the community. I've been told that marrying Gaijin is not allowed. Exceptions are made for exceptional wizards, Potter-sama, Shobo explained. No wizard in this court would object to your marrying his daughter, save perhaps the Emperor. He sighed. I am afraid that marriage has little to do with love in our society. It is strictly a business matter, arranged by the parents of the couple and a middleman. One is not necessarily expected to love one's spouse. Mutual respect is required, however. Love is considered a charming bonus in marriage. And tradition is also very important, oh yes. Harry nodded and glanced at the Emperor, who was listening to the bickering of two courtiers with half an ear. How is the Emperor's safety ensured? I mean, there are guards at every entrance to this hall, but could they get to the Emperor in time in case of danger? What if there's a visitor with enough skill to harm him without a wand? He asked. He knew that he or Wolf could probably kill the Emperor if they wanted to. Shobo nodded at one of the court ladies. Tsuyuki Matsu-hime, the eldest daughter of the imperial heir, sworn to protect our Emperor, and her father. Her face was not painted, Harry noted, and a pretty, heart-shaped face it was. It reminded him of someone. But how will she protect him? Her hairpins are hollow and contain a nerve toxin, and that ornamental comb can double as a weapon. She also has a few surprises up her sleeves. Harry resisted the urge to whistle. Interesting. I too have some skills I could use to defend the Emperor, Shobo announced. I know I don't look like it, but it is true. And apart from the guards and the princess, two of the entertainers, Shobo nodded at two female musicians, are also guards. Their flutes are flute guns that can shoot darts. The flutes, like all weapons, are also charmed not to harm the Emperor, in case someone gets the idea of controlling the guards. I see, deception is an advantage. Indeed. On another note, Harry began. Why is Wolf allowed to carry weapons near the Emperor? Ah, a clever question. Those particular swords used to belong to a Phoenix Clan Imperial bodyguard. They were given to Lei Li as a gift. They are not ordinary weapons, mind you. They are enchanted and have a will of their own, and like their former master they are sworn to protect the Emperor. So if Wolf-sama had wanted to harm the Emperor with them, they would not have cooperated. Meanwhile, Wolf-sama too functions as a bodyguard, while he is present. Harry was impressed. He had underestimated the security around the Emperor. Now it was time to start searching for clues relevant to his mission. So tell me, would you want to theorize about the mastermind behind the attack of my fellow ranger? Why, that necromancer, of course, Shobo said, clearly not even willing to utter Yamato's name. They were interrupted as the start of the banquet was announced. Everyone moved to one of the larger chambers in the palace, where the Emperor and his guests took their seats. The seating was pre-arranged, and Wolf and Harry got side-by-side standing trays, Wolf being flanked by Yuriko while Harry was stuck to Shobo. Unfortunately, conversation was perfectly acceptable during the banquet, and Harry had trouble remembering all the do's and don'ts with Shobo chattering away at him. Shobo kept at it after the banquet too, and it was getting harder for Harry to mask his annoyance. He needed to escape, so he looked for Wolf, who was nowhere to be seen. Shobo-sama, have you seen Ranger Wolf? The wizard looked around. I do not know where he went. Shall I look for him? Let's look for them together, lest one of these ladies attempts to lure me into a marriage with her daughter, Harry joked. Shobo laughed heartily. Let us try the gardens. They set off at a leisurely pace through the corridors of the palace until they came upon a balcony that overlooked an extensive garden. Fairies, which had been summoned to function as decorations, sat on top of bushes, occasionally flying to another bush, or flitting around people who moved among them. There was no sign of Wolf and Yuriko anywhere. Perhaps we should search the garden. Yuriko-san always spoke fondly of Wolf-sama, he said suggestively. This puts me in a bad position, for I was supposed to be her honor retainer. I believe the word is chaperone. Harry frowned at this but didn't say anything. Did Wolf resemble his grandfather in more ways than one? Had he inherited the roving eyes along with the looks? That wasn't possible. Harry assured himself that Wolf was different from Commander Ironheart. It's a big garden. How do you propose that we find them? If they are indeed in the garden, we should each begin at one end and work our way towards the center. Harry agreed and made his way along the edge of the maze-like garden. It reminded him of the final task at the Triwizard Tournament. An involuntary shiver ran down Harry's spine as he remembered that night, the night that his nightmare had truly begun. He was reluctant to enter it, but Shobo was already gone, so there was nothing else for it. The hedges of the maze were low, obviously having been trimmed with Japanese wizards in mind, because Harry was tall enough to see over them. If Wolf had been standing up, he should have been clearly visible. An odd feeling settled in Harry's stomach as he entered the maze. What if he found Wolf following his grandfather's example? Would he tell Hermione, or Galatea? Or should he cover for Wolf, provided that Wolf promised never to do it again? He searched for another 15 minutes and was tempted to shout, but he decided against it. Such behavior would be frowned upon. Then he suddenly heard the rustling sound of someone brushing against the hedges. He hurried forward and rounded the corner. He saw two figures locked in an embrace, dotting each other. Neither of them was Wolf, so Harry adhered to the ignorance rule and continued onwards. Walking through all the pathways for many more minutes still yielded no results, and everything seemed quiet before he heard another rustling sound, which immediately stopped. Harry held his breath and listened. Everything had gone quiet. There weren't even any fairies in the immediate vicinity. Harry didn't have a sixth sense, but years of experience had taught him when he was in potential danger, and he realized with a start that this was one of those times. The fairies had been evenly spread over the entire garden, but now the ones in his vicinity were absent. Wizards generally didn't scare fairies away, unless the fairies ran the risk of being squashed. Someone must have banished them. He wasn't going to be ambushed here. He was going to get out safely so he could get back to Ginny. The power exploded out of his core and enveloped him in a dim white glow. His eyesight, hearing and sense of smell had sharpened, allowing him to hear the sharp intake of breath behind him, and allowing him to smell a faint aroma of jasmine. He leapt, magically boosting his jump, somersaulting over his attacker as the blade of a Japanese short sword sliced through the space he had just occupied. His attacker, a female, seemed to be moving as if the impediment Jinx had hit her, while he seemed to move at regular speed. Harry landed behind her, light as a feather. He knew he could take this assassin, no problem. From the wide-eyed look she gave him as she whipped around, he saw that she too had just realized that he wasn't an easy target. With a simple gesture, he wrenched the sword from her hand and called it into his own. He knew he could only harness this pure magic for short periods of time, and he didn't want to overtax himself. Even though he was now able to tap into his power at will, he'd never quite managed to hold onto it as long as he'd done it that first time. Time to make noise. Wolf. Ranger under attack. The assassin drew a dagger, and Harry raised the captured sword into a middle guard. He didn't know as much about sword fighting as he'd like to, but he knew enough to defend himself long enough for help to arrive. But the assassin didn't attack him. She raised the dagger to her own chest and prepared to stab it into her heart. Instantly realizing that he couldn't allow that to happen, Harry reacted, reaching for the power deep within his core and channeling it into a disarming charm. The knife shot out of the assassin's hand and plunged into a hedge instead. Then Harry pounced on the assassin, tackling her near her center of gravity so she couldn't use an infighting maneuver against him. She landed on her back, Harry on top of her, straddling her chest and pinning her hands over her head. He briefly thought that it was over, but proved to be sorely mistaken as her feet clamped around his neck to pull him backwards. In an instant, she was on top of him. Her thin forearms were locked in his iron grip and held behind her back, her lightweight frame trapped against his. So it was a stalemate, until she kneed him in the crotch. He briefly squeezed her forearms even tighter, before slackening his grip, allowing her to pull free. But instead of pressing her advantage, she disappeared into the gardens again. Why she'd done that became apparent soon afterwards, when Wolf landed in a crouch beside him. Where did he go? He's a she. HarryMo.Ned. She isn't afraid to fight dirty either. He couldn't breathe too deeply. It hurt much more if he did. Did you recognize her? Wolf asked, pulling Harry to his feet. He walked around Harry, examining him for other, more serious injuries. She was wearing a mask, no taller than 5 feet, very light, trim. You just described the average female assassin. I need more information than this. Oh, she smelled like jasmine, Harry remembered. Why have you been smelling my sister? Wolf growled. Not your sister, you get. The flower. Oh, so she smelled like jasmine. Aren't you forgetting something? Wolf asked. This still isn't enough information. Harry searched his memory for more details. He suddenly remembered. Wolf, I know this'll sound crazy, but she had gray eyes. That doesn't make sense, Wolf said. Potter-sama, are you all right? Shobo asked, stumbling over his robes. Yuriko crashed into him, sending them both crashing onto the ground. Harry's pain had lessened considerably, and he held out his hand to help Yuriko to her feet. She blushed and took his hand. A flowery perfume wafted off her frame. Jasmine. A keen nose, Potter-sama. It's very nice. She blushed. Is it commonly used by the ladies of the court? He asked. This particular scent is actually out of fashion. She frowned. Why do you ask? My attacker was wearing the same scent. He suspended his sentence when a quartet of guards rounded the corner, bearing pole arms. They asked Shobo a few questions, and Shobo replied in rapid Japanese. Then they guards hurried off. Won't do any good, Wolf said. The assassin is long gone. Harry frowned. He wasn't so sure about that. But when Wolf touched his shoulder and briefly gave him a knowing look, he knew that Wolf agreed. But he didn't want to tell their Japanese companions for some reason. We would like our wands back, please, Wolf said. Please offer our apologies to the Emperor on our behalf. We did not mean to be rude. No apology is necessary, Ranger Wolf. Harry turned around and saw the Emperor himself, striding towards them, flanked by his guard. It is I who owes you an apology. I cannot even guarantee the safety of my guests anymore. Then Harry noticed her, standing a few paces behind her father. Her gray eyes regarding him steadily. He gestured with both his hands, causing the sleeves of her kimono to slide upwards, revealing the beginning bruises on her lower arms. I left marks on my attacker. The guards stared at the arms incredulously, and the gasp from one of their throats prompted the Emperor to turn around. The old man began to shake, and Yuriko hurried forward to steady him. Harry didn't have to understand Japanese to understand the uttering of the Emperor. He looked at Wolf and Harry with grief and shame etched onto his features. Please, she will be dealt with, but allow this to remain a secret. I trust your wisdom in this matter, Wolf said, cutting Harry off. Harry felt a surge of anger towards Wolf. They had his would-be assassin. How could Wolf let her get away like this? She was the princess, so it would be kept quiet for sure. But he didn't say anything. The chilly look Wolf gave him told him to remain silent. Please, may we have our wands now? We have to leave, Wolf said. I sincerely regret the grief you must be feeling. I have no children of my own, but I know the kind of pain the loss of a relative can cause. Harry looked beyond the Emperor, just catching a glimpse of the princess being escorted away by 2 of the guards. The captain of my guard will take you to your wands, he said numbly. Then he was escorted away by the remaining guards, except for an older one, who took Harry and Wolf out of the opposite end of the maze and guided them to where their wands had been stored. Then he silently escorted them to the entrance of the palace, bowed, and left. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but Wolf raised a quivering finger. Harry was taken aback by the anger visible on his face. His dark eyes were burning with a fury that Harry had only seen when Wolf had recognized Scaras in the Indian complex, over a year ago. Then Wolf disapparated, and Harry followed. Harry reappeared in the woods where Doc would meet up with them. His eyes quickly settled on Wolf. What the hell were you thinking, exposing the princess like that? Shobo told me about her skills. I knew it was her. And you think I didn't? How many Japanese girls have gray eyes? Do you know how much embarrassment you have caused the Emperor, and how much grief? Yuriko has gathered some more information. The Emperor doesn't know anything about the attack on the Ranger, he didn't order it. And that girl's mind was a blank. She was as surprised as they were when she saw the bruises on her arms. Someone put her under the Imperius. Damn it, why didn't you trust my judgment in the matter? A question formed in Harry's mind, and Wolf answered it before he could voice it. I've been ordered to keep my gift under wraps. Very few people outside the order know about it, and Commander Ironheart wanted to keep it that way. He even sent the word to the Weasleys not to talk about it. Besides, it wouldn't have changed a thing. She's an Imperial Scion, she's supposed to be able to shake off the Imperius. Harry opened his mouth, and again Wolf cut him off. I know that's an insane notion, but the Japanese wizards believe in it anyway. Now that everyone knows about it, she'll be banished, or worse, she'll be expected to commit seppuku. The Emperor was thinking those thoughts when he left with his guard. That's his secret. Unlike his forefathers, he can't throw off the Imperius either. He thinks the blood is thinning, even though I doubt that has something to do with it. Damn it, you should have trusted my judgment. You made a call on incomplete knowledge, incomplete. Hell, non-existent knowledge. And now we're in trouble. Harry was taken aback. I didn't. You didn't think. Wolf finished. Well, don't think. Leave the thinking to me. Really? Harry sneered. Bloody brilliant thinking you did when you allowed Malfoy to take Ginny. The fire burning in Wolf's eyes hinted Harry to what was coming, as the tall ranger pulled the swords out of his obi and tossed them on the ground. Tapping into his power reserve, he barely managed to evade Wolf's punch. He was dimly aware of the gusts of wind that picked up the leaves and twigs from the grounds, twirling them around Wolf and himself. Their collective energy was causing it. The twigs drifted around them very slowly, as if time was slowing down, but to Harry's shock, Wolf wasn't. He was moving just as quickly as Harry was, and Harry doubled over as he took a vicious punch in the gut. He was lifted off the ground and fell down 10 feet away. He just lay there for a while, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. The pain was incredible. Lilia would have to have a look at him when they got back to the cruiser. You still have a lot to learn, Wolf said, standing over him, breathing heavily and trying to control his rage. Someone is toying with us, and the Imperial family. One of his goals was to dishonor the Emperor, and thanks to you, he succeeded. Another problem you've caused is that no one in their right minds is going to want to assist us now, out of paranoia. Everyone has skeletons in his closet, and now they'll be afraid of being exposed. And that's the worst thing that could happen to a Japanese wizard. God, I hope that she isn't expected to kill herself. What's going on here? Doc asked, seeing the red-faced Wolf and the doubled-over Harry. Wolf didn't answer him. He just handed his wand to Doc, who began to subject it to a series of tests. Harry, still clutching his stomach, was feeling incredibly stupid and guilty. He hadn't felt this way since being caught by McGonagall after smuggling Norbert out of Hogwarts. He was a 5th-class ranger. He needed to do better than this if he wanted to prove himself to the Order. After all, they had allowed him to skip a rank. Then again, maybe their trust in him had been misplaced. He looked up at Wolf and suddenly felt very inadequate. How did you become so fast? I've been training and meditating. What? Where? When? Why? In Concordia. In the forest. I managed to train for about a week when I was supposed to be taking a break. After Wolf didn't continue the sentence, but Harry knew he was talking about his mistake. But I had too much energy to burn, and I had to keep my mind off Galatea to keep my sanity, he added gloomily. Then he smirked. I also hate being second best. Harry slowly straightened up. Wolf had been training to surpass him. Then I'd better start training too. I asked you to train with me last week, remember? But you were too busy relaxing. Wolf shook his head. You're more powerful than I am. There's no question about that. But you need to stay sharp. In our line of work, it could mean the difference between life and death. And I want to grow old with Galatea before I'm ready to die. That's why I train. Apart from your desire to beat me. Harry smirked. I don't want to beat you for the sake of beating you. You just make me push myself to the limit. I think I ought to start returning the favor, because you've been slacking off. Wolf said sternly, making Harry feel very much like a student being reprimanded. Are we any closer to finding out why Gavin's been attacked? Doc asked, handing Wolf's wand back to him and taking Harry's wand to subject it to the same tests. Wolf shook his head. Not yet. But Yuriko told me about someone who might know things. Harry and I are going to pay him a visit as soon as possible. Wow, I've never done this before. 5 long weeks had passed. Each week without Harry was torture. The torture had increased, ever since she'd learned that Heidi had been sent on the same mission. Taking a deep breath, Ginny forced her jealousy away. Those feelings were unfounded. Harry and Heidi's romantic relationship was ancient history. She couldn't allow it to distract her. She had a job to do. Ginny wiped a sweaty lock of hair out of her eyes. To her mum's dismay, Ginny had decided to keep her hair short, like Gudrun did. She liked Gudrun, who had somewhat replaced Hermione in the older sister role, ever since Hermione and Ron had become really serious. Their moving in together had changed a few things ever so subtly, and they were spending a lot of time together. Ginny had a feeling that Hermione was about to become her sister-in-law. Hey, Ginny. Ginny looked up and saw her brother coming her way, hand in hand with Hermione. She forced a smile onto her face, not liking the feelings of envy that surged up, but not being able to do anything about them. Ron and Hermione were practically joined at the hip, while Harry was stuck in Japan, away from her, and with Heidi. Taking another moment to force her, no doubt, unfounded jealousy out of her mind, Ginny noticed there was something odd about the way Ron was strutting around, holding Hermione's hand. Hermione seemed to be glowing too. Something was definitely going on. Wait a minute, Ginny said, as she lowered her working goggles over her head and stared into an open hatch on top of the Zephyrus. It was nearly ready to go. Ginny only needed to double-check these main potion conduits for hairline fractures, so she magnified the view in her goggles accordingly, and started to meticulously work her way along the tube. It was very important work, not at all like one of the first jobs Percy had ever had, namely researching the thickness of cauldron bottoms. Then, finally done, she pushed the goggles onto her forehead. Good Lord, look at the size of that rock. Ginny heard Gudrun exclaim. Ginny tapped the disc she was sitting on with her wand, and the disc detached itself from the hull, taking Ginny to the maintenance bay floor. Hermione was holding out her hand, and Gudrun was examining a ring on her finger, a ring. Oh Ron, you proposed. Ginny squealed, jumped off the disc and running over to Ron and Hermione. Their radiant smiles answered her question and she threw her arms around both of them. Then she released them and punched Ron in the shoulder teasingly. Took you long enough, you prat. Ron shrugged. Actually, Hermione gave me plenty of hints before I caught on. We've lived together for a month now. Hermione smiled. To be honest, I dreaded it destroying our relationship. I'm happy I was wrong. It only got stronger. Ron ed her on the tip of her nose. Even the best of us are wrong sometimes, Herm. The expected scolding never came, and Ginny frowned. Wow, he can give you pet names now. I never objected to Herm. And only Ron is allowed to call me that. Ron, this must have cost a fortune, Gudrun said, drooling over the diamond. Yeah, where did you get that much gold? Ginny frowned. Ron asked George for a loan, but George told him to consider it a wedding gift, Hermione said. Isn't that sweet? Ginny was shocked. Ron asked George for a loan. She couldn't imagine Ron having done that. His pride would have got in the way. Didn't it bother you to go to George for a loan? For Hermione, I'd swallow my pride anytime, Ron said solemnly. Besides, I bet there's a catch. Susie and Millie never had godparents. Ginny sighed. It was true. Lee and Alicia were Arthur's godparents. Angelina's older sister Beatrice, and Charlie, were Fred's godparents, and Bill and Fleur were godparents to Cassidy and Duncan. Things had been at their worst during Millie and Susie's time of birth, mere months before Voldemort's downfall. No one had wanted to assume responsibility over two infants in a time when everyone's life had been in danger. So what if there's a catch? Hermione said airily. I'd pay any price for you, even if it means becoming those little devils' godfather. Ron smiled and bent down to key. Hermione. Gudrun pretended to gag. Please, in the privacy of your own home. What are you two doing down here anyway? Need our help with something? Ginny's got combat training in 15 minutes. She was already supposed to be in the training hall, Ron said. Well, I had to finish up with the cruiser, Ginny said defensively. And you completely forgot, Hermione said, smiling knowingly. I did. Ginny groaned, feeling stupid. But there's a good reason. Gudrun, can we show them? I don't see why not. Gudrun shrugged. Just don't talk about it when you're off the base. Nearly bursting with anticipation, Ginny dragged Hermione and Ron to another smaller chamber, where her new project was standing. Hermione's eyes widened and Ron's mouth fell open. Bloody hell, what's that? My new boyfriend, Gudrun said, as Ron and Hermione gazed at the 30-foot-tall skeletal figure. The men in the city were such a disappointment that I decided to build a real man myself. Ginny elbowed Gudrun in the ribs. It's a mech. At least, it's going to be. The idea to build one of these has existed for ages. But there was still some animation spells and power issues that had to be worked out, since you can't charm it like you'd charm a golem. See, all golem makers do is carve something out of the appropriate materials and slap a few animation spells on them, with a cognition crystal to give it some intelligence, if that's required. Your little sister here came with a theory. Charm several segments of the construct separately, each with its own function, and create a cognition crystal to coordinate the various charms. That's never been done in golems, Gudrun said, smiling at Ginny proudly. I knew you were special from the moment I first saw you. Ginny felt her face go red. Well, for some reason it never occurred to the other artificers to charm several segments separately. But our limbs and organs each have their functions, and are coordinated by the brain. So what I've proposed, really, is just to recreate a human body on a large scale. I guess my Medowitch training gave me an angle that the others didn't have, but we don't know if it'll work yet, she added quickly. It was just a theory. You need to have more self-confidence, my young apprentice, Gudrun said, grabbing Ginny in a chokehold and ruffling her hair. Ginny struggled to break free, but Gudrun was too strong. Finally, Gudrun released her. You really need that combat training, Scram. You're almost late. Ginny glanced at her watch. Damn, if I'm late again I'm screwed. Then she hurried off, just hearing Ron tell Gudrun off for being a bad influence on her and giving her a foul mouth. She shook her head, not understanding why Ron still perceived her as an innocent little baby. Not living in the Citadel, Ginny had her own little room that served as a storage room for her equipment and a changing room. She stripped off the stained coveralls she'd worn in the maintenance bay and donned her all-purpose training outfit. Whether it was dueling or hand-to-hand combat, the same type of outfit was always worn, reflecting the Ranger's philosophy that the wand wasn't a wizard's only means of defense. She finally ran into the training hall, clutching a stitch in her side. She really needed to work on her endurance. So nice of you to join us, Miss Weasley. Why don't you have a seat? Ginny's eyes widened. It was Wolf. What are you doing here? She blurted out. Where's Harry? I'm covering for Captain Faust. As for Harry, he'll head this way on the cruiser in about an hour. Wolf said, the tiniest smile on his face. You'll see him soon enough, but for now I need your concentration. Ginny felt her face growing hot again, and her 6 classmates sniggered. How could Wolf ask her to concentrate? Harry was finally coming back. Wolf walked up to her. I know I'm asking a lot. I haven't seen Galatea yet either, but if you don't pay attention in this class you could get hurt, he whispered. Then he gestured to a gap in the circle. Ginny plopped down onto the mat. She'd waited 5 weeks. What were a few more hours? Pure torture. Now we begin, Wolf said. Today, I will teach you about fighting multiple opponents. You will be divided into groups of 4, and you will take turns ganging up on a single defender. I will be a part of one of those groups, but I'll go easy on you. You won't learn much if I stun you right away, after all. A tall and burly Swedish wizard, Larson, snorted derisively at Wolf's comment. Ginny didn't like him. He was a combat ranger, and incredibly egotistical, even though he wasn't nearly as great as he boasted to be. Wolf frowned. I take it you disagree with something I said. No offense, sir, the Swede began in a tone that suggested that avoiding offense was the last thing on his agenda. But I think you underestimate me. Unlike these rug rats, I've seen combat. Your reputation precedes you, but I think I could hold my own against you for a while. Wolf smiled. Really? Well, if this is the case, you're wasting your time in this group. You ought to be in a more advanced program. Does this mean I'm excused? Let me be the judge of your skill. Wolf paced about in the circle. If it takes me longer than 10 seconds to beat you, you can move to an advanced class. 10 seconds. Wolf nodded. Larson grinned. You underestimate me. Wolf shrugged. Maybe. We'll see, won't we? He beckoned Larson to follow him, and tossed his wand to Ginny. Hold that for me. I won't be needing it. Ginny caught it, frowning. She knew Wolf was very good, but Larson wasn't a rookie. He'd worked as an orer for a few years, and apparently he'd been good too. Now the object of the exercise is for you to stun me. You'd better pack a lot of energy into your spell, otherwise it won't harm me. Wolf smirked. Just thought I'd let you know, since I have a big advantage. Larson sneered. Oh, I will. Wolf moved away, and stopped some 25 feet away from Larson. Knock yourself out. Stupefy. Larson screamed immediately, attempting to surprise Wolf with speed. Wolf twisted sideways with such speed that his movement was blurry, and the beam was deflected off a wand-less shield charm. Larson had taken Wolf's advice, however, because the impact of the stunner on the shield charm spun Wolf around. Not wanting to give Wolf any chance, Larson shifted his wand to Wolf's new position, but a piece of cloth wrapped itself around his face. Next thing Ginny knew, Wolf had whizzed over to where Larson stood, and plucked the wand out of his hand. It was then that Ginny noticed that the piece of cloth that had wrapped itself around Larson's face was Wolf's sleeve. His muscular left arm was exposed. He must have ripped it off as he was being spun around, and guided it to his opponent's face with a banishing charm. There, that was about 5 seconds. Wolf said, twirling Larson's wand between his fingers. I should have stunned him to formally end this bout, but Mr. Larson won't learn anything if he's stunned. Now, who can tell me where he went wrong? Ginny stuck up her hand. Well, he underestimated you. Exactly what about me did he underestimate, Miss Weasley? Ginny frowned. Your skill. Yes, but is that all? Ginny shrugged. I guess. Are you sure? No. No. Wolf nodded, and pulled out a little talisman that hung around his neck. Anybody know what this is? Curse deflector, Ginny said quickly. Being an apprentice artificer, not knowing would have been a crime for her. They were very rare and expensive, and they would fetch a high sum on the black market. Yes, a powerful and complicated talisman that deflects all hexes, jinxes and curses, save the unforgivable ones, back onto their caster. So I just could have waited for the stunner to hit me. It would have gone right back at him. But I didn't, and in a real fight, I wouldn't. Can anyone tell me why? Ginny's hand shot up again, prompting another small smile from Wolf. Let's give someone else a chance, shall we? He looked at Larson. Why didn't I just take the stunner? You wanted the amulet to remain a secret, until you really needed it. Larson said. Very good, Mr. Larson. Wolf looked at the apprentices. So, define Mr. Larson's mistakes in the broadest sense. Incomplete intelligence on the opposition, Pima Yadas, a Nepalese woman with a shaven head, said. She was an aspiring intelligence ranger. Correct, Wolf said, taking off the talisman. Form groups of 4. Larson, Ramos, you're with me. If you're going to be combat rangers, you'll need the extra challenge. With visible reluctance, the aspiring combat rangers joined Wolf. Any volunteers who want to complete this group? Wolf asked. The others mumbled and shook their heads, quickly forming into a group of 4 and leaving Ginny alone. Well, Looks like they decided for me. She sighed. I'm your woman, I guess. Really? I thought you were Potter's woman, Larson said, and Ginny flushed red. Oh, shut up, you. Training with the combat rangers had been very tiring. Wolf had really pushed her to the limit, and to her embarrassment she'd always hit the mat much earlier than Larson or Ramos. But Wolf had been pleased with her progress at the end of the session. Ginny waved at Wolf to get his attention. So when will Harry get here? She wanted to know whether she had time to go home and soak in the tub for an hour, or whether she should take a quick shower. If all went according to plan, they should have taken off from Hokkaido an hour ago. You still have some time to prepare yourself for him, Wolf said, stony-faced. But the twinkle in his dark eyes revealed his amusement. Ginny blushed again. This was not a good day, but at least her facial tissue was getting plenty of blood. An hour. Plenty of time. Wolf nodded. Thank God. Ginny sighed. She'd really been looking forward to a relaxing bath, almost as much as she was looking forward to her reunion with Harry. So why did you come here first, anyway? Why didn't you come with the others? I wanted to file a report to Commander Nombet now, so we can discuss it with the whole team immediately after they get here. I'm just trying to save some time, since we'll be heading back out the day after tomorrow. We just came here to swap cruisers and get supplies and some new orders. Yamato's trail has got cold anyway. There were so many false leads that we decided to try to get a different perspective. But I want to get the business part done as soon as possible, so I can spend more time with Galatea and my sister and nephew. Anyway, I'd better go make myself presentable for Galatea too, Wolf said, a big grin appearing on his face. Galatea was the only one who could make him smile like that. Galatea. Sweat broke out of Ginny's pores. How would Wolf react to Galatea's pregnancy? Oh, she shouldn't think those things. She sneaked a look at Wolf, but he was staring off into space, thankfully oblivious to her thoughts. He wasn't using his power, thank goodness. Ginny, could you do me a favor? Ginny nodded, trying her best to keep her thoughts away from Galatea. Don't tell Galatea I've arrived. I want to surprise her. He frowned as he saw her flushed and sweaty face. Are you all right? Fine, just feeling the after effects of training with combat rangers, Ginny said, trying to hide her unease behind a smile. Sure, I won't tell Galatea, she lied. She had to give her friend every possible advantage. It was a good thing that Wolf had his gift switched off at the moment. It would have complicated matters enormously if he hadn't. Thanks, Ginny, Wolf said cheerfully, as hurried away. Ginny could have sworn that Wolf skipped a couple of steps as he strolled away. He was in an awfully good mood. Too bad the awfully good mood would probably turn into a plain awful mood once Galatea dropped the bomb on him. Nothing shocked a man more than an unexpected baby, so Galatea had been preparing herself for the worst. She hurriedly changed into some clothes and took a portal from the Citadel to a portal on the 6th tier. Taking huge steps, she walked home, the heavy doors opening before her as they recognized her. She threw her cloak on the hanger. Galatea, she's bowing to the porcelain goddess again, poor girl, Gudrun said. You look beat. Rough training. Wolf's back in town. The others will arrive in a few hours. He wants to surprise Galatea. Whoa, we can't let that happen. Gudrun nodded. Come on, let's go interrupt her toilet bowl worship. Taking 2 steps at the time, the climb to the first floor, where the independent rooms were all located. The door to Galatea's room was closed, and Ginny knocked. It's open, Galatea called weakly from behind the door. Ginny opened the door and found Galatea sprawled on her bed. Oh dear, how are you feeling? Much better actually. I managed to digest those crackers you gave me before I started throwing up. This is only the 2nd time today that I've thrown up. I think I'm getting used to the nausea. Hopefully I'll be able to hold my food next week. Can't starve the baby. No, you can't. Ginny smiled. Galatea's eyes narrowed, sensing Ginny's feeling. Why are you worried? Wolf came back a few hours ago. He filled in for Captain Faust. He's on his honeymoon with Lieutenant Cliff, remember? I already know. Galatea sighed. Hermione saw him shortly after he arrived, she told me. Ginny heaved a sigh of relief. Of course. Ron had told her to hurry up to get to her training. He'd already known about Wolf, and probably about Harry as well. So you're ready for him? As ready as I'll ever be. I even bought him a book. She showed it to Ginny, who read the title, A Survival Guide for the Partner of a Pregnant Partvila. Ginny smiled. I'll have to give this a read too, since I'll be taking care of you. She got up. Now I need to take a long hot bath and make myself look pretty for my boyfriend. She sniffed the air. The scent was emanating from Gudrun. My turn with that foam. I'll go get it. Gudrun grinned, and stalked off to her own room. Ginny entered her bedroom and headed straight towards the door that led to her bathroom. She filled the bathtub with warm water and threw in some bath salts. Then she gathered all her bathing accessories and lined them up on the edge of the tub, before taking her clothes off and easing herself into the water. Gudrun appeared in the doorway to the bathroom, and tossed a flask to Ginny. Thanks, Ginny said, and she proceeded to open it. The water was kept at the right temperature by a special heating charm, and Ginny felt like she could soak in her tub forever. She took her time lathering her limbs with foam that Gudrun had nicked from Haida's room. Ginny had to admit that Haida's expensive bathing foam was very luxurious, and it made her skin extremely soft and fragrant. She smiled to herself. Stealing Haida's stuff was kind of tradition that all the resident witches of the townhouse indulged in. They would all pitch in to replace it, of course, but only after Heidi was annoyed by finding the empty bottle. All good things had to come to an end, and her finger and toes were getting wrinkly, signaling that it was time to get out. So Ginny climbed out of the tub and dried herself off. Then she used a drying charm on her hair to get it to dry properly and give it some volume, before she brushed it thoroughly. She admired her handiwork in the mirror. Knockout. The mirror praised, prompting another smile from Ginny. Gudrun had altered the personalities of the mirrors throughout the house. Next, she went into her closet to bought out her new, low-cut, forest green dress that she'd bought on a shopping trip with Hermione, and a very reluctant Ron, who'd been dragged away from a Quidditch match for it. He'd protested loudly, saying that the dress made her look like a color woman, much to her embarrassment, because it drew the attention of several other shoppers to them. She reminded herself to get Ron for that as she laced up a darker green bodice over it, which pushed up her beasts. Lastly, she tugged the sleeves down over her pale and lightly freckled shoulders. Dressed to kill. Who's the victim? The mirror asked. A loud thud coming from Haida's room prevented Ginny from telling off the mirror. She jumped into her slippers and darted out of her room, crossing the hallway to get to Galatia's. She found the white-haired witch bending over the unconscious form of her boyfriend. What happened? Ginny gasped. He read my mind, Galatea replied. I was expecting something to happen. What? His reading your mind or his fainting? Both. Ginny was awed. If that were true, Galatea knew her boyfriend very well. This made Ginny wonder how well she knew Harry. How would he react if he got hit with news like this? She bit her lip. Wolf groaned and slowly opened his eyes, locking them to Galatea's gaze. I'm Galatea began, but Wolf's finger covered her lips. Don't be sorry. I can see what happened. I wasn't expecting this to happen so soon. I forgot. It's okay, Wolf said, sitting up. We'll just have to make the best of things. Ginny released her breath with relief. It was a good thing that Wolf was a mind reader. Galatea didn't have to convince him of her intentions anymore. He'd immediately seen what was going on. Wolf smiled. You didn't expect me to take it like this? He asked Galatea, who must have been thinking the same thoughts that Ginny had. His gaze was still locked with Galatea's as she nodded mutely. You expected me to get angry at you? Yes, Galatea said, wiping away the tears in her eyes. OT, why would I be angry? I've been dreaming of having a family with you ever since I fell in love with you. If I walked up to the mirror of Arised right now, I'd see myself exactly the way I am. Damn, when did you get so romantic? Gudrun interrupted, making Ginny feel like cursing her into the next week. She had just ruined a perfectly romantic moment. Shut up, Gudrun, get lost. Ginny snapped. It was getting good, huh? Wolf cleared his throat. Could I have a little privacy, please? For what? Gudrun asked. Really? Gudrun, Ginny admonished, pulling her out of the room and closing the door behind her. So, Why do you suppose he wanted to be alone with her? They haven't seen each other for a while. Ginny felt a flash of envy as she said that. She was still waiting to see Harry. We should give them some space. She looked at Gudrun, who was frowning at her. You okay? Of course. Gudrun shook her head. I may not be a mind reader, but I can see right through you. You're worried about something, your relationship with Harry. Ginny. Wolf's alarmed voice rang from behind the door. She quickly opened the door, and saw an unconscious Galatea hanging in Wolf's arms. From the looks of things, he'd managed to catch her right before she fell off her bed. Good Lord. What happened? We were talking, and then she fainted. Is she sick? Wolf asked worriedly. Put her on the bed, Ginny said. I think this was all a bit too much for her. She was very anxious about how you'd react. She checked Galatea's breathing and pulse. I don't think there's anything wrong with her. She'll wake up in a minute or two. What happened anyway? She's been experiencing the normal pregnancy symptoms, but she hasn't been prone to fainting so far. Her eye fell on a little box that lay on the floor. It was opened and revealed a sparkling ring. She looked at Wolf. You proposed. Wolf blushed and nodded. Ginny smiled. I guess that explains it. She's been under a lot of stress lately, worrying about how she'd tell you. I guess the emotions got to her. Are you sure that's all? Ginny nodded, and Galatea indeed woke up after a minute or two, consented to marrying Wolf with a key, before beginning to cry at the top of her lungs. Wolf gave Ginny a bewildered look. What did I do? Gudrun chuckled and picked up a book from Galatea's nightstand and handed it to Wolf. You'd better read this. She was going to give it to you, it might save your life. Anyway, I gotta fly. I have a date. She left the room. Wolf read the title and paled. I heard about part Vila pregnancies, but I thought the stories were all a bit exaggerated. They're not, Ginny said, feeling slightly sorry for Wolf. She decided to change the subject to one of her favorite ones. So, when will Harry arrive? Wolf checked his chrono. If you leave for the Citadel in half an hour, you'll get there with some time to spare. There's no rush. All right, Ginny said, sitting down in an armchair. How is he doing? He's fine, Wolf said, a frown appearing on his face. I was too tough on him, though. I blamed him for something he had no control over. He was never trained to handle such situations, so he wasn't really to blame. I am. He sighed. I don't know why he was paired up with me. I'm a terrible teacher. What kind of teacher vents his frustration on a student? He asked morosely. I pounded his self-esteem in a vulnerable moment. What happened? Can't talk about it here, Wolf said. We could talk about it at the Citadel. He looked at Galatea. Unless you want me to stay. I'll come along, Galatea answered. Just give me a moment. She dragged herself into her bathroom and shut the door. Ginny? Wolf asked uncertainly. Yes. I was wondering. Galatea and I haven't even set a date yet, but I want to ask you, do you want to be part of the ceremony? The request caught Ginny by surprise. Why me? Wizarding weddings had plenty of supporting roles, but close friends and relatives usually filled those. Well, I was thinking about both you and Harry sharing a role. Both of you saved my life, and you forgave me when I really couldn't expect any forgiveness. You're a really good person, Ginny. I'd be honored. Ginny felt her face heat up for the 100th time that day. All right then, provided that I'm available, at the date of the wedding, of course. Who knows, I may be out on a mission. Don't worry about that. If you are, I'm sure the commander can arrange for you to be present. Besides, Galatea and I will only get married after things have quieted down a bit. He chuckled ruefully. Who knows when that will be, though. But I just felt that this was the right time to propose to her, to show her that she's the one I want to be with. Ginny rubbed her finger where Harry's ring used to be. Malfoy probably still had it. Why hadn't Harry given her a new ring? Not that she needed it, she knew that Harry loved her, but a symbol of that love would have been nice. They waited for Galatea to get ready, and together they set off for the Citadel. Harry was glad that he was finally returning to the Citadel. The mission in Japan had come to a grinding halt when they found the person who had supposedly known something about the people behind the attacks on Gavin, and possibly Harry, face down in the woods near one of the many fire creature farms on Hokkaido. Salamanders and ashwinders were bred there, and their products were exported throughout the world, making it them a key pillar in the wizarding economy of Japan, or so Heidi had said. Harry didn't understand what that had to do with their mission, though. Wolf had been right all along. Heidi shouldn't have been sent on that mission with them. All she'd managed to do was get on Wolf's nerves. Harry had been awake for 38 hours, first watching Gavin and Doc's backs as they looked for clues left behind by the killers of Yuriko's contact. Then he and Wolf had met with Yuriko to discuss the results. During their meeting with her, they'd also learned that the princess was being kept in a well-guarded castle at a secret location. Even Yuriko didn't know where it was, since all travel to and from the unplottable fortress was done by Portkey. Harry wished they'd just used Portkey mode to instantly travel to the Citadel, but this energy-consuming feat was reserved for emergencies only. His impatience must have been written all over his face, because Gavin offered him a weak smile. "You miss your girl." "A little." The small Welsh wizard raised his eyebrows at Harry's answer. "Okay," Harry corrected. "A lot. I know how you feel." Gavin sighed. "You're lucky that you get to see Ginny at the Citadel, though. Mayumi's out on a mission of her own, so I'm going to miss her, again. I haven't seen her since July." Harry looked away, a bit embarrassed by this. Gavin hadn't seen his girl for over 2 months, but he was handling it well, while Harry was practically falling apart after 3 weeks of Ginny deprivation. "I'm sorry." Gavin shrugged. "It's a sacrifice you have to make for a relationship with a fellow ranger. There's no telling when you'll see each other again. Make the most of your day with Ginny tomorrow." "Thanks. Don't mention it. And you'd better get a bit of sleep. Commander Nombet wants a meeting with us upon arrival. We can't have you dozing off then." Harry got up and headed towards the sleeping quarters. He found Heidi sitting up on one of the beds, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. "Have we left for the Citadel yet?" "Yes. Done sleeping." Heidi nodded. Harry threw himself on another bed. "Wake me up when we get there, okay?" "Sure," Heidi said, straightening her uniform. "Sleep tight." "Thanks," Harry yawned, before almost instantly falling into an uneasy sleep. He found himself in an empty room, with a spotlight shining onto him. He was reminded of an interrogation chamber. "Why didn't you trust my judgment?" The great Harry Potter feels like the rules don't apply to him. Wolf said, stepping into the edge of the light. "But how could I have known?" Ironheart came intro the light and stood next to Wolf. "I don't know what I was thinking. You seemed so promising to me. I reckon it was a false promise, I thought something as simple as this wouldn't be beyond you." A woman with long, raven hair stepped into the light. "Carrie!" Harry cried out, immobilized by her penetrating gaze. "Carrie!" He looked away, unable to meet her sorrowful gaze any longer. "How many more mistakes are you going to make?" she asked, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Isn't the grief you've caused me by leaving bad enough?" "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Why didn't you tell me? Aren't you the great Harry Potter?" Wolf sneered. "You're supposed to be perfect. Don't you have all the answers?" "I'm just a man," Harry croaked, forcing the words past the lump in his throat. "Harry, Harry," a disembodied voice called. "Harry, wake up." His eyes shot open. His eyes immediately met Heidi's concerned gaze. "Harry, you were having a bad dream. Are you okay?" "Fine," he said, the dream already fading from his memory. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Do you still have many bad dreams?" Harry frowned. What did she mean by that? Still, he could still see Heidi's blush in the dim light. "You had them when we were." It was Harry's turn to blush. Of course. They'd slept in the same bed a few times. "Why didn't you tell me then?" "I didn't think you'd want to be confronted with them." "Thanks," he said awkwardly. Are we there yet?" Heidi shook her head. "Another hour. You should use it to sleep. I'll wake you up when we get there." "Thanks, Heidi," Harry said, closing his eyes. Soon, sleep overtook him again, and this time it was a bit more peaceful. Wolf whistles emanated from all over the maintenance bay as Ginny walked in. It took her a while to realize they were all directed at her. "Hey there, sweetheart." Matt Kelly grinned as he dropped a crate and swaggered over to her. "I've been looking for you my whole life." "Yeah, well, that must be because I've been hiding from the likes of you," Ginny replied coolly. Crash and burn, Aussie. Ethan Johnson, a field intel ranger, and no relation of Angelina's, said. He was a friend of Gudrun's and Ginny had seen a lot of him during her time in Concordia. Don't mind him, Ginny. What are you doing here, all dressed up? Harry's coming back today, Ginny said shyly. She looked at Matt and a few other rangers loading the notice. Where are you off to? Standard patrol. It's a bummer, though. It wasn't scheduled, but command decided that extra patrols are needed. Hold on, Ron was supposed to go on a standard patrol mission too. Ginny remembered. Yeah, he's coming with us. He should be down here any minute, he should have been here already, helping us load. Probably pashing it out with Hermione in some dark corner. Matt sniggered. Get back to work, you. Johnson said. Anyway, I'm disappointed because I was hoping to go visit my folks in Detroit and work on a car I'm restoring. I wanted to bring I with me so I could work on it here, but no Muggle technology is allowed in Concordia unless there's a special Muggle artifacts show. Ginny's eyes lit up as she remembered spying on her dad as he put all sorts of charms on the old Ford Anglia. Really? And you're going to charm it too? Johnson laughed. Not allowed, unless I'm donating the car to the Ministry of Magic. They're the only ones who are allowed to have magical automobiles, technically. He winked. So yeah, I might slap on a charm or two. Hey, Johnson. Ginny cringed as she recognized Ron's outraged voice. What do you want with my sister? Honestly, Ron. Hermione huffed. They were just having a friendly conversation. Men don't have friendly conversations with girls dressed like color women. That was it. Ginny's anxiety over wanting to see Harry, along with a growing annoyance towards Ron's overprotective brother act, made Ginny snap. She pulled her wand out of a long and thin pocket hidden by the folds of her dress. Furnunculus. With Ginny's reflexes sharpened by her training with 3 combat rangers, Ron never stood a chance. Ugly green boils started breaking out of his skin. Everyone who'd been witnessing the scene burst out laughing. Ginny, you're not allowed to curse fellow rangers. Hermione admonished, raising her voice so it could still be heard over the laughter. You'll get in trouble. The female Weasley smirked. Some things never changed. I wasn't cursing Ron as a ranger. I was cursing him as my brother. He had it coming. He did, didn't he? Hermione giggled. Hermione. Ron complained. These things itch. There's pus all over my clothes. Hermione performed the counter curse and the boils began to fade slowly. Then she waved her wand and the pus disappeared off his robes. Come on. Let's go someplace where I can give you a more thorough examination. More thorough examination indeed. Matt Kelly teased, causing Hermione to turn a nice shade of pink as she pulled Ron along, towards a corridor that led to the equipment storage area. Ginny watched Matt and Johnson loading the notice, occasionally helping out by levitating a crate too. Then, a loud humming sound filled the bay, and a seconds later the cruiser that was producing the sound dropped its invisibility. It hovered a bit further, before landing gently behind the notice. Ginny hurried over to the cruiser and jumped onto the loading ramp before it had completely lowered. She nearly knocked over Gavin Carey. Watch it. Sorry, Harry. No, Gavin. Ginny scowled. I meant, where's Harry? The small wizard smiled. Sleeping quarters. Ginny took a levitation disc up to the next deck, and hurried toward the sleeping quarters. Her heart skipped a beat, as she saw Harry sleeping peacefully on his side. She pushed him onto his back and ran her hand through his unruly black hair. Then she bent down and kissed him on the lips. Wake up, sleepy head. Harry gave her a confused smile as his eyes fluttered open. Heidi. 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 That bitch had obviously been working on Harry. And the spineless prat had fallen for her cheap charms too. Harry yelped as Ginny's palm connected with his cheek, and tumbled out of the bed. Ginny stormed out of the sleeping quarters and grabbed a fistful of Doc's uniform when she encountered him in the bridge. Where is Heidi? Doc's goblinesque eyes widened with fear, as he took in Ginny's maddened expression. The lower deck. She went to the lower deck. What? Doc began, but Ginny didn't hear the rest of it, because she'd jumped onto the closest levitation disc. Ginny saw Heidi walk down the loading ramp. To her dismay, she noticed that Heidi too had cut her hair, in a very similar style to her own. She must have heard about Ginny's new style and decided to copy it in an attempt to seduce Harry again. That Austrian slut. That relationship wrecker. She thought, trembling with rage. Her mind was set on a single thought. Make the bitch pay. Scratch her eyes out. Ginny leapt at Heidi with a roar, tackling her. It was the best she could do, since her dress was in the way. If that hadn't been the case, she would have attacked with a leaping kick. Heidi. So Potter was partial to redheads, was he? Well, soon Heidi wouldn't have any hair left on her head. The enraged Weasley grabbed a handful of Heidi's hair and yanked. Heidi shrieked in pain, twisted around and retaliated with a vicious slash of her perfectly manicured fingernails before she too grabbed a handful of Ginny's hair and pulled, causing them to roll down the ramp. Ginny was dimly aware of a voice shouting, "Cat fight," but she paid it no heed, instead choosing to put her own nails to work on Heidi's face. She'd show this slut whom Harry's heart belonged to, and then she'd go to Harry and rip it out of his chest. Just then, Heidi heaved and threw Ginny off, and Ginny landed painfully on her behind, a little beyond the ramp, knocking the wind out of her. That notwithstanding, she drew her legs under her and prepared to launch herself at Heidi once more. "What?" Heidi began, but Ginny's lunge forced her to dodge. She did so with more agility than Ginny would have expected from a pampered bitch. Her dress was hampering her movement too, so she ripped it along her legs to give her more freedom of movement, while Heidi was asking her what the hell was wrong with her. Of course, Ginny wouldn't dignify that with an answer. Instead, she drew her wand, and Heidi did the same. Now they would fight in earnest. What the hell is going on here? A voice thundered, cutting through marrow and bone, snapping Ginny out of her vengeful trance and causing her to freeze in place. This is a disgrace, an outrage. It was Wolf, who was alternating his glare between her, Heidi, and the group of rangers who'd begun cheering the girls on when the fighting started. "Why didn't you stop this?" he asked, fixing his glare on Matt Kelly, whose tanned skin drained of all color in a second. Then Wolf looked at Ginny and Heidi. "And you too. What in the bloody blazes did you think you were doing?" He fixed his gaze on Heidi. "Well, what happened?" "How should I know?" Heidi yelled, pushing a handkerchief against the gashes in her cheeks while she pocketed her wand. "She just attacked me. She's rabid. Look, she's foaming at the mouth. You used Harry's time with you to steal him from me." Ginny screamed. "You even went so far as to cut your hair like I did. Draw your wand again and we'll settle this properly, you ten-sickle whore." "I don't know what you're talking about," Heidi said indignantly. Harry hurried down the ramp. "Oh, God, what happened to you? Are you okay?" Ginny's anger was replaced by grief. Harry hadn't even seen her. He'd walked straight up to Heidi, worried and concerned, Heidi Gravenstein and not Ginny Weasley. He had chosen Heidi. Tears blurred her vision. That was it, then. It was over. She whipped around and blindly ran towards a side chamber of the maintenance bay, away from Harry, away from her broken heart, away from rejection. She needed to get away. The portkeys. She needed to get to the portkeys in order to go away. She knew where they were kept. Gudrun had shown her how to charm them. She knocked two people aside as she stormed along the corridor. She took a flight of stairs down towards the vaults. The portkeys were all kept in a storage room not too far from the vaults. She had clearance to use the less powerful portkeys. She could make her journey in several legs. Ginny stopped and looked around, wiping the tears out of her eyes. Blinded by them, she must have taken a wrong turn somewhere and walked into the vaults instead of the storage areas. But she'd never been in this part of the Citadel before. Not that these particular vaults had been off limits, but she just didn't have any business there. A lot of strange artifacts were kept there, most of which were considered harmless and devoid of any real value. She took a couple of deep breaths in an effort to calm herself down, forcing herself to think despite her hurt. It worked insofar as her anger slowly faded away, and she aimlessly wandered through the large room until a flash of red hair revealed another woman appearing in a doorway. Her anger returned with a vengeance as she recognized her. "What are you doing here, Heidi?" Ginny screamed. "Did you come to gloat?" Heidi didn't respond. She just glared at Ginny the same way Ginny glared at her, so Ginny started towards her, drawing her wand and Heidi mirrored the move, literally. Ginny wiped the never-ceasing stream of tears out of her eyes once again as she tried to clear her vision. It then dawned on Ginny that the doorway hadn't been a doorway, and that Heidi wasn't Heidi. It was a mirror image of her. The realization hit her like a splash of freezing water. As far as looks were concerned, she and Heidi could have been sisters. Twins was a bit too extreme, but certainly sisters who resembled each other a lot. But where did that leave her with Harry? Why did Harry proclaim his love, only to do this to her? Why the sudden change of heart? Ah, but is it so sudden? A voice at the back of her mind asked. Suddenly Ginny remembered details from the dates that she and Harry had been on. Details that had slipped her mind entirely, because at the time she'd been too busy celebrating her reunion with Harry. But now she remembered them all, the awkward silences when they ran out of things to talk about, and the misunderstood cues. In their 2 years of separation, Harry had changed. They had been best friends in her 5th and 6th year at Hogwarts, and she had got to know all his likes and dislikes, his hopes and dreams. But things had changed since then. She remembered her wedding day, how Harry had shown up in his shining armor and saved the day, how he told her that he loved her. Ginny sank to the floor and buried her face in her hands. Maybe Harry had thought he had meant it, but there was no way of knowing for sure. Either way, it was now obvious that he didn't feel about her that way anymore. She had been outclassed. It had taken him a little over a month to forget about her. The attraction to his first girl had proven to be too big a challenge for their relationship. She stifled the sobs that tried to escape from her throat and wiped at the relentless torrent of tears. Her eyes widened as she saw another person in the mirror, and she turned to face him, only to see the cluttered room behind her. Again she looked into the mirror, and he was still there, Harry. He knelt down beside her, resting his hands on her shoulders. She could feel his phantom lips on her face as he kissed her on the cheek and mouthed the words that had brought her so much happiness at their reunion. But he wasn't really there. She couldn't really hear the words. The mirror had to be special somehow. She looked at the top of the mirror and read the inscription. Arised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on washi. Ron had told her about encountering the mirror at Hogwarts in his first year. Dumbledore had kept the Philosopher's Stone safe by using this mirror. She remembered Hermione wondering what became of it. It had been in the Citadel of Illumination all along. Looking down into the mirror, she saw Harry's reflection, kneeling beside her, still talking to her, whispering the painful words in her ear. I love you. But her picture self was beaming with delight. Being loved by Harry, her deepest and most desperate desire. The fact that she was seeing this meant that she didn't have his love. He had never really told her that he loved her during their dates. He had always seemed a bit distant and reserved, but at the time she thought it had been her imagination. Had he been having second thoughts about them already? Had he noticed that she couldn't match Heidi's charm and sophistication? According to Hermione, Heidi had only been Harry's immature attempt at replacement. But when Ginny had tried to touch on the subject during one of their dates, Harry's answers had been very evasive. Maybe he had decided that he liked the replacement better. And in the mirror, Harry continued to run his fingers through her red hair. That hateful red hair that fascinated him so much. She surged to her feet and grabbed a dusty old crystal ball that was lying nearby. She threw the heavy object into the mirror, which shattered into hundreds of shards. She sat down, picked one of those razor-sharp shards up and used it to begin slicing away locks of her hair. Her trembling hands were making the task all but impossible, and she cut into her fingers on several occasions. The shard also slipped a few times, which made it scrape off hair at the scalp, leaving behind dully throbbing gashes. Then Ginny threw the elongated shard down in favor of a larger, square piece of the mirror, to admire her handiwork. She looked like death, with red and swollen eyes and some tufts of hair sticking out of her scalp. Blood from one of the cuts in her scalp came running down the side of her face. Ginny, what's wrong? The clattering of footsteps on the stone floor heralded her brother's arrival. We've been looking all over for you. Why did you come in here? Ginny, good lord, what happened to your face? What happened to your hair? Why are you crying? Ron asked, dropping to his knees beside her. Did you crash into the mirror? Ginny looked into her brother's worried eyes, unable to put her thoughts into words. Harry didn't love her. He loved Heidi. But she couldn't even begin to utter words, much less form sentences. Instead, she just sobbed into Ron's chest. Not knowing what else to do, Ron just held his baby sister as questions swarmed through his head. He was terrified by the look of intense sadness in her eyes. Her eyes had seemed dull and empty. He'd only seen that look a few times before, at their father's and brother Fred's deaths. It was as if she'd lost someone. Then there was her hair, most of it lying on the floor around her, as if the hairdresser's apprentice from hell had been allowed to have a go at her. Ron's heart ceased beating when that thought crossed his mind. Harry. Ginny. Is it Harry? Has something happened to him? What's happened to him? Only Harry could drive his sister to do something like this. Ron. What's wrong with Ginny? Hermione asked, coming up behind him. Oh my God. Ginny. She gasped, planting herself next to Ron and Ginny and immediately beginning to look at Ginny's wounds. I don't know, Ron said helplessly, as his girlfriend checked his sister. Where's Harry? Disembarking from the cruiser, I imagine, Hermione answered. Why should I go get him? So he's okay, Ron said, relieved. Why would anything be wrong? If something had happened to him, we would have heard about it much sooner. Harry, he doesn't, Harry and Heidi. Ginny wailed. Ginny, what are you babbling about? What about Harry and Heidi? Something clicked in his mind. Harry and Heidi, together. That wasn't possible. Harry loved Ginny, or had Ginny caught them red-handed after she'd hurried onto the cruiser after he and Hermione had walked into the corridor for a snog. Ginny. Ron began seriously. What happened? Ginny stammered out parts of sentences between gasping breaths. He called. Ed H him, and H he smiled and C called me Heidi. She began to cry uncontrollably again. Oh, dear. Hermione mumbled behind him. A surprising coolness swept over Ron, and he guided his distraught sister to Hermione. Hold her. I'm going to have a little chat with Harry. He knew Harry was too powerful to hurt, but Ron was sure going to give it his best shot. Harry had hurt his baby sister. He had led her on for years before crushing her heart, and she obviously mutilated herself out of grief. He was going to pay for that. He was dimly aware of Hermione's protests as he stomped through the corridor, back towards the hangar and maintenance bay. Harry saved him the trouble of walking all the way back, because that no good playboy had the nerve to show his face. And that bitch, Heidi, was right beside him. Wolf and Matt Kelly hovered a few paces behind them, but Ron didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he swung at Harry with all his might. Harry ducked and Ron's fist connected with Heidi's face instead, putting her lights out. This startled Ron, for even though he was mad at her too, he could never hit a woman, except for Millicent Bulstrode maybe, but she didn't look like one. Ron, I don't know what got into Ginny, and I don't know what she told you, but she's mistaken. Harry said quickly, using Ron's brief hesitation after hitting Heidi by accident. Tell that to my fist. Do you know what Ginny's done to herself because of you? Do you? Ron growled, as he prepared to take a swing at Harry again. Ranger Weasley. Wolf roared, causing Ron to freeze in mid-motion. I can only read your surface thoughts, so I don't know exactly what your sister told you. But I'm guessing she thinks that Harry cheated on her with Heidi. It's true. Ron growled. Why else would he call her Heidi after she ed him? It's obvious that he and Heidi have been. That's plainly not possible, Wolf interrupted. Harry didn't spend enough time with Heidi to do such a thing, and if he had, I would have noticed and kicked his butt myself. He looked at Harry. Why did you call her Heidi, though? Well, I thought it was Heidi, Harry explained. She was supposed to wake me up upon arrival. She had Heidi's haircut, and she smelled like Heidi too. Harry frowned. I reckon they use the same bath foam. Ron was not convinced. Yeah, but Ginny said you smiled when you said Heidi. Why would Heidi be ing you? And why would you know Heidi's scent like that? Harry blushed. The lips were familiar and they felt nice, so yeah, I smiled. And, well, Heidi and I used to be, she was my first, after all. You never really forget your first, Ron. You wouldn't know that, since the only woman you've ever been with is Hermione. Ron glanced at Wolf. Is that true? Wolf shrugged. How should I know? I've only ever been with one woman too. Not that. I mean, if he's telling the truth. You're a mind reader. Oh, yeah, he was telling the truth. Wolf nodded. And even if I hadn't been a mind reader, like I said, Harry spent most of his time with me on our mission. He never had the time. And that bit about someone's first is also true, Matt Kelly, who was bending over Hyda's unconscious form, said. Ron felt his face heat up. Oh, Harry, sorry mate, You were just defending your little sister's honor. Yeah, but I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions that quickly. You'd think that I would have learned something during my time here. I'm just as hot-headed as I used to be. Not really, Wolf said. I can imagine what it must feel like. If your brother even hurts my sister by cheating on her, I'll break his neck. Same goes for you if you ever hurt Hermione. Ron swallowed away his discomfort. Yeah, don't worry, man. I know you'll never hurt my adopted little sister. It was just a reminder. Oh, about your brother. When is he coming to Concordia? Technically, Charlie would have had to wait for a whole year before being cleared to live in Concordia. But Commander Ironheart had pulled some strings to shorten the waiting period. Late January. He's already found a job at the Concordian Magi Zoology Institute. Good. Ron nodded and turned back to Harry. You'll have to talk to Ginny now. But, I think I should warn you, she took it very hard. I think she's cut her hair with shards from a broken mirror. She cut her scalp. She's a mess, Harry. Wolf groaned. Mirror. The only mirror in there in the mirror of Arised. She trashed the mirror of Arised. My sister's been cutting herself and you only care about that bloody mirror. You're right, sorry. Wolf frowned. I reckon Ginny's terribly upset, right? Harry blanched. Right. Upset. I'd feel better if someone takes away her wand and takes care of all the sharp objects in there, like the mirror shards. Wolf smirked. Afraid that you'll meet Malfoy's fate. Will you come with me? Harry asked Wolf, looking at him hopefully. No, you just have to be alert and take your chances with Ginny's temper. What kind of relationship would you have in the future, if you can't face her in times of conflict? Don't worry. You're the most powerful wizard in the world. Yeah, but Ginny won't care about that, Ron pointed out. I'd feel better if you were right outside. Ginny will be very hard to convince. But you're a mind reader, and she trusts you. Maybe she'll listen if you tell her. Wolf frowned. If she doesn't take Harry's word for it, their reconciliation won't be worth a damn. This is a matter of her trusting Harry, not me. But I'll wait right outside, if it'll make you feel better. Ron nodded gratefully, and waited for Harry to gather his courage. Then they made their way down the corridor, with Wolf accompanying them. Matt had taken Heidi to the medical wing to be patched up. Ron was relieved to have Heidi out of the way for a while, since there was no telling how Ginny would react at the sight of her. They reached the storage room where Hermione and Ginny were, and he could hear Ginny's sobs and Hermione's comforting words. Harry glanced at Wolf, who gave him an encouraging nod, and then at Ron, who wasn't quite as calm as Wolf was. Maybe he should let Wolf go in first to defuse the situation. No, Wolf was right, Harry had to do this. Ron gave Harry a look that said that the moment was at hand. Harry cleared his throat before speaking. Ginny. The sobbing stopped, and Harry pushed the door open. There he was, the traitor, the liar. Ginny, it was all a mistake. Ginny heard Harry's words, but they sounded empty, like Cornelius Fudge's. Heidi was supposed to wake me up, and I thought you were her. Don't lie to me, Harry, she said weakly. Ginny, I'm not lying. Be quiet. Do you think I'm stupid? She asked, her anger flaring up once again. So you thought I was Heidi, did you? Why would Heidi key you in the first place? Ginny said, barely holding her anger in check. Just admit it. You still love Heidi. That's not true. The look on his face was so genuine. He was a much better liar than she'd thought. No wonder he'd managed to convince Ron. But Gudrun had often told her that men, delightful companions as they were, could not be trusted to be faithful. Now Ginny saw what her friend had meant. Gudrun had wanted to protect her from getting hurt all along. Don't lie to me, Ginny growled. Heidi was on her way out of the cruiser when I caught up with her. Didn't she have to wake you up first? Can't explain that, can you? Harry opened and closed his mouth, unable to find an answer and confirming his guilt. Of course not, because she wasn't supposed to wake you. You made that up. Ginny, Ron said, but Ginny's angry glance silenced him. Don't you dare cover up for him. You men always cover for each other. Why would I do that? I'm your brother. But you're also his best friend. Ginny, your happiness will always come first for me. Besides, Harry and Wolf were out in the field too often for something to have happened between Harry and Heidi. Don't you think the others would have noticed? I'm not saying they. Ginny shivered at the thought, but he certainly cheated on me. He only would have needed a couple of seconds. Ginny, Hermione said sternly. Why won't you listen? You're taking his side now. Ginny asked incredulously. How could Hermione do this to her? Hermione, of all people, should be able to see what was going on. Ginny, you're being an ass, just like I used to be, Ron said, shaking his head. Don't let your anger and jealousy blind you. Blind me, Ginny said sharply. Things have never been more clear to me. Why can't you all see that? Ginny, that's not true, Harry said, straining his voice. The Prat was trying to soften her with the sad look in his eyes. Well, she wouldn't be fooled this time. She glared at Harry. If Heidi wants you, she can have you. I hope you two are very happy together. For the last time, Harry's eyes flashed as an edge crept into his voice. There's nothing going on between me and Heidi. You're being ridiculous. Ridiculous, am I? Yes, and crazy too. You're throwing a temper tantrum, just like a little girl. What did you do to your hair? He shook his head. Get cleaned up and we'll talk about this like adults. And you'd better have a good apology ready for Heidi. Ginny's lips began to quiver and she began to sob, her anger once again replaced by grief. She'd lost him for good. He clearly thought she was a little girl, but he obviously wanted a woman. Apology for Heidi. She cut her hair just like mine, to seduce you. I don't know why I'm even talking to you anymore. Good little Ginny had always listened. Well, no more. Get out of my sight. I never want to see you again, she said, doing her best to inject as much venom as possible into her voice. Harry staggered back, as if he'd been physically struck by her words. He backed towards the door, but Wolf, who must have been right outside, blocked him and pushed him back in. You can't walk away from this. His words got caught in his throat as Harry looked him in the eye. Then he took a few steps back, and brought a pair of trembling hands to his head. Blood began to drip out of his nose, and he collapsed. Then, like a zombie, Harry walked out of the room. Wolf! Ron screamed, rushing over to the tall ranger. Nosebleeds were a bad sign, and despite the pain she was feeling about having been replaced by Heidi, she jumped in to help Wolf too. Wolf, look at me. His dazed gaze met hers, and his eyes widened. He shoved her away and screamed at the top of his lungs. It was more of a mixture between a scream and a wail, really, and it made Ginny's skin crawl. Tears were gushing out of his eyes. It lasted for several minutes, Hermione and Ron frantically trying to calm him down. Max, please tell me what's wrong. No more, Wolf sobbed. Great Maker, what pain. Where does it hurt? Ginny, Wolf sobbed. I saw some memories. He looked up at Ginny. I had no idea how much this hurt you. But Harry loves you. He wouldn't do this to you. I was with him. How can you think those things? Why can't you see that he loves you like no other? Wolf took a deep breath to help him calm down. He made an honest mistake when he called you Heidi. You both cut your hair in very similar styles, and he said you smelled the same. Believe me, I could mistake you for Heidi too, and I'm not just saying that. Ginny bit her lip and looked at the floor. He was right. All of them were right. Even she had mistaken herself for Heidi when tears had blurred her sight. And she'd taken a bath with Heidi's foam. He'd never lie to you, Ron said. What were you thinking, Ginny? This is Harry we're talking about. He's far from perfect, but betrayal isn't part of his vocabulary. Ginny, don't tell me you haven't noticed the look in his eyes every time you smile at him. Haven't you felt what happens when he kisses you? How could you do that to him? Wolf continued. The first time you did that to him was worse than anything Voldemort had done to him. It nearly made him end his own life. How could you say that to him again? I've seen your thoughts too, And I know how powerful your feelings for him are. I know how love can turn into jealousy. But what you said to him, get out of my sight, I never want to see you again. The bottom dropped out of Ginny's stomach as Wolf told her what her careless words had done to Harry. Why hadn't she just believed Harry? How could she have been such an insufferable bitch? Why hadn't her mother just strangled her in the cradle? She was worse than Malfoy. Why would anyone want to love her? I have to go after him, Ginny said, hoping with all her heart that she'd still be able to fix things with Harry. Ginny, you can't go after him looking like that. I don't care, Ginny said, her looks being the least of her concerns now. She ran out of the room, up the stairs and down the corridor, back towards the maintenance bay. She encountered a huge commotion when she arrived. Matt Kelly, Captain Yi, the chief artificer, and Tarana Olise, a fourth-class ranger artificer from Nigeria, were standing at the edge of the huge passageway that lead to the outside, the one used by cruisers to enter and exit the bay. They were looking down with stricken expressions on their faces. Ethan Johnson was shouting for a medical ranger and an emergency portkey. Ginny made her way up the shallow incline that led to the edge, but Matt Kelly spotted her and stopped her. Ginny, what happened to you? He asked, taking in her horrible-looking head. Ginny, you'd better not. What's going on? She demanded. Matt seemed extremely alarmed too, and he was looking very pale. Harry came in here, told Ethan something about getting fresh air. He didn't look too good, he looked like he was going to be sick, he looked angry and upset. Matt swallowed. But the Zephyrus was just taking off for a shakedown cruise. Harry wasn't paying attention, it clipped him on the way out. He fell down. We don't know if he's alive. The shriek that came echoing into the stockroom would have put a banshee to shame. It was ear-splitting and made Hermione's blood run cold. What's that? Max asked, slowly getting up. It couldn't have been an easy task, since his knees were still shaking. I don't know, but I reckon we ought to find out, Ron said, lifting Max's arm and sliding his shoulder under it to support him. Max tried to get loose as he protested. I can stand on my own. I don't think so, Max. The pale coloration of his face told Hermione that he was far from okay. If you don't stop struggling, I'll stun you and levitate you. Max ceased his efforts, and they slowly made their way towards the large maintenance and hangar bay with Ron supporting him. Damn, Wolf, you weigh a bloody ton, Ron muttered. We should have stunned you and levitated you. Quit complaining, sissy. I only weigh 210 pounds. You ought to try and carry Nathan Kelly, or his girl. Hermione smiled. Helga was quarter giant and 7'6". Not nearly as big as Madame Maxime, but still a lot of woman. You're no featherweight either, Ron, so stop complaining. Yeah, I would have carried you with little trouble if the situation were reversed. You're not a normal person, Wolf. What kind of a maniac trains under increased gravity? Ron sighed. I should kick your butt for that, but my headache won't let me, Max replied. And I have too much on my mind to give you my undivided attention anyway. Hermione, who'd been leading, slowed down to allow Ron and Max to overtake her. Yes. I'm worried about Ginny. I didn't know she was keeping so many things bottled up. It seems that she's just like Harry when it comes to that. She didn't tell me anything. I wish she had. I would have set her straight immediately. Well, it looks like we've persuaded her to give Harry the benefit of the doubt, Ron said. Wolf nodded. But you were right, Ron. I guess I should have gone in with you and Harry. I could have prevented that argument between Harry and Ginny, and a lot of grief. Funny, how the two of them can hurt each other that much. Not really, Ron said. After all, only those you love can truly hurt you, right? And Harry and Ginny love each other very much, even if they're both bloody bonkers. Wolf and Hermione looked at each other, then at Ron. When did you turn into Dr. Love? Wolf asked. Just common sense, Ron blushed. Anyway, maybe you should have come in with us, but maybe it wouldn't have helped either. No use talking about it now, though. Hold on, what are you two talking about? Ron told Hermione about his theory that Ginny would have believed Wolf more quickly than she believed Harry, because of Wolf's gift. I think it would have made a difference, Wolf said. But I didn't want to do it because it wouldn't have done anything for their relationship in the long run. In retrospect, I should have. Hindsight is always 20/20, Ron and Hermione said in unison. This prompted a smile from Max. You two share a home and a brain. Hermione felt her face heat up. I'd rather refer to it as great minds thinking alike. I guess, Wolf said. If so, can the great minds answer me this question? Ask away, Hermione said. Well, I was just coming into the bay on the far side when Heidi and Ginny were fighting, and I saw them rolling on the ground. I don't get it. They've both been taught to fight properly, yet they were fighting like, well, girls, scratching and pulling hair. Good one. Ron nodded, and smirked at Hermione. Well, Hermione shrugged. When men enter the equation of our lives, we women sometimes turn into complete idiots over those men. Of course, as you boys know, the reverse is also true for men fighting over women. They finally reached the cavernous bay and encountered the consternation. Matt Kelly was restraining a wailing Ginny with great difficulty, while she tried to in the direction of the cruiser gate. Hermione noticed a bunch of people standing at the edge of the cruiser gate. Captain Yi and Tarana Olise, both Artificer Rangers, Ethan Johnson from Intel Field Ops, Commander Nomvet, and Heidi, who was kneeling and trying her best not to faint on the spot. Suddenly, that all too familiar feeling of dread took over her insides. Ron released Max and ran over to his sister. Ginny. Hermione's legs carried her to the edge of the ramp, where the other Rangers were looking down. She stood next to Commander Nomvet and looked down too. 250 feet down, she saw a grounded cruiser. Lieutenant Montoya pulled a sheet over something. The sheet was rapidly staining with blood. Cirillo Roverano, also an Artificer Ranger, was sitting on a rock, hands covering his face, his shaking shoulders suggesting that he was crying. Montoya looked up and shook his head. A collective gasp escaped from the throats of the gathered Rangers, and Heidi whimpered, Neen, das ist nicht möglich, Harry. Hermione didn't have to understand German to put the facts together. Harry, she screamed. This couldn't be happening. How could this have happened? Did he jump off? A hand settled on her shoulder. I am sorry. Hermione looked into Commander Nomvet's wrinkly face. Did he jump? It was an accident, another person said. Ethan Johnson was sitting on the ramp, with his legs drawn up and his arm encircling them. I'm not sure. He came out of the storage corridor and said something about having to get some fresh air. But the Zephyrus was just taking off. I saw Cirillo try to evade Harry, but the tip of the wing still hit his shoulder. He just fell. Johnson's throat seized up. Johnson called us first, and then he called for help, Captain Yi said, picking up where Johnson had stopped. Eduardo got here 2 minutes ago. I'm sorry for your loss. He can't be dead. Hermione screamed. Harry can survive much worse things than that. He got smashed by a huge rock and he survived. He's still alive. Get Ginny down there. She'll bring him back. Please, you have to listen. I know about the fight with the Speculum Demon, and how Ginny brought him back from the brink, Nomvet said sadly. I'm sorry. I'm afraid it is too late now. Harry is already dead. That can't be true. He's a wizard. He should have bounced. He could have cast a levitation charm. This can't be true. He was too powerful to die like this. He can't be dead. His magic would have saved him. Unless he didn't want to live. Hermione whipped around and looked into Wolf's dark eyes. Don't talk like that. Harry can't. He just can't be dead. She clenched her fists. He couldn't have died. Not like this. A wizard's magic will only save him if the wizard wants to live. You know that, Hermione. Ginny's words crushed him. Ron, who had been standing next to Wolf, whipped around and stomped back to his crying sister. Are you happy now? He screamed. You killed him. This is all your fault. Ron, that's not true. You're not helping. Wolf said, as he walked over to Ron and laid a hand on his shoulder. But Ron just shrugged off Wolf's hand. You drove him to his death, Ginny. The Rangers turned to watch his tirade. You did what the darkest wizards failed to do. Your jealousy killed him. Is that what you wanted? Is it? Ginny was sitting on the floor, her eyes devoid of all emotion, with no indication that he had heard any of it. She just sat there, drawing shuddering breaths. Ginny. No. Wolf groaned, clutching his head once more. He didn't mean it. Don't. The meaning of his words became clear moments later, as Ginny shot up and began to sprint towards the gate. She jumped. Ginny! Ron screamed. Despite Wolf's warning, Ginny's move had still come unexpectedly. This couldn't be happening. He couldn't allow his little sister to die like that. And with that thought, he drew his wand faster than he'd ever managed before, faster than all the other rangers had, as he rushed to the opening. Wingardium Leviosa! He shouted, hoping against hope that it would work at this range. But to no avail, for his hands and voice were shaking. Neither the wand movement nor the incantation had been done properly. Horrified, Ron cursed his own incompetence and inability to save his sister, helplessly looking on as she fell down. Then, inexplicably, she began to slow until she was drifting down like a feather. She collapsed onto the rocky bottom as she settled to earth. Brilliant long-distance incantation, Matt Kelly said. On a moving target, too. It wasn't me, Ron muttered. It really hadn't been his doing. He knew for certain that his own charm had failed. Must have been Lieutenant Montoya. It couldn't have been. I didn't see him perform any incantation, and he doesn't have the kind of power to do this by eye contact or gestures alone, Commander Nombet said. Then she looked at Wolf. But you do. It wasn't me, Wolf answered. I could have done it, but not now. He wiped some blood still seeping from his nose away with his sleeve. I have too much of a headache. Then who? Ron wondered. Cirillo. Didn't even see your sister jump, Matt said, shaking his head. Maybe it was Ginny's own magic. Why would that happen, if she'd been trying to commit suicide? Wolf frowned. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe she changed her mind at the last instant, Hermione offered. I bet she knows that Harry wouldn't have wanted her to end her own life like that. That had to be it, then. I guess you're right. Ron nodded. He looked on as Ginny crawled to Harry's body and pulled the bloody sheet off. It was a mess. Even from his vantage point, Ron could see the blood oozing out of Harry's mouth and nose. His body was completely broken. But Ginny didn't care about the blood. She just cradled Harry's head and talked. Montoya, who had been trying to comfort Cirillo Roverano, walked over to Ginny and tried to pull her away from Harry's body. But she wouldn't budge, and drew her wand threateningly, causing Montoya to raise his hands and back off. When Ginny turned her attention back to Harry, Montoya drew his wand and stunned her. Retrieve the body, Nombet said sadly. And someone fly the cruiser back in here. I don't think Roverano can do it right now. I have to tell Irina to make sure that no one saw, or will remember this entrance to the Citadel. She turned and left. Captain Yi, we need another levitation disc to take us down and bring Ginny back up here. Wolf said. I will go get one, the wispy thin Chinese witch said. I will fly the cruiser back also. All right. Wolf looked around. Ron, Hermione, are you two going down to get Harry? I know how much you're hurting right now. You've just lost a brother, if you're not up to it. Yeah, I'll go, Ron whispered, throwing his arm around Hermione, who was nodding silently too. Are you sure? He asked her, since she wasn't looking very well. From what he could tell, she wasn't far from shock. Maybe it would be better from someone else to go down with him, rather than risk Hermione falling apart while they were down there. Positive, Hermione answered, and the determination in her voice reassured Ron. Ron, Hermione and Wolf stepped onto a levitation disc that was being steered by Captain Yi. Then she took them down to where the body was lying. Ron took a deep breath. Seeing Harry up close was going to be very hard, but it was something he had to do. Hermione seemed to know what he was thinking, and gripped his hand tighter. In contrast to his icy cold hands, hers were warm. The warmth gave him strength to shoulder the burdens that were about to come, and clarity of thought despite the emotional anguish he was in. He'd have to write letters to his family, the only real family Harry had ever known. And he'd have to write to Professor Lupin and his brand new wife, Rosmerta. He'd have to prepare for the consequences of Harry's death becoming public. But worst of all, he had to do something about Ginny, who was obviously maddened by grief. Montoya must have stunned her for a reason, after all. They reached their destination at the base of the cliff, and Montoya walked up to them. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, I'm sorry. He was gone when I got here. But at least he didn't suffer. Ron clenched his fists. He didn't suffer. Of course he'd suffered. He'd got his heart torn out and thrown into his face. Ron slowly exhaled. It wasn't Lieutenant Montoya's fault, and even though he was angry at Ginny, he knew it wasn't her fault either. He guessed the saying was true. Fate really was a cruel and fickle bitch. Harry had lived a charmed life in the face of danger, only to die in the most freakish of accidents. Perhaps that was how the balance was kept in the universe. It made him wonder how long he still had to live. After all, he'd enjoyed similar luck in his life, and that very same morning Hermione had consented to marry him. He wondered how much credit he had left at the Universal Bank of Luck. He and Hermione crouched down next to Harry's body. Hermione's hand trembled as she drew her wand. She closed her eyes and muttered a spell that caused a stream of water to shoot from her wand. The water washed over Harry's face and rinsed away most of the blood. Then she took a clean corner of the sheet and dried off his face. "Why did you have to leave us, Harry?" She sobbed quietly. "It won't be the same without you. I wanted you to be my guardian," Ron said. And Ginny was supposed to be Hermione's maiden. He had to swallow away a lump in his throat before he could continue to speak. Funny how things turn out, don't they? There I was, thinking that we'd be playing chess together as old men, with our grandchildren playing at our feet. Silly, isn't it? I mean, Rangers often die in the line of duty. I always thought that, if one of us were to die, we'd die doing our duty and making a difference. I never thought it would end like this. He sniffed and wiped away the tears that were rolling down his cheeks. Then he forced his lips into a trembling smile. "I never told you this before. I thought it would be too mushy and all that. I guess Hermione was right. I'm too macho. I guess it's too late now, but I hope you can still hear me. I love you, mate. Just having you around made me and my family very happy." His throat completely closed up, and he couldn't talk anymore. "I love you too, Harry," Hermione said quietly. "I owe you so much." She bent down and kissed his forehead. "We'll never forget you. And say hi to Mr. Weasley, Fred, Sirius and the others, all right? Goodbye, Harry. You wouldn't mind if we name our firstborn after you, would you?" Hermione uttered what could be identified as a sobbing giggle. "Even if it's a girl." "Right, it could be a girl. Harriet. Sounds a bit lame, though. Maybe we should keep it as a middle name." Someone cleared his throat behind them. It was Wolf, his face a mask of control once more. If he was affected by Harry's tragic death, he certainly didn't show it. "We have to go back up." With a gesture, he magically pulled the sheet back over Harry's face. Then he levitated Harry onto the disc, leaving behind the drying blood at the base of the cliff. What was wrong with Ginny? Ron asked, suddenly remembering that Lieutenant Montoya had stunned Ginny. Why did Lieutenant Montoya stun her? He told me that Ginny thought she'd heard Harry's voice. She thought he was still alive. He shook his head and looked up at the other levitation disc that was taking Montoya, Roverano and the unconscious Ginny back into the Citadel. This must be really hard on her. Wolf hesitated, unsure whether or not should continue, and I fear for her life. She may not recover from this. Despite what you might think, given their final moments together, I believe Ginny and Harry were linked much more deeply than most couples are, deeper than most couples should be linked. Now that he's gone, there's a good chance that she will follow. And there is nothing any of us can do about it. Ron fought the panic that was rising inside of him. He couldn't lose Ginny too, because that would kill his mum for sure. It would be a terrible blow to the family. He looked at Wolf. I assume the training mission I was supposed to go on will be scrapped. Yeah, I think we're all going to get a break to mourn. You want to be with Ginny, to try to save her. Harry wouldn't have wanted her to kill herself over him. Someone has to tell her that when she wakes up. Do you think your grandfather could arrange for the Weasleys to come to Concordia without having to wait 6 months first? Hermione asked. He's not here, Wolf said. I've been told that there was something urgent in Libya that demanded his personal attention. But getting the Weasleys in won't be a problem. The Order of Illumination has an agreement with the Concordian Combine about allowing mourning relatives into the city. Ron sighed. I'd best get started writing letters. I'll help, Hermione offered. At least one of you should be with Ginny when she wakes up, Wolf suggested. She won't wake up for a while, though. She'll be asleep for the next 4 hours. Montoya has seen to it. Do you think you'll have all your letters done by then? Ron nodded. Yeah, one letter should do it for my whole family. I'll send it to Bill, so he can break the news to Mum gently. I don't want Mum to get the letter while she's alone at the burrow. Who knows what could happen? Percy will relay the news to the Ministry of Magic, and the only other person I have to send a letter to is Professor Lupin. He could tell Professor McGonagall and the Hogwarts staff. All right. But could you please put off sending the letters until Ginny wakes up? Why? Even though this is clearly an accident, we still have to investigate, Wolf said. A formal report has to be written. I don't see the sense either, Wolf said quickly, seeing the sour look Ron was giving him, but it has to be done. The cruiser hummed to life and began to ascend. We really have to go back up now. They stepped onto the disc and it carried them up and back into the Citadel. You two try to get some rest, Wolf said. I'll take Harry's remains to the morgue. Hopefully, I'll see you in 4 hours. Everything should be fixed by then. It's really sweet of him to do all this, Hermione said, sliding her arms around Ron's waist and resting her head against his chest. He wants to save us the grief. Ron nodded. But he hardly seems affected by any of this. How does he do it? How can he remain so cool? That's just part of his nature. Some things never change, Hermione answered as he backed away a step and took his hand. Come on, we have a lot to do. Ron nodded again. I wish I didn't have to. This is hard enough as it is. What am I going to write? We'll work something out together, Ron, she said, standing on her toes. He bent down and kissed her on the lips, realizing just how lucky he was to have her, as his lips touched hers. Despite her sometimes cold and analytical attitude, she managed to be very warm and comforting when he needed her to be. She was his rock. Draco swallowed and took a few deep breaths in an effort to calm down. He nervously checked the state of his robes, the nicest set. After all, most of his current companions had little use for cleanliness, let alone fashion. He hated having to spend most of his time underground with the scum of the earth surrounding him, and making jokes about his condition. Draco trembled with fury as he remembered. He would get the Weasleys for that. He would make them pay. After casting one last glance in the mirror, he left his cramped room and headed deeper underground, towards the large golden doors behind which she resided. Having proven his worth by quickly establishing a new network of spies in the British Isles, Draco had quickly risen through the ranks. He was now second in command of the All-Wizards in Anastasiu's organization, and he only answered to Anastasiu, von Brandenburg and Paula Reinhardt. He had no idea why the mistress had sent for him. Even though she was considered to be the maximum authority in the organization, it was Anastasiu who ran things. Apparently, the day-to-day goings-on were beneath her. He reached her chamber, and the dark trolls parted to allow him to enter. The doors opened by themselves, giving him his first glimpse of the inside of the chamber. It was huge, and decorated with all sorts of fine art and furniture. Draco wasn't sure whether the room's proportions were natural or magically enhanced, but he was leaning towards the latter. The door closed behind him, trapping him inside the room. He searched for his superiors, but he couldn't find them. A feeling of unease settled over him. Why was he here? The sound of someone moving in water caught his attention. He saw the bath, not unlike the one in the prefect's bathroom at Hogwarts, only bigger and much more luxurious. She was doing the backstroke, and Draco got an eyeful of her charms as they broke through the surface of the water. He had never seen her before, only heard tales about her beauty. Even those stories didn't do her justice, however, and she certainly would have evoked a physical reaction from him, had he still possessed that particular part of his anatomy. They hadn't been able to restore it, and again his anger surged as he silently vowed to get his revenge on the Weasleys. Right on time, Mr. Malfoy, she said, climbing out of her bath and revealing herself to him in all her glory. She was simply perfect, like Avila. Do you like what you see? Malfoy quickly averted her eyes and got down on one knee. I apologize, but I just wasn't ready for such a vision of beauty, he stammered. He immediately berated himself for his answer, but to his relief she found it amusing. Her melodious and hypnotic laughter rang through the chamber. A very bold and true answer, Mr. Malfoy, may I call you Draco? Of course, my lady. I am well aware of my beauty, she continued. I acquired it when I attempted to take Avila's immortality, not that I was considered ugly before that. But it failed, for I ended up with all the Vila powers, except immortality. It greatly extended my lifespan, though. I kept looking for means to gain immortality, but I kept finding means of extending life. I realized that only spirit beings, like Vila and Tengu, were unaffected by the passage of time and that their immortality could not be taken from them. I gave up on the quest for true immortality. She gestured, and a large towel floated over to her. She began to dry herself off. I take it you must be wondering why you are here. Draco nodded mutely. Because I require your assistance. Athanasios Anastasou is very capable, but not very trustworthy. Am I right to assume that he is very disappointed with me? Well, do not fear for reprisals. What we discuss now will not leave this room. I can also assure you that he is not listening in. Draco had no choice but to trust her, and his instincts. Yes, he is disappointed, my lady. He expected me to use my powers on the battlefield, like a foot soldier, didn't he? More like a doomsday weapon, my lady. How I detest violence. She yawned, strolling over to her huge bed and sliding onto the satiny sheets. She still wasn't wearing anything. I only fight to protect myself and my interests. Trying to build an empire in the classical sense is impossible. Many Muggles have tried, but in the end the others banded against them to defeat the common enemy. Only my body was trapped in that crystal, but my mind was not. It could project my essence anywhere I wanted, and see empires rise and fall. Draco listened patiently, waiting for her to get to the point. Of course, I still haven't told you what I need you for, did I? Draco shook his head. I need you to be my eyes and ears. I need my own seeds within this organization as a means to check on Athanasios and his undead brood. You are not my first recruit for this task. There are others, and you will all unwittingly watch each other. That way I would know if one of you were to get out of line. Would you do that for me, Draco? Of course, my lady, Draco said. It wasn't as if he had much choice anyway. She flashed him a beautiful smile. Do you expect me to believe that you'd serve me without expecting a reward? Honestly, I have been around for a long time. Draco blushed. Some sort of reward would be nice. It instills loyalty as well. Voldemort had used death as a penalty for failure. While this had certainly been motivating, it had hardly inspired loyalty, and in the end one of his servants betrayed his location to Potter. Again, true words. She beckoned him over. Come on over here and give me your wand. Hopefully what I am about to do will convince you of my intentions. Draco reluctantly walked over to her and handed over his wand. I heard about your unfortunate injury. Remove your trousers and underwear. Draco's eyes widened. Excuse me. You heard me, Draco. Draco fumbled with his belt and lowered his trousers and underpants, his face burning with shame as he saw her eyes settle on the urination aid Yamato had outfitted him with. She pointed the wand at the damaged area and narrowed her eyes. Her body began to glow and her long, silver hair stood on end. Then there was a flash, and a rush of warmth in his loins. He looked down. He was whole again. How did you do this? Magic, she said simply. I, thank you. What I have given I can also take away, she said. That will be part of the price you'll pay if you betray me. My lady, I would never betray you. Again she laughed. I have asked around before deciding to summon you, Draco. You would betray anybody if it suited your purposes. But don't worry. She smiled reassuringly as Draco's face drained of all color upon hearing her remark. I won't give you any reason to betray me. Draco looked down again. Will I be able to? I restored the shape and function. You have complete feeling as well, but you still won't be able to reproduce, for there are limits to even my powers. Then she frowned and pursed her lips, observing him critically. Not very impressive, are you? I guess you'll have to do, though. Draco blinked. Do what? I thought you'd be smarter than this, she teased. Do you think I always prance around BPD? I have selected you to keep me company when I need it. You're a far better alternative than the other wizards here. Her intentions finally became clear to Draco, and his reaction was immediate, despite her earlier comments about his suitability. It's not the size of the broomstick, it's the skill of the flyer, he said defensively. She smiled. I'm glad to see it is once again in working order. She grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him onto the bed. Now show me how you wizards do it in this 21st century. Ginny was about to wake up, so Hermione and Ron went to the medical wing to be by her side when she finally did so. They found Lilia and Gudrun sitting on either side of her bed, each holding her hand. The duo had adopted Ginny as their little sister, and Gavin Carey had caused the other male rangers to refer to them as Morrigan triplets. Hermione had to admit that it was a bit spooky. Ginny had red hair, once again long and thick, since Lilia had rubbed extra strength hair growth cream on her head after healing the cuts in her scalp. Gudrun's natural hair color was a darker shade of beige, and Lilia's a very dark brown, nearly black. Thus the three main stereotypical hair colors were represented. Ginny was pure-blooded, while Lilia had one Muggle parent and Gudrun was Muggle-born. Then there was the fact that the male rangers saw them as the bane of all men. A shiver ran down her spine as Hermione realized how close her thoughts came to the truth. In a very indirect way, Ginny had caused Harry's death. She wasn't guilty of killing him, like Ron had accused her of doing in the angry outburst shortly after Harry's death, but her words had caused him so much grief that he didn't see where he was going. And unless Ginny could detach herself from Harry, she would soon join him in death. She would simply waste away. How is she? Ron asked. Hermione knew him well enough to know exactly what he was thinking by the look on his face. He was still feeling very guilty about his outburst earlier, which, they both knew, may have driven Ginny to her attempted suicide. I don't understand, Lilia said. We gave her some natural sedatives before countering the stunner, to keep her unconscious. But they don't seem to work very well. She's still troubled. Her sleep was indeed uneasy. Her face was sweaty and her brow furrowed, and her head rolled from side to side on the pillow. Lilia gently wiped her face and neck with a towel. She's called for Harry a few times, Gudrun said. It's a bad dream. She talked about Tom. She told me about her first year at school. She added quietly. Hermione had never seen the Icelandic witch look so depressed. She had obviously grown quite attached to Ginny over the last few months. Occasionally, she wiped away tears with the back of her free hand. Then she released Ginny's hand and got up. Excuse me, call me when she wakes up. Ron nodded and took her seat, reaching out to take Ginny's hand. Gudrun hurried past Hermione, covering her face with her hands. Hermione heard her stifle a sniff, which truly brought out her curiosity. She followed Gudrun out of the small room and found her leaning against the wall, weeping softly. Gudrun, what's wrong? Wolf told me what might happen to Ginny. Gudrun pulled a dirty rag out of her pocket and blew her nose. You're wondering why it bothers me so much. It was more of a statement than a question. Hermione nodded. I know she's your friend, but you haven't really known her that long. It was odd, really. Hermione knew that she should have been much more upset over Ginny's condition. But maybe the fact that she hadn't given up on Ginny yet kept her going. She knew that Ginny would do anything for Harry. If they could convince her that Harry would have wanted her to get on with her life, she'd be all right. Gudrun stared at a blank spot on the opposite wall as she began to tell her tale. When I was 15, I took my little sister to the hot springs. My parents thought that I'd look after her properly and that she'd be safe with me, since I was a witch. She drowned when I wasn't looking. I was too busy looking at a boy I had a crush on. Gudrun's voice had gone ice cold. By the time I noticed and went to find her, it was too late. I tried to use some spells to revive her, in public, and there was a big riot over that at the ministry. Some pure bloods wanted to snap my wand in two for that, but there was this witch who stood up for me. It was Irina, Captain Kovalenko, but I didn't know that at that point. I found out years later. My sister had red hair, and she looked a little like Ginny. She would have been Ginny's age now. Hermione was dumbfounded. She'd never known that about Gudrun. It certainly explained a few things. I'm sorry. It's all right, Gudrun said. It's just that seeing Ginny like that. I understand. But don't give up on Ginny yet. She's a fighter. With us by her side, She may yet pull through. Do you think so? Yes, Hermione said, although she wished she were half as confident as she appeared. I'll be there for Ginny, Gudrun said. I won't let her down. Auntie Hermione. A child's voice squealed. Auntie Hermione. Ron had used that name as a joke a few weeks ago, but little Charlie had called her that ever since. He broke away from his mother, who was accompanied by Galatea, and stormed at Hermione. Hermione bent down and picked the boy up, twirling him around. Charlie, what are you doing here? Auntie T brought me here to see Auntie Ginny. Is she sick? Hermione handed him back to his mother. Jasmine never left her son alone, but this was not the time or place for a child. Yes, Aunt Ginny is sick. What's wrong with her? Hermione thought about it before answering. She has a broken heart. Is that like having a broken arm? I broke my arm last week, remember? But Auntie Ginny fixed me right up. You can fix her heart, can't you, Auntie Hermione? Hermione had to fight back the tears and swallow several times to remove the lump in her throat. We'll see. Don't cry, Auntie Hermione. Everything will be all right, you'll see. Mummy says that if you wish for something hard enough, it will come true someday. Hermione wished she shared his youthful innocence and optimism. She put on her brave face. You're right, Charlie. Everything will be all right. More footsteps announced the approach of Lieutenant Montoya and Commander Nombet. This meant that Ginny would wake up at any moment. Jasmine, good to see you. Commander Nombet said warmly. Will you be needing any help with your move? Where are you moving to? Hermione asked. Here, Jasmine said, frowning. Why? Kinda Kawasa disappeared without a trace in the Congo, yesterday, Commander Nombet said. Hermione frowned. She knew that name from somewhere, but the total recognition eluded her. The other mind reader, besides Hitomi Ito and my family, Jasmine clarified. We've been watching her as closely as possible to try and keep her safe. We had actually wanted her to go into hiding after Ito's disappearance, but the local minister for magic wouldn't have it. He's been paying her lots of gold to sniff out his political opponents. She had trouble parting with her source of income as well, and we couldn't really force her, so we settled for monitoring her. She may have dropped out of sight on her own accord, but we're not taking any chances. Jasmine and Charlie will remain at the Citadel until the matter is resolved. It was a sensible precaution. I reckon it's a good idea. Mummy, Charlie complained. Do we have to stay here? I told Ariel that we'd play gobstones tomorrow. Your girlfriend will have to wait, Jasmine smiled. I'll call her mum and tell her that we can't come over tomorrow. She is not my girlfriend. Charlie protested. She's just okay, for a girl. Of course, dear, his mother said. Hermione, Gudrun, Ginny's waking up. They heard Ron shout. That was everybody's cue to crowd into the room. Lilia stepped aside to allow Hermione to be next to Ginny, while she stood further away at the foot of the bed with Gudrun. Galatea, Charlie, Jasmine and Commander Nombet stood at the far wall, while Montoya stood next to Hermione, so he could give Ginny a checkup. Ginny slowly opened her eyes. Harry, she groaned. Where is Harry? An uncomfortable silence reigned for a good 30 seconds, before Ron spoke. He was clearly reluctant to do so, still bothered by his uncontrolled emotional outburst. Ginny, I'm sorry about what I said earlier. I had no right to say those things to you. I know you didn't mean to say those things to Harry, I didn't mean to say the things I said to you either. I had no right to tell you off for what happened between you and Harry, when the same thing was happening between you and me. What I'm saying is, I understand why you were angry with Harry like that, and I shouldn't have been angry with you and accused you of all those things because of it. I mean, if it weren't for what I did after I got cursed by accident, Harry wouldn't have run away from us, and the two of you would never have grown apart in the first place. Ron was being very careful with his words, and Hermione was quite shocked to hear all this. In the past few hours, she'd got a distinctive feeling that Ron somehow blamed himself for Harry and Ginny's falling out. But she'd had no idea that Ron's guilt covered things that went so far back, and she certainly hadn't expected him to open up in front of all these people. But perhaps it was all for the better. Ginny, however, seemed to hear none of his words. She just looked past Ron at Lieutenant Montoya and asked again, "Where's Harry?" Ron swallowed. Ginny, Harry's gone. Ginny shook her head vehemently. That's not true. He's not dead. I can feel it in my heart. Jin, we all saw him, remember? You saw him first. He told me everything would be all right. Ginny said. I heard him. It was real. She began to shake. Harry told me everything would be all right. I'm sure he did, Ginny, Ron said carefully. He'd want you to be strong and live your life to the fullest, even if he wasn't around. No, Ginny shouted fiercely. You don't understand. He's not dead. Ginny, don't be like this. Hermione decided to try a different approach and relieve Ron of some of the pressure. Ginny, why do you think Harry is still alive? I told you already, I can feel it. The fall didn't kill him. He wasn't dead. Lieutenant Montoya was wrong. A fall like that couldn't kill Harry. Hermione bit her lip. Under normal circumstances, Ginny would have been right. Harry's magic would have saved him somehow. But like Wolf had said, if a wizard didn't feel like living anymore, the inner magic wouldn't save him. But she couldn't throw this into Ginny's face now. She couldn't tell Ginny that her last words to Harry had been the reason that his magic hadn't saved him. Ginny was obviously on the brink of insanity right now, and Hermione didn't want to push her over the edge. But she had no idea what to say. I'm not crazy. Ginny snapped. Stop staring at me as if I'm someone who's escaped from St. Mungo's mental ward. Harry will always live on in your heart, Lilia said soothingly, but he's gone now. Please, Ginny. Harry wouldn't want you to do this to yourself. Lilia's right, Ginny, another person said. Let's hope it never comes to that, though. Jasmine grabbed Charlie tighter and backed away into a corner of the room, her mouth hanging open with shock. Commander Nambete's knees gave out, but Galatea caught her just in time, preventing her from hitting the floor. Harry smiled timidly. I don't look half bad for a dead man, do I? Impossible. Montoya stammered. It wasn't easy, Wolf said, appearing behind Harry, but far from impossible. It was as if the bed were enchanted to throw its occupant off, so quickly did Ginny jump off it and launch herself at Harry, who found himself locked in her embrace before he could say Accio. I'm sorry, Harry. I understand why you mistook me for Heidi. I know how much I look like her. I even thought I was seeing her when I saw my own mirror reflection from across the room. It was just a stupid, terrible mistake. I shouldn't have behaved like that. Out of breath, she backed away a little to look him in the eye uncertainly. Can you forgive me? Despite knowing the truth already, after having experienced Ginny's reaction to his death, her words still invigorated his soul, and that cozy warmth he could only feel while he was close to her enveloped him again. I'm sorry, too. It was still stupid of me to mistake you for Heidi. Ginny shook her head. No. I've acted like an idiot. You were right. Yeah, but, Harry started to say, when Wolf cleared his throat. Personally, I think neither of you are to blame. It was just a terrible mutual misunderstanding, and I want both of you to promise me that you'll never allow something like this to happen again. Harry looked at Ginny, who was smiling shyly. We won't. We promise, she said quietly, but loud enough for Wolf and the others to hear it. That's nice to know, Wolf said, but the way he said it didn't feel right to Harry. He noticed that his companion was ashen-faced now. Wolf had looked extremely tired before, but now there was also anxiety on his features. He was staring at the white floor of the room. Wolf didn't look up. I think the others would like to know what happened, he said. Impossible, Montoya, the first to throw off his shock, finally replied. I saw the body less than 20 minutes ago. Wolf slowly raised his gaze and swept it across the room, letting it linger on his sister and nephew for a moment, before letting it rest on Galatea. Rest assured, this is really Harry. Ginny did hear him at the base of the cliff. It can't be. He was dead, Montoya yelled. He looked on the verge of nervous collapse. Wolf shook his head. It will all make sense very soon. He looked at Commander Nombet. Could you please summon all the present captains? They'll all have to be present too. Commander. A high-pitched female voice said. Half a second later, Nolani Winters, an analyst, shoved her way past Harry, Ginny and Wolf. Commander, the Ranger Prime is dead. I was on my way to wake her up, but I found her in bed. She must have passed on a while ago, since she was already getting a bit stiff. Commander Nambete's hands went up to her temples. Not unexpected. She called Donovan and me up for a meeting a few days ago. She told us she could feel that she didn't have much time left. I had no idea her death would come so soon, she's always had terrible timing. I could really use her counsel right now. Winta's sudden shriek interrupted the commander's sentence, and she pointed a quivering finger at Harry. What? How? You? That's what I'd like to know, Ron said, having got over his initial shock. All of us would. Hermione nodded. Why don't you tell them, Harry? Wolf said wearily. I'll tell the ranking officers. Commander, if you will. All right. My office, Nambet said. Nolani, where is Captain Sharif? He should still be in the first ranger's chamber, taking care of her. I called him as soon as I found her like that. Captain Sanzoti is contacting the relatives. Tell Imhotep to come to my office as soon as he's done. As for Gustava, her second can take over her duties. Please alert the other captains as well. Faust is on his honeymoon, Wolf said. Right, so call one of his lieutenants. I'm not completely sure. Winters frowned, but I think all the combat ranger lieutenants are out on missions. Nambet heaved an exasperated sigh. What about fourth-class rangers? Ma'am, the bulk of the senior combat rangers has been deployed to help with the cleanup of Anastasiu's former strongholds, and patrols have also been increased due to the disappearance of the Mind Reader. Khan and Mordecai accompanied Commander Ironheart to watch his back, since he might be at risk as well. So there aren't any fourth-class combat rangers. Brody, Orzais, Black Moon, Nguyen, Al Hassan, Gideon. I'm afraid not, Winters said. Nambet looked at Wolf. Technically, a combat ranger should be here, but there's no point in having someone below fourth class present. Wolf nodded. I guess it won't matter whether or not the combat rangers are represented. Harry looked from Wolf to Nambet. He didn't like the look on the commander's face, and he got the sinking feeling that the consequences of Wolf's actions were going to be much farther reaching than he'd thought. Why would all the departments have to have a representative, preferably the highest ranking one? Before he could say anything about it, the commander led Wolf out of the hospital room. So what the hell happened? Ron asked, obviously anxious to drag the explanation out of Harry. This is the second time that you came back from the dead. Good to know you've still got your sense of humor, Harry said, glancing down at Ginny, who still had her arms wrapped around him tightly, her face buried in the crook of his neck. Ginny, could you please let go of me? No, don't want to, came Ginny's muffled reply, causing nervous chuckles to break out around the room. Just for a little while, so we can sit down? He asked. He didn't really want Ginny to let go of him either, for her arms around him gave him too good a feeling. But he couldn't move like this. With visible reluctance, Ginny slackened her grip, but followed him to the bed as if they were connected by a very short, invisible string. She climbed his lap the instant after he'd sat down on the bed and wrapped her arms around him again. As he took a moment to enjoy their comfortable closeness, he was struck by the frightening realization of how much power Ginny held over him. Being with her right now made him feel complete, while a careless sentence from her mouth had nearly driven him mad with anguish. The reverse was also true, he realized. He too had to be careful, lest he hurt Ginny. He'd been incredibly insensitive to her obvious pain earlier, telling her that he expected her to apologize to Heidi, which he did, but that had been the wrong time to bring it up. The sound of someone clearing his throat brought him back to reality, reminding him of the task at hand. Right. Well, it all boils down to this, really. Wolf traveled back through time to save me. He was waiting on his broomstick, under an invisibility cloak. But that doesn't make sense, Hermione interrupted. You died, your body was there. If you let me finish, I promise that all your questions will be answered. Yes, there was a body, but obviously that wasn't me, now was it? It was what did Wolf call it again? Oh yes, a cauldron clone. He heard a sharp intake of breath, but chose to ignore it for now. Wolf had told him about the phenomenon of cauldron clones, and the many unsavory things they were used for. But his clone had been used for a worthy cause, so he didn't see the problem. You see, he had to drop a perfect copy of me in my place, because he'd take away his past self's reason to travel back through time to save me in the first place otherwise, and his present self would be bumped out of the timeline and become displaced in time. So he did it to avoid creating a temporal paradox, Ron summarized. He had been planning this all along, that report he had to make. He was just gathering the information he needed to pull this off unseen, wasn't he? Harry marveled at the speed with which Ron had come to the correct conclusion. Yeah, he knew exactly how long it would take for Cirillo to turn the cruiser around and for Ethan to reach the edge of the bay and look down. He knew all he needed to know to stay out of everybody's way until his past self had traveled back into time. So it was you who caught Ginny after she jumped? Hermione asked. Wolf, actually. He knew Ginny was going to jump, after all. He did it with eye contact alone. It was brilliant. All right, let me work this out. He intercepted you in midair and dropped the cauldron clone in your place. Harry nodded. And I reckon this happened quite a bit lower than the cruiser gate, didn't it? Yeah, why? Hermione smiled. Nothing. It just all makes sense now. Your body, the clone, wasn't nearly as damaged as it should have been after such a long drop. But Wolf dropped it from a lower altitude, so that explains it. You don't realize how serious the situation is, do you? Montoya said sharply. Wolf traveled through time illegally, and probably stole one of the Order's time turners to do it. Secondly, he somehow created a cauldron clone, or managed to have someone create one for him. That's magic of the darkest kind. Cauldron clones were conceived by a society of dark wizards, who believed themselves to be the masters of life and death, about 300 years ago. A ranger has no business creating them. Then there's the fact that he killed the cauldron clone. Given enough time, these clones can develop themselves and almost become like normal people. I guess this clone was fresh, and barely aware of its own existence, but it's still murder. Wolf committed murder. Yeah, but he did it to save my life and Ginny's, Harry protested. Now he understood the look that Commander Nombet had given Wolf. She must have been thinking about all the rules Wolf had had to shatter in order to save his life. He saved our lives. That's got to count for something. I'm sure it will, Montoya replied. But the Order of Illumination can't tolerate this sort of behavior, Potter. If Wolf isn't properly dealt with, other Rangers might get ideas to pull similar stunts. But short of Hermione here, I can't think of anyone who's clever enough to do what he did. I could never do that, Hermione said. I wouldn't know where to begin. I don't know enough about the Order's resources. Exactly. Montoya frowned. But Wolf did know about them, and proved to be willing to shatter all the rules by using these resources, not to mention delving into dark magic and committing murder to advance his own goals. Such behavior cannot be tolerated by the Order. It also makes me doubt his mental stability. I always knew he was a bit of a loose cannon, but I never expected him to do anything of this magnitude. I've traveled through time to change the past too, Harry said, remembering his third year at Hogwarts, and how he managed to give Sirius a few precious years of life by doing so. He had never regretted it. If such behavior can't be tolerated by the Order, then perhaps it was wrong for me to join, Harry muttered bitterly, giving Montoya an icy glare. Because if I'd been in his shoes, given the means and knowledge, I'd have done the same thing. Me too, Ron said. Harry didn't do his earlier time travel alone, Hermione stated, indicating that she stood squarely behind him. Max is a good person, Ginny began. He has saved my life twice now. I can't stand by and let him be punished for something I would have done myself. She looked at Harry. I think we should make it clear to the officers. She slid off Harry's lap and pulled him off the bed. Come on. Don't go. Surprised, Harry turned around. Jasmine was giving him a mournful look as she patted Galatia's hands. Galatea was looking. There was no better word for it, terrified. Max knew that you'd react like this, Jasmine said. He revealed his thoughts to me. He doesn't want you to leave the Order because of him. He saved your life because he knew that by doing so, he'd save Ginny's as well. He believes that the two of you are special, and that you could contribute more to the Order, and help more people than he could have done, had he allowed history to run its course. If you leave the Order, his sacrifice will have been in vain. Harry cursed inwardly. He saw what Jasmine was getting at, but he couldn't just stand by and let Wolf bear this burden alone. Harry, please. I'm not sure if this is true, it's just what Max thought would happen. If you challenge the officers about this, you'll have to leave the order too. It is true enough, Montoya said, but his expression had changed. It was no longer one of disapproval. Now the medical ranger's features also held sympathy. He sacrificed a great deal for this. You should honor it. What brought about the change in your attitude? Harry frowned. I was never your enemy, or Wolf's, Potter. But what Jasmine said changes matters entirely. I thought that Wolf was expecting to get away with this. But as it turns out, he knew the outcome. That means that his actions, while rash, were not selfish and undisciplined, they were noble. Still, he'll have to face the consequences. The things he did, no matter how well intentioned, can't be taken lightly. Harry clenched his fists. It still wasn't fair. If only he could go back in time to warn Wolf of the outcome, maybe it would change Wolf's mind about. Don't do it, Harry. Jasmine sighed. Max anticipated this too. By now, he must have warned the officers to keep an eye on you and keep you away from the other time turners. He made his decision. Why won't you respect it? Harry unfurled his fists. How did Wolf get to know him so well in so little time? It was scary, really. All right, but I'm still going to speak on his behalf. I'll support you, for what it's worth, Montoya said. But you can't expect him to avoid the consequences altogether. Harry nodded gratefully. With a lieutenant backing him, his words would probably carry more weight. As long as we keep him away from those dementors. After they arrived at the commander's office, they were asked to wait until the meeting had ended. That took well over an hour, and Galatea, who had been with them initially, began to feel sick. She'd been looking so bad that Ginny took her to the medical wing to give her a checkup, even though they, like Hermione, suspected that it was simple stress. Galatea had been extremely distraught ever since the possibility of Wolf being sent away to a Dementor-guarded prison was mentioned. She thought that Max would be vulnerable to Dementors because of the many bad memories he had. Ranger Potter, I understand what you're saying. Now I ask you to view this from my perspective, Commander Nombet said, beginning to count on her fingers. He stole and used a number of potions and artifacts for his own use. He stole your blood sample for the creation of the clone. But that isn't the bad part. Do you know how he got the cauldron clone? Harry shook his head, and Hermione frowned, remembering that Harry hadn't mentioned that. No, he didn't tell me. Lei Li knew a dark wizard who could create those clones. If I'm not mistaken, Lei struck a deal with that wizard, considering him a loose end in exchange for any favors that might come up. If the Order had known about that, Nombet shook her head. Max inherited a lot of information upon Lei's death, the kind information that he shouldn't have kept from us. No ranger can be allowed to keep information of this nature to himself. Montoya winced upon the revelation of this new information. Nombet continued, then there's the fact that he could have endangered the Order with his actions. He took many precautions, by disguising himself with Polyjuice Potion and memory charming the dark wizard he dealt with, but he still took enormous risks. We've taken his good intention into account, but let's not forget the road to hell is paved with good intentions. As it is, we've been extremely lenient with him. He'll have to spend 4 months in a lower-level security area of Azkaban prison where he won't be exposed to Dementors quite as much. After serving his sentence, he'll be released to do as he pleases. Of course, it goes without saying that he's been dishonorably discharged, and that he won't be allowed into Concordia after that. That isn't fair, Commander. Harry growled. Mind your tone, Ranger Potter. Nombet frowned. All in all, his transgressions were severe enough to earn him 4 years in a more secure area of Azkaban. I know this is difficult for you to accept, and I'll understand if you don't want to be part of the Order of Illumination anymore because of it. I'd hate to lose you, of course, but there's really nothing I can do to stop you from leaving if you want to go. However, you ought to know that Wolf expressed his desire for you to stay with the Order. I already know, Harry mumbled. Commander, can we at least see him before he goes? Hermione asked, knowing that Galatea could use the time with Max. Of course. He'll be leaving tomorrow morning. You can visit him until then. He's being kept in a private holding cell at the head office of the City Watch. I've informed Chief Garibaldi that he's allowed to have visitors. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss with me? No, Harry said, before spinning on his heel and striding out of the office, trembling with barely restrained frustration. Maybe we can break him out, Ron muttered, as they followed Harry out. Honestly, Ron, Hermione whispered back, even though she too had briefly entertained the same idea. Harry, slow down. Where are you going? To the head office of the City Watch. I'm sure Galatea would like to go too. If anyone's got to be with Max, it's her. Right, I'm sure Ginny would like to come too. They hurried down to the medical wing and looked for Galatea and Ginny. They found them in one of the wards, Galatea sipping a foul-smelling herbal drink. All of it, Ginny said. You need to calm down. Everything will be okay, you'll see. You can't be upset like this, you'll become ill, and that isn't good for the baby. She stopped in mid-sentence as she noticed Hermione, Ron and Harry approaching her. How did it go? Terrible, Harry groaned. I couldn't make a difference. He's still going to Azkaban. But he'll be kept in an area the Dementors patrol less often. How long? Galatea asked with a trembling voice. 4 months, Ron answered gloomily. 4 months, maybe, there is still hope, then. But she didn't look hopeful at all. We can go visit him at the City Watch, Hermione said. Commander Nombet said that you can stay there until he leaves. You really ought to be with Max right now. Galatea downed the last of the foul-smelling drink. I'm ready. The expression on her face really broke Hermione's heart, and for a moment she was really angry with Max. How could he have done this? He had known about the baby. How could he have chosen to go through with it if he'd known what would have happened to him? What's wrong, Hermione? Why are you angry? It's nothing, it's just that, you'll be alone again. But Wolf's going to be out before the baby is born, right? It's not like he's going to die, Ron said, although the confident look on his face faltered as he noticed that Galatea wasn't quite that optimistic. Wolf's really tough, and he's not going to the worst section. Yeah, Harry nodded, but the look on his colorless face, no doubt caused by his own memories of Dementors, didn't do much to lighten the mood. Ginny took his hand with her free one, and gave it a squeeze. Are you okay? Harry took a deep breath. Fine, just a bit tired. Hermione could instantly see that Harry wasn't telling the truth. She'd seen that look far too often before. He felt responsible for what happened. She glanced at Ron, who returned her knowing look. He had seen it too, and was now giving her an inquisitive look. She answered it with a brief shake of her head. Now was not the time to talk to Harry about it. I can't go right now. Someone has to occupy the station, Montoya said. And I don't think would have been my place to visit him, anyway. I'm sorry that I wasn't much help with Commander Nombet. He added. That's okay. Keeping that sort of knowledge from the Order is pretty bad. Harry sighed, looking defeated. Hermione knew how he felt. The entrance hall of the head office of the City Watch was a fairly nice place. There were about a dozen constables in the hall, going in several directions. Half of them were wizards, while the other half consisted of cunning-looking goblins and stout dwarves, who, despite their size, could bring down a wizard. The dwarves and goblins carried what looked like overgrown tuning forks. These could be made to vibrate by hitting them against a hard surface. Then, one had to touch one's intended target with the fork. The vibrations could knock out a giant. But Ginny knew that those devices were hardly ever used, since Concordia was a very peaceful place. If there would ever be any serious trouble, the Rangers would take care of it. Galatea seemed to know her way around, and she purposefully strode over to the desk, behind which a rather large and surly-looking goblin was sitting. Yes, we are here to see Mr. Garibaldi. The goblin sized them up. Now what brings 5 Rangers to our humble office? Mr. Garibaldi is inspecting the sector offices. Is there anything I can do for you? We need to see a prisoner. It had obviously been very hard for Galatea to utter that last word, and Ginny sympathized. Wolf had done a good thing, but he was imprisoned like a criminal. I don't have the authority for this. Walk all the way down the corridor and take a left, take 2 flights of stairs up and walk down that corridor until you reach a rather exquisite Baroque-style door that must have cost a fortune. That's Chief Garibaldi's office, but that's not where you're supposed to be. You should try the office next to it, which should be occupied by one of the deputies. The goblin opened a large book on the desk and scanned the page. Heather Peterson. She can help us? Ginny asked. Yes, she can. The goblin nodded. Oh, and when you see him, tell Dockmore that I expect interest on those 50 galleons he borrowed from me. The whole group turned around and looked at the goblin curiously, and Ginny noticed something about him. He was much taller than most goblins, like Doc. Are you one of his brothers? Ron asked, voicing Ginny's thoughts. Yes, the half-goblin grinned. Couldn't you tell by my devastatingly good looks? Now, as I was saying, I expect interest, 20%. I didn't really want to resort to telling you this, but he's been dodging his debt for far too long. 20%. That's extortion, your own brother. Ron exclaimed. Precept of Procurement 171. Blood is thicker than water, but gold is thicker than both. Ginny knew that term, precept of procurement. It was like a goblin Bible, which stipulated how the goblins lived and did business. It's the way we goblins do things, Mr. Weasley. How do you know who I am? Ron frowned. Red hair, vacant expression, those are your family traits. Of course, I learned that one should never judge a being by appearance. Your brother had me completely fooled in the Dartseach game. The goblin's eyes took on a glimmer of admiration. He would make a good goblin. Ginny had to bite her tongue and hold her hands together behind her back to stop herself from cursing Doc's brother. Vacant expression indeed. She'd show him. Ginny. Harry held out his hand and smirked. Don't pay him any mind. I love your vacant expression. Ginny slapped his hand away, but reached for it again as they continued on their way. So you like dim girls, do you? No wonder she stopped herself just in time. No wonder. What? Ginny felt like ripping out her own tongue. She'd been just about ready to mention Heidi again, and that would have soured the mood for sure. But fortunately, she'd stopped herself. Nothing. Harry's subsequent smile made her legs go to jelly, so it was fortunate that he pulled her close and wrapped his arm around her waist tightly, keeping her on her feet. How could he still affect her like this, after all this time? The rush of heat in her cheeks made her aware of the fierce blush she was wearing. She returned his smile as she ran her thumb across his index finger, which made him blush in turn and squeeze her hand. It was just like that moment in the Gryffindor common room, that winter in her 5th year. Surprisingly, many students had gone home for those holidays despite the Death Eater threat, and Ron and Hermione had supposedly gone down to the kitchens. They'd sat in a wide armchair that was meant for a single occupant but allowed for a cozy two. They'd been talking about Fred, George, Percy, Charlie and Bill, who had already been actively involved in the war at that time. She remembered telling Harry how worried she was about all of them, and Harry had reassured her, telling her that everything would be all right. Then he had reached over and taken her hands in his, supposedly to warm them. But after they were all warm and tingly, he still hadn't let go of them. When she looked at him questioningly, her eyes had met his, and she'd simply drowned in those green eyes. Then Ron and Hermione had burst in with news of Death Eater attacks on several families, both Wizarding and Muggle. Most of the student had come back to Hogwarts the next day. What's wrong? Harry whispered. Nothing's wrong. Just memories. I just remembered the first time we held hands. In the common room, the Christmas holidays in 96. Yeah, Ginny sighed. Harry chuckled softly. You know, I was just about done scraping together the courage to key you when Ron and Hermione came back. Ginny lost control over her jaw muscles, and her mouth fell open as Harry's words filtered into her brain. She closed her mouth with a snap, her face positively on fire now. He had never told her that. Everybody knew that Harry had begun to return her feelings somewhere in her 5th year at Hogwarts, but he had never talked about it, and she'd never asked, assuming that it would be embarrassing for both of them. But now she realized that talking about these memories was maybe exactly what their relationship needed. It certainly made her heart pound faster, and she felt warm and fuzzy inside. And she saw that it was having its effect on Harry as well. He was looking at her the same way he looked at her that night in the common room. They both leaned in and stole a key. The soft, smacking sound their lips made was still loud enough for Ron and Hermione to hear, because both of them, not just Ron, turned around to give disapproving looks. Hermione nodded at Galatea, who was leading the way, reminding Ginny that now was not a good time to be overly affectionate. Poor Galatea was about to lose her boyfriend, and it was her fault. If she hadn't blown things out of proportion and hurt Harry like that, he wouldn't have walked away to be hit by the cruiser and Wolf wouldn't have had to go back in time. It's not your fault, Harry said quietly, looking downcast. It's mine. I should've. Neither of you is to blame, Galatea said sharply. She must have heard everything, but how had she? Then Ginny remembered that heightened senses were another side effect of Partvila pregnancies. Your guilt is saturating the air around me. Stop feeling guilty. I'll absorb your emotions and feel guilty too. Sorry, Ginny said. They followed the half-goblin's directions and ended up where they needed to be. Galatea knocked on the door, and a male voice told them to enter. Galatea pushed the door open and led them in. It was a sparsely decorated office, and a brown-haired man was sitting behind the desk, staring over what looked like a portable mirror terminal. Heather Peterson, Harry asked uncertainly. Do I look like a Heather to you? The young man asked, but the merry expression on his face and twinkle in his blue eyes told Ginny that he wasn't offended. And he looked nothing like a Heather. He stood up, reaching a height of 6'3", give or take half an inch. His uniform seemed too small for him, because the City Watch uniforms were supposed to be loose-fitting, but not too baggy either. His uniform hugged his frame, accentuating the fact that he worked out on a regular basis. He wasn't devastatingly handsome, but easy enough on the eyes. I'm Deputy Chief Nell. What can I do for you? Russell, an agitated female voice spoke. Is there a good reason why you're sitting at my station, using my equipment, or should I just go ahead and snap your hands off at the wrists? The voice belonged to a slender woman, about an inch or so taller than Ginny at about 5'7". Her hair was a shiny chestnut brown, and her violet blue eyes didn't even acknowledge the Rangers as she shoved past them. Touchy, aren't we? Deputy Nell smiled. The woman exhaled, trying to release some pent-up stress. Sorry. It's just these new uniforms. They're very nice, but they got my measurements all wrong. Look at me, I feel like a circus tent. Anytime now, a teeny car filled with clowns is going to come flying out of my butt. My uniform is too small, so you're not alone in your misery, her colleague replied. And you've got visitors, Heather. I noticed, the woman snapped. Now get out. You should be at the southern sector, shouldn't you? All right, I'm going. Deputy Nell shook his head and walked past the Rangers, muttering something about PMS under his breath. I heard that, Peterson called after him, and Nell quickened his pace after flashing her an insolent grin. She took her seat and turned her attention on the Rangers. The chief told me about possible visitors from the Order of Illumination. She leaned back into the high-backed chair, absently toying with a tiny gold stud earring. Mr. Wolf didn't strike me as a troublemaker. Where did he go wrong? He was too noble for his own good, Harry grumbled, squeezing Ginny's hand almost painfully now. Despite what Galatea had said earlier, he felt responsible for Wolf, like she did. Peterson gave Harry an odd look, but let the issue rest. She rose from behind her desk and led the 5 Rangers down into the dungeons, which were largely unoccupied, until they reached a heavy steel door. She pressed her hand into a red rectangle, turning it green. The door opened to a small office. A dwarf constable rose from his stool in greeting. Yes, Deputy Peterson. Disengage the security measures around cell 181. The dwarf nodded and began to punch in a number of stone keys in the wall behind him in a particular order while another heavy steel door swung open to reveal a long and narrow corridor with 6 steel doors facing each other. The door to Wolf's cell opened upon their approach and Peterson gestured that they could enter, keeping a respectful distance herself. If you need anything, just alert the guard in the office. Thank you, Ron said. We'll be fine. Ginny and Harry went in first, and the cell seemed okay to Ginny. At least it wasn't infested with vermin, the thought sent a shiver down her spine. If the stories about Azkaban and similar Dementor-guarded facilities were true, about the rats nibbling at dying prisoners. Wolf rose from the cot he'd been sitting on and walked over to Galatea, who had swept in after Harry and Ginny. He raised his cuffed hands and slipped his arms over Galatea once she'd wrapped her arms around his neck. Tears were beginning to form in his eyes, the sight of which caused Ginny's own eyes to burn, signaling the imminent tears. Wolf, why? Harry uttered, after clearing his throat a few times, but Wolf cut him off. It was my own decision, kid. It's in the past, and nothing you can do can change that, he said, with a warning tone. Everyone in the room knew what he meant by that. He didn't want Harry to try and repeat what he'd done. There's no second party to blame, so butt out. But you finally had a chance to be happy, Ginny said, pausing to swallow the lump in her throat. You knew you were going to be a father. Why did you throw that all away for Harry and me? You could have married Galatea, started a family, Harry added. Wolf shook his head. It was no choice at all, Harry. You and Ginny are two very special people, who could do great things together that would bring happiness to lots of people. And you deserved a chance to be happy together, so I took your place in Destiny's scheme. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself afterwards anyway, and I would have been a bad husband to T, and a bad father to my baby. Despite the gravity of his situation, Wolf still tried to downplay his tremendous sacrifice. Ginny shook her head at that. Besides, he continued, I'm sure you'd have done the same for me. Ginny looked at Harry to gauge his reaction. He didn't seem to share Wolf's faith in him, and after they ended their visit, leaving Galatea behind to allow her time alone with Wolf before he left, Ginny saw that Harry was still brooding over the implications of Wolf's statement. It was the end of the first week of October, and 3 weeks had passed since Wolf had been sent to Azkaban. The fact that Commander Ironheart hadn't come back to try and reverse the decision was highly confusing. According to Hermione, who had seen the transmission, he had been very shocked upon hearing the news, and he had asked Commander Nombet and the other officers to reconsider the matter. Captain Faust, who had been recalled from his honeymoon, had tried to pursue the issue, but to no avail. But Commander Ironheart's absence was still a rather frustrating conundrum. He had departed suddenly, 3 weeks ago, because of an important matter. But what could be so important that it would keep him from trying to help Wolf, his grandson? Intellectually, Harry could understand the reasoning behind Nombet's decision. It had made sense, strictly speaking, which was probably why Commander Ironheart hadn't challenged it, besides the fact that he couldn't show favoritism towards a relative. But despite its logic, Harry still didn't think it was just. If only he had the eloquence to make a compelling case. Thinking about Japan, Gavin Carey took a seat opposite Harry in the mess hall that was nearly empty since the second shift wasn't over yet, which was when many Rangers who worked that shift grabbed a bite to eat before turning in. There were only 3 other occupants. These girls were the newest, last-minute additions to the recruits. One with curly brown hair, Danielle, waved at Harry, and he replied with a friendly nod. Earth to Harry. Thinking about cheating on Ginny with that girl, then? Gavin asked with a smirk. Harry offered an annoyed snort in response. Who are those girls anyway? Why would they be here at this hour? They just finished training, I reckon. They're triplets. The one with the brown curls is Danielle. I drilled her a bit earlier. She's not bad, although her skills could use some sharpening. Yes, Ranger Potter? Danielle asked, averting her green eyes from her sisters and looking at him quizzically. Don't Ranger Potter me. No decorum unless the situation calls for it, okay. Just call me Harry. After she had nodded, he continued, Gavin here wondered who you were, and why you were in here at this time. We could ask you the same thing, another sister remarked. You could just have asked us, you know. We don't bite. All right, then. Gavin grinned, taking up the challenge with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Spill it. Tell me your life stories. It's Ranger tradition. The young woman narrowed her brown eyes and began to twirl her black locks, a nervous habit, Harry guessed. That's not true. Of course it isn't, the small wizard said, rolling his eyes. Don't badger the newcomers, Gavin. Let the girls talk. Thank you, Harry, the black-haired sister said. I'm Rachel Esclove. These are my sisters, Danielle and Sarah. The one with curly brown hair waved again as her name was mentioned. The third sister, also green-eyed, but with straight, red hair, offered a small smile and added, from New York City. You know, I'm a bit disappointed, Ranger Carey. Rumor has it that you're one of the best intel operatives, but I've been here for a whole week, and you didn't even know me, until now. Says who? Gavin asked, stone-faced. Maybe I did ask around and just pretended not to know you, waiting for an introduction on your part instead. Maybe. Sarah frowned. But if that were the case, you'd know why we were in the mess hall at this hour. Good one. You've got me. You seem to be the smartest of the three. Intelligence division, I presume. Sarah nodded, while her two sisters voiced their displeasure at Gavin's remark. I was just teasing. Gavin laughed, then turned his attention back on Sarah. Analyses or field ops? Both. Multi-talented girl, then. The small Welsh wizard said. Welcome to the Order of Illumination. Since Harry here mentioned air, drilling, your sister earlier. Harry lashed out and punched Gavin in the shoulder, sending him off his chair and onto the floor. The way in which Gavin had twisted his words on purpose was incredibly embarrassing to him, and Harry quickly glanced at the girls, who thankfully were taking it well and laughing it off. What did I say? Gavin asked innocently, in a tone that wouldn't fool anyone. I was just saying that I assumed she was a combat ranger because you trained with her earlier. You mean you weren't practicing? You were just screwing around, then. Oh, quit it already. Danielle said in between sniggers. Don't worry, Harry, I can take a joke. Anyway, she steered the conversation back on course. The reason we keep these odd hours, at least, on Saturdays, is because we like to observe Sabbath whenever possible. Correct me if I'm wrong, but strictly speaking, there are 39 things that you're not allowed to do, right? Gavin asked. That's right, Sarah said. That pretty much eliminates a lot of activities before sundown. So you train at night to make up for the you lost on Friday evenings and daytime on Saturdays. Exactly, Rachel said. Of course, we understand that the Order's needs come first if such a situation were to arise. But we were happy to learn that you were willing to accommodate our needs as well. Oh, yeah, the Order is very cool about that, Gavin said before turning to Harry. We should try to get some sleep, you know. We need to do some planning later on. We're going to catch some Z's too, Rachel said. See you guys around. Just as the girls were leaving, Matt Kelly and Ron walked into the mess hall. Hello. I don't believe I've had the pleasure, Matt said, eyeing the girls curiously, and Harry rolled his eyes. The way the tall Australian gazed at the girls suggested that he was mentally undressing them. Not that it was uncommon for him to do so. You didn't, and you won't. Rachel said coolly. Good night. Ron sniggered at Matt's rejection, but the Australian shrugged it off. They'll fall for me eventually. Matt's ego was amusing. Harry knew that he was actually pretty popular with the ladies, but usually the shallow and superficial type. Just the type Matt liked, because he wasn't really after a steady relationship. You know, if you tone down your egotism a few notches, the female rangers might actually start to like you. They've all got a secret crush on me, they just don't know it yet, Matt replied. Were those their natural hair colors, by the way? I thought I saw some different color streaks in their hair. I don't know. You could ask them. Oh, Junior. Matt shook his head sadly. There are much more interesting ways to find out a girl's true hair color, if you know what I mean. He winked. How long has it been since you've used that useless lump on your shoulders, or does the little one call the shots for you? Gavin laughed, and Ron and Harry joined in. Honestly, boys, Gudrun said, as she and Ginny came into the mess hall. Harry glanced at his watch and noticed that the second shift had just ended. Matt Kelly returns to the Citadel, and all civilized conversation among you men stops. Can't you have a conversation that isn't about say? If you give me a chance, you and I can have much more than a conversation. Matt winked. Please. I'm too much woman for you. Gudrun said in a dismissive tone, but her scowl didn't quite reach her eyes and Harry knew she wasn't offended by Matt's indecent proposal. In fact, it was no secret that Matt had been trying to seduce her ever since he'd got to the Citadel. It was always the same old story between those two. On a very basic level, their bickering wasn't unlike Ron and Hermione's in the early months of their relationship, and Harry wondered whether this bickering might actually be a kind of foreplay. But he deemed it unlikely that Matt and Gudrun would ever become a couple, like Ron and Hermione had. They were both too different, and too much alike. Even if there were a spark between them, they wouldn't be able to stand each other for very long. Besides, to Matt, it was more about the chase than the actual capture. Once he had succeeded in seducing a girl, he would then lose interest very quickly. The same went for Gudrun, Harry knew. He'd discovered that little tidbit a week ago, when he'd noticed that Ginny had been wearing a pair of large socks that couldn't possibly be hers. After having sworn to Ginny that he wouldn't tell another soul, she'd told him that she'd borrowed them from Gudrun, and proceeded to tell him about Gudrun's trophy collection of socks. The Icelandic witch had the odd habit of keeping the socks of all the men she'd been with. Even though he'd known about Gudrun's apparent appetite for men, the sheer number of socks had still shocked him, and he'd suddenly found himself agreeing with Ron about whether Gudrun was a suitable role model for Ginny. On the other hand, there was that thing Gudrun had told Hermione about. Gudrun's little sister, the reason behind Gudrun's aversion to attaching herself to men emotionally, and partially, her fondness of Ginny. He and Wolf had been invisible outside Ginny's room when he had heard the exchange. He wondered if Ginny knew about Gudrun's sister. "Been waiting for me, love?" Ginny asked, bringing his attention back towards the present as she sat down on his lap. Actually, that was why he'd been hanging out in the mess hall. He'd known that Ginny and Gudrun would drop by after their shifts had ended. "For an eternity," he said, wincing as he realized that it must have sounded pretty corny. But corny or not, Ginny's face lit up nicely, and Harry was rewarded with a soul-searing key that made him lose awareness of everything except him and Ginny. When they finally broke apart, Matt, Gavin and Gudrun were whistling and catcalling, while Ron's face was contorting into all sorts of shapes as he tried to figure out what expression to wear. Even after all this time, Ron still wasn't used to seeing Harry and Ginny snogging each other senseless, as he called it. Ron didn't have time to say or do anything about it though, because after a delighted squeal, a bushy-haired blur jumped onto his own lap and began to key him savagely. Hermione had worked the second shift too, and she was clearly eager to show Ron how much she'd missed him. Well, not a light show like Harry and Ginny's, but it was still a pretty hot key. Gudrun said, jumping at the unique opportunity to tease both couples. Ron and Ginny blushed like only the Weasleys could, while Hermione turned a nice shade of pink. Harry felt his own face warm up. "Did we glow again?" "Yep." Matt grinned. "You know, since your quarters are right next to mine, you might want to give me a heads you whenever you two decide to get down to the serious stuff. If key.ing makes you glow, imagine what. You're upsetting Ron, Matt." Gudrun grinned, and as Harry looked at Ron, he saw that Ron was definitely uncomfortable with the thought of his baby sister having say. In fact, Harry was a bit apprehensive about the situation as well, even though he didn't have a clue why. He hadn't had these feelings with his earlier romantic entanglements. Heidi and Carrie. Hey, if they start going at it and the ceiling begins to cave in, I need to be prepared. Matt laughed, embarrassing Ginny even more. She looked at Harry and saw his briefly carefree expression cloud over again. The past 3 weeks had been absolutely heavenly, but there had been these awkward moments in which this very expression had crept onto his face. It had always come when the subject matter of their conversations turned to the fact that she wouldn't be his first. It had bothered her at first, but then she realized that Harry truly loved her like he loved no other. And secure in that knowledge, it hadn't bothered her anymore. But maybe something about that was bothering him. She decided to ask him about it at the earliest possible opportunity, because the recent flourishing of their relationship had mainly been thanks to improved communication. It also seemed like she had reached an unspoken understanding with Heidi about Harry. They hadn't talked things through like Harry would have liked her to, but that had to wait for a more appropriate time. The hatchet wasn't buried yet, but at least they weren't at each other's throats anymore. She cast about in her mind for an appropriate topic. "Ron, how was your first field mission?" "Wah." Ron frowned, after reluctantly breaking his key with Hermione. Ginny rolled her eyes. "You know, the reason you went on a 10-day trip, the mission." "Oh, that. It went okay, I guess. No sign of the African mind reader, though. We searched for her as well. Secondary objective. I reckon she's been taken too, like the Japanese one." Ron frowned. "Speaking of Japan, How's that going? Haven't given it as much thought as I should have, Harry said wearily. Ginny instantly knew what the reason behind this was, as did Ron, Hermione, and probably everyone else at the table. You've got a lot on your mind, haven't you? Max, Hermione said quietly, answering the question. I've been thinking. Ron ran a hand through his red hair, which he'd been growing out, much like Bill had done in his younger years. Wolf could have waited for at least Captain Faust to get back. After all, he was entitled to a representative from the combat division. But he didn't, and I can't shake the feeling that he did it on purpose. Ginny gave Ron a quizzical look. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see the logic in Ron's words. Why would he do that? Bear with me. Captain Faust and a whole lot of other people disagreed with Wolf's punishment. By hurrying the process along, Wolf took away the chance for them to mount any significant resistance that could have torn a rift in the Order's ranks. I mean, I wasn't there when you discovered Harry, the speculum demon, I mean. But I did sense the tension it caused. You know, whether or not it was worth bringing him in alive. Wow, that hadn't occurred to me, but it certainly makes sense, Gavin Carey said. In fact, it would be just like him to do something like this. Sacrificing his own well-being for that of the Order. Gudrun sighed. If the Order's command system were to shut down because of internal disagreement, no matter how briefly, lots of innocent people who otherwise would have received our help would suffer in that period. Precisely. Ron nodded. And I bet he did it to prevent this from happening. It's not fair, Harry muttered grimly, and Ginny felt the pressure on her hand increase. This is just like if I would have been expelled for saving Ginny's life and destroying Riddle and his basilisk. At the mention of those words, Ginny remembered her moments with Riddle, those terrible moments, which at the time she had been sure would be her last. But then Harry had come and saved her. The fact that she had never repaid that debt bothered her slightly, and gently stroking his arm reassuringly, she silently vowed to find a way to repay him, somehow. All she could do now was be there for him. I see what you're getting at, Harry. Ron sighed. But it isn't as black and white as that. It isn't as if we've killed Lockhart in exchange for Ginny's life. That is the crux of the matter. The clone. Either way, I think sending him to Azkaban was over the top, Matt Kelly said. Who has been sent to Azkaban? A raspy voice asked. Everyone looked at the entrance. Even the late first ranger would have been a spring chicken compared to this man. His silvery gray hair was styled eccentrically, and his long, flowing gray beard had a few braids woven into it. Despite his age, this man shone with a superhuman vitality that few wizards had. He lit his pipe nonchalantly, and Ginny recognized this gray-clad figure immediately. Aberforth Dumbledore, Harry exclaimed, and lifting Ginny off his lap. Then he rushed over to the old man and engulfed him in a hug. It's so good to see you. What are you doing here? You can't wander the halls of the Citadel by yourself. You're not allowed. Actually, Aberforth used to be a ranger, Harry, and so was Professor Dumbledore, but he resigned after 2 years of service, although the register didn't say why. Goodness, didn't you know? Hermione asked exasperatedly. Anyway, having been a ranger, he's allowed to roam the Citadel freely, after having been properly screened, of course. Harry looked at the ancient wizard, and then back at Hermione. How did you find out? How long have you known? I didn't have anything better to do on a rainy afternoon last month, and I decided to look through the old archives to see if any names of the previous rangers rang any bells. I was going to tell you, but it slipped my mind. Hermione shrugged. Ginny didn't blame her. They had been much too preoccupied with other issues, and she could completely understand how Hermione had forgotten to mention this. Professor Dumbledore and Aberforth, both former rangers, who would have thought it possible? She cleared her throat. Mr. Dumbledore, what brings you here? Mr. Dumbledore, please, you're making me feel old. I've still got a good 15 years left in me, thank you very much. Aberforth laughed heartily. But his face took on a much more serious expression after his laughter had died down. I'm here to visit Anita's grave, the Ranger Prime. He clarified, reacting to their vacant expressions upon mentioning the late Ranger Prime by her first name. I remember her very first day at the Citadel, a very frail and unsure thing, she was. Who would have thought that she'd become the Ranger Prime? he muttered, seemingly as an afterthought, and shook his head. That's the downside to draconian blood, I guess. You survive all your friends. Gavin gasped. So it's true. Professor Dumbledore had draconian blood. Ginny held her breath in astonishment. She had learned about this in her 7th year at Hogwarts, after Binns had touched on the subject but refused to go deeper into such vague myths. So she had read up on the subject of her own accord. There was a myth about a great magical society that had existed in ancient times, and had ceased to exist quite a long time ago as well. A society that had consisted of wizards, immortal magical beings, and their half-caste offspring, which retained some of their immortal parents' traits. According to legend, they lived in a huge city in the clouds, like the Vila Palace in Concordia, but much larger. At some point in that city's estimated 3,000-year history, the beings chose to leave for parts unknown, leaving behind the half-castes. As their blood thinned, they lost more and more of the specific magic of their ancestors and were unable to keep the city aloft. Allegedly, it crashed into the Atlantic Ocean after its inhabitants had deserted it. The name, Draconian, came from the story that the city had a guardian. Magical myth experts still couldn't agree on whether that guardian was a mascot or something of a patron deity. But it was clear, from Minoan and Egyptian texts, that it was called the celestial serpent or divine dragon. Much later, in translations to Latin, in which serpent and dragon had the same name, these supposed descendants of that ancient magical civilization were named Draconians, for the sake of simplicity. And these people supposedly had extremely long lifespans. She gave Aberforth a once-over. If her memory served her correctly, he was between 140 and 150 years old, way beyond the average wizarding lifespan of 121. She had always wondered why the Dumbledores had been so old. Now she had her answer. Wicked. Matt Kelly grinned. A real draconian. Ginny smiled down at Harry, who looked baffled and shook his head. You're just full of surprises, aren't you? Come to think of it, it explains quite a bit. A look of disappointment crossed over his face. I reckon you won't be staying very long, then. Well, it just so happens that I have other business here as well, Aberforth said, as he magicked another seat to the table. Some dunderhead broke the mirror of her eyes, and I've been called over to restore it. Not noticing Ginny's blush and the amused glances cast in her direction, the old wizard continued, it'll take a lot of time and a lot of complicated spells to do it, though, and I'm one of the last wizards who knows how to do it. I reckon it'll be a good idea to have a younger wizard or witch assist me, so I can pass on the knowledge. I'll ask if I can do it. Ginny said quickly, eager for a chance to personally fix the damage she'd done. That would be wonderful, Aberforth said. And who knows, I may just stick around and return to service. I don't really have anything better to do right now, and it'll be a nice opportunity to see what all the artificers who came after me have accomplished. It beats spending time with all those nitwits who don't believe my insanity was an act. Ginny nodded sympathetically. For a long time, it had been rumored that Aberforth Dumbledore was an illiterate idiot, but in the end it had turned out that this had been deliberate deception from the Dumbledore brothers. Aberforth had merely been one of his brother's aces in the hole. Unfortunately, there were a lot of dense wizards who had failed to realize the truth, that Aberforth was nearly as great a wizard as his brother had been. Aberforth took a long drag from his pipe and blew a little smoke out of his mouth, forming a ring. Then Aberforth released the rest of the smoke, which took the shape of an old sailing ship that surged through the smoke ring. He chuckled at the odd expressions around him and smiled at Ginny. This is your brother's newest invention, the shaping smoker. You can buy a charmed pipe at Zonko's and any other shop of the chain, or you can pay an extra fee for which your own pipe will be modified with the appropriate charms. All you have to do is picture the shape you want in your mind's eye as you inhale. Blimey, where does that brother of ours come up with this stuff? Ron laughed. I'm not sure this product is suitable. Hermione frowned. It encourages children to smoke. Don't worry. He's thought of that, Aberforth assured Hermione with an amused grin. Decided to apply the same measures Albus did, to keep young ones from putting their names in the goblet of fire. All the products that are meant for grown-ups are kept in a part of the shop that's protected by an age line, and the smokes are kept way in the back. Ron and Harry laughed, while Hermione explained to the others how Fred and George had tried to cross a magical age line with the help of an aging potion, and how they'd grown funny beards as a result. They soon joined the laughter. Sounds like just the thing George would do, Gavin guffawed. I often caught him and Fred sneaking around quite a bit in their first year, and Filch did too. But I never caught them after that. Those boys probably learned from their mistakes quickly and they must have found a way to evade us. Ginny smiled, remembering that Gavin had been prefect in Fred and George's first year, and head boy in their second. In the Christmas holiday of the twins' first year, she remembered their complaints about the really sharp prefect that kept catching them, while Percy droned on about trying to earn as many OWLs as Gavin had. Later on, Fred and George had probably managed to outsmart Gavin because they must have found the legendary Marauders map by then. She looked down at Harry and found him looking back at her, grinning mischievously. Yeah, Fred and George were very resourceful when it came to mischief, Ron said, as he and Hermione exchanged knowing looks with Harry and Ginny. Too bad Fred isn't alive to witness the success of his ideas, Harry said with a constricted-sounding voice, his face clouding over once more. He had more trouble dealing with the deaths of Fred and her father than she and Ron had. She still felt the occasional pang of grief, but the look in Harry's eyes told her that he still held himself responsible. He had confided to her in her 5th year how he felt that all those deaths after Voldemort's resurrection were his fault. Ginny knew that personally ending Voldemort's reign of terror had done nothing to put those feelings to rest, and now she found herself wishing more than ever that she hadn't abandoned Harry when he'd needed her the most. He wouldn't have wanted you to dwell on this, you know. She whispered. I can't help it. Harry sighed. Ginny wrapped her arms around him and drew him close, ing the crown of his head. She'd help him through this. Peculiar tobacco, Gudrun said, after sniffing the air. Longbottom leaf, Aberforth answered. It's a regular pipe weed hybridized with Miraculum weed. It's not very common on the market yet, but I know the young wizard who was part of the joint venture of herbologists who purchased a sample of the weed for research. Longbottom leaf, Neville, Ginny asked. Aberforth nodded and blew another shape in the sky. The weed isn't harmful to the lungs. In fact, it cures bronchitis, among other things. It's a bit addictive, however, and too much will cause hair to grow on your tongue. Can I have a drag? Gudrun asked eagerly. Aberforth smiled and passed the pipe. So, who's been sent to Azkaban? I heard you talking about someone having been sent to Azkaban. Oh, I'm sorry if I said anything wrong. He added, as his words were met with a painful silence. Then, Ron, occasionally aided by Hermione, began to explain exactly what had happened with Harry and Ginny, how Wolf had fixed it and what price he'd had to pay. Aberforth's ancient features were lined with worry after he was finished hearing the story. Do any of you know where the commander is now? He asked abruptly. Asleep in her quarters, I guess, Hermione ventured. Why? Because sending him to Azkaban was the worst decision she could have made. He exploded. Aren't the Rangers taught anything about Dementors anymore? They're not the mindless soul-beeping fiends many people make them out to be. Not only are they capable of rational thought, they are extremely intelligent, and once they've met a certain individual, they never forget his essence. Like bloodhounds that never forget a scent. What Barty Crouch said about how his father had smuggled him out of Azkaban, how the Dementors couldn't tell the difference between an dying person and another dying person was nonsense. He believed it himself, obviously. Maybe that's what his father told him. But it wasn't true. I reckon Crouch Sr. struck some sort of deal with them. Albus suspected it too, but since Crouch Sr. was already dead at that moment, it was a moot point. Ginny's mouth fell open in shock. Of course. Why hadn't she thought of this before? It had to be how Dementors tracked down escaped convicts. The fact that he could change into an animal, a being less distinctive and complex, had enabled Sirius to throw the Dementors off. I've followed Max Wolf's life ever since he was taken in by Laylee. From the moment Albus and I saw him, we could feel that he had the potential to become one of the greatest wizards of the age. We fully anticipated that he'd become a ranger, like so many of his ancestors. My point is, I know how many Dementors he destroyed in the war, and I know that some Dementors managed to get away. If one of those Dementors resides in Azkaban and passes by Max's cell. That's not possible. They wouldn't. Ron squeaked, looking so pale that his freckles stood out vividly against his skin. They know that we'd bombard Azkaban with Patronus bombs if they dared to do that. Oh, God, Hermione cried. Ron, Aberforth is right. They'd beep out his soul, not even caring about retaliation from us. It is said that Dementors don't view existence as we do, and that they don't fear their own destruction. But why wouldn't we stamp him out if they killed Wolf? Harry asked with a shaky voice. We can't destroy any of the remaining Dementors, because that wouldn't leave enough of them to guard the prison. And while they're not pretty, they're considered necessary. The International Confederation of Wizards provides a large and indispensable part of outfunding, and if we were to destroy the Dementors, they wouldn't be very happy about that. They would pull our funding. That would be the end of the order. Accurate assessment, Hermione, Aberforth said. We have to go fetch him from Azkaban, then. Harry said urgently. Absolutely. We can only hope that we're not too late. Aberforth banged on the door of Commander Nomvete's quarters, prompting the appearance of a very disgruntled-looking witch in a nightdress. What's the emergency? Who are you? She asked, eyeing Aberforth curiously. Aberforth Dumbledore, the ancient wizard replied tersely. Are you aware that it's very likely that you sent one of your rangers to his death? No. Well, let me enlighten you. Aberforth said, shoving her out of the way as he strode into her room. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Matt, who had chosen to follow Aberforth to Nomvete's quarters, and cautiously entered the room too. Ginny and Gudrun had returned to the maintenance bay to prep an available cruiser for imminent departure, with or without the commander's consent, while Hermione and Gavin had gone to the townhouse to carefully break the news to Galatea. Glancing around the room, Harry noticed the odd decoration of the room. The words, old spinster, jumped to his mind. He knew she had never married, and according to the gossip exchanged by the female rangers, it was because she'd vowed never to marry after the man she'd wanted married another. That man was never mentioned by name, but everyone knew that Commander Nomvet carried a torch for Commander Ironheart. Not surprising, really, since his dazzling smile had even caused Ginny to swoon once. What do you mean, and you can't just barge? Shut up and listen. I used to hold your rank and I retired when you were still wiping the snot off your nose. I've forgotten more than you have learned so far. The order has evolved in your absence, sir, Nomvet said irritably. Evolved? Aberforth muttered sarcastically. Is that what you call it? These young ones have told me why you sent Maximilian Wolf to Azkaban. As you must have assumed by now, I disagree. And I'll tell you why. He raised his finger to forestall any reply. First, allow me to check if the virtues in the Ranger Code have changed in my absence. Prowess. To seek excellence in all endeavors expected of a ranger, martial and otherwise, seeking strength to be used in the service of justice, rather than in personal aggrandizement. Aberforth took a calming breath. I've followed Maximilian throughout his life, and he's perhaps the most dedicated ranger I've ever seen, always driving himself to become better and stronger. Partially, this was due to his sense of ego, but as we both know, his main reason was to increase his ability to defend those he cared about. But he was punished for it. Courage. Being a ranger often means choosing the more difficult path, the personally expensive one. Be prepared to make personal sacrifices in service of the precepts and people you value. Maximilian did exactly that. He had everything to lose. A loving woman with a baby on the way, the only real happiness he's ever known. He gave it up, and he was punished for it. Defense. The ideal ranger was sworn by oath to defend those who depended upon him. He defended Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley from death. Why? That brings me to my next point. Loyalty. Be known for unwavering commitment to the people and ideals you choose to live by. There are many places where compromise is expected, loyalty is not amongst them. But he was punished for it. Nobility. Seek great stature of character by holding to the virtues and duties of a ranger, realizing though the ideals cannot be reached, the quality of striving towards them ennobles the spirit, growing the character from dust toward the heavens. Nobility also has the tendency to influence others, offering a compelling example of what can be done in the service of rightness. Max represented this particular virtue like no other, save maybe Harry, here. Yet you, Commander, interpreted his nobility as anarchism and egotism. You chose to make a bad example of Max to prevent others from following his example. Faith. A ranger must have faith in his beliefs, for faith roots him and gives hope against the despair that human failings create. He had faith in you, Commander, and faith in the order, for he didn't run after breaking the rules. He remained to face up to his deeds. But he was punished for it. Aberforth hissed between clenched teeth, accentuating every word of that last sentence. And lastly, justice. Seek always the path of right, unencumbered by bias or personal interest. Recognize that the sword of justice can be a terrible thing, so it must be tempered by humanity and mercy. You didn't uphold justice, Commander. You merely enforced the rules and interpreted the code in a very questionable way. I understand your concern about other young rangers trying to emulate Maximilian's behavior and rationalizing that they too would do it for a good cause while it wouldn't be the case. But punishing him for it was wrong. It was unjust. I also know about Lei Li's diary and some of the information it contained. Unlike you, I can't hold it against him that he chose not to reveal the information, after Lei had asked him not to. He was merely showing loyalty to his mentor. Loyalty to the order comes first, Nombet argued. Not if the order is hopelessly lost, as it seems to be. Aberforth bellowed, and everybody in the room flinched. But the clone, she sputtered, was less than cattle, less than even some plants. It had no sentience whatsoever. You said he shouldn't have killed it to save 2 lives, but cattle are slaughtered and plants cut down or uprooted daily to keep people alive. But I haven't even mentioned your worst mistake yet, Commander. The greatest mistake was sending Maximilian to Azkaban. You see, Dementors have very keen memories when it comes to the essences of those they've been in contact with. He's destroyed countless Dementors. If even one of those who got away is in Azkaban, there is a chance that Max would have been recognized by now, and we both know what that means. I take it that you do agree with me about on the issue that his actions, which in my humble opinion weren't even transgressions, did not merit a death sentence. Commander Nombet got a horrified look on her face, as the enormity of her blunder became apparent. Is that true? About the memory for essences? Unfortunately, yes, Aberforth said gravely. Now then, I assume you have no objection if we borrow one of the ships to fetch Max. Or his remains. Not even waiting for an answer, Aberforth whipped around and swept out of the office, beckoning for Harry and the others to follow him. Mummy, you told me that Uncle Max went away on the mission. Why did you lie to me, Mummy? Why did Uncle Max go to prison? Has he been bad? The scene before her was simply heartrending. Apparently Ron had surreptitiously activated the broadcaster next to the door in Commander Nombet's quarters, enabling the whole Citadel to listen in on Aberforth's lecture. Charlie had heard their conversation too, and Jasmine was at a loss for explanations. No, sweetie, Max didn't do anything wrong. Then why did he have to go to prison? Why indeed? Ginny thought bitterly, her eyes tearing up. Max could be dead. She glanced over to Galatea, who was looking more frightened than ever. Ginny didn't even want to think about the consequences for Galatea. There was a good chance that she'd simply waste away with grief, and she knew she was going to have to be by Galatea's side day and night if the Dementors had done their worst. Grown-ups do dumb things sometimes, Ginny said. Sending Wolf to prison was a dumb mistake. So he didn't do anything wrong. No. And he's coming back now? Charlie asked, his little face lighting up with hope. Yes, Ginny said softly. Of course, the question was whether or not he was still alive. Ron, Harry, Aberforth, Matt, Gavin and Gudrun had left for Azkaban immediately, and since it was going to be a return trip done in Portkey mode, they wouldn't be in insecurity much longer. They just had to get off and find Max and could be coming back at any time. Ginny ran her finger over a wrist portkey. She'd use it to go to the maintenance bay the moment the cruiser returned. Even though she dreaded one of the possibilities, she had to know as soon as possible. The broadcaster surged to life. The Zephyrus is back. Ginny immediately activated her portkey and was transported to her destination in a heartbeat. In the bay, she was briefly disoriented, and wildly looked around. She noticed the cruiser was right on top of her, and she instinctively dropped flat on her stomach. The cruiser, however, was still a good 10 feet in the air, so she hadn't been in any real danger. She frowned and checked the markings on the floor. She was still within the safe zone of the bay, a zone that lay outside the hover path of the cruisers. It had to be someone other than Gudrun at the helm, because Gudrun was an excellent cruiser pilot and she wouldn't have glided out of bounds. Ginny silently cursed the inept pilot, probably Matt Kelly, as the cruiser backed up and landed in its designated spot. She scrambled to the rear of the cruiser to wait for the loading ramp to come down, which seemed to take an eternity. Then finally, it slowly descended, revealing several figures standing in the shadows. Harry, clearly the shortest figure, stepped out of the shadows and into the light of the maintenance bay. To Ginny, his green eyes looked like closed shutters that couldn't quite trap all the light of pain behind them. She knew then that Max Wolf was dead. The body had still been warm when Ron and Matt brought it to the cruiser. They had been mere moments too late. If only Harry had known, he'd never have allowed them to send Wolf to Azkaban. If only, but he hadn't. We commend the soul of our brother departed, and we commit his body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, the priestess droned on, although nobody seemed to be listening. Galatia's beautiful deep blue eyes lacked that enchanting spark they usually held. The dark crescents under them hinted at her sleepless nights. Gudrun, who had dyed her hair black in mourning, and Heidi held onto Galatia tightly, since she swayed on her feet unsteadily at times. Along with Ginny, Hermione, and Lilia, they had made sure that Galatia had never been alone for the past 3 days, during which she'd cried ceaselessly. A tearful Jasmine and Charlie stood closer to Ron, Hermione, and Wolf's relatives. Long and May, Wolf's great-aunt and uncle, Tempest Louvel, his paternal grandmother, Elena Ironheart, the commander's youngest daughter, who had been the only one to accept Wolf wholeheartedly, and her 9-year-old son Nikolai, Wolf's first cousin. Commander Ironheart still hadn't returned from the mysterious mission he'd been sent on, and Harry wondered what on earth could be important enough to make him miss his own grandson's funeral. About a dozen or so rangers were also there. Captain Faust and his wife, who for the sake of simplicity was still called Lieutenant Cliff. The Kelly brothers, Helga, Lilia, Gavin, and a handful of older rangers Harry didn't know very well. He guessed that Khan and Mordecai would have been there too if they hadn't been assigned to watch Commander Ironheart's back. Lastly, Aberforth was standing at a slight distance from the other guests, regarding them from under the brim of his floppy gray wizarding hat that obscured his eyes. He was leaning on heavily on his staff. Harry stroked Ginny's hair softly and lowered his face to her head, seeking comfort with her soothing and familiar scent. The reason they were standing there, he knew, was owing to Wolf's sacrifice. If Wolf hadn't made that sacrifice, they'd both be dead and he'd be alive. Despite all the things he'd been told over the past few days, every time that thought crossed his mind, he only felt worse. Most of the rangers left shortly after the ritual's end. Gudrun and Heidi guided Galatia away from the grave after she'd placed an object on the headstone. It glinted in the weak sunlight and Harry recognized the tear-shaped pendant. Wolf had given it to Galatia after they had finally admitted their feelings to each other. Jasmine stepped forward and removed her necklace as well, placing it beside its twin. Harry guessed she didn't want to wear it anymore, now that her twin was dead. Potter. Yes, Captain, Harry replied, doubting that anything Faust could say would make him feel better. I was wondering if you, Ms. Granger and Mr. Weasley could come to my house at about 8, and you too, Ms. Weasley, Faust added, looking at Ginny. What for? Harry asked. It's a bit complicated. Well, I'd like to, but I really can't. The new recruits need training. I know, and I've already found you a substitute. 8. Faust nodded. All right, then, Harry agreed. What was that all about? Ginny asked, after the officers had left. I thought you might know, because I really haven't got a clue. Wolf's relatives were leaving too, and Ron and Hermione, also getting ready to leave, looked at him. Ginny, why don't you go with Ron? I have to say goodbye to Wolf. Will you be all right? Ginny asked, concerned. Yeah, Harry said quickly, although it depended on what she meant. If she wondered whether he'd lose his composure, he wouldn't. But whether he'd ever forgive himself was another matter. Ginny clearly didn't believe him, but she yielded to his wishes and joined Ron and Hermione. Then he stepped closer to the grave and tried to sort out his thoughts. You have to let go, Aberforth, who had been ever present in his peripheral vision, said. How can I? Harry sighed. I can't work out why he did it, why he threw everything away like that, why he had to die like that, for nothing. He didn't die for nothing. He died for you and Ginny. But why throw his life away? Harry said quietly, quickly wiping away a tear that had managed to escape. He couldn't be seen crying like that. Wolf wouldn't have. You think he threw his life away? That his death didn't have meaning? Aberforth asked. He died among the scum of the wizarding world, believing that he was a disgrace. He didn't even have the opportunity to die whilst making a difference, to die in the line of duty, like a ranger. Aberforth said nothing for a good 5 minutes, and Harry looked up to check if he was still there. Then he finally spoke. If someone told you to climb a mountain and bring him a flower from the highest point and you would die after completing your task, would that be meaningless? Of course, it's trivial, Harry said. What would be the point of doing such a thing, after all? And if there were thousands of people waiting at the base of the mountain for whom that one flower was a symbol of their freedom and they would follow that symbol in a struggle that would liberate a million souls? Would that have a meaning? You're not going to tell me I'm special, are you? Harry groaned, seeing where Aberforth was going. I'm nothing special. Before he was shipped off to Azkaban, Wolf told me that he thought I would have done the same for him if the situation had been reversed. But he was wrong. Harry didn't think he would have been able to give up his newfound happiness with Ginny, like Wolf had done with Galatea and his unborn child. Wouldn't you? Aberforth laughed softly, as if Harry were some schoolboy who didn't know himself. It was a peculiarly disconcerting sound. Then why did you risk your life to go back for him in India? At the time I thought I had nothing to lose because my loved ones hated me. I thought I had no future. I don't think I can ever live up to Wolf's expectations of me. I'm simply not that good a man. Aren't you? Then why did you oppose Voldemort while you were still 11 years old? I was too stupid to realize how much danger I was in, Harry replied tersely. You could have joined him. Knowing Voldemort, I'm sure he offered you a chance to join him. But you didn't. Yeah, well you thought he was lying because he didn't strike you as the kind of chap who'd like to share his power. Aberforth smiled. You opposed him simply out of rage, because he'd killed your parents. No, you went to face him regardless of your own safety because you knew it was the right thing to do. I didn't have any choice. I had to fight him. He came after me first. There is always a choice, Harry. And you made the right one at the tender age of 11. You hate yourself right now. I understand why. But you really shouldn't, Harry. You're a good man, and you and Ginny deserve the gift Wolf gave you. Harry shook his head. Wolf hadn't deserved his fate. That still doesn't take away the fact that Wolf died believing that he disgraced himself. He didn't. Aberforth said with conviction. It is painfully obvious that some of the Rangers have strayed from the true path, but Max wasn't one of them. Being Rangers doesn't mean worrying about what others will think about us. It doesn't mean deciding what to do based upon whether or not it serves our sense of ego or destiny. It means living each moment as if it were your last one. It means doing each right thing because it is the right thing. The scale doesn't matter. The where, the when, the how, or in what cause, none of those things matter. You said he shouldn't have died because of you. You think his death was meaningless because you, nothing special. But you're wrong. You see, we create the meaning in our lives. It does not exist independently. In my life, I've discovered very few truths. Here is the greatest truth I know. Your death, Harry, will have a meaning if it comes while you're in fullest pursuit of your heart. As Harry mulled over those words, he realized that Aberforth was right. Wolf had believed in him wholeheartedly. But there was still a question that nagged at the back of his mind. Do you think he knew there was a chance that he wouldn't survive? I'm sure he had his fears. But as Rangers, we choose to do that which frightens us, knowing that there are no guarantees. He knew he was making a huge gamble. You couldn't have helped him. He shouldn't have stood alone. At the end, Harry, we all stand alone. Aberforth's eyes nearly burst out of their sockets as they swept over the tombstone. By my father's crooked nose, are those what I think they are? He walked around the grave. Good Lord, how did those girls get these? He asked as he held up the two pendants. Oh, One of them used to belong to Wolf, but he gave it to Galatea. And the other belonged to his twin sister. And they didn't know how special these are. Of course they didn't, otherwise they wouldn't have discarded them, he muttered to himself as he pocketed them. I always wondered what Albus did with these. Must have given them to. Yes, of course. Hey, you can't just take those. Harry frowned. I know they're not mine to take, but if you knew what these could do, you wouldn't leave them here either. What are they, then? Draconian pendants. These have been in my family for centuries. Albus inherited them, being the eldest. I guess he passed them on to his daughter. Professor Dumbledore had children, Harry exclaimed. He'd simply never stopped to consider the possibility. Don't look so surprised. Aberforth chuckled. Yes, he had one daughter, Stella, her name was. She was the spitting image of her mum, Bianca, a Muggle Roma woman. He met her in Romania and left the order for her, because she wasn't allowed to enter Nomad Island, being a Muggle and all. I never knew he was married. He didn't exactly spread the word, because our parents weren't happy with his choice. Because she was a Muggle. And a gypsy, and older than he was, 33. You see, because of our lifespan we weren't really in a hurry, and our father wanted us to gain some life experience before settling down. Albus was only 25. Aberforth sighed. Then there's fact that she caused him leave the Order of Illumination, that didn't endear her to them either. She was also a bit of a color woman, but she had a heart of gold, and she really did love Albus. She died a long time ago. She lived to old age for a Muggle, especially in those days. She died in 1913. But Professor Dumbledore didn't live with her very long, did he? Harry frowned. There weren't any records that indicated that he'd ever been married, so the only explanation was a breakup, possibly earlier in life. You're right. They split up in 1872, after 7 years together. Their daughter was 2, at the time. She really tried to stay with Albus, but she was a drifter at heart, and he loved her too much to keep her with him even though she yearned to travel. They kept seeing each other about a dozen times a year though, so Albus go to see his daughter once in a while. Did she go to Hogwarts? Harry asked, already guessing that this likely wasn't the case due to the absence of records on Stella Dumbledore. No, she didn't. You see, even at a very young age Stella could see things before they happened. She's a diamond seer. Harry raised his eyebrows. The sight, or the ability to tap into plane, which allowed a wizard to get glimpses of what might yet be, was relatively common among wizards. Roughly 1 in 20 wizards had it, mostly witches, because they seemed more sensitive to the occurrences on the mystical plane. Most of these were like Lavender Brown and Sybil Trelawney, who were classified glass seers. Next, and a great deal rarer, were the emerald seers. They had more accurate and more frequent premonitions than the glass seers. Lieutenant Cliff was one of the emerald seers. But the diamond seers were truly rare, and often only 1 or 2 existed at a time. The Oracle of Ogygia was the only one Harry knew of. He'd met her in his 6th year. When she came she'd come to visit Professor Dumbledore to tell him about a vision that ended up saving a lot of lives. He'd had tea with her and Professor Dumbledore, and in a very pleasant conversation she had explained to him that Ogygia Academy for Clairvoyance, located on the unplottable island Ogygia in the Ionian Sea, specialized in anything that had to do with divination. They were also better equipped than most other schools to teach students with other extrasensory gifts. The title, Oracle of Ogygia, was always given to the headmistress. Like the Oracle of Ogygia. She is the Oracle of Ogygia, Harry. Aberforth smiled. As I was saying, Albus recognized her potential and sent her to Ogygia, because they had a much better curriculum for pupils like her. Harry smiled. He should have known. One thing he had noticed when he'd seen her, was that her nose was just like Professor Dumbledore's. So she taught there after finishing her education. Not immediately. No. She traveled around, plied her trade, doing readings for wealthy wizards who were too foolish to leave the future alone. She loved to be on the move, just like her mother. She met her husband when a good while later, just after her mother died. They had a lot in common. Among other things, they were both much older than they appeared. Yes. Aberforth nodded, leaning heavily on his staff. He had draconian blood too, through his mother's lineage. Maximilian Van Kettle, he called himself. His surname was his mother's, because he didn't want to be associated with his father, a dark wizard who was quickly gaining power. A dark wizard named Grindelwald. Aberforth paused and gazed at Wolf's tombstone. Maximilian Donovan Wolf. December 22, 1976 to October 6, 2001. Maximilian. It was a Latin name by origin, often used by Germans. The name, Van Kettle, sounded very familiar as well. He looked up at Aberforth, who was now staring at him intently, almost as if he were trying to tell Harry something. Then Harry's mind made the connection. Rudolf van Kettle was Wolf's grandfather's name. Maximilian van Kettle, Maximilian Wolf. It wasn't a coincidence. Wolf had been Dumbledore's great-great-grandson, and Grindelwald's as well. So that's why Aberforth and Professor Dumbledore had been so interested in Wolf's life. He was related to you. Aberforth shrugged. Most purebloods have some common ancestors. I've always been interested in tracing bloodlines. It's a hobby of mine. Imagine my surprise when I found out I was related to Rita Skeeter, he chuckled. Ah well, you know what they say. You can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your relatives. But I digress. Ahem, now as I was saying, most purebloods in a certain region share common ancestors. Maximilian was related to you as well, Harry, albeit very distant, to the 12th degree, I think. The old wizard turned to leave. Why, if you go back far enough, you'd probably find a common ancestor with the Weasleys. Still stunned by the revelation, Harry had to force his legs to move to follow Aberforth. Did you know that Maximilian van Kettle was Grindelwald's son? He never kept it from Albus. He was a really good man. He opposed his own father fiercely while Albus passively looked on. That was my brother's main character flaw, he was too passive. He only decided to face Grindelwald after he'd killed his son and threatened to kill Stella as well. It took a threat to his immediate family to spur Albus into action. Aberforth frowned. He also did it to prevent Rudolph from trying to avenge his father. He was already a promising and powerful young ranger at the time, just like his grandfather and grandson had been. Aberforth jammed his staff in the soft ground. But I don't think he could have taken Grindelwald, yet. You know, Laylee and Donovan Ironheart told me that he would have beaten Scaras, had it not been for his son-in-law getting in the way. He was that powerful by then. Anyway, with a little help from me and the Rangers, Albus put an end to Grindelwald. He killed Grindelwald. Aberforth shrugged. I'm not sure how to answer that. The confrontation brought about Grindelwald's end, yes. But it was a complicated spell of Grindelwald's own making that consumed him. Harry slowly shook his head as he attempted to digest all the information. Wow. No wonder Wolf was so powerful. With ancestors like his. Ancestry isn't everything, as you know, Aberforth pointed out. My research showed that the chances of squib offspring increase as the blood gets purer. In fact, wizards with a good bit of muggle blood tend to be the most powerful ones. The old wizard glanced at his timepiece. Oh, I'm running late. I've got a meeting with Commander Nombet. I've got to persuade her not to resign. Harry's lip curled into a sneer. Why would you want to do that? She's a brilliant manager, Harry. But not so great a leader, I'm afraid. It seems like Ironheart was the one who took charge in times of crisis. I think he would have handled things differently if he'd actually been here. But he was preoccupied with his mission. Harry wondered if Aberforth wasn't telling him something. Do you know what the mission's about? I don't know the details, just that a being that was supposed to have vanished a long time ago has been sighted on several occasions. Ironheart was needed to verify whether or not the testimonies were true, and to draw images from memories whenever possible. Harry decided to ask Captain Faust about it later. Well, I hope you know what you're doing with Nombet. I can't say I would be terribly disappointed if she chose to go. Her resignation would do the order no good. Wouldn't it? Everybody is reluctant to follow her orders, especially after they heard you set her straight. Aberforth frowned darkly. Yes, I need to have a chat with Ronald about that. That was a foolish thing to do. It should have been solved behind closed doors. I know he was frustrated at the time, but undermining the authority of one's superior officers out of frustration is not a good thing. We were lucky that almost everybody agreed with my point of view in the matter. If they hadn't, things could have become nasty. Harry had to admit to the truth in Aberforth's words. I suppose you're right. It wouldn't be fair and just to blame Wolf's death on Nombed alone. Both being officers, Captain Faust and Lieutenant Cliff could afford a nice house on the 5th level. Captain Faust had been waiting for them on a bench in front of the house, wearing a Rastafarian hat that looked ridiculous on him. He smiled under his mustache. Welcome. You happen to be the first visitors to our home. I wish the circumstances were a bit different. Please, come in. Much to her own surprise, Hermione found that the odd combination of German and Jamaican decorations didn't clash. The only clashing thing in the house was Captain Faust wearing that hat. Hermione shot a glance at Ginny and saw that she had trouble keeping a straight face. Faust waved his wand and muttered an incantation. A purple light flashed through the room and Hermione shielded her eyes while she waited for the glare to subside. She knew it was a kind of protective ward, although she didn't know which one. Well, that ought to keep our secrets our own, Faust said. What was that? Ron asked. If an officer chooses to live outside the Citadel, his home has to have several powerful wards on it, particularly wards that keep out spies. How does it work? I only know its effect, and how to activate and deactivate it. It's very complicated, requiring several enchantments to complete. You'll have to ask one of the curse breakers if you want to know the details. So we're completely secure. As secure as Dockmore and Wurtelgroff can make us. Ron nodded. So it would be okay to ask you why Commander Ironheart didn't turn up for Wolf's funeral. Hermione saw that Faust had a tough time deciding whether or not tell them about it, for he obviously knew. Okay, but you can't discuss it outside the Citadel, he said as he plopped down in a large easy chair and gestured them to have a seat. Hermione, Harry and Ginny sat down on a sofa that could seat 3, while Ron took another high-backed easy chair. You know the legend of the Draconians, right? Hermione nodded, as did the others. Commander Ironheart set out on his mission after a Libyan witch claimed to have seen a Draconian, as did several Muggles. Faust's words drew a gasp from Ron and Ginny, but they mistook it for an angel. Commander Ironheart decided to look into the matter personally, since his gift could be very useful to check the statements from the witnesses without having to resort to truth potions and the like. We also want to keep the appearance of the Draconian under wraps. Why would the Muggles mistake Draconian for an angel? Ron asked. Because Draconians were able to sprout angel-like wings at will to enable them to fly. At least, that's what the book I read about it said, Ginny explained. Yes. The witch who saw the Draconian didn't know what it was. She merely described it as a winged spirit being, angelic wings. The wings provided us with its identity. Why is it taking so long for Commander Ironheart to find it? Hermione frowned. And why would you want to keep its appearance a secret? We don't know where it's from, why it's here or what it wants. As long as we don't, it isn't prudent to reveal the existence of a being that vanished millennia ago, a being of strange and exotic power. Many evil organizations would hunt for it as well, trying to add it to their ranks. However, it doesn't seem like we have to worry about that just yet. She seems to be wary of contact and easily frightened. Ironheart already found her and approached her once, in Bombay. But she was startled by the noise of an aeroplane flying over and vanished. That's the reason why it's taking so long. It's a female, then. Harry said. Faust nodded. Black hair and eyes. She wears a green dress, young woman. Right. Harry muttered, as his expression closed up. Well, now we know why Commander Ironheart wasn't here for Wolf's funeral, he added quickly. But there was a reason you wanted to see us. So far we have been asking all the questions. The sudden change in Harry's mood was very odd. Hermione remembered Ginny telling her about those moments when Harry suddenly withdrew into himself for no apparent reason, but now she was seeing it herself. She made a mental note to ask him about it later, although she wasn't sure if he'd open up to her. She turned her attention to Faust, who produced a sealed letter. It's from Wolf. This letter is addressed to the 4 of you, and its magical seal prevents anyone else from opening it. He explained it in a letter addressed to me. He left the letter here shortly before he traveled back in time. He also left a copy at Commander Ironheart's, in case he'd return sooner than I did. He broke into your house. How did he do that? Wouldn't the security charms keep him out? Ginny asked. He knew the deactivation enchantment, Faust explained. And the wards are set to recognize rangers by their aura. Only rangers can deactivate these wards. The wards were designed that way, in case of an emergency. I have no idea how he found out the proper incantation, though. I think Laylee might have left a few clues on how to get restricted information, in that diary of his. The rotund German chuckled. What's the letter about? Harry asked. Like I said, I couldn't have read your letter even if I'd wanted to. I suspect he'll talk about his reasons for doing what he did, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Hermione took the letter from Faust, and the moment she touched it, she felt as if she'd got a mild electric shock. A yellowish light briefly flashed over the seal. Ah, you broke the seal. Faust nodded. I'll leave to give you all some privacy. Whatever is in that letter is obviously not for me to know. He got up from his chair and strolled out of the small living room. Hermione carefully opened the letter, as Ron came to stand behind the sofa so he could read over their shoulders. She gave the letter to Harry, who sat in the middle, enabling Ginny to read the letter too. Dear friends, I am well aware of the possible consequences of what I'm about to do. If you read this letter, it means that I succeeded in my mission. I've instructed my grandfather and Captain Faust to give you this letter in case the consequences of my actions would have proven to be fatal. Harry, I don't know if Ron and Hermione ever told you about this. If circumstances had been slightly different, you would have grown up being my little brother. I'm not going into details about that. You'll have to ask Master Lay himself. I instructed the diary to come alive at your touch. It is now yours. I can't be sure where it'll be, but I reckon the commanding officers will want to know the source of my knowledge. I'm not going to lie to them, even if it leads to the confiscation of the diary. I think Commander Nombet might keep it, or maybe they'll put it in the vaults. If you show this letter to my grandfather, I'm sure he'll pass the diary on to you. He might expect you to share Master Lay's secrets with him, however. But that's all right. You can trust him. I've always admired you, kid. You have the potential to be even greater than you already are. With friends like yours, I'm sure you will be. If you want to continue your Japanese sword training, you should ask Sahid or Mayumi. And remember, you should charge more aggressively. I reckon my actions have stirred up things quite a bit. I'm sure I rushed along my inevitable trial and judgment on purpose. In case you were wondering, I did this because I think many Rangers would sympathize with my motives, but the fact remains that what I did seriously undermines the authority of the commanding officers. I'm hoping for leniency, but I obviously didn't get it, since you're reading this letter. I wouldn't have lasted very long in Azkaban, since Dementors affect me worse than they do most wizards. I've seen my share of horrors, and my childhood wasn't the easiest. Still, I can't expect the officers to go easy on me because of it. I've chosen and acted, and I had to pay the price. But I won't dwell on this any longer. Ron, I want to thank you for getting through to me. You impressed on me how much of an idiot I was, and you convinced me that freely loving Galatea would be worth it. Believe me, it was. When Galatea told me she was having my baby, when she consented to marry me, I felt happiness unlike any I've ever felt in my whole life. Please look after Galatea for me now, all of you. Ginny, Hermione, I know I can count on the two of you to give her the support she needs. Hermione, little sister, you befriended me even though I did nothing to earn your friendship. You were there for me when I really needed a friend. You also deserve part of the credit for getting me together with Galatea. I know that you, Heidi and Gudrun tricked her into forgetting her angry feelings towards me. Ginny, you forgave me even though I deliberately let Malfoy take you. We've discussed my motivations, but even so, I had no reason to expect forgiveness. And look after Harry. Your love for him makes him much stronger. This doesn't begin to mention all the things I want to say, but I don't have any more time. Max. Harry folded away the letter after a while, and they all remained in stunned silence until Ron finally managed to speak, albeit in a surprisingly strangled voice. He knew exactly what he was doing. It was like Ron had said. Max had anticipated the potential for disagreement within the Order and had taken steps to prevent it. Hermione shook her head. Ron's insight had been right on the mark. What did he mean about us growing up like brothers? Harry asked hoarsely. Well, after he heard that you'd survived the killing curse, Lay wanted to start training you early. He thought it would have been the best way to have you reach your full potential, Ron said. He even considered kidnapping you from the Dursleys. But the Ranger Prime caught wind of this and stopped him. One of the doors to the living room opened a little, and Faust beeped his head through the opening. Sorry to interrupt. That's all right, we were done, Harry said. Really? Well, would the four of you like to follow me up into the attic? Janice wants to see you. She's looking for her favorite tarot deck. I think she wants to do a reading. Hermione rolled her eyes. They didn't have time for that. I don't think so. Faust smirked. Yes, I heard you're quite the skeptic when it comes to divination. I assure you that my wife is much better at it than Sybil Trelawney. It was thanks to her that we got to Hogwarts in time, in June. Please indulge her. She made it sound quite urgent. Hermione shrugged. It wasn't as if she had anything better to do. But I've got to go back to the Citadel for disciplinary duty, Ron said, reminding Hermione of the consequences of Ron's decision to broadcast Aberforth's tirade at Commander Nombet all over the Citadel. He'd have to help rearrange tons and tons of files in addition to his regular duties, for 2 weeks. Hermione wasn't pleased with that, because it meant she'd have virtually no time together with him. Indirectly, she was being punished as well. It wasn't fair. She sighed, remembering that she could use her time without Ron to spend some more time with Galatea. I can postpone your punishment one more day, Faust said. Hermione looked at Harry, who shrugged, and then at Ginny, who raised her eyebrows. Well, what about you two? Why not? Harry said. Faust took them to the first floor and led them to a ladder that would take them into the attic. This is where Janice does her divination things. He grinned. I don't go up there very much. Be careful on the ladder. The fourth step is a trick step. Ron nodded and carefully climbed up the ladder. He pushed open the hatch and was met by loud music. Charlie happened to be a stone-cold ska fan, and while living with him, Ron had learned much about Muggle Jamaican music from the 60s and 70s. There's a natural mystic blowing through the air. He looked around. It wasn't like Trelawney's old classroom at all. Several skylights bathed the room in light, and an open window allowed a cool October breeze to enter the room, blowing away the remaining bits of smoke that lingered in the room. The scent brought back some memories of Dean Thomas. He'd smuggled a particular kind of weed product into Hogwarts in their 6th year, and dropped it into Trelawney's incense bowl at the end of their lesson. Trelawney and the Slytherins who had class the next period had had some very vivid visions, as a result. Things had nearly gone wrong when Trelawney, thinking she was a birdie, jumped off her tower. Luckily Professor Flitwick had been taking a stroll outside and managed to catch her with a levitation charm. Dean had nearly been expelled for that. But since it had been his first serious transgression, he ended up receiving detention until the Hogsmeade weekend in April. When he'd finally served his time in detention, they had all gone to the Three Broomsticks to celebrate his freedom. That had been the day of the first major Death Eater attack. Dean had been killed. If you listen carefully now you will hear. This could be the first trumpet, might as well be the last. Many more will have to suffer. Many more will have to die. Don't ask me why. Ron's thoughts came back to the present as he noticed Lieutenant Cliff, swaying to the music. Lieutenant Cliff, he yelled, trying to make his voice carry through the loud music. Hush. Bob's preaching. I'll be right with you. Ron shrugged and climbed down the ladder again. Well? Hermione asked. Bob's preaching, Ron said, repeating Cliff. She'll be right with us. Moments later, the hatch opened and Lieutenant Cliff's face looked down on them. Sorry about that. I just need to establish a certain rhythm before I tap into the mystical planes. It focuses my inner eye. Come on up. Hermione muttered something under her breath, looking very skeptical. Ron grinned at her before climbing up the ladder once more. Ginny came next, followed by Harry and finally Hermione. Cliff took a seat on a stool behind a rectangular table and gestured for them to sit on the 4 stools on the opposite side of the table. It would be a tight fit for the 4 of them. Please, have a seat, and don't worry about the vase. What vase? Hermione frowned, trying to spot what Cliff meant. As she did so, Her hand knocked over a vase that had been standing on top of a chest. It tumbled off and shattered. That vase, Cliff said. Oh, sorry. Hermione blushed. I said not to worry about it. I'm a witch, aren't I? Cliff said, grabbing her wand and fixing the vase with a flick of her wand. How did you do that? Ginny asked, impressed. Did you see Hermione knock it over before she actually knocked it over? What's really going to bake your noodle later on is whether she still would have knocked it over if I hadn't said anything, the Jamaican witch said. Ha! That's the oldest trick in the book. Hermione scowled, looking unconvinced. Trelawney did it to Neville too, in our first divination lesson. Well, you don't have to have danced with Neville to know he's an accident on two legs. Ginny grinned. Neville breaks things all the time. His reputation for clumsiness precedes him. Trelawney probably knew that and decided to use it to try and impress you. Everyone could have guessed that Neville would end up breaking something. But you're not clumsy, Hermione. Ron continued, picking up where Ginny had left off. In fact, you're one of the most graceful people I've ever known, as long as you don't get on broomstick. Harry and Ginny sniggered at that comment and Ron suppressed a chuckle too. I mean, you've never even spilled too much of an ingredient into a potion, at least, not by accident. Hermione's cheeks turned pink and Harry burst out laughing. Being in a particularly foul mood in their 5th year, Snape had forced Hermione to partner up with Malfoy. After growing tired of his insulting whispers, she threw too much chopped dragon's liver into their cauldron, causing the potion to blow up in Malfoy's face. It was one of Ron's fondest memories. That nearly cost me my status as prefect, she muttered. Then she shrugged and grinned. But it would have been worth it. Snape looked positively murderous. Harry guffawed. For a split second I thought he would curse you. Snape, as in Severus Snape? Cliff asked. My God, he continued being a bully even when he was a teacher. You know him. You went to Hogwarts. Ron asked, surprised. I was a Hufflepuff. But just for 1 year. Snape was 2 years ahead of me, like your parents, Cliff said, looking at Harry. Oh, I had such a crush on Sirius Black. Ron watched Harry to see his reaction, and was relieved to see an easy smile. Yeah, you and 20 other girls, if what Remus tells me is true. So why did you leave Hogwarts? You weren't expelled, were you? Ginny asked. Oh no, nothing like that. You see, my class and I were looking for roots we'd have to use in herbology, when a centaur came up to me and told me he was delivering a message from the stars. He said I was a talented seer, and that I had to go to another school to learn to use my gift better. Hagrid was watching over us and saw it happen. He told Professor Dumbledore, who called the Oracle of Ogygia. She personally came to Hogwarts to test me, and she detected my gift. So I finished my year at Hogwarts and went to Ogygia for the remainder of my school years. I think Trelawney's a bit bitter about not having been admitted to Ogygia. Harry grinned. I had tea with the Oracle and Professor Dumbledore once, and she told me about Trelawney sending letters complaining about the fact that a talented seer like herself wasn't admitted. I've met Sybil Trelawney too. I ran into her twice at a seer seminar. She does have a rather high opinion of herself. She's an old fraud, Hermione said in a dismissive tone. I wouldn't go so far as to call her a fraud. Cliff smiled. Sybil's main problem is that she's so intent on seeing doom that it clouds what limited vision she does have, she explained, while conjuring a small wooden box from one of the shelves in the attic. Ron recognized the beautifully carved piece as a tarot card box, made of wood because of its insulating properties against magical currents and vibrations. As she took out the deck and unwrapped it, Ron couldn't help but appreciate the handsome motifs embroidered into the silk cloth, which was large enough for cards to be placed upon it, even in the most elaborate of readings. Afraid outside energies will influence the deck? He smirked. Not at all, Cliff replied, much to his surprise, as she began to sift through the deck, separating certain cards. I just love finery. My own energies that have been transferred to the deck aren't so fragile that they disappear when I leave the deck exposed. All these rules about how you should keep your cards are just guidelines and suggestions, which point out that the cards should be handled carefully and with respect. But everyone should keep their cards like they want to. So, what kind of spread are you going to use? Harry asked. I'm not going to use any spread right now. I just need you to select the cards that will symbolize you in my readings. Some people believe that certain cards describe physical characteristics of people. That would mean that Ron, for example, with red hair, would be one of the court cards of the Wands, and opinions even differ about those things. Some say that the King of Wands is blonde, for example. Cliff shrugged. But I don't think one should limit the cards like that. I'm just separating the court cards and some of the major arcana from the rest of the deck. Hold on. Hermione interrupted. I read up on some divination before I decided that the class was a waste of time. I don't remember anything about major arcana being used to represent quorants. Ron nodded. He didn't remember that either, and while he didn't claim to know more on the subject than Lieutenant Cliff, what he did know had been enough to earn him an OWL in divination. If it had been up to Trelawney, only Lavender Brown would have received any OWLs for divination. But thanks to the theory rule instituted by the Council of Clairvoyance, people without mystical sensitivity could also earn one OWL by knowing things about divination. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to the 95% of the students who didn't have the gift. Some people say that the knights don't represent people either, while others say that they do. Some people say that queens are only women of about 35 or older, while kings are men of similar age. Like I said, I don't believe in limiting the cards. It all comes down to what you believe, I suppose. The way I do things works for me. Cliff looked at Hermione apologetically. I know this is hardly a satisfying answer for you, but as you undoubtedly know, this is a highly imprecise form of magic. There aren't fixed incantations, like those when you're casting spells. Actually, if you think about it, incantations aren't really necessary either. I mean, most simple spells can be done by just pointing the wand and focusing on what you want to accomplish, right? No, like voiced incantations, these cards are only a way to focus one's thoughts, and since everyone thinks differently, coming up with a fixed set of rules would probably be a waste of time. It works fine with charms and hexes, Hermione pointed out. I'm not claiming I know why magic works the way it does. But I do know that, while they make teaching young wizards easier, incantations also limit what a wizard can do. If you want to do something but you don't know the right words or pronunciation, you're stuck. You've got a point there, Harry agreed. Though in a way the limitations are good. Imagine how many people would get hurt if a wand and the right thoughts were all one would need to do magic. People thinking about hurting others would actually hurt others. And this coming from a wizard who doesn't even need a wand to do simple magic. Hermione smiled at Harry. Instead of looking pleased, Harry's face darkened. It's not always pleasant, or handy. If you lose control of your emotions, he swallowed. That's what Wolf was most afraid of. Ron looked at Cliff gratefully as she changed the subject. As for using major arcana as quorants, Hermione, you're right about that. But I feel that some people just aren't covered by the court cards of the minor arcana. What's this reading about, anyway? Ron asked, hoping to further take Harry's mind off things. There is something nagging at me, Cliff replied. I'm using the cards to define these issues. I have a feeling that these events involve the four of you, and possibly others. But I can only be sure after I do the reading, which I'll be doing in private, by the way. All you have to do, she placed the thin deck of court cards and selected major arcana on the table, is to shuffle these cards and pick one from the deck, no peeking, of course. When you've picked your card, you put it face down on the table until everyone is done. Why? Ginny frowned. Because I don't want anyone to ponder the meaning of the card another has drawn while drawing their own. It may interfere with the process. Ginny shrugged. All right then, who goes first? You may choose among yourselves. Ginny looked at Ron and the others. I'll go first, okay. Neither Ron, Hermione nor Harry objected, so Ginny reached over to the pile of cards and began to shuffle them. After a minute or so, she cut the deck and picked a card from the top, placing it face down on the table. Next came Hermione, Ron, and finally Harry. After Harry had selected his card, Cliff took the remaining cards and shuffled them back into the main deck. You can show your cards now. Ron looked at his card, it was the King of Wands. He glanced at Hermione's card, and saw that she was the Queen of Swords. Ginny's card turned out to be the Queen of Coins, while Harry's. Hey, I took 2 cards. They're stuck together, Harry said, as he peeled off a card that had been sticking to the back of the other. Ron saw the magician in one hand, and the emperor in the other. Both were major arcana. Ron looked at Cliff quizzically, who had an intense frown on her face. Can I see those cards? She asked Harry, who immediately handed over the cards for inspection. That's odd. The cards are perfectly clean, no stickiness. Is it some kind of sign? Ginny asked promptly, her eyes glowing with anticipation. Ron was suddenly reminded of Parvati and Lavender during divination. I don't know, yet, Cliff said. She brought both cards behind her back where they couldn't see them, and fumbled around a bit before carefully placing both cards onto the table face down. Pick one. Harry went for the one on the right and ended up with the magician. Cliff nodded serenely. I can't say that was unexpected. What do you mean? Harry asked quickly, looking a bit worried. Relax, Harry. I don't predict doom at every corner. I just meant that you resemble the magician so much. Let me tell you what I mean. Originality, resolution, skill, mastery, flexibility, dexterity. These are some traits you have. The card indicates strength of will, and the ability to choose one's own actions, face risks, and see a task through to completion. However, your skill could also have been used for destructive or evil ends. Cliff reached over and patted his hand. Fortunately for us, though, you made the right decision. Now pay attention. You've taken divination, so you should know this, but I'll refresh your memory anyway. Ron suppressed a grin. They probably needed it, since he and Harry had barely earned their OWLs. Most of what Ron had learned had already slipped from his mind. The magician's number is 1, the number of creation and individuality. His power is transformation through the use of his will. In his manipulation of the basic elements into all the substances and materials of life, he shows us that from a foundation of the mundane can emerge all that is to come. He can take the nothing from which the fool emerged and shape it into something, making 1 out of 0. Clearly this is power of a divine sort, and it is true that the magician is a conduit for a higher power, which commands the entire material world. Since all that we can see in the physical world is the conduit himself, the acts he performs often seem like extremely powerful magic. Like it or not, Harry, it is widely known that you've mastered everything you've put your mind to. And the rest sure sounds like the legend of the boy who lived, doesn't it? Ron shot Harry a glance. His friend was squirming on his stool. A little, I guess. A little, huh? Cliff grinned and continued. The magician's real power comes from sources outside of him, and he is effectively powerless without these sources, as these sources of power are impotent and useless without their conduit. Funny, how your friends fit into the scheme of things, too. Be more specific. Hermione frowned. Does this mean you agree with my interpretation so far? It does seem strangely accurate. Hermione admitted with visible reluctance. And you realize that you are one of Harry's sources. The Queen of Swords, highly intelligent, has a complex personality, and is concerned with attention to detail and accuracy in all things. She is alert to the attitudes and opinions of those around her, and skilled at balancing opposing factions whilst she furthers her own schemes. I don't scheme. Hermione protested. Ron laughed. Really? What about our second year? He knew he'd made his point when Hermione flushed red. Even though she disliked breaking rules, she could be quite the schemer when she needed to be, and Ron had taken it upon himself to remind her of that part of herself every so often. She is self-reliant, swift-acting, versatile and inventive, a person who is renowned for their perception and insight, Cliff continued. The intuitive quality of the water element and the mental clarity of the swords are behind this potent combination, and in this case the two elements are not opposite to one another. This keen vision allows the Queen of Swords to see straight to the heart of any situation, past the illusions that may entice others into seeing what isn't really there. She always sees both sides of every argument. That's our Hermione, all right. Harry smiled. A slow smile spread over Hermione's face. All right, I caught that little hint. Ginny and Ron are sources too, aren't they? Yes. Ginny, the Queen of Coins. Sensible, down to earth, wise and compassionate. She is a lover of comfort, splendor, ostentation, the grand occasion and the grand manner. She is lavish in her affection and her gifts, magnanimous and forgiving. She has a responsible attitude to her wealth, and uses it to support and advance those in her domain. She appreciates the good things of life. I picked the wrong card, Ginny grumbled. That sounds like Heidi. Cliff gave Ginny a penetrating stare. You picked the card you were meant to pick. You may not have a lot of gold, but you certainly qualify when it comes to the affection part. The Queen of Coins is a character in which the energy of a major arcana is reproduced, but on a more accessible level. She is like a mirror of the Empress. I think this means you are the one closest to Harry. Ron looked at his little sister. The Queen of Coins is supposed to be nurturing, sustaining all kinds of life, he said, dragging the things he had learned in divination to the surface. You're the one who kept Harry going when things really got bad. Hermione and I were there too, but you gave him something we couldn't. The Queen of Coins is not necessarily rich in terms of money, but she is always rich of heart, and she shares her wealth with all those in need, Harry said, gazing up at Ginny with a look that left Ron unable to decide whether he should pat him on the back or beat him into a bloody pulp. Nice to know you have paid some attention in your divination class, Cliff teased Harry and Ron. Then she fixed her penetrating gaze on Ginny again. Her only real weakness is an obsession with the security and protection that the coin suit embodies, and this should come as little surprise because the Empress has trouble in this area as well. Very protective, sometimes overly so. Ginny looked at her feet. Right. Hermione caught Ron's eye and she gave him a knowing look. Cliff had voiced the very reason why Ginny felt threatened by Heidi. She had also suggested that Ginny was very much like their mum in some ways. Ronald, Cliff said solemnly. The King of Wands, a man who is noble and courageous, and who exhibits qualities of great strength and fortitude. He is virile and passionate, and has a loyal and generous nature. He is a lover of traditional ways and family life. He tends to act swiftly when provoked, yet on occasion may find it hard to be decisive because his insight enables him to see every side of a problem. He is splendid at giving moral support. Her solemn look was quickly replaced by one of mischief, and she turned to Hermione. Passionate and virile, is that true? Why don't you ask your cards? Hermione snapped, blushing furiously. Harry and Ginny laughed, and Cliff giggled. I'm afraid my cards aren't good at girl talk. But anyway, she smiled at Ron. The King of Wands is the ultimate leader, who looks forward to challenges because he enjoys the rush of adrenaline that solving a difficult problem can induce. That's Hermione's fault, always kicking me into action. Ever since I became a ranger, I don't know what else I ought to do, Ron replied jokingly. Back at Hogwarts, he'd always allowed Hermione or Harry to take the lead. He had limited his own leadership to ordering around his pieces on the chessboard. It is true, Cliff said. Matthias says that you've changed a lot in very little time. I think you used to be the Knight of Wands. But you grew up. She looked at the others. All of you did. You were already far more mature than most people your age when you came here, which is part of the reason you were approached to begin with. But you kept on growing. Yet the more things change, the more they stay the same. For the King of Wands has a remarkably good relationship with the common people, Cliff said. Then she began to shuffle her remaining cards again. So are you going to tell us what the cards say, when you've done with the reading? Hermione asked. I don't know. It all depends on the nature of the information. But you can't keep it from us if it concerns us. Ginny said indignantly. Can't I? Cliff frowned. Tell me, would Hermione still have knocked over that vase if I hadn't said anything? Oh, I see what you mean, Ginny stammered. Sometimes it's better not to know the future. I happen to be among the people who think so, yes. Hard to believe, right, since I'm clairvoyant. I think the main problem with revealing people's fortune is that it causes a lot of people to behave according to the predictions, making it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Sometimes, the cards tell me whether or not I should reveal information, but it's seldom that easy. It worked out all right for that Hogwarts attack, but sometimes it doesn't. Cliff sighed. Then she smiled. Why don't you go downstairs and have some drinks? Matthias is making some fruit drinks as part of our diet. Ron raised his eyebrows. The lieutenant had lost a bit of weight. Though it must have been a trick of the light at first, but now that he paid closer attention, he saw that her clothes seemed a little looser. Why are you on a diet? Ginny asked. I began mostly to support my hubby through his diet. Then I decided it wouldn't be bad to get some of my girlish figure back again. Besides, I'll gain a lot of weight again when I get pregnant. Make sure you don't overdo the diet, Lieutenant, or it may decrease your fertility, Ginny said. Oh, don't worry. Serafina would help me keep it balanced, but thank you for your concern. Are you and Captain Faust going to have children? Hermione blurted out. At your age, wouldn't that be dangerous for you? Hermione, she's a witch, and so are you. Ginny said. We age a little slower and live much longer than muggles do, remember? We can still quite safely have children even when we're 50. And if there is a complication, magical healing. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Hermione sighed. It's just that so many wizards have children earlier than muggles do, particularly you Weasleys. Hey, we don't have much choice in the matter. Ron grinned. The Weasley legions cannot be repelled by anti-conception charms, remember? Oh, don't worry. I reinforce the charm every day. Ron felt his knees go weak. What? You're not on potion. Honestly, I'm not taking any chances. Hermione. Ron groaned. Mum used to do daily charms too, after Fred and George. But it didn't work, did it? Please, unless you want to have a baby, start using potion. He pleaded. You heard what the cards said, right? Virl, the subsequent scowl on Hermione's face told Ron that he shouldn't have used divination to argue his case, and he kicked himself mentally. He could have said anything, but not that. Even if he hadn't been completely serious. Ron, I'm perfectly sure I'm safe. I don't know, Hermione, Ginny began carefully. Arthur and the twins were both born despite the charms Katie and Angelina used. They weren't planning to have children so soon. Maybe you should go on potion. Absolutely not. I won't be bullied into. You have to. Ron urged. I don't have to do anything, Ronald Weasley. Hermione said sharply. Ron gritted his teeth. Why did she have to be so stubborn and underestimate the Weasley fertility? He was surprised that she wasn't pregnant already. I hope we've been able to help you, Lieutenant. I have some things I need to do, so if you'll excuse me, Hermione said, bending down to open the hatch. Then she quickly disappeared down the ladder. Ron quickly said goodbye to Lieutenant Cliff and hurried after Hermione. She wouldn't get away from him that easily. They needed to discuss this, because he felt that now would certainly not be the best time for them to bear the added burden of responsibility for a child. He had yet to turn 22. He simply didn't feel ready to be a father, and their responsibilities as Rangers complicated matters even more. Hermione, who was stomping down the street, didn't answer. Ron quickened his pace and caught up to her. Hermione, hold on. Don't you have somewhere to be? She snapped angrily, not stopping. Glancing at his watch, Ron knew it would be pushing his luck, since he had to report for disciplinary duty. But in light of the current crisis, that would simply have to wait. This is more important. She suddenly halted. Fine. So talk. Here. Ron asked. He didn't feel like discussing this out in the open. If you want to talk about it now. All right, he said, and began to talk as softly as possible. Hermione, I told you that charms aren't a guarantee when it comes to my family. You have. Ron bit back the rest of the sentence. It was best not to put that sort of pressure on her. Sorry. You probably think you know what you're talking about, but so do I. If you don't want to use potion, that's fine. But that'll mean that we may have children sooner than we planned. He sighed. Hermione, why won't you just use potion? Hermione lowered her gaze and didn't answer him. That was so unlike her. Ron knew Hermione only broke eye contact when she was hiding something. But what could she possibly be hiding? Why did she seem so hesitant to use anti-conception potion? Ron, Hermione said, looking him in the eyes again. He then saw that hers were shiny with unshed tears, and a thought suddenly struck him. Hermione, do you have infertility problems? Can you have children? Hermione couldn't contain herself any longer and burst into tears. Ron stepped forward immediately and engulfed her in a hug. He didn't say anything. He just held her, knowing that she'd talk when she was ready to. He shot overly inquisitive passers-by hostile looks that left no doubt to the fact that he wanted them to mind their own business. When Harry and Ginny turned up a few minutes later, Hermione seemed to have calmed down and was ready to speak. Remember when Death Eaters attacked my parents' home? She sniffed. Ron nodded. How could he forget? It had been a painful example of how much Ministry information the Death Eaters had had access to. Luckily, it had been more of an intimidation mission than an actual execution. The only reason Hermione was still alive was because Voldemort had wanted her to live and deliver the message to Harry. Otherwise they would have been far more aggressive. Yeah, Malfoy was one of them, right? They were throwing the curses at my middle. The Metawizard repaired some of the damage, but I only have one working ovary left. They said it wasn't 100% either, and that using something as heavy as birth control potion would very likely shut it down forever. Oh, Herm, why didn't you just tell me? I know you don't want children now, Ron. But the longer we wait, the slimmer our chances of having any children. The Metawizard told me, and I ran some of my own tests too. With Seraphina's help, I can't count on being fertile for 10 more years. If we're going to have children, we'd better have them now. Wait, Seraphina knew about this? He asked angrily. Then he looked at Harry and Ginny. What about you two? They didn't know, Ron. Hermione assured him. Only Seraphina and Captain Sharif knew. Bloody hell. Seraphina just picked a wrong time to learn how to keep secrets. That elicited a half-sobbing snigger from Hermione. Ron smiled. At least he could still make her laugh. And I finally know why Captain Sharif keeps giving me those odd looks. Ginny began to giggle and Hermione followed suit. Harry was giving him a diabolical grin. That's not why he looks at you like that, Weasley. Ron, Captain Sharif is gay, and he fancies you. Ginny said, trying very hard not to laugh. What? Ron exclaimed, shocked. He gave Harry a murderous glance. How long have you known? That he's gay or that he fancies you? Both. Well, I've only known about the fancy for a month, Ginny told me. As for him being gay, come on. You can't tell me that you haven't noticed the way he moves. He's got a wooden leg. I said the way he moves, in general, not just the way he walks. That doesn't mean anything, Ron persisted. This couldn't be true. He just couldn't be that oblivious. Honestly, Ron. Ginny laughed. He wears eyeliner. I thought that was an Egyptian fashion thing. It was good to be working again. It would keep her from worrying about Harry, who had gone off on an auxiliary mission that morning, to relieve the pressure on some of the teams who had been out there for months. After manually piecing back together the puzzle consisting of all the shards of the Mirror of Erised, Aberforth marked the area to prevent anyone from stepping on the mirror and undoing all their work. They'd had to fit all the pieces together without magic, since, according to Aberforth, any charm would disrupt the magic of the mirror. He looked at Ginny. Now, the next step is to add a special coating of potion onto the mirror before casting the Reparo spell. Why not brew the potion in advance? Because it has to be poured over the mirror between 2.5 and 3 minutes after it's completed. There was no way we could have pieced it back together that quickly without magic. The ancient wizard smiled kindly at her. I'm glad you helped me with that. I get bored rather quickly in my old age. That's why I put those charms on the goat, you know. Pure boredom. I just did it to see how the ministry would react. Quite a spectacle that turned out to be. Ginny smiled shyly. Like his older brother, Aberforth also had his share of eccentricities. Mr. Dumbledore, can I ask you a question? My father was Mr. Dumbledore, Aberforth said, faking annoyance. I'm just plain old Aberforth. But yes, you may ask your question. Why did everyone think you were crazy? I mean, I can't imagine that you and Professor Dumbledore just started the rumor and left things to run their course. People can't be that gullible, she said, instantly doubting her own words as she spoke them. After all, most wizards had eagerly eaten up all the dung Skeeter kept feeding them. Aberforth gave her a rueful grin. No, the rumor was already out there. Albus and I decided to encourage it. He briefly paused, thinking about what he was going to say next. Ginny, didn't you ever wonder how I came by my knowledge of Dementors? As a matter of fact, she had. That would have been her next question. Yes, I did. Nearing the end of my command, I spent more time with them than was healthy. A dark witch was hiding up in northern Russia, where dark magical currents are strong and Dementors seem to spring out of the ground like mushrooms. She'd made a deal with the Dementors, so they left her alone while she was hiding from me. I, however, wasn't so fortunate. That week, I cast more Patronus charms than I'd cast in my whole life up till then. I barely retained my sanity, and I behaved a little oddly for a while after that. That's why I had to retire from the order as well. That's where the little insanity story comes from. He grabbed his staff, and donned his cloak. I'd appreciate it if you don't tell anyone, unless they ask, of course. If that happens, tell them they should ask me themselves. If they don't have the guts to ask me this to my face, they don't deserve to know. Okay, Ginny said. It was a good enough reason. So, are we going out? Yes. I ordered a Dragonite stone to be delivered to Concordia, since the order doesn't have any in stock. I just got news of its arrival. What do we need that for? It has to be placed on the bottom of the cauldron before we brew the potion. You'll have to remind me to scoop it out when the potion starts to simmer. He handed Ginny her own cloak. We can stop by at the barrel, afterwards, for a drink. Ginny raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't we have to finish the mirror as soon as possible? All work and no play. I'm an old man, Ginny. I want to enjoy the remaining years of my life, he added jokingly. Don't worry about the mirror. They didn't put me on a timetable. One of the perks of being a former commander. Yes, but I'm not a former commander. Take it easy. You're with me. Ginny was unconvinced. Formally, I'm not even a ranger yet. I don't want to endanger that, you know. Don't worry about it. It'll be just this once. They never made much fuss about it in my day, Aberforth said reassuringly. That was then. Commander Nombet will give me a hard time for sure, Ginny groaned. The woman was worse than McGonagall when it came to playing by the rules. I sincerely doubt that, Aberforth said grimly. I had a little chat with her that changed her outlook on certain issues somewhat. I wouldn't have interfered with the Order's business like this, normally. But by Merlin, she really needed a good talking to. Ginny smiled sadly. I reckon she did. Too bad it was too late to make a difference. Hey, would you mind if we went back to my townhouse instead? I want to check on Galatea. A look of concern appeared on Aberforth's face. Yes, of course. Is she eating again? Ginny nodded. Galatea had stopped eating after Wolf's death, but with help from all the girls in the townhouse, Hermione had convinced Galatea to start eating again, arguing that the baby, which was the last bit of Wolf, would suffer if she didn't. She's eating. We always take turns to make sure that she does, though. It isn't like we don't trust her, but grief-stricken people can do crazy things. Like jumping out of the maintenance bay cruiser gate. Aberforth suggested, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Ginny rolled her eyes. So Aberforth had heard about it too. Oh yes, rub it in, why don't you? She huffed, throwing her cloak over her shoulders and walking to the nearest Citadel portal. They swept by the shop where Aberforth had ordered the Dragonite, before going straight to the 6th level in the blue sector, where the townhouse was. Much to her surprise, she saw Ron and Hermione standing at the door, ringing the bell. Hermione, Ron, what are you doing here? Ginny, Aberforth, hi. Hermione greeted. Oh, I have to take Crookshanks to the vet for his shots. But I hardly ever see him anymore. I haven't seen him for 3 days now. Ginny frowned. I thought he was with you, she added, stepping through the door that automatically opened up for her because she lived there. I told you not to mark the big day on our calendar, Ron said, while he followed Ginny in. I told you often enough that he can read. I can't blame him for taking off like that. He gets that from you, Ron, Hermione admonished. How can he get that from me? It's a damned cat, you talking as if he's our child. He's half Kneazle, and yes, he gets it from you. Didn't you pay attention in Care of Magical Creatures? Kneazles copies some of their master's behavioral characteristics, and now that we're formally engaged, he considers you his master by extension. Even since he's lived in the same house with you, he's been acting more and more like you. Of course, I'm an irresistible role model. Ron grinned obnoxiously, causing Hermione to scowl fiercely. Maybe he's with Annabelle, Ginny suggested, interrupting the argument that inevitably would have ensued. Bloody hell, why don't you two just get married already? You argue as if you've been married for years. Too true. Aberforth laughed. Ginny. Galatea called. From the sound of it, she was in the parlor. What is it? Do you need anything? Ginny answered, walking into the parlor. Galatea was reclining on one of the sofas, holding a letter in her hand, an empty box of chocolates in her lap. I'm fine. But shouldn't you be at the Citadel? Aberforth had to leave to pick up something, and I went with him. Ginny eyed the box curiously. Don't tell me you've eaten the whole box. You should mind what you eat. Galatea blushed guiltily. My little sister sent it to me. She held up a letter. She's coming to live in Concordia in November. She asked me to look for a place for her to live. Already. She just got out of school. What about the 1-year waiting period? Ginny asked. After all, it was only through Commander Ironheart's intervention that Charlie had to wait 6 months instead of the full year to move to Concordia so he could be with Jasmine and Charlie Jr. She applied in advance, over a year ago, Galatea explained. Sensible girl, Hermione said, striding into the parlor and sitting down in an armchair next to the sofa. What kind of job has she got lined up? She's going to work at the library archives. But she really wants to be a singer. Is she any good? Ron asked bluntly. He scooped a protesting Hermione out of the armchair, and sat down again, dumping her in his lap. Galatea smiled. Well, I think she's very good. But as a sister, I may be biased. About a week ago, Padma told me she needed a roommate, Hermione said, slapping away Ron's hand, which he'd been using to twirl curls in her hair. Not now, Ron. Maybe your sister would like to move in with her. How is Padma? Galatea asked. Ginny had heard what had happened to Padma earlier that year. She prayed that she'd never have to undergo anything like that. Malfoy had nearly done it to her, when he'd abducted her after the interrupted wedding ceremony. I saw her yesterday. I didn't really ask how she was dealing with it, but I could tell she isn't comfortable around most men yet. I reckon it'll take a while, but she's seeing a counselor. Galatea heaved a pained sigh. Good. I was supposed to counsel her, but her lips began to tremble and her eyes filled with tears. Hermione reached over and gave her shoulder a squeeze. You've got other things on your mind right now. Padma understands. Galatea wiped away the tears. Thank you, Hermione. So what are you doing here? Did you come to visit me? Actually, no, but I would have come by later today. I'm looking for Crookshanks. Have you seen him recently? I think I saw him out on Hydas' balcony this morning, Galatea said. Hermione slid off Ron's lap. I'll go check Hydas' room, she said, and headed towards the stairs. Ron quickly rearranged his robes to conceal the effect Hermione had had on him. Unfortunately, he failed to do so without anyone noticing, and he flushed red. Don't be embarrassed, son, Aberforth said airily. When you reach my age. Aberforth, I really don't want to hear it. Ginny interrupted pleadingly. Ron grinned. And it isn't like I'll ever reach your age anyway. I don't have draconian blood. Draco smirked as he snoozed on his comfortable new bed, basking in the success of his recent endeavors. Life was good. So what if he was regarded as the mistress's boy toy? The advantages of that station far outweighed the envious remarks made by the lesser wizards. Someone rudely beat on the door of his significantly improved quarters. Having her ear in many things had enabled him to arrange better lodgings for himself, whenever he wasn't basking in her delightful company, of course. Who is it? He asked, not bothering to hide the annoyance he was feeling. Mind your tone, Malfoy, a contemptuous voice answered. That is no way to answer your superior. Draco raised an eyebrow. While everyone else referred to von Brandenburg when Anastasia wasn't there, technically he wasn't in charge of the wizards, just the vampires. Last time I checked, you weren't my superior. Open the door or I'll have the trolls break it down. Don't hold your breath. Draco chuckled. Oops, I forgot you don't breathe. We both know the trolls are more likely to listen to me than to you, since even your boss has no authority over them. Our boss. Draco shrugged. As far as he was concerned, that was debatable. Lately, he found that he didn't have to do anything he didn't want to do. The mistress saw to that. What do you want? If you'd spend less time burying your face in the mistress's nether regions, you'd know that there is a scheduled meeting for the senior associates in the organization, von Brandenburg growled. Bloody hell. Draco muttered. He'd forgot all about that. It wasn't as if he could be compelled to attend anyway, but this was something he needed to do in order to keep the mistress informed. Where? The usual chamber. Be there in 5 minutes. Draco shot up from his bed and threw on presentable robes, before lacing his boots up with a charm. He made it to the chambers in 4 minutes and sank into his usual seat, ignoring the disapproving glances he got from Paula, his immediate overseer. Nice of you to join us, Mr. Malfoy, Anastasia sneered. I'm terribly sorry to have interrupted you while you were recovering from your lapdog duties. One of the advantages of having a heartbeat, Draco retorted, keeping a perfectly straight face. Shall we get down to business, then? Anastasia scowled, but didn't say anything else. Instead, he glanced at the dark-haired witch sitting next to Draco. Paula. I managed to re-establish contact with Yamato, although some persuasion was needed to bring him back into the fold. I also confiscated all the research material I could find, should I ever need to carry out my threat. You can't kill him, Draco interrupted. We can, and if he ever tries to break away again, we will. That's insane. Draco shook his head. Were these people brainless? Stealing and replicating some of his ideas will still be a poor replacement for his genius. I am well aware of that, Malfoy, Anastasia said. However, we have no choice. Would you rather have him turn against us at a bad time? Besides, I have taken steps to compensate for his skill in case he decides to cross me again. I've attracted some of the best artificers and necromancers willing to work for us. Dividing them up into teams and encouraging competition will provide me with results nearly equal to Yamato's. You said it. Nearly. The mistress wouldn't. Go and whine, if you want to. Anastasia smirked. There are some issues for which she trusts my judgment blindly, as she should. You'll just annoy her, and trust me, you don't want to lose her favor after your recent insufferable behavior. Draco swallowed away the apprehension he'd begun to feel. He didn't want to ponder his possible fate if he were to lose her favor now. But he took solace in the fact that she didn't trust Anastasia as blindly as Anastasia thought she did. And there was still the fact that he had plenty to contribute, something that all the beings in the room also realized. Let us just hope that Yamato took that threat of yours seriously, then, he muttered. The vampire heard him, of course. For his sake, I hope so too. I have no qualms about turning him into a ghoul. Now be silent. Our recovery of Yamato also yielded some interesting information about certain power plays in Japan. Remember how a ranger was attacked and seriously injured by assassins a while ago? Paula asked. Draco nodded. He remembered having heard something along those lines. Why does this concern us? A younger vampire frowned. Information is ammunition, you moron, Draco said exasperatedly. He looked at Anastasia. Where did you dig up this idiot? Did the vampire who made him beep out his brain instead of his blood? Be quiet, Paula said. Please refrain from interrupting me, or we'll still be here tomorrow. What's the rush? Have you got a hot date? Is the fellow blind? He eyed her disdainfully. Were you born an annoying little prick, Malfoy, or did you have to practice to become one? Von Brandenburg snapped. Have you always been so irritable, or did you become it upon the realization that you'd never enjoy a good shag again, being undead and all? Von Brandenburg began to rise from his chair, but Anastasia stopped him. Relax, Wilhelm. Once the mistress realizes that not all wizards are minute men, she will replace him soon enough. Draco's gut went cold. How the hell? That is none of your concern, and there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. My recent restoration left me rather sensitive, he said quickly. As opposed to when? Anastasia grinned gleefully. Before we decided to invite you into our midst, we interviewed Miss Parkinson, without her being aware of it, of course. She's quite a gossip, let me tell you. It seems that, after every unsatisfying session with you, she had to turn to a certain Mr. Goyle to satisfy her. Now shut the hell up. Paula, go on. With utmost difficulty, Draco managed to postpone his indignation to a later time and focus his attention on the present. As I was saying, before the premature ejaculation, I mean, interruption. Draco clenched his fists under the table, determined not to react to the jibe. I found out which ranger was attacked, and why. Previously, we assumed that the attack was orchestrated by Yamato. While Yamato was in on it, for his own reasons, he did not mastermind it. The mastermind behind it was Goro Hishida. Draco couldn't quite place the name, but he knew he'd heard it somewhere before. It was someone very important. The imperial appointee to the ruling council, he remembered. The same. Paula nodded. The reason is even more interesting. She looked at Anastasiu. You remember the crisis, about 30 ago. About the imperial succession protocol? Anastasiu asked. Yes. For those of us who aren't familiar with it, a dark witch appeared after the birth of the imperial heir, casting a curse on the emperor and his son, preventing them from siring any male offspring. The guards killed her immediately, which proved to be a fatal mistake, since her sacrifice empowered the curse beyond breaking. Neither the emperor, nor his son, sired any more boys. His daughters never had any either, for that matter. After it became clear that the curse was very real and could not be broken, the emperor pushed for a reform in their laws, transforming their monarchy into a matriarchal one, until the curse was broken. So his son's daughters could hold on to power. Von Brandenburg nodded. This would shatter their tradition, so a high price had to be paid for the reform to be approved by the council. Inahara, the head of the most prominent family in the Thunderbird clan, which has half of the minor clans in its pocket, forced the emperor to agree to marry his eldest granddaughter off to his son or grandson. Not only that, but each subsequent groom was to be from his clan. Draco smirked. Let me guess, Inahara was behind the curse. It was what he would have done, in such a case. A very elegant way to quietly take over power too. Glad to know the oxygen deprivation you suffer while serving, the mistress isn't affecting your brain yet. Von Brandenburg grinned. Draco rolled his eyes. This is really getting old. But then again, one can hardly expect innovation from a vampire, right? The world changes, but you don't. That's enough, from both of you. Anastasiu slammed him fist onto the table. I will tolerate no more interruptions. Thank you, Lord Anastasiu. Paula sighed. She looked at Draco. Indeed, Inahara arranged for the curse to be cast. Knowing he held a lot of influence, the emperor had no choice but to agree with the deal. But it seems the emperor knows a thing or two about scheming as well. When it became known that his son's wife was pregnant with twins, no one save the parents, the imperial physician and the emperor's closest advisor, Goro Hishida, knew about it. The physician was later memory charmed into believing that there had only been one child. In the end, only Hishida, the emperor and the children's parents knew. See, the plan was to hide the eldest daughter somewhere, while signing off the second twin to Inahara. That's what happened. Now here comes the tricky part. Hishida too is of the Thunderbird clan, and he had a large hand in helping Ishida with securing the deal. He betrayed the imperial secret to Inahara. Von Brandenburg frowned. Oh, no, he couldn't have done that even if he'd wanted to. The imperial family had many dark detectors specifically tuned to sniff out treachery, and apparently even being the chief advisor didn't enable Hishida to gain access to them, until a few months ago, which was why he needed Yamato's help. He is one of the few wizards alive who could sabotage those devices properly. He was planning to betray the imperial family. Why didn't those devices expose him then? Draco frowned. Yamato told me that the devices worked like faux glasses. The betrayal had to be more defined for them to pick it up, and he gave Hishida a Confundus amulet before that happened. That's how he evaded detection. Hold on. Draco summoned a parchment and a quill and began taking notes. So it all comes down to the emperor trying to get around his deal with Inahara. How did he plan on delivering the news without causing a riot? And how come the device didn't expose Hishida when he helped Inahara put pressure on the emperor? Paula smiled. Helping Inahara didn't qualify as betraying the emperor. Since Hishida is supposed to be independent, there was nothing wrong with his backing a particular clan. Even the fact that it was his own clan could hardly be frowned upon, since none of the advisors had ever been really impartial, and Inahara might have pulled it off without Hishida's help anyhow. As for the delivery of the news, the Emperor would claim to have separated the twins in the interest of peace and security due to the fact that there is an increased chance of a power struggle between twin siblings. When the time came, he would present the elder granddaughter to the world, ascribing the baby's switch to a simple mistake. He'd apologize to the Thunderbird clan, of course. But since the second granddaughter's fingerprint would already be on the marriage contract, they would lose all claim to the heir. And they would actually believe the apology? Draco asked skeptically. Of course not. But in that society, challenging the Emperor is not done, especially since none of the other clans would back him up. They'd all be delighted that the Thunderbird clan, more specifically, the Inahara family, had been kept from gaining any more power. They'd throw their support behind the throne, and that would be it for Inahara. Draco nodded. So that's how things worked in Japan. What does this have to do with the attack on the Ranger, ordered by Hishida? Von Brandenburg asked. I was just coming to that, but I had to give an explanation on Mr. Malfoy's question, Paula said impatiently. As a reward for his outstanding loyalty to the throne, and his help with keeping Inahara from power, he would get to marry the eldest granddaughter. This eldest granddaughter was raised by a half-blood couple of the Clabbert clan. Her true eye color was camouflaged to hide her true identity from everyone, her adoptive parents included. She was raised as Mayumi Sakai. She excelled at school and proved to be a powerful witch. She joined the Order of Illumination. That's where she met Gavin Carey, with whom she started a relationship. Gavin Carey is the ranger who was attacked. Paula paused and glanced at Anastasia. Mayumi has been raised with the idea that she ought to marry a Japanese wizard, since a princess could never marry a gaijin. But it turned out she was more headstrong than anyone had imagined. Her upbringing didn't condition her as well as it should have. Hishida found out about the relationship through the Imperial spy net. Since the new master spy is loyal to him, he could obtain the information without the Emperor's knowledge, and keep it from the Emperor. The spy who made the discovery, of course, knew nothing about Mayumi's true identity, and added the information about the relationship as a side note. So the Emperor knows that his granddaughter is a ranger, but he doesn't know about her relationship. Draco asked. No, he doesn't. And Hishida could not allow him to find out, since it would cause him to reveal the truth about Mayumi. And while he had nominally promised her to Hishida, there was no binding contract in that case, and apparently Hishida didn't think the Emperor would have forced her to marry him. It would have put everything he'd worked for on thin ice. So he ordered a hit on the Ranger, planning to persuade the Emperor about the time being right for Mayumi's return. She'd come home, heartbroken, and he'd be right there to console her. Another thing is still bothering me. Draco glanced down at his notes. You never said what was in it for Yamato. In exchange for Yamato's help, Hishida had several of his most trusted servants kidnap Hitomi Ito and deliver her to him. That got a response from Anastasia, who had been relatively quiet. The mind reader. Does he still have her? Paula shook her head. She's dead. He dissected her in an attempt to find out how her gift worked. He extracted and analyzed every last bit of her being. He did the same to the African. Fortunately, he did get results. He managed to synthesize a potion that bestows the ability to read minds onto any wizard, for a limited time. It works, I've seen a demonstration. Draco was at a loss for words. A draft that allowed you to read someone's mind. The possibilities were infinite. If that were true, maybe his own recent success would be meaningless. All that work, for nothing. Paula, he began after a while, did Yamato tell you all this, about the whole Imperial intrigue? Paula nodded. How did he find out? He's got an invention, a chair that puts everyone who sits on it into a trance very similar to those who've taken a dose of Veritaserum. Hishida doesn't know how much Yamato, and thus we, know. Draco shook his head. Brilliant. And they wanted to kill this wizard, unbelievable. That's not all, Paula continued. A little while ago there was an Imperial banquet, which was attended by 2 rangers. Harry Potter and Maximilian Wolf. They were there, hoping to find out who attacked Gavin Carey, and why. The Emperor had been inquiring about that as well, so Hishida distracted him with the following ploy. He went to Yamato for help once more, asking for a subtle and undetectable way to put someone under the Imperious curse. Yamato has something that looks like a small flying insect, which is actually a miniature golem that delivers curses when stinging its targets. He put the Imperius on Princess Matsu and ordered her to attack Potter. As anticipated, Potter repelled the attack and exposed her as the attacker. Everybody with half a brain can deduce that she wasn't acting of her own free will, but in Japan that isn't the point. An Imperial Scion's inability to repel that curse is seen as disgraceful. The whole event has been covered up, and the princess has been taken to a secret prison. Paula smiled. Of course, we know where it is. I want the full details of this worked out in a report, Anastasio said. Great work, Paula. Then he turned to Draco. And what have you been doing these last few months? Draco offered him a confident smile. If you'd care to travel to another compound, I can show you the fruit of my efforts. All right. Anastasio shrugged. Let us first discuss the remaining issues, but this had better be really good, Malfoy. Less than an hour later, after wrapping up the meeting, Anastasio, von Brandenburg and Draco arrived at the compound by Portkey, and Draco was immediately approached by one of the people he had put in charge of the project. She did a double take as she noticed the vampire overlord and his second. How is it going? Draco asked her. The pain technicians are despairing, the witch began. The subject doesn't seem to feel pain. He barely reacts to the Cruciatus curse. What on earth are pain technicians? Anastasio frowned. Oh, that's what the torturers and executioners call themselves ever since they got organized. Draco shrugged. Apparently they thought the former titles didn't sound modern and distinguished enough. He turned to the witch. Take us to the dungeon. The resident minions of the small Congolese compound bowed deeply as Anastasio swept past them. Draco led him straight to chamber next to the dungeon, where Anastasio could look on from a safe distance. As Anastasio peered through a narrow aperture in the walls, Draco watched him closely to see his reaction. He wasn't disappointed. Malfoy, how did you accomplish this? This is fantastic. Draco smirked and looked into the dungeon, where heavy magical chains held the bloody and bruised body of the mighty ranger Maximilian Wolf to the dungeon wall. Draco began to explain. I had one of our spies gather information about a potential future associate, Nikita Korolyov. Ah yes, the potions master. Among other things, he has a deep knowledge of cauldron creations. Our spy was posted outside Korolyov's home, when he turned up. He drank Polyjuice potion before visiting Korolyov, and turned himself into another wizard. Our spy recognized the Polyjuice form as Reginald DuPont. He used to be a Death Eater, and I thought he was dead. But since some of his tissue had to have been used for the potion, I reckon he must still be alive. Not necessarily, Anastasio said. This isn't widely known, but there is a potion that keeps tissue samples fresh for years. It's even better than preservation charms. Even in my time, they had an assortment of hair and skin belonging to those they'd captured, stored in jars filled with that potion. They kept them in case they needed to blend in with the dark wizarding community. Why don't we have such resources? I don't have someone who knows how to brew that particular potion working for me. I estimate that about 24 potions masters know how to brew it, and those who know never tell anyone that they do. Perhaps Korolyov knows. Second, Anastasio continued, it wouldn't do us much good anyway. It is completely normal for a so-called dark wizard to disappear for months on end, only to reappear months, or even years, later. That's probably why Korolyov wasn't surprised to see the ersatz DuPont show up on his doorstep. Disguising yourself as an ordinary wizard would have to be preceded by kidnapping the wizard in question, learning his habits, and most importantly, keep him out of the way somehow. Draco nodded. Hiding the original was extremely important, lest someone discover him and sound the alarm. The whole procedure takes too much in the way of planning, and unfortunately I don't have many people who are intelligent enough to impersonate people like Mr. Crouch managed to do. Anastasio said wistfully. Maybe, if I ever find someone capable of brewing the potion, I'll consider that this course of action be taken in certain situations. A good thing our spy has a small animagus form, although that silver paw is a bit conspicuous. He has to muddy it constantly to obscure it. Still, Korolyov's place was filled with rats, so Pettigrew could watch the events at his leisure. Imagine his surprise when the creation, a cauldron clone, turned out to be an exact duplicate of Harry Potter. Anastasio glanced back into the dungeon. Why would he want a copy of Potter? All in good time. Draco smirked. Don't you want to know how I got him here? Very much. Good. Pettigrew reported back to me and described the ranger. I ran it against our data on the rangers, Maximilian Donovan Wolf. Now, I realized that whatever he was up to wasn't standard operating procedure in the Order of Illumination, so I assumed he'd had to go behind people's backs. Remember how our remaining spy in Concordia hinted at Wolf having been punished for something, shortly after he retrieved Ginny Weasley from the Micronesian compound? The theory was that he used her as bait, correct? That's right. Draco nodded. That goes against the Order's code, so I assumed he was punished for it. However, that was minor compared to creating a Cauldron clone. I knew that if he were caught, the punishment would be much more severe. For something like that, one would be sent to Azkaban. Anastasio frowned. He looked at Draco approvingly. I bet you read that in the files about my days as a ranger. As a matter of fact, I did. That's why I mobilized spies to keep an eye on Azkaban and similar places. Sure enough, he was sent to Azkaban soon after. I still had a bone to pick with him for what he did to me, so I negotiated an exchange with the Dementors. For the price of 3 souls, they removed some of his hair when he was asleep and handed it to our operatives who'd been watching the place. I personally went to Korolyov and had him create a Cauldron clone. Then, on the 5th, we took the real one and left the clone behind. Draco grinned triumphantly. The Rangers believe that he's dead, because they buried the clone. They went back for him. Why? After what he'd done? Draco shrugged. Don't know. Maybe they changed their minds. Who knows? Maybe we'll solve that puzzle when we know why he needed a clone of Potter's. So you don't know? Not yet. They tried Veritaserum, but he seems immune. Then the Imperius was attempted, but he threw that off, and he was drugged. They tried torture, but pain doesn't seem to bother him much. Draco sighed. I'd have killed him right after I captured him, but knowing why he had a Potter clone made was an itch I just had to scratch. Bloody hell. 4 wizards were needed to get through his shield charm and stun him. You did well, Mr. Malfoy, Anastasio said quietly. Make sure the wizards keep out of his line of sight, and only let golems get close. We don't want to him gather information from their minds, and he's still extremely dangerous. All right. But what if he can't be broken? Everyone can be broken, Mr. Malfoy. Some more easily than others, but no one is unbreakable. Although I dare predict that Max Wolf will be the toughest one yet. Anastasio shrugged. And if all else fails, we can still try that new mind-reading potion of Yamato's to uncover his secrets. Draco frowned. Are you sure that'll work? I heard that a mind reader could be blocked. Wolf's got a strong mind. The way I understand it, one can only block a mind reader if one is prepared. He doesn't know about the potion, so as far as he's concerned we don't have that option open to us. I learned from Celine that eye contact, while preferable, is not necessary. Only line of sight is needed, unless a person is so distressed that he's broadcasting. So whoever is chosen to read him can stand behind him. The person asking the questions will have to be out of his sight as well, to prevent him from finding out what we're doing. Unless you want to blindfold him. But that would just make him suspicious, and suspicion closes up the mind. Anastasio began pacing back and forth, deep in thought. Then he abruptly stopped. Mr. Malfoy, we have to move him to a more secure compound. I'll let you know which one in a few hours. Arrange the transfer. All right. Anastasio briefly frowned at that, no doubt having expected something like, as you wish, my lord. However, Draco guessed he must have been too excited about their captive to care, at the moment. He let it slide without commenting. Draco allowed himself a smirk. As long as he kept Anastasio happy, he had nothing to worry about. And if he kept this up, soon he would be replacing the vampire. It was now mid-October. The more senior rangers had worked non-stop for a month, and were due to be temporarily relieved, which was why Harry, the Kelly brothers, and some others, were now en route to a deserted area in Georgia. Gudrun would actually be getting off with them, leaving Lieutenant Hull in charge of the cruiser. She was nervously checking her gear, which she hadn't donned in a while because she hadn't been required to enter the line of fire. Harry shared her nervousness, but for different reasons. Hall was in charge of the overall mission, having the highest rank, and Doc would be in charge in the field. But if a fight broke out, they would look to Harry, since he was the most senior combat ranger present. And that thought terrified him. He wished that Wolf were there to lead them. He'd always known what to do when the going got tough. Don't be nervous, beautiful, Matt teased Gudrun. I'll be around to protect you in case we run into any bad guys. Gudrun, for once, wasn't amused. This isn't a game, surfer boy. You could get hurt if you lose your focus. I know, Matt said seriously. But we've still got a little while before we arrive where we need to be. There will be plenty of opportunity for anxiety later. No use in worrying when everything's fine. He reached over and patted her knee. Keep your hands to yourself, Gudrun snapped. What in the blazes crawled up you ass? Matt asked, slightly taken aback. I'm not coming on to you. I know it's not the time. If it bothers you so much, I'll never touch you again, all right. Gudrun's expression softened slightly. Sorry. It's not you. It's not even the mission. If there's something that's been bothering you, you should have told command about it and asked to sit out this one, Harry interjected. It's not that bad. Not bad enough for me to sit out the mission. All the other candidates already had another assignment, and they could hardly let Ginny or Rachel Esclove go on this mission. Want to talk about it? Matt asked, looking genuinely concerned. There's nothing to talk about. Gudrun sighed. Well, if you don't want to talk, fancy a quickie in the restroom. I've heard of the muggle thing called the Mile High Club. He winked and grinned. Harry smiled and shook his head. Matt was unbelievable sometimes. But then, to his surprise, Gudrun looked up at Matt curiously, a small smile appearing on her face. Then she rolled back her eyes and shook her head. Don't you have anything else on your mind? Now that you mention it, Matt gathered a lock of his long blonde hair and held it in front of his face. Have you got any tips how I can prevent split ends? I've had to trim some off a few times this month. I don't think the bad guys will care how you look, Captain Gigolo. Gudrun smiled. I'm not being serious. But I got you to smile again, at least, super slut. I'm not a slut, I'm a temptress, whoremonger. Fancier name. Same thing, Jezebel. Matt retorted playfully. Harry grinned and looked at two other combat rangers. He hadn't really seen them that often before, but they started out in the order at the same time as Mayumi and Galatea. Farouk was a 26-year-old Iraqi wizard with the added magical weapons expertise, like Mordecai had. Lota, a stout wizard from Zambia, was the other. They were playing the complicated strategic game that Ron and Clara da Silva loved to play, although neither seemed to be very good at it. A small Colombian ranger 4th class from intelligence, Gloria Delmar, looked on as the two wizards played. She'd be the second-ranking ranger while they were in the field. Harry didn't know her too well, although Hermione knew her, since Delmar doubled as an analyst as well. She had to be one of the smallest rangers in the order, being barely 5 feet tall. The hulking form that was Nathan Kelly huddled in a far corner of the cargo bay, scribbling feverishly on a piece of parchment. Harry got up and walked over to him. What are you doing, mate? Nathan stared at Harry, as if he were deciding whether or not he ought to tell him. He shrugged, deciding that it could do no harm. Writing to Helga. We always write love letters to each other. We keep trying to find interesting ways to express how much we love each other. Oh, Harry blushed. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll leave you to write. No, don't worry about it. Actually, I'm stuck, maybe you could help me out. I'm not much of a romantic. Harry frowned. Maybe you ought to ask your brother. Nathan sniggered. I don't think so. Matt is hardly romantic. He can be one hell of a sweet talker when he wants to be, but I wouldn't count on him to do anything romantic anytime soon. You know, maybe you ought to try and write something like this for Ginny. She strikes me as the kind of girl who'd love it. Thinking about it, Harry realized the big Australian was probably right. But he wouldn't know what to write. I'd probably just make an A.S. out of myself. Practice makes perfect. I can help you, if you want to. Thanks, but I'm not the sappy love letter type. If I start writing to Ginny like that, she'll think there's something wrong with me. Maybe at first. Nathan laughed. But once she gets used to the idea, I think she'll really appreciate it. All right. Harry shrugged. It's worth a try. He glanced at the bottom of the parchment and read, Nathan. B. Kelly. What does B stand for? Blue Ocean, he muttered, looking slightly embarrassed. My mother loved the whole Muggle flower power thing. I'm not even sure if it counts as one or two middle names. I mean, I know it's just the B, but you'd think that it would be too, right? Harry frowned. Isn't that flower power thing a little before your time? Nathan nodded. Yeah, she's still into it. Blue Ocean, I wonder how the heck she came up with that. I guess it could have been something worse, like Cosmic River. Harry glanced at Matt, who seemed to be searching for split ends in his blonde hair. He wondered whether it was a good idea for a combat ranger to have hair that long. It was between shoulder and elbow length. Harry thought it would just get in the way, although Matt seemed to have found a solution by gathering the hair from the top of his head at the back, to keep it from falling into his face. Since the hair growing from the back and the sides wouldn't likely bother his vision, the Australian kept it loose, save for two thin braids near the temples, which were tucked behind his ears. For a moment, Harry envied Matt's easily manageable golden locks, which could easily have belonged to a fairy tale prince, as opposed to the scruffy-looking thatch on his own head. But Ginny seemed to like his untamable hair very much, so the envy drained away as quickly as it had surfaced. So, does Captain Gigolo there have an embarrassing middle name too? Nathan nodded. Greenleaf. Odd, really, how our mum managed to mess things up. Matt loves everything that's got to do with water and gets Greenleaf, while I love the forest, but I'm stuck with Blue Ocean. Good thing our dad had enough sense to give us regular first names. A circle detached itself from the ceiling and glided down, carrying Doc and Ivanova, who could patch up injuries. Harry knew she could handle herself in a fight. She'd done well in India, about a year ago. Serafina Esposito was on board too, as a second metawizard and second pilot. It was a good thing that she would stay on board, because Harry didn't want to worry about her too. 20 minutes, Doc said. Be ready to move out. Harry rose and addressed his fellow combat rangers. All right, check all your equipment. He tried to recall all the things Wolf would say before he addressed his fellow combat rangers. It's our job to keep the others safe while they do the important stuff. Everybody laughed at that, letting some of the tension drain away. Lota, you've got the spinner, right? The wizard nodded. Farouk. Crossbow, the Iraqi wizard replied, showing a small and compact crossbow used for short distances. It was a magical version of a Chinese repeating crossbow, making a much higher rate of fire than a Muggle crossbow could ever produce. Have you got some erumpment fluid-tipped darts? 7. Harry nodded and looked at Nathan, who was folding away his parchment. Nathan. I'll just be carrying the telescoping staff, he said, holding out a foot-long hollow tube that looked a little like a scroll container. He pressed a button, transforming the foot-long tube into a 6-foot staff. That's it. I have to carry the explosive charges too, remember? Harry nodded. Only Nathan was strong enough to physically carry the load without being too impaired. Gudrun, are the charges okay? I'll pretend that I didn't hear that, Gudrun said, as she finished strapping on her armor. Matt, I have no idea how this place we're going to looks on the inside, but I reckon a hybrid bow might come in handy in case we need to take out a target quietly and it's beyond the crossbow's range. Harry nodded. While they could shoot arrows out of their wands, they were on a stealth mission and could therefore only use their wands when secrecy was not an issue anymore. The bow also had several enchantments that silenced the thwong of the bowstring, and even the faint whisper of the arrow in flight. A simple command could also activate an enchantment in the bowstring, making it razor sharp, and allowing the bow to function as a slashing weapon. I'm taking the tuning sword too, in case we have to knock someone out without harming him too much. He patted the sides of his armor, where 2 slender daggers with blades over a foot long, hung suspended on the same belt that strapped the arrow quiver to his back, but I have no idea where I can leave it. I'll take it, Gudrun said. Do you know how to use it? Matt frowned. Want to find out? No thanks, Matt said. Harry slung the scabbard containing Wolf's phoenix katana over his shoulder and belted it in place. He'd been surprised to find out that Wolf had left him the sword. It hadn't rejected him, something these types of magical weapons did sometimes, so apparently he'd been deemed worthy. He'd spent as much time as possible training himself in its use. He couldn't tell whether it was his imagination or not, but it felt like the sword exuded warmth, through the armor and against his back, as if Wolf were watching over his shoulder. He swallowed. 18 minutes to touchdown. Harry peered through the greenish-looking landscape. There wasn't anything in sight, living or undead. The entrance to the underground complex had to be around there somewhere. Why did they always have to be underground? He hated going underground. It made him feel boxed in. I found the entrance. Doc's voice sounded through his earpiece. I don't like the looks of this, though. Let me see if there's another way in. They walked for half a mile, while Doc sniffed around for another entrance. Come on, Doc, Matt complained. Why can't we just go in? My instincts tell me that something isn't quite right with that entrance. It was well hidden, but the location was too obvious for my tastes. Call it goblin instinct. I know when I'm being set up. Ah, here we go. Doc said after about 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to do this a bit differently. Nathan, give me your smallest charge, please. Doc, what are you doing? Harry asked. A tunnel comes within 4 feet of the surface. I'm going to blow a hole that'll function as a makeshift door. Don't worry, echolocation suggests that it isn't a frequently used tunnel, and the walls are uneven, so that sounds of the blast won't carry well. It's the best place. It was Doc's call, and he knew what he was talking about. 3 minutes later, they were all in a tunnel Harry couldn't wait to get out of. It only allowed them to walk single file, and the ceiling was incredibly low. Harry could walk standing up most of the time, but Matt and Nathan were having a tough time with their heights. Stop. Silence. Doc, who'd been leading, hissed. They all stopped and stood as quietly as possible while Doc stared down the tunnel. Okay, we can go now. What was it? Harry, who was third in file, behind Gudrun, asked. I heard footsteps. It sounded human. It had to be. Vampires move too silently for me to hear them at this range, Doc replied. Gudrun, the tuning sword, Harry said. Good idea. Doc nodded. Shish, I hear him again. Bloody hell, there are 3, blocking the entrance to this tunnel. They're just talking about stuff, no tenseness. They don't know we're coming. Slowly, and as quietly as possible moved closer and closer, until they reached a sharp turn. Light fell on the wall, and Harry saw the shadow of a man. Doc turned and looked back at Harry, nodding and raising 3 fingers. Harry nodded and tapped his chest, signaling that he'd take care of them. But it was still extremely risky. Then he got an idea. He took off his goggles and pointed from Doc's goggles to his own. Then she stretched out his arm, holding the goggles at an angle. He wanted to be able to look around the corner before he charged. Doc caught on quickly and grinned. He took off his own goggles and manipulated a few buttons on their side. Soon, Harry's left eye saw a shifting image of the cave through Doc's goggles, as Doc crawled forward and pushed his goggles out so Harry could see around the corner. Harry closed his right eye to make it easier, and saw what looked like 3 giants standing there. One of them was smoking a cigarette and kept a casual eye on the tunnel. But he was completely oblivious to Doc's goggles poking around the corner. So Harry wriggled past Gudrun and stepped over Doc. Concentrating, he tapped into the core of his being. He felt himself being filled by the pure energy, seemingly making him lighter than air. Then he disconnected the visual feed from Doc's goggles, activated the tuning sword and bolted around the corner much faster than humans could move. Only the guard furthest from the tunnel caught a glimpse of him before being stunned. They quickly bound the bodies with unbreakable magic cuffs and hauled them into the tunnel, out of sight. Their absence would probably raise a flag in the security network if a patrol came by and found that they weren't there. But their unconscious forms in plain sight would cause a lot more consternation and put the base on full alert instantly. In both cases, they'd be discovered, but the extra few minutes earned by hiding the guards could mean the difference between life and death. Loda and Delmar remained behind in the tunnel to take care of any patrols that might investigate the lack of contact from the guards. They'd have to be dealt with as well, and even though that wouldn't solve the problem, it would buy the team another few minutes. Doc also chose to let Ivanova remain behind with them given the fact that her abilities wouldn't be needed if everything went according to plan. And while Harry knew that hardly anything ever went according to plan, he too saw no need for Ivanova to go deeper into the compound. She and the other two rangers could always be called if they would be needed. No further opposition was encountered as they carefully infiltrated the base further. Then, after a good half an hour, they came upon what looked like an observation point that overlooked a huge chamber. As Harry took a peek over the edge, his heart stopped. It looked like some sort of necromancy workshop. An Asian wizard holding a staff that looked like someone's spine, with a shrunken head perched on top, strode around as he owned the place, giving instructions to some wizards and vampire ghouls that milled about between huge basins filled with preservative fluids. Huge dead monsters floated around in those translucent tanks. "Hey," Doc whispered, jumping up and down. He was too short to look over the edge. "What's going on down there? Shall I describe it to you, or should I find you a box?" Matt joked. Harry glared at him, but he immediately realized that this was Matt's way of dealing with the pressure. "We can't handle this alone. We need backup." "We can't," Doc, who was being lifted up by Nathan, said. "It looks like they're preparing to relocate. At this rate, they'll be gone in a few hours. And that necromancer, that's Yamato. We can't let him get away. We have to find out how they plan to travel, and sabotage it. Gudrun, contact the cruiser and tell them to forward the images my goggles are transmitting to the Citadel." "Right away," Gudrun said, and began speaking into her broadcaster in hushed tones. "Doc, we know very little of the layout of the place, and there are hundreds of ghouls down there." Harry voiced his concerns. "We can always use our emergency portkeys if things get out of hand," the half-goblin replied. "We have a mission to accomplish, Ranger Potter." Harry winced at Doc's choice of words, Ranger Potter. He'd been put in his place. Matt's questioning glance wasn't helping either. They probably thought he was a coward, but the fact of the matter was that he didn't feel like unnecessarily risking his neck now that he had Ginny to come home to. He looked at Nathan, who surely would understand him. He had Helga waiting for him. But the look of grim determination given by Nathan's square and blocky features told him that he was mistaken. Harry took a deep breath, forcing his apprehensive feeling away. Wolf hadn't died just so he could chicken out at the sight of a daunting enemy. "All right, what's the plan?" "We cause a diversion and plant tracers on things they're not likely to leave behind." Doc explained. "The moment we reveal ourselves, they'll assume that we've already contacted the Order about this place, so they'll want to evacuate." Doc, Hall says he isn't receiving a visual feed from your goggles." Gudrun said. Doc narrowed his goblin-esque eyes. "I'm sure they're working. We can't be out of range. Unless we're being jammed. Contact with the cruiser is very shaky, and I'm already using Loda and Gloria's broadcasters as relay points." Delmar and Loda were still at their stations. Harry sighed with relief. Since this compound was hours from being abandoned, the bad guys probably didn't bother with patrols anymore. "Patrol," Farouk, who was further down the hall as a lookout, reported through the earpieces. "Orders." "Damn. Gudrun, how many invisibility cloaks do you have in your pack?" "Just 2, the Icelandic witch whispered anxiously, while she dug in her pack. "You and I could fit under one, and maybe even Harry and I, but the Kellys would need their own." "They're coming awfully close," Farouk repeated. "I can't stay here." Doc spoke into the broadcaster mouthpiece. "Retreat to this position." "I've been spotted," Farouk said urgently. "I can give you a minute, but I'll need help." Not even consciously thinking about what he was doing, Harry began issuing orders. "Doc, you'd better put on your invisibility cloak and get down there to do whatever you have to do. Matt, help Farouk. I need someone to help me with setting the charges. Nathan will go with you." Gudrun shook her head. "But I'm more familiar with." "How were you planning to carry that pack?" Harry pointed to the huge pack only the Kelly brothers could carry without too much trouble. "Levitate it with your wand. You'll need it to defend yourself. Farouk can only hold them off for half a minute." Doc took the cloaks Gudrun was now holding and handed one to Nathan. "He's right, Gudrun. We can't share a cloak, we'd move too slowly. It has to be Nathan and me. You're more valuable up here." With that, He and Nathan threw the cloaks over their bodies and disappeared from sight. Remember, vampires have exceptional hearing and smell. Try to stay as far away from them as possible. We'll try to focus their attention on us by raising hell. Harry tried to sound confident, despite the fact that his heart pounded in his throat. But now that preventing discovery was not an issue anymore, they might as well try to accomplish the mission to the best of their abilities. Contact us as soon as you're done, so we can portkey out. What if the transmission gets jammed? Doc's disembodied voice asked. Wait, I'll just set off the first 3 charges in quick succession. That's the alternative signal. Good one, Doc, Harry agreed. Then he turned to Gudrun. Let's go. Following the sounds of battle, Gudrun and Harry rushed to where Farouk and Matt were fighting. Matt's severely distorted voice revealed that he was hard-pressed, as Harry heard the report through his earpiece. We're in trouble, Harry. Our wands don't work. Our artifacts still work with their enchantments, and I can still do some wand-less magic, but the communication faltered. Have to hurry. Harry desperately wanted to increase his speed magically, but he wasn't about to leave Gudrun behind in there. Matt and Farouk could take care of themselves. They didn't necessarily need their wands to fight. Fortunately, the tuning sword could do much more than just stun. The twin blades were razor sharp and could easily lop off limbs. He didn't know how well Gudrun could wield the sword, but he had no choice but to take her into battle with him. Gudrun, how come our wands don't work? I don't know. Gudrun said hurriedly. I think I heard something about Yamato trying to design an anti-magic field generator that countered the focusing properties of magic wands. Hall told me about it. Yamato's had years to bring his theories into practice. Maybe this is it. Anti-magic. But our artifacts and weapons are still working. They've got enchantments on them, she said hurriedly. It's not the same as casting spells, although. What? Harry spared a quick glance and saw Gudrun fiddle with her portkey. What are you doing? Gudrun didn't answer. Instead, her lips formed a thin line as she let her arm drop to her side again and quickened her pace. Although, a field of this kind could block communication and teleportation magic, and it did. My portkey isn't working. What? Harry could feel the panic rise in him. Wishing to alert Doc, Harry activated his broadcaster, only to find out that Doc and Nathan were out of reach. The inside of his goggles, which were linked to his broadcaster, flashed a message telling him this. Damn. Don't worry. The way our broadcasters are behaving, I'm sure Doc suspects that the portkeys are being jammed too. How can we counter this? We have to find whatever is doing this, and destroy it. Gudrun couldn't say more, because just then, they ran into a group of 5 zombies in varying stages of decay, which were coming out of a narrow side corridor and were moving to attack Matt and Farouk from the rear. Not the best frontline soldiers, but in sheer numbers they could be dangerous, especially since no one had a working wand. Harry tapped into his core, drawing from the secret source of power he'd unlocked upon the revelation that Ginny loved him. The same warm feeling he got whenever Ginny was with him stole through his body. Everything seemed to slow down around him as he drew his sword. One by one, he decapitated the zombies, the only way to stop this particular kind of undead. He just hoped that the dark magic used to animate them wasn't so strong as to make the bodies come after them even after decapitation, which was sometimes the case with spells produced by really powerful necromancers. And even though Yamato could be considered powerful, Harry didn't think he'd waste such a draining charm on these rather decayed corpses. Not stopping to see the heads tumble from the shoulders in slow motion, Harry bolted towards Farouk and Matt, who'd been holding off a large mob of zombies very similar to the ones he'd just beaten. The strain he was beginning to feel from harnessing the immense power forced him to release the power again. However, the warmth remained in his hands. Looking at them, he saw the sword glowing with power. Its magic had been activated somehow, because phoenixes were symbols of death and rebirth, and these undead creatures clearly went against that universal rule, Harry realized. It was as if the sword was talking, telling him what to do. He aimed the blade at the 36 or so zombies and the sword did the rest. The blade transformed into a sparkling red flame and blossomed outwards in a cone-shaped blast, turning the zombies to ashes within seconds. By the bloody big bunyip, what the hell was that? Matt asked after a moment, looking from the sword to the smoking piles of ashes in front of him. Harry shrugged. He himself had no idea what the sword was exactly capable of. I didn't feel any heat from the blast. Did you? Matt shook his head. No. Farouk, did you feel any heat? I did not. The Iraqi wizard frowned. Then he took off his glove and briefly touched the wall. He obviously felt no heat, for he rested his hand against the stone wall after the initial probe. The walls are not hot either. It must have been pure magical fire. Wow. Gudrun said in awe. Harry, do you have any idea how valuable that sword has to be? I wonder what Lei Li did that warranted such a gift. It must be an heirloom of the entire Phoenix clan. This must have been forged with ancient, powerful and nearly forgotten magic. Harry knew it was just Gudrun's artificer's nature to ponder these things, but they had other fish, or rather, zombies, to fry at the moment. We can work that out later. First, we have to find whatever is disrupting our wands, and destroy it. If it's portable sized, we have to try and switch it off and keep it in one piece. Gudrun said. You want to take it with us? If possible. If we figure out how it works, we might devise some countermeasures. How do you propose we find it? Matt frowned. Gudrun rolled back her eyes. Do you think I'd suggest finding it if I didn't have a plan? Really? Stick to what you're good at. If there isn't anything to fight, just stand there, keep your mouth shut and be pretty. Leave the thinking to those of us who are good at it. The look that Matt got in his eyes whenever some wisecrack formed in his mind came out, but he seemed to bite his tongue at the last minute. Instead, he stuck to the business at hand. So what was your plan? It seems our communication gets worse the closer we come to this jamming device. She activated her broadcaster, and her voice suddenly rang in their earpieces. The worse the signal from our broadcaster gets. When we can't hear each other anymore, even at this range, we'll know we're nearly on top of the treasure. Like a metal detector, only the sound will diminish, instead of increase. Harry nodded. Good to know we've got some brains to lead us. Gudrun's cheeks turned pink and she looked very pleased with herself. Well, a good brain as well as a butt that just won't quit. Matt grinned. But will your plan work if this device has an effective magic shutdown range of 100 yards or more? Do you have a better idea? Gudrun snapped. Matt held up his hands diplomatically. Just asking. Hey, would it make any difference in the transmission if I stand where I am now, or right next to you, if we're being jammed? Gudrun nodded. Distance is in direct relation to the quality of the link. She looked at Harry. We may have to stand cheek to cheek when we get really close to the source. Oh, pick me, Matt said, jumping up and down theatrically. Gudrun snorted, but the tension drained out of her expression. Shut up. You. We have to get going. Harry said. The sooner we disable or destroy this thing, the faster we can get out of here. Which way? Gudrun walked about 50 meters along the ash-filled corridor, and spoke. How's this? Her words sounded very faint in his earpiece. I think it's that way, Harry said. He glanced at the sword again. It seemed to lack much of the energy it had held earlier, and Harry suspected that it would need to recharge for a while before it could once again perform that particular feat. For one long hour, they searched through the maze of tunnels, looking for the source that prevented them from using their wands. Now, according to the increasing limits on their communication artifacts, Gudrun deduced they had to be really close. They came upon a large chamber that, from the looks of it, must have served as a command and control of sorts. They could see a reddish glow emanate from a pit inside the room and they could hear a hum that reminded Harry of a swarm of attacking doxies. That had to be whatever was jamming their wands, and logically, something so valuable to the enemy was likely to have guards. The emblems of color triangles with the droplet of blood in the middle made his heart stop beating for a split second. The guards were the fabled bloodhounds. The Order's intelligence sources had heard of this special unit within Anastasiu's organization, but none of the patrols had actually encountered them before. According to their sources, it consisted of anywhere between 16 to 26 skilled wizards, and vampires which were at least 100 years old and had all the powers that vampires gained as they aged. Even though there were only 4 of them, all vampires, Harry didn't think any of his companions could fight them off without their wands. The vampires had weapons too, and were faster and stronger than their human adversaries. More than ever, Harry missed Wolf, who would likely have been able to take them all with his bare hands without breaking a sweat. He knew he could also hold his own against one or two of these vampires, and under more favorable conditions, all of them. But the fact of the matter was that he was trapped below ground in an area with apparition wards and an artifact that prevented him from using his wand. To make matters worse, his adversaries were wearing a new type of armor that looked very solid, and Harry had no doubt in his mind that the armor would easily turn Matt and Farouk's arrows. He glanced at the other rangers. Gudrun was looking very pale, instinctively taking a step backward to hide behind Matt. The grim Australian threw his bow to Farouk, who didn't have any short-range weapons, and drew his long twin daggers, stepping in front of Gudrun protectively. Farouk activated the enchantment on the bow to turn the string razor sharp and ready for some serious cutting. Knowing he had to get everyone out in one piece, Harry opened himself up to the power within, concentrating like he'd never concentrated before. He had to maintain the power increase long enough to dispatch these vampires, but he knew it was going to be hard. He drew his katana and charged the nearest vampire. Its pale face showed it had clearly been startled by the fact that Harry's speed was equal, if not superior to its own. But it successfully blocked his attack and answered with a riposte of its straight sword. Harry's desperation grew as he witnessed two more vampires approach from the corner of his eye, knowing that these reinforcements would help their comrades make short work of them if he didn't do something quickly. He knew he had to dispatch his adversary quickly so he could help the others, who were hard-pressed to defend themselves. It was time to fight creatively, like Wolf had taught him. He spun around, pretending to make a powerful backhanded sweeping attack with his blade, fully expecting the vampire to choose ducking over blocking the sword, which it indeed chose to do. But now that Harry was overextended, the vampire counterattacked, using the same attack that Harry had just used, in an attempt to decapitate Harry. Harry leapt over the attack and drove his katana into the skull of the vampire. While not fatal to the vampire, the attack was enough to incapacitate it and leave it defenseless. This was a good thing, since Harry couldn't have finished it off even if he'd wanted to, because a second vampire was attacking him with a heavy battle axe. Harry focused on the axe briefly before making a shoving gesture as he attempted a wand-less banishing charm. It worked beautifully, and sent the heavy axe crashing into the back of one of the vampires that had been trying to get past Matt to threaten Gudrun, who was the easiest prey. She was bleeding rather profusely from a wound in her neck, which she was clutching tightly to stop the flow of blood, but it continued to seep through her fingers. One of the vampires must have tried to indulge its thirst for blood. But it should have waited until the battle was done, because now it would pay for its arrogance. Matt took advantage of the vampire's distraction and surged forward, crossing the blades of his daggers and cutting off the vampire's head as if he were using a pair of large scissors. This left his flank exposed, and to Harry's horror, the second vampire moved to exploit this. However, Gudrun stepped in and blocked the blow that had been meant for Matt. The vampire staggered back, clutching its sword and struggling to remain on its feet. Clever as always, Gudrun had activated the tuning sword as she blocked the vampire's slash, and the vampire was now trying to shake off the stunning effect. But Matt never gave it the chance, and another head rolled over the floor of the chamber soon after. Then Gudrun and Matt rushed over to Farouk, who had shot a dart into one of the vampire's faces at point-blank range, but was in serious trouble with the remaining two. But Harry was forced to mind his other business again, as the vampire he disarmed with the wand-less charm charged him with claws extended. Harry summoned the sword of the downed vampire and tangled it in the vampire's legs. The agile creature succeeded in turning its trip up into a gravity-defying somersault, and it plucked the weapon from between its legs in midair before it softly landed some 5 meters away, on the other side of the pit. Then it turned away and escaped in one of the passages. Harry briefly considered going after it, but decided to help Farouk and Matt, who were clearly having trouble fending off their faster and stronger opponents. Several gashes along their Graphorn armor skin attested to the fact that it had probably saved their lives more often than once in this battle alone. He sprinted over to Farouk and knocked the vampire's rapier out of line. It jumped backward, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp bowstring. But Harry didn't give it a chance to take a better stance. He immediately followed up Farouk's attack with a thrust of his own, instead of a sweeping attack, which the vampire had clearly expected, for it had begun to duck. Instead, Harry's blade pierced one of its eyes and emerged through the back of the vampire's head. As the creature collapsed, the remaining vampire leapt away and fled into one of the other entryways. Harry finally released the awesome power he'd been wielding, and the pressure in his entire being seemed to diminish. It had left him exhausted, and he didn't know how many more times he'd be able to draw on his power like that. Matt was already dealing with Gudrun's injury, and searched a pouch that Gudrun had taken over from Ivanova when they'd left the Medowitch at the entrance with Gedeon. He quickly took out a bottle filled with translucent liquid and poured it into Gudrun's wounds. Gudrun stopped losing blood as the wounds quickly sealed, courtesy of the Phoenix Tears. Harry silently thanked the 4 Concordian Phoenixes for their helping the Order of Illumination, and vowed to visit them to show his appreciation somehow. Phoenix Tears were fine agents to close wounds and counter poison, but they couldn't completely compensate for all the blood Gudrun had lost. She still looked a bit pale as she looked at Matt and offered him a shaky smile. "Thanks for getting that vampire off me. My hero." Matt blushed and cleared his throat. "Just doing what I'm supposed to do," he muttered. "I owe you one too. My head would have been shish kebabbed by the vampire if you hadn't stepped in." "Let me have some of that," Farouk said, as he took the bottle from Matt and poured a few drops into a particularly nasty-looking flesh wound, where the vampires must have scored a hit. Their weapons were coated with poison. "It is a good thing that we have a supply of Phoenix Tears," he said, as his wounds closed up too. Harry quickly chopped off the heads of the 2 incapacitated vampires, which had obviously regenerated, as they had begun to stir again. Then he strode over to the pit and looked down. It looked like a stone cube with lots of runes carved into it. "Gudrun, is this it?" "It certainly looks like it," she answered, as she walked over to have a closer look, leaning heavily on Matt. "Get me down there so I can figure out how to shut it off." "We don't have much time," Farouk said. "The Bloodbeepers that got away have probably worked out the reason of our presence. They must have gone for reinforcements." "Then we'd better hurry," Gudrun said. "Matt, lower me into the pit." The Australian, however, was looking uncomfortable. "I don't know if you should go down there. I bet Yamato's BP trapped it." "How do you know?" Harry frowned. "Ron told me. He said it would fit in Yamato's character profile to place traps everywhere." "Ron said that?" Harry asked, surprised. "We talked about these things when we were on patrol together." Harry looked down into the 6-foot pit. Ron had keen insight when it came to these things. "Then we'll just have to destroy it." "With what?" Gudrun shook her head. "We need our wands to activate the curse capsules." "Damn, I knew I should have pre-charmed the curse capsules." She paused as something else drew her attention. "Your sword is glowing again. Maybe it'll do the job." Harry drew the weapon from its sheath. It crackled with energy once more, and the warmth returned to his hands as he held it, partially restoring some of the energy he'd expended while fighting. When he'd fought the zombies, it had seemed like he'd been communicating with the weapon. Now, even though it seemed recharged, it wasn't talking to him. He had no idea what to do. All right, but what do I do now? I don't know how to handle this thing." "You knew how to roast those zombies well enough," Matt pointed out. "The sword almost did that by itself, it reacted to the zombies. It isn't reacting now, though. Perhaps you could slash it in two," Farouk suggested. "I don't know. It looks like it's made out of stone." He sighed. Then he remembered something Merlin had taught him: magic over matter. All he had to do was concentrate. "All right, here it goes, but I'd feel better if you stood back." The others nodded and retreated farther from the pit. For the 3rd time, Harry let the magical power flow through him, only this time he channeled some into the blade as well. It seemed to reward him with a feedback of invigorating energy, as he could feel his power grow even more, as if the sword were magnifying it. He raised the blade and jumped into the pit, bringing the blade down on the magical cube as he dropped. For half a heartbeat, he seemed to freeze in time and space as the blade touched the cube. Then the cube emitted a huge shock wave that sent him flying backwards. A quick shield charm easily absorbed most of the wave, and he only flew halfway across the room, before landing and tumbling into a backward roll. To him, all this seemed to happen in slow motion. The others weren't able to protect themselves nearly as well as Harry had. Farouk was thrown out of the chamber entirely, and flew through one of the passageways. But he'd been lucky compared to Matt, who was slammed into a wall with tremendous force, while trying to shield Gudrun from the impact. Gudrun had been standing behind Matt when Harry tried to destroy the cube, but he had somehow reversed their positions to soften the impact. But he'd been seriously hurt. He was lying in a heap along the wall, and Gudrun's desperate attempts to get a reaction were unsuccessful. Harry looked at the cube, hoping his effort had at least done something to disable the cube. It was still glowing, but there was a huge crack on its top. The glow began to dim as the crack grew and ran down the entire length of the cube. Then the glow vanished altogether, and the two halves of the cube fell onto their sides. Farouk came into the chamber again looking a bit winded, but otherwise all right. But Matt was still out cold. Matt, the look in Gudrun's eyes became more and more panicked as she tried to get him to react. Wake up, please. With difficulty she drew his upper body into her arms. She caressed the back of his head and her hand came away bloody. Oh. No. Kneeling down beside them, Farouk checked Matt's vital signs. Very shallow breathing and a weak pulse. He has a heavy concussion. He grimaced. I shouldn't have wasted the Phoenix tears on my trivial wound. We need Ivanova. Harry shook his head. There hadn't been anything trivial about Farouk's wound. If the tears hadn't countered the poison in it, he'd have been worse off than Matt right now. But he knew how Farouk felt. Because of the limited supply, Phoenix tears were actually only meant to heal damage that ordinary healing magic couldn't counter. But without working wands, the tears had been their only option. Maybe one of the spells Ginny had taught him would work. He drew his wand and aimed it at the spot where the blood came from. He concentrated, flicked his wand, but nothing happened. Oh, our wands still aren't working. I was afraid of that, Gudrun said. There must be more of those things scattered throughout this place. We'll have to find them and destroy them all. But we've got to make sure that Matt is okay first. She took the small bottle that had contained the Phoenix tears and held it upside down over Matt's slightly parted lips. Slowly, the remaining liquid crept along the neck of the bottle and formed a drop. It fell into Matt's mouth, but there was no visible effect. Gudrun kept holding the bottle upside down, and managed to shake 2 small droplets out. Matt's lips moved and he opened his eyes a little, looking at Gudrun. Ma, he croaked, before he lost consciousness again. Who? Harry frowned. He's delirious. Maybe he was asking for his mother. Then again, he may just have been babbling, Farouk said, as he bent down to check Matt's vital signs again. As near as I can tell, the tears helped a little. But he still needs to receive proper medical attention. Matt, a deep voice cried. Heavy footsteps pounded on the floor, and Nathan appeared out of nowhere as the invisibility cloak he'd been wearing slipped off. What happened? Will he be all right? He has a severe concussion, and we need to get him out as quickly as possible. Did you give him Phoenix tears? Doc asked. I got bitten in the artery in my neck, and Farouk was struck with a poisonous weapon. We used up most of the tears. We only had a few drops left, Gudrun said guiltily. That's all right. We haven't used any of ours, Doc said reassuringly, as he produced a small bottle from his own first aid pouch. First, we've got to pour some on the wound itself. His long goblin-like fingers combed through Matt's hair until he found a nasty-looking cut. He may have a cracked skull, and I'm not sure if the tears will heal that, but there's only one way to find out. Harry nodded. You might as well give it a try. The wound sealed as Doc poured some drops along its length, but there seemed to be no change in Matt's condition, so Doc poured a few drops into his mouth as well. Still Matt wouldn't return to consciousness, and Doc was beginning to get worried. I don't understand. I'm no medawizard, but he should be showing signs of improvement. Ooh, it's all my fault. He was shielding me from the blow, Gudrun said, running her fingers through Matt's hair affectionately. Then, although Harry couldn't be sure, he thought he saw Matt's lips move ever so slightly. Maybe he was reacting to Gudrun's ministrations. Nathan must have seen it too, because he narrowed his eyes and looked at his brother intently. Wait a sec, the tears healed him all right. He's faking. He scowled and lightly nudged his brother's leg with his foot. Matt's eyes snapped open and a mischievous grin swept over his face. Sure. Spoil my fun, Nathan. Gudrun huffed in outrage and shoved Matt away. How could you? Do you any idea how worried you had me? Matt's eyes lit up and he clambered to his feet. Why, Miss Engelsdottir, I didn't know you cared. In your dreams, Matt. Hey, you called me by my first name. Not Kelly. Not Captain Gigolo. I'm wearing you down, sweetheart. Bah. I just felt a little guilty, that's all. Get over yourself, Gudrun snapped. She's in the denial stage, Matt said, winking at Harry. Harry, however, couldn't see the humor in it. Damn it, Matt. Now is not the time to play those silly games. Matt's grin evaporated. Yes, sir. Ranger Potter, sir, he said, in a slightly mocking tone. Hey, stop acting like a baby, little brother, Nathan admonished. You wasted valuable time with your antics. You ought to be put on report for this. I'm not going to put anyone on report, Doc said. Now, we have to find that other anti-magic field generator and destroy it. I'm not going to risk an attempt to deactivate it, because Yamato is very good at planting traps. I'm not sure I could find them all. Besides, we don't time on our side. Do you have any idea where it is? Harry asked. We think we know where it might be, Nathan answered. We passed an area with increased security, mostly zombies and skeletons. But there were nearly 100 of them. I couldn't hear Doc's broadcaster even though he was less than 2 feet away, so we reckon it's in that direction. Nearly 100 zombies and skeletons. I don't like those odds, especially when we can't use our wands, Harry said. And we've still got 2 bloodhounds to worry about. They weren't so tough, Matt boasted. Gudrun raised her eyebrow. Really? I thought one of them would have, as you so colorfully put it, shish kebabbed your head if it hadn't been for me. She tapped his chest plate. And they'd have cut you to ribbons if it hadn't been for this. Matt shrugged. Details. She saved your life. Nathan eyed Gudrun shrewdly. Yeah, so, I plucked that bloodbeeper off her as well. What are you smiling about? Oh, nothing. Nathan said airily. It's just that when a wizard saves another wizard's life. Are you implying that a bond was formed? We were just doing our jobs. I don't think that situation qualified, Gudrun said, scowling at Matt. As if I'd ever wanted to be bonded with him anyway. All right, I got the point. No need to rub it in. Matt smiled, although it was clearly a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes. With a start, Harry realized that Matt really liked Gudrun. This was very odd, since Harry knew for a fact how long a single woman could hold Matt's attention, and it wasn't very long. If a woman didn't give in to his charms, he shrugged it off and went on to the next one. But he seemed to look at Gudrun in a different light, and while Harry was no psychologist, he had a feeling that Matt hid his true feelings behind his facade of uncaring. Maybe Gudrun's feelings for him not going beyond friendship was the universe's way of exacting revenge on Matt for all the hearts he'd broken. So how did you destroy that cube? Nathan asked Harry. Harry pointed to his sword. This is a more powerful magical weapon than I thought. He reached back and drew it out of its sheath, presenting it to Nathan. I wonder how much it would fetch on the black market, Doc said, as he examined the sword up close. Hypothetically, of course. He quickly added. All right, we've wasted enough time standing around. Nathan and I have planted a few charges and tracers here and there, but we can't activate them while our broadcasters are jammed. Let's find that other cube. Doc took the lead as they set out to find the other cube. They encountered no opposition at all, which made Harry feel a little uneasy, but didn't worry him outright, since the compound was being abandoned, after all. After a while they ran into a dozen skeletons. However, those proved to be no obstacle at all for the 4 combat rangers, and the skeletons were soon reduced to piles of bones. Taking us out requires more than a skeleton crew, Nathan joked as he balanced the axe that had formerly been carried by one of the bloodhounds that got away on his shoulder. These skeletons are just to slow us down. I bet they've been raised in the local cemeteries. They'll collapse as soon as Yamato is gone, as will the zombies, Doc said. Enemy presence is much lighter than it was an hour ago. I think the evacuation is nearly complete. We're running out of time. Why is that? Matt asked. Because if Yamato's psychological profile is at all accurate, I don't think he intends to let us get away. He'll blow this place up with us in it. But he can't leave while that cube is still working. Do you honestly believe that? I'm sure he invented something that would shield him from the cube's effects right after he invented the cube itself, if it is a cube. For all we know, this one may be shaped like a pyramid. Matt shrugged and stepped on a broken skeleton's shield, causing its far end to flip up so he could grab it. Why would you need a shield? Doc asked. Matt tapped its silvery surface, and Harry saw that smooth dragon scales covered it. It's covered with dragon hide. It may buy me an extra second or two, unless the bad guys start throwing killing curses. Like Doc said, Yamato probably has something that prevents the anti-magic field from affecting himself, or his magical tools and maybe even his wand. He's probably granted the same means to a select few of his henchmen, which means we've got a serious disadvantage. Harry blinked. He hadn't even thought of that. Wolf probably would have, but he was glad that the others shared the burden with him like this. Good one, Matt. Well, a good brain as well as a butt that just won't quit. Gudrun smiled, using Matt's earlier remark against him. Farouk chuckled and grinned under his thick mustache, but Matt apparently didn't find it funny. He shrugged indifferently. Whatever. That was a compliment. What's your problem? There's no problem. But I'm just a vain, dumb surfer boy, remember? Maybe I'll read too much behind it, Matt said gruffly. Then he turned to Doc. If this place is going to blow, why are we wasting time by standing still? That said, they resumed their search for the second anti-magic device, and after using the increasingly shortening range of their broadcasters as an improvised scanner to narrow down their search, they found a damp corridor with a faint red light reflected off the walls at the far end. It had to run parallel to an underground water source, because moisture beads formed on the left wall and streaked down to make the floor wet and slippery. The light got brighter and brighter, and the corridor became broader, until they reached the landing at the top of narrow stairs that ran down into a large chamber similar to the one they seen Yamato in earlier. The bright light produced by the generator was kept in an antechamber at the far end of it. Harry saw about 24 rotting zombies, 5 vampire ghouls, the 2 bloodhounds who got away, and a handful of wizards. Yamato was among them, and he turned to face the rangers after the vampire that had fought Harry earlier alerted him to their presence. The necromancer laughed derisively at the rangers. Come here to capture me? I think not. I'd ask you to give Janos Hall my regards, but that's impossible, because you won't be leaving this place. Bloody hell. Get out of my way so I can put an arrow up his, Matt yelled, but Yamato was already running towards the antechamber, followed by the wizards and the vampires. The zombies and the ghouls, with no self-preservation instincts, stayed behind to act as a buffer. Nathan held the axe ready as he started down the ladder, but as soon as he'd taken his first step, a foul-smelling liquid shot out of a crack in the wall and splashed his armor. Startled, the big Australian stepped back. What the bloody hell? It's burning through the armor. Graphorn's skin was even more resistant to fire, spells and other elements than dragon hide was. It must have been a powerful magical acid to be able to burn through it. Nathan hastily removed his armor and examined it. The acid had burned a hole cleanly through it, and was now nibbling at the edges of the hole, widening it. It would have burned through his clothes and skin if he hadn't taken off his armor. Doc had put on his goggles and was staring at the wall. Good grief, he's put traps all along the wall. They're all multiple discharge. His gaze followed the wall, but I can see the deactivation switch. It's at the base of the stairs, right behind the ghouls. How can we get down there without springing the traps? Gudrun too was now looking at the stairs through her VEG goggles. The way Harry moves, it shouldn't be a problem, but most of the steps are charmed to be slippery. Harry frowned. He'd been planning to use his enhanced speed to run down the stairs, springing the traps as he went along but avoiding their discharge. I could jump down and slow my fall with a levitation charm, he then proposed. I'll fight my past the ghouls, and Matt and Farouk can help me. I don't think so, Doc said, looking down next to the stairs. There's no floor there. It's an illusion charm, hiding a spiked pit. Harry saw the reddish light turn purple. What's that? They've opened a portal, Doc said. Harry understood. Blue light mixed with the red would turn purple. He swallowed. Yamato was about to leave, and they had no way to get past the traps. Any ideas? Harry groaned and tried his best to concentrate and think of a solution to the problem. There has to be a mechanism somewhere on this side, Doc, Gudrun argued. Perhaps, but not necessarily. There are more passages into that chamber, and this strikes me as the most obvious one clearly meant to lead unwelcome visitors into a trap, Doc replied. Harry wondered what Wolf would have done at a time like this. Glancing downwards next to the stairs, he decided that he'd just have to take his chances with the pit and hope there weren't more lethal things than those spikes in it. Doc, I'm going to stand aside and give me some space, he heard Matt say. What? Harry turned around to see what Matt was up to, but before he could completely turn around, Nathan's big hand landed on his shoulder and pulled him out of the way. He caught a brief glimpse of Matt's blurry form shooting past him, clutching his bow. The Australian was balancing on the shield he'd taken earlier, and hit the stairs at a considerable speed. The acid trap that had destroyed Nathan's armor discharged harmlessly behind him as he drew arrow after arrow from his quiver and shot 3 vampire ghouls, piercing them through the heart, as he surfed down the stairs, springing the traps but moving too fast for them to harm him. As he neared the bottom, he was too close to the last ghoul to shoot it. Instead, he kicked the shield, which had a sharp upper edge, at the 4th ghoul, taking its head clean off. All the momentum he'd gathered as he'd slid down the stairs was enough to carry him over the last few steps and land at the base of the stairs. He landed in front of the last ghoul, and stabbed it through the heart with an arrow, using it as a makeshift stake. Then he used his longbow to reach out and pull down the lever, before he activated the sharpening spell on the bowstring and cut down the closest zombie. No longer having the element of surprise, he beat a hasty retreat, putting some distance between himself and the zombies. He did it. The traps are deactivated, Doc said. Doc had barely finished his sentence, when Harry bolted down the stairs, careful to avoid the puddles of acid left by the acid traps, Nathan and Farouk close on his heels. They also knew that while zombies weren't resurrected to be intelligent, it was no guarantee that they didn't have enough intelligence to reactivate the traps again. Harry was surprised as his first swing to take off the lead zombie's head missed. Then he noticed how some of the zombies had tentacles and other limbs attached to their torsos. These weren't ordinary zombies, but enhanced ones. They weren't going to be as easy to beat as ordinary zombies or skeletons. The zombies' counterattack was cut short, however, as Nathan split it from head to groin with one mighty stroke of his axe. At virtually the same time, the other 2 zombies nearest to it were struck by hollow darts containing erumpment fluid. Harry and Nathan scrambled away, partly to gain a better position, and partly just to avoid being covered by decaying remains when the zombies exploded. Harry. Doc, who had come down the stairs last, pointed at the antechamber, which was still emitting a purple glare. Destroy the thing so we can use our wands. Be careful, Nathan yelled after him, as he sprinted away. As he ran, he opened himself up to the energy in deep within his soul once more. It seemed to get easier and less draining every time he did it. His body was getting used to it. The energy coursed through his body, once more taking his strength, speed, and senses a good deal beyond the human capacity. He cleaved a zombie that had been trying to block the way in half and continued on, alert for any kind of ambush that could be waiting on the other side. It was logical to assume that the beings inside had heard the sounds of battle and prepared accordingly. He wasn't disappointed, nor, fortunately, surprised, as a wicked-looking dagger whistled through the air, coming straight at him. Jerking his head sideways was enough to avoid it, and it clattered on the stone wall behind him. The portal, very similar to the ones in Concordia, had just finished stabilizing from the looks of it, and Yamato was about to step through it. Harry growled as anger and frustration bubbled to the surface of his mind. If Doc had been right, they'd all be dead the moment Yamato stepped through that portal. The fact that his wizard henchman practically dove into the light supported that theory. Clearly, they didn't want to be left behind. Stopping Yamato from leaving was his only option. His mission was clear. He hurled his sword at the top of the portal, and it tumbled end over end, striking the arch in the middle and emitting a blinding flash of light just as Yamato stepped through. He'd done it just in time. A confused Yamato was standing at the other side of the broken portal, staring at a wall instead of what he'd expected to see at his destination. Yamato turned around, his eyes widening with terror as he saw Harry approaching. Harry guessed that Doc's assessment about Yamato having means to counter the anti-magic field was not necessarily true, fortunately. If that had been the case, he'd have drawn his wand already. However, a look of smug satisfaction and triumph replaced the look of terror, and without unconscious thought, Harry leapt forward, hearing a crash of something heavy on the stone floor right after he'd dodged. He rolled out and turned around, coming face to face with a zombie that must have slipped through, unnoticed by the other Rangers. It had 4 arms, each one holding a different weapon. Okay, so maybe the others had noticed it, but had been too busy to do anything about it, because this particular zombie was huge, nearly 16 feet tall, and 2 electric blue shining circles where its eyes should be. It was some sort of a modified troll. Harry whirled around, searching for his sword, and saw it lying at the base of the portal. But Yamato was nowhere to be seen. The necromancer must have escaped through one of the passages when Harry hadn't been looking. Harry muttered a few curses to himself as he summoned the sword back to him. He desperately wanted to catch Yamato and put him away once and for all, but he'd have to survive in order to do it. The troll charged him, bringing back all 4 of its arms. The lower left arm, which was holding a whip, went first, lashing out at Harry's legs to try to trip him up. He could see the upper left arm raise as well, intending to smash Harry with a spiked club as he evaded the whip. As the whip unfurled in front of him in slow motion, Harry had no intention of dodging. He stepped deep inside the troll's range and brought his sword down on the whip, severing it with ease. Then, he grabbed the fragment of the whip before it even touched the ground and swung it, wrapping it around the troll's legs before spinning out of the way. The troll lost its balance and fell on its behind, giving Harry a short reprieve. The troll would free itself quickly, and Harry didn't think he could chop off its head without getting hit by the sword or the axe. But fighting it from a distance would be much easier, and the only way to do that would be to destroy the anti-magic field generator, which he could easily get to at the moment. Without giving it a second thought, he attacked it the same way he'd attacked the other one. The sword blazed brightly as it came in contact with the cube, and the shock wave produced by this one was even more intense than the one produced earlier. Harry's shield charm just barely kept him from crashing into the wall, and the troll was hurled against the opposite wall. Harry immediately went for his wand, and it trailed the familiar red sparks as he twirled it through the air, as if the wand too were celebrating its restoration. Then he aimed it at the troll, and unleashed a reductor curse, blowing the troll to bits. He hurried out of the antechamber and saw that the Rangers had also gone for their wands. The last few zombies were now falling to powerful curses, and the skirmish was over all but over. "Did you get Yamato?" Farouk immediately asked upon seeing Harry. "I'm fine, thanks for asking." Harry exhaled slowly, releasing the power he'd been harnessing. "Is everyone still on one piece?" "Fine. But did you get him?" Gudrun asked. Harry shook his head. "I nearly had him, but a troll zombie showed up, and it required all my attention. Yamato slipped away when I wasn't looking." "Oh, sorry about that," Matt said apologetically. "But we were a bit busy trying to stay in one piece." "Think Yamato's still around?" "He might still be around. After all, if this place had indeed been rigged to blow upon his departure, it would already have happened. We did detect apparition wards before we came in," Gudrun said. "Those had nothing to do with the anti-magic field. Unless he had a portkey at hand, he'll have to make his way out of here on foot. We can still catch him." "Not a good idea." Doc shook his head. "Nathan and I came upon lots of traps. There is no telling how many there are throughout this facility. Either way, I'm not going to chase Yamato where he's got the advantage." "I wouldn't either." Harry paused as he remembered something. "Oh, and Yamato didn't try to use his wand before that troll interrupted me. The cube was still active, so he may not have the countermeasures we thought he did. Either that or I just scared the living daylights out of him and he couldn't move. But I can't believe a fellow who works with the foulest things imaginable would be scared so easily." "Neither can I," Doc agreed. "Well, I guess that's good news, although we can't completely rule out the other possibility." The goblin grinned. "Yeah, but the bad news is that this means that there is no way to counter the effect. Gudrun frowned. Not that I don't have faith in my own, or the other artificer's abilities, but Yamato is the most brilliant one alive. At least it means the wizards are as crippled as we are, if not more so, Matt pointed out. Apart from Yamato, his henchmen, and the wizards at the entrance, did you see any other wizards in this place? Gudrun asked. No, you didn't. I doubt they'd use these devices in a place where there are more wizards than undead. Bloody hell. In that case, it's a real pity we couldn't capture one of those things intact, Nathan said. I mean, we're trained to fight, but most of the bad guys are as helpless as other wizards without their wands. Maybe it'll help if we take the pieces back for analysis, Gudrun suggested. All right, Doc said, and he activated his broadcaster. Lieutenant Hall, Doc here. Go ahead, Docmore, Hall's voice came back. I'll tell you the whole story later, but it boils down to this. Yamato has invented an anti-magic field generator, which is why we lost contact with you earlier. So, Tetsuo finally did it. Hall's voice sounded grim. I don't suppose you managed to capture it, did you? Sorry, Lieutenant. We thought it would be too risky. Given Tetsuo's love for BP traps, Hall finished. Don't worry about it. It was a wise precaution. Thank you, sir. We were wondering whether it would be okay to bring the pieces of the device along for analysis. I suppose it's better than nothing, Hall answered. Sure. Slap portkeys onto the pieces. How much room will it take up? Hold on. Sir, Doc looked at Harry. How big is that thing? Harry activated his own broadcaster. It's a cube of roughly 5 by 5 by 5 feet, Lieutenant. It broke up in 2 pieces. The largest piece makes up about 2/3 of the cube. Not an even split this time, Harry. Doc grinned. There were 2 of them. Hall's voice asked anxiously. Yes sir. Sorry, I forgot to mention that, Doc said. There were 2 of them. Then we'll take them both. If they're both exactly the same, it might give me better insight into. Hall paused. Hold on, he added, and his voice went quiet for a minute or so, before it returned. Delmar, Loda and Ivanova have just come aboard with 3 prisoners. Doc winced. Yamato was here too, sir, but he got away. You're joking. What was he doing in a place with so little protection? They were getting ready to abandon this place, sir, Harry said, but the place was still pretty dangerous. We were very lucky. Can't we talk about this later? Nathan complained. Come on, let's get those broken cubes out, leave this place and blow it up behind us. I want to get back to Helga as soon as possible. The sound of a release mechanism on the crossbow announced yet another enemy surprise. Nathan, the only ranger who was no longer protected by armor, groaned and tried to reach a dart that was sticking halfway up his back. Harry had his wand drawn in an instant and aimed it at where he thought the dart had come from. Then, another dart was launched from a completely different corner and struck Nathan in the neck. Harry whipped his wand around and aimed blindly at the darkened aperture from which the arrow had appeared. Lumos Solarum. Brilliant light burst out of the tip of his wand and illuminated the aperture, briefly revealing one of the bloodhounds that had got away. It shielded itself with a heavy cloak to limit the damage that was being done by Harry's spell and darted away from the light. Nathan! Nathan! Matt howled, dropping to his knees beside his stricken brother. Harry, Farouk, keep an eye on the holes in the wall. Gudrun, those darts were poisoned. I left our bottle with the tears in your pouch. Quickly. From the corner of his eye, Harry saw Gudrun drop the entire contents of her pouch onto the stone floor to avoid digging and searching, and found the bottle quickly. She rushed towards Nathan while she unscrewed the top of the bottle, jumping over the dismembered bodies of zombies to get to him as fast as possible. Satisfied, Harry turned his attention fully to watching out for other sneak attacks. But a shriek from Gudrun seconds later whisked his attention away from his task. One of the zombies, with curse marks all over its body, had clamped its claw around Gudrun's leg, and she had lost her balance and fallen down. Reacting quickly, Harry shot a reductor curse at it, severing the arm holding Gudrun. She crawled away, completely unconcerned with the zombie that had made her trip. Instead, she looked at the bottle, lying a few feet away from her. The last of its contents had been spilled on the floor. For a few terrible seconds, Everybody stared at the bottle that would have saved Nathan's life easily. Doc was the quickest to regain his wits. He grabbed Nathan's arm and activated his portkey. Lieutenant, Nathan's been hit by a poisonous dart. Have Esposito ready with Phoenix tears, he said, as Nathan disappeared. I dropped the bottle, Gudrun whimpered. Then she touched her portkey and disappeared. I'm going too, Matt said, and disappeared before Doc could say anything. Harry, Farouk, as much as I'd like to see if Nathan's all right, we've got a job to do. If we don't get those cubes, most of this will have been for nothing. We've got to hurry. Harry just nodded dumbly, unable to say anything. For the next 30 minutes, he struggled to keep thoughts of Nathan at bay. He needed to be watchful, so no one else would get hurt. Then, after Doc had finally transported all the pieces of the generators to the cruiser, they left for the cruiser. They appeared next to the broken generators, and found Yevgenia Ivanova and Serafina Esposito waiting for them, their expressions gloomy. Harry took a deep breath, swallowing away the constriction that was forming in his throat. Why were they here? Why weren't they helping Nathan? Nathan had to be okay. They must have had some Phoenix tears in the infirmary. Nathan. Serafina cleared her throat. Manticore poison. There was nothing I could do. I sent all the tears along with you for the mission. I didn't have any left. Manticore poison is just too fast acting. We tried anti-venom serums while we slowed down his blood flow. It didn't help. I couldn't save him, she sobbed, tears pouring out from under her eyelids. Harry leaned against the hull as he struggled to keep the truth of the matter at bay. But it was no use. It glared at him, burning away his heart. Esposito had done all she could. It wasn't her fault. It was his. He'd recognized the vampire that had shot the darts at Nathan. It was the vampire he had allowed to get away, and it had returned to kill Nathan. He had failed them. They'd entrusted him with leadership over the combat rangers. It had been his job to keep them safe. But he'd failed them. His legs refusing to support his weight any longer, Harry slid down along the sloping hull. This wasn't supposed to happen. Nathan was going to help him write love letters to Ginny. Nathan was going to marry Helga and live happily after. Helga. He had failed her too. How was he going to tell her? How would he admit to her that he'd failed to protect Nathan, and ruined their prospects of happiness? And he'd failed Wolf as well. Wolf, who had changed time in order to save his life, who had paid the ultimate price for his actions, but who had deemed it well worth it, because he'd believed in Harry. That faith had been unfounded. Harry drew the katana out of its sheath and gripped it tightly. The warmth that it had given him previously was gone. No doubt the spirit of the blade had seen the truth as well, and refused to serve him any longer. He choked back a sob. Wolf would have done better by letting him die and living on himself. Wolf would have kept everybody safe. But now he was dead, and it was all for nothing. His child would grow up without a father for nothing. Galatea would have to live without him for nothing, and it was all Harry's fault. He had utterly and completely failed. Cold dread gripped his heart as the next thought crept into his mind. What would Ginny think? Would she still love him, even though he'd proven himself unworthy of her? Wolf had said that he and Ginny would do great things together, but he'd messed things up before they ever got the chance. Harry. Doc's long-fingered hand was prodding him. Come on, Matt needs our support. Harry looked at Doc in bewilderment. What could he possibly say to make that would make things better? It was his fault that Matt no longer had a brother. The half-goblin narrowed his eyes, as if he could read Harry's mind. These things happen. It's one of the downsides of being a ranger. This isn't your fault. Harry shrugged and got up. If believing that would make Doc feel better, who was he to point out Doc's error? There's nothing I can say that'll make him feel better. You don't have to say anything, Farouk said. We just have to pay our respects first, because we were with him on his final mission. Harry nodded, and he, Doc and Farouk left the Medowitches behind in the cargo deck. His resolve crumbled as Matt's anguished sobs met his ears. Gudrun was sitting at the magical monitoring station, but she wasn't working. She had taken off her armor and was looking into the infirmary with tearful eyes, unsure whether she should go in and talk to Matt. Delmar was piloting the cruiser, and Hall sat at the other piloting station, grimly punching several buttons as he talked to someone on the screen in front of him. Doc took the initiative and walked over to the infirmary, and Gudrun seemed to take courage from this as she too got up from her station and quickly joined him. Safety in numbers, Harry thought gloomily. He looked at Farouk, who nodded, and together they followed Gudrun and Doc in. Matt was squeezing and rubbing Nathan's hand. Why did you have to go? Who's going to keep me out of trouble now? You've always looked after me. Mum and Dad always had such high-ho hopes for you. Why couldn't you just follow your own path? You could have done anything. You didn't want to become an Auror, like me. You just did it to look after me. You didn't have to become a ranger. Why didn't you just play Quidditch, and become a beater for Australia, like you could have? If you'd done that, I could have told anyone that Nathan Kelly, the best beater in the world, is my brother. He stopped as he failed to suppress a series of sobs. Gudrun chose the moment to step up to him and laid her hand on Matt's. Matt. Matt just looked at her hand as if it were some strange thing he'd never seen before. His gaze followed her arm and came to rest on her sad face. He stared at her for a few heartbeats, before his blank expression turned into one of pure rage. He whisked his hand away from hers. Don't touch me. Don't ever touch me again. Your hands are cursed, he screamed, as he grabbed her by the shoulders and slammed her into the wall. Why couldn't you just hold onto the bottle, you clumsy, stupid cow? He said, slamming her into the wall as he said each word. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Gudrun cried. I wasn't looking at the zombies, I thought they were finished. I let my own sister die because I was careless, and now I'm responsible for your brother too, she howled. I'm sorry. Farouk stepped forward and grabbed Matt's arms around the biceps, attempting to pull him away from the terrified Gudrun, but the Matt wouldn't budge. Harry was about to intercede on Gudrun's behalf too. After all, it wasn't her fault. If he had done his job properly, Gudrun would never have had to touch the bottle with Phoenix tears. He was the one who should be slammed against the wall. But thankfully, the madness in Matt's eyes vanished before he had to say anything. The zombie Matt locked his eyes to Gudrun's, his grip on her shoulders loosening. It isn't your fault. I'm sorry, Gudrun. It isn't your fault. I shouldn't have said those things to you. Nathan would have been very angry with me for doing that. He'd have. Forgive me. Gudrun just threw her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly, and Matt soon returned the hug just as fiercely, lifting Gudrun up and keeping her feet dangling a foot off the floor. He held her aloft easily and she didn't seem to have trouble drawing breaths despite his desperate grip, so she kept on hugging him, stroking his hair every so often while his face remained buried in the crook of her neck. Matt calmed down noticeably, and he took one last deep breath, before he gently lowered Gudrun to the floor. His cat-like yellow eyes got a glazed, faraway look in them as he held his gaze on Gudrun. Angels.ear. I, when did? He couldn't finish whatever he was about to say, because his face contorted in agony and he screamed. He slumped against the wall, clutching his head between his hands, as his body was briefly racked with seizures before he lost consciousness and collapsed onto the floor. Harry's entire being went numb, and his brain drowned out all sound. Not Matt as well. Had one of the traps hit him after all? Was this some kind of vicious delayed effect? He felt two hands grab his face. They belonged to Farouk, who was trying to tell him something, giving him gently pats as if to emphasize his words. Otter. Stay focused. I'm here, Harry mumbled, and Farouk let go of his face. To his surprise, he was no longer in the infirmary. How much time had gone by? Hey, you just went away. Your eyes were open, but there nobody was home. What happened? We were just about to try to enervate you, Doc said. What happened to Matt? He isn't. Was he hurt by one of the traps? No. He's fine, physically. He's asleep in the cargo bay. Serafina and Evgenia said it was caused by stress, and it wouldn't be good for him to wake up with Nathan's body so near. Doc sighed. Harry nodded. While it made more sense to move Nathan's body to the cargo bay now that he was dead, like Muggles sent their dead to the morgue as soon as possible, it would be extremely disrespectful to Matt. The notion that his brother was little more than cargo would do him unnecessary harm. Bloody hell. Doc continued. Nathan's dead, and 3 rangers are out of commission for who knows how long, because of it. I don't think Matt will return to duty anytime soon. Neither will Helga, and Gudrun's pretty torn up about it. She thinks it's her fault. Harry bit back the reply he'd been about to give. Doc and Farouk would only try to convince him that it wasn't his fault. I'll be in the cargo bay, he said, as he got up and walked towards the levitation circle. Down in the cargo bay, he saw Matt lying on a stretcher, covered by a blanket. Gudrun sat beside him, gently stroking his pale cheeks. Harry could see her frown as her index finger traced the line of his jaw. Had she been aware of his presence, Harry was sure she wouldn't have done what she did next. She bent over Matt, placing a key, first on his left cheek, then his right, and finally his forehead. Her face lingered above his for a while, before she lowered her face to his again, key, dotting him lightly on the lips. Involuntarily, Harry cleared his throat, causing Gudrun to jerk away from him. He cursed himself for interrupting them, and intruding on Gudrun's privacy like that. How is he? How much did you see? Gudrun asked, wringing a corner of Matt's blanket nervously. Harry shook his head. I won't judge what you just did. I know how seeing a hurt man causes women to behave sometimes. He bit his lip as he remembered his own experiences. Ironically, it had been his messed up state that had always attracted women to him, Ginny, then Heidi and Carrie. He shook his head. Ginny was different. That was genuine love, as undeserving as he was of it. I don't know why I did it. I know all about the so-called female urges, but I don't have any maternal instincts, Harry. My whole life I've run away from responsibility. That's not true. You've taken Ginny under your wing. Gudrun shook her head. That's not the same. Ginny's a grown woman. She has her insecurities, but she can take care of herself, and others, she added, looking intently at Harry, who felt himself blush under her stare. Harry, apart from the senior officers, you're the first one I'm going to tell this. There is something about me that no one knows, save my mother, the commanders, and Captain Yi. Lilia and Ginny don't know either. You don't have to tell me anything you don't feel comfortable telling me, Harry said quickly, but it was more for his own benefit than Gudrun's. For some reason, he didn't want Gudrun opening up to him like this. He didn't want to know her deepest, darkest secrets. It would only hurt more if she died an untimely death. Harry, I've got an 8-year-old daughter. He blinked and opened and closed his mouth as he though of, and rejected several things that crossed his mind. Finally he settled on a reply. Your mother. I don't deserve the honor to be called that, Gudrun said sadly. God, I have no idea why the Order of Illumination accepted me in the first place. I've proven that I have no sense of responsibility. I just dumped my baby at my mother's. I didn't even stick around for her first birthday. I haven't seen her at all in the war. I'm a stranger to my own daughter, Harry. But your mum, is she good with kids? Harry asked, swallowing to make his voice less raspy. Does she treat your daughter all right? She raised me by herself. My dad is an oceanographer, and a drifter at heart. I didn't see much of him. He recognized me, and sent money and all that, but I know him about as well as my daughter knows me. Gudrun chuckled harshly to herself. I guess that's where I get that character trait. That's not true, Harry said, although he had no idea how to defend that statement if she asked him to. Fortunately, she didn't. But it seems fate has got something else planned for me. My mother has leukemia, and she's not going to live long. She certainly can't take care of Maria anymore. My daughter first showed signs of magic when she was 4, so I know she's a witch. The ministry will send her to Concordia next week. Didn't the father want her? Harry asked. Gudrun smiled sadly. I never told him. I met him while some friends and I vacationed on Oahu, in the summer of '92. He took me to the Bonsai Pipeline and tried to teach me how to surf, emphasis on tried. I liked Sunset Beach better, because the water was calmer there. It was easier to do other stuff. He also took me sailing, and he knew the places where the food was good, but not too pricey. She heaved a sigh. He made me feel like the most beautiful woman on earth, Harry. He was so sweet. Harry nodded, and when she didn't continue, Harry decided to risk a question. So, why didn't you tell him? I mean, I assume he was a muggle, right? You didn't tell him because he was a muggle. Gudrun shook her head. He was a few years shy of his driver's license. He said he was 18, but I know he was 16, at most. I bet those beeps had been in his wallet since he was 12, or something, when he bought them to show him off to his friends. Oh, I should have known better. I'm so stupid. Did you consider? Well, Harry hesitated, not knowing how to put it. Gudrun caught on, and shook her head vehemently. No, I never considered taking it away. I had a decent job at the Canadian Ministry, with magical transportation. And I can't be sure if his beeps had indeed been past the expiration date. I guess the fact that she was born in spite of the precautions, convinced me that she was meant to be born. Either way, I wouldn't have killed my own baby. But, weren't you using contraceptive charms or potions? I was using the charm, but you've got to reinforce that every week. I was having so much fun. I lost track of the days, really, and I wasn't really planning to let the kid into my clothes anyway. She chuckled ruefully. I was immediately punished for my lack of discipline. I'd had a little too much mixed drink when the moment arose, so my judgment wasn't what it should have been. That's why I forgot to check the raincoats for leaks. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, I could hardly show up on her father's doorstep, saying, I gave birth to your daughter. Oh, and I'm a witch and she'll probably be one too, isn't that lovely? Then there's the fact that my daughter's living proof of the fact that I broke the law. He was just a kid, I couldn't do that to him. Harry nodded. He could imagine how Gudrun felt, and this had given him a lot to think about. Well, I'm glad you told me. I'd have been shocked if you'd just stepped up and introduced me to your daughter right out of the blue. Gudrun exhaled with relief. Thanks for listening, Harry. No problem, Harry said, and they sat together, watching over Matt in silence, until they reached the Citadel. Ron looked on nervously as the cruiser touched down in the maintenance bay. Ginny had already been there, going about her regular business while Captain Yi supervised her, and the other apprentice, Rachel Esclove. But they, like everyone else, looked sad. Another ranger had fallen. He'd promised Hermione to let her know as soon as possible how Harry was handling things. He was worried, because he knew his best friend all too well. Harry would find some way to shift all the blame onto himself. Glancing at Ginny and seeing her worried expression, he knew that she was also expecting it. He eyed the girl standing next to him, Danielle, Rachel's sister. She'd trained with Nathan a lot, and his death had come as a bit of a shock to her. No wonder, since the powerful Australian had seemed invincible at times. Like his brother Matt, he had shown great promise. Helga wasn't there, though. Her reaction to the news had hardly been surprising. She'd been crushed, and she had gone to her family's home for comfort. She'd return a bit later to see Nathan's body, when she was ready to. The humming sound announced the arrival of the cruiser, and soon it dropped its invisibility charm and landed in a designated area. Ginny had stopped her activities and was now right beside him, ready to give Harry all the support he needed. Aberforth Dumbledore wasn't too far away either. He too was watching the cruiser intently. After the power down, the loading ramp came down. Hall came out first. The body was lying on a levitating surface and Matt walked beside the head. Gudrun was right beside him, holding his hand tightly, and Ivanova and Esposito walked on either side of the surface, at the feet. Then followed Doc and the other Intel Ranger, Delmar. Finally, Farouk, Loda and Harry came out of the cruiser. The downcast look on Harry's face said it all. The light that often shone in his friend's green eyes was missing. But Ron knew that missing didn't mean gone. Harry came to a halt. He looked at Ron warily. I can't do this, Ron. Every time someone dies, it's like part of me dies with them. I know. It's all wrong. By rights we shouldn't even be here. But we are. It's like in the great stories Mum used to tell when I was a kid, Harry. The ones that really mattered. They were full of darkness and danger. And sometimes I didn't want to know the end. Because how could the end be happy? How could the world go back to the way it was when so much bad had happened? Ron smiled gently. It was the story of their lives. But in the end, it's only a passing thing, this shadow. Even darkness must pass. And that tomorrow is a new day, one that can bring happiness instead of sorrow. Those were the stories that stayed with you. That meant something. Even if you were too small to understand why. But I think, Harry, I do understand. I know now. People in those stories had lots of chances of turning back, only they didn't. Because they were holding on to something. Harry looked at him, uncertainty radiating out of his eyes. What are we holding on to, Ron? That there's some good in this world, Harry. And it's worth fighting for. No matter what the cost. Aberforth, who'd come closer, added gravely. Harry looked at Ron oddly. What? Ron asked. You know, I don't think I've ever heard you say anything so wise before. A glint suddenly flashed in Harry's eyes. Did you get all that out of a book? Ron scratched his head. I don't think so. Hermione says I've been saying profound things ever since I tried some of that Longbottom leaf pipe weed, but with all of the books she's got crammed into the house, who can tell anymore? You'd think that now we're out of school and all, she'd ease off on that, but no. A small smile, not one of sadness, but one of relief, came over Harry's face. Thanks for reminding me why you're my best friend. Ron stepped forward and engulfed him in a hug, and he felt Ginny join in too. Harry would be okay, as long as he had his family with him. Hermione heaved a sigh as Ron wrapped his arm around her while they waited for Nathan's body to be brought over from the medical wing so his family could take it away. He wouldn't be buried in the Rangers' graveyard, like Max had been. Max, she'd found out many things she hadn't known about him after his death. While she knew there was no way to know the complete backgrounds, and the deepest, darkest secrets of all the Rangers she worked with, Hermione had been shocked by how little she actually knew. First there was Gudrun, who had recently blown them all away by revealing that she had a daughter. It hadn't even been classified information. All Hermione, Ginny or Lilia would have had to do would have been to peek in her medical files, and they would have known. But there hadn't been any reason for them to do that, and since none of them had ever been the ones to give Gudrun her physical, they never found out. Gudrun's daughter, Maria, would arrive in Concordia in November, so the Icelandic witch had already started to look for a place for her and her daughter to live. She would have liked to move into Nathan and Helga's place, which was now up for sale, but due to its prime location, it was outside her price range. Hermione and Ron could afford their house, which was just across the street, because of their combined income. Most of the denizens of Concordia were affiliated with one of the fellowships of service, crafts or industry, and thus the fellowships provided their housing. This meant that owning one's own home took considerable resources, and while Gudrun could probably come up with the money by herself, she had to think of her daughter's future too. So Gudrun's only option was to look for a place in the first tier, but the neighborhoods in the first tier tended to be rough. That hadn't been the biggest shock, however, for the most astounding news that week had been revealed when Matt's family arrived the day before to pick up Nathan. After hearing and looking into the details of the story, Hermione had been amazed. Matt had to be one of the most selfless people in the world. Why else would a filthy rich wizard, who could be considered wizarding nobility, want to join the Order of Illumination and take the insane risks that could very well cost him his life? She'd heard about Byron Kelly, of course, but she had never linked him to the Kelly brothers. The Australian wizarding tycoon, a descendant of the wizarding Kellys from Cork, Ireland, was worth about 2 billion galleons. He was the world's largest supplier of plant and animal products for the purpose of magical healing. He also owned the controversial Fire Crab captive breeding compound, where the giant magical tortoises were bred and raised in captivity, only to be killed for their highly prized shells, which some wizards used as cauldrons. Hermione knew for a fact that cauldrons made from those shells produced better and more powerful restorative potions, but the majority of shells from the creatures that were being bred there were sold to wealthy individuals with no interest in healing. So lots of these creatures were still being killed unnecessarily, just so rich wizards could admire their beautiful new cauldrons. Hermione doubted that the huge donations made by Byron Kelly to protect the fire crabs in the wild were even making a dent in the profits made by the sale of his legitimate shells. Some other things Byron Kelly was known for were the breeding of hippogriffs and winged horses, and, as Ron so keenly pointed out, the fact that he'd recently purchased the Vratsa Vultures, one of the most successful Quidditch teams in the world. He also owned an Australian team, the Never Never Naga, which were the Australian League's third most successful team, behind the Thundelara Thunderers and the Wollongong Warriors. Matt's mother, Lynette Archidiaconus of Saar City, a second-generation Australian witch of British descent, had become heir to the Saar City estate and fortune after Voldemort had wiped out the original British branch of the ancient wizarding family. Even before that had happened, she and her immediate family had already been considerably wealthy themselves. Hermione remembered catching a brief glimpse of Lynette a few years ago, while she and Ron visited the Wizarding Museum at Saar City, located in a building adjacent to the castle proper. The place appeared in Arthurian legend, and the Muggles had linked its location to Puffin Island. Being a witch, Hermione knew that the true location was an island invisible to Muggles, but not too far from Puffin Island. Lynette was an elegant beauty who had to be in her early 50s but, like most witches, didn't look it. Hermione had read about her when she'd been pondering whether or not to go to the Australian Advanced Alchemy Academy, where Lynette was a professor. In the picture, as well as when Hermione had seen her in person, she'd looked a bit like a Muggle hippie. But now she was clad in a pure white dress with hanging sleeves, the misty expression in the picture replaced by one of heartbreak. Her dead son had shared her eye color, Hermione noticed, as the lady wiped away a tear with her handkerchief, leaning heavily on her husband for support. Her eyes were violet, nearly purple. Those strange eyes were typical of ancient pureblood families, Hermione knew. She remembered the slightly spooky eyes of Mr. Ollivander, and Madame Hooch's raptor-like eyes, which looked a bit like Byron Kelly's. Only the Australian's eyes had more of a feline quality to them. Byron was a colossal man, as massive as Nathan had been, although in his case quite a bit of his mass consisted of fat, which his royal purple robes failed to conceal. Nathan's rugged features and hair color had clearly come from that side of the family, whereas Matt had his mother's golden hair and good looks. Unlike his wife, his primary emotion seemed to be one of rage, directed at his remaining son. They hadn't spoken, and upon his arrival, Byron had shot his son a withering look with his cat-like eyes, confirming what Matt had been so afraid of. Hermione was just itching to give him a piece of her mind. It wasn't fair to blame Matt for Nathan's death. Nathan had always felt responsible for his younger twin, and it had been his own choice to join the Order of Illumination with Matt. Apparently he had declined at first when he'd been asked to join, but when Matt said yes, Nathan changed his mind and joined the Order to keep his wild and reckless sibling out of trouble. Ron must have known what she was thinking, because her gave her hand a warning squeeze. She took a few deep breaths to remove the frustration she was feeling. She succeeded in calming down a little when Lynette let go of her husband's arm and approached them. Her lips quivered as they tried to form a smile. "Forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Lynette, Matt and Nathan's mum. Ron Weasley," Ron said as he gently shook her hand. "Hermione Granger," Hermione said, as she in turn introduced herself. "I've heard so much about you. We all owe you a lot for your efforts against you-know-who, I mean, V. Voldemort." She uttered the name with difficulty. "You were friends of Nathan's." "I wasn't as close to him as some," Hermione admitted. "Harry, that's Harry Potter, knew him better than I did. I joined the Order a year ago, so I haven't known him as long. But he made a good impression the first time I saw him." She smiled sadly as she remembered how Nathan set Ron straight, when he and Lilia came to inform her of Harry's disappearance. "Harry Potter," Lynette said thoughtfully. "Matt and Nathan talked about Harry a lot." She smiled ruefully. "I don't imagine my sons talked about their parents a lot, did they?" "Well, no," Hermione blushed. "I was very surprised when I found out. Ordinarily, people with such old bloodlines like to remind people of it every chance they get," she said, unable to prevent a scowl as Malfoy crossed her mind. "We're not all snobs, Miss Granger." Lynette smiled briefly. "When we raised the boys, we actually specifically taught them not to draw attention to their heritage. Someone kidnapped them when they were 3, just before you came. Voldemort lost his power. Thankfully the kidnapper was an opportunistic amateur who had nothing to do with Voldemort, and we found the boys quickly enough. But that still gave us quite a fright. In fact, to further confuse potential evildoers, we raised our boys to be convincing Muggles. They grew up with toy broomsticks, but they also watched Saturday morning cartoons on television." Lynette's eyes filled up with tears again as she looked at Matt. Nathan could put on a decent show after a few years, but Matt took to it like a fish to water. Within months, he became indistinguishable from Muggle children. Matt is a really fast learner. I'm not speaking badly of Nathan, but Matt simply has more talent when it comes to, well, anything. But he lacks the self-discipline and work ethic Nathan had. He likes to think on his feet instead. He gets that from me. Before I met Byron, I didn't really have a sense of purpose. He pushed me to develop my alchemy skills. Unfortunately, Nathan's effort to make Matt work harder and achieve his full potential failed, because Matt's incredibly stubborn. He gets that from his father. I guess it makes for the wrong combination. The woman sighed. He's so much like his father in that regard. That's why they've always clashed. It only got worse as Matt grew older. One time, we really had to take drastic measures to protect him from himself. I had hoped that this, Nathan's death, would have brought them closer together. But just the opposite happened. But you don't blame Matt, Ron said. The boys both knew about the risks. Nathan, he sat me down and tried to reassure me the night before they left. Matt said it was all nonsense, and that they'd survive everything evil could throw at them. I know Nathan's death made him realize his mistake. I just wish there could have been another way for him to realize it. Lynette sniffed. Ron cleared his throat. Mrs. Kelly, can I ask you a question about Matt? I mean, I've worked with him for a while, and I noticed that he knew an awful lot about Muggles. But from his eyes I could tell that he wasn't Muggle-born. I've seen lots of wizarding eyes, but none quite like that before, and you'd like to know how he gets them, Lynette said, as she caught on. Hermione had wanted to kick Ron in the shins for being so insensitive and asking those questions at a moment like this, but Lynette almost managed to smile indulgently at Ron's curiosity. Well, he gets it from Byron's side of the family, as you can see. She gestured towards her husband. One of his ancestors married an Aboriginal witch, whose grandmother had been one of the last cat people. Hermione nodded. The cat people were mentioned in Aboriginal wizarding history as well as Aboriginal Muggle mythology. The wizarding world was still trying to work out how these beings had disappeared, and where they had disappeared to. But wouldn't the Muggles notice his eyes? Oh, he was born with blue eyes, but they changed when he was nearly 9. My mother-in-law told me that's how it seems to go. After he was 9, we just cast a cosmetic charm on his eyes before he mingled with Muggles. So that's how Lynette trailed off as her eyes narrowed, prompting Hermione to look in the direction Lynette was staring. Gudrun had emerged from the passageway that led down into the hill on which the citadel had been built, and she was talking to Matt. Lynette's look must have been a reaction to Gudrun's behavior towards her son. The Icelandic witch cupped Matt's face with one hand and stroked his cheek with the other while she spoke soothingly to him. Who is that woman? Lynette asked, looking Gudrun over critically. Are she and Matt an item? A bit old for him, isn't she? Nah, Gudrun's not that old, 30, I think. And she and Matt aren't together. She just. He stopped as Hermione squeezed his hand hard, signaling him to shut up. Hermione wanted to kick Ron in the shins again, this time for his stupidity. But she knew that Ron was just being Ron, and completely oblivious to the fact that Lynette was displaying motherly overprotectiveness. Unlike Ron, who still had a bit of trouble in that area, Hermione had immediately picked up on the subtle shift in Matt and Gudrun's relationship after Nathan's death. She didn't know what to make of the change, though. After some digging in the Rangers' history, she had concluded that relationships between Rangers had always been a quite common occurrence. While it was officially discouraged for practical reasons, namely the death of one Ranger sometimes indefinitely crippling the partner emotionally, the commanding officers had always known that ultimately they couldn't stand in the way. That didn't mean that all relationships between Rangers worked out. Hermione didn't count herself and Ron, and Harry and Ginny, in Serafina Esposito's unofficial gossip statistics. They had known each other and fallen in love before joining the Order of Illumination, so they wouldn't be an accurate representation. But according to the gossip statistics, for every relationship that did work out, there were 2 to 3 that didn't. And this didn't include the relationships that were ended abruptly due to the untimely death of one of the partners. The interview with the Citadel's gossip queen had also yielded lots of information Hermione had been previously unaware of. About 10 years ago, Valentina Malkova from Intel Field Ops, and Pavel Kuzminsky from the medical division had been an item for about a year, before a rather messy breakup ensued. The New Zealander, Timothy Flight, one of the Rangers in the small and underappreciated administrative division, had dated Emily Yong, from Hong Kong for nearly 2 years. They had parted amicably. Captain Kovalenko had been romantically involved with a Swedish Ranger for 5 years. Allegedly, her dumping him had left him so distraught that he got killed in his very next mission. According to Serafina, Captain Kovalenko still felt guilty about that. Serafina had given her another dozen examples she couldn't remember at the time, but they had been enough to give her an insight into romances between Rangers. Weathering certain negative situations together, like being brushed closely by death, often made people want to counteract it with something positive. She was pretty sure that for a large part, what Gudrun was feeling came from the downside of an emotional surge she had experienced during their mission. Matt had saved her life, and now Gudrun had feelings for him. Hermione had discussed this with Galatea before. Such an experience wasn't enough to base a relationship on. It had worked out between Max and Galatea, because Galatea had been a much-needed source of stability and love for Max, while she was content to let him take charge and simply worship the ground he walked on. For his part, Max had worshipped Galatea in his own quiet way. It was no secret that Matt had shown interest in Gudrun ever since he joined the Order, annoying and amusing her with his playful attempts at seduction. And while Gudrun had always flirted right back, she'd never actually shown this much interest in Matt before. Gudrun had a crush, and Lynette must have seen it right away. Lynette looked her Hermione questioningly. Matt is interested in her too, isn't he? Hermione tried not to squirm under her discerning stare. Well, he certainly seemed to have some interest, but I wouldn't know for sure, Mrs. Kelly. I don't think I'm the one you ought to ask. The older woman bowed her head apologetically. No, you're not. I'm sorry. I know that must have made you very uncomfortable. Either way, I can't say I'm surprised. She's just the type. She bears several of similarities to lots of his ex-girlfriends. I don't blame you for asking, Mrs. Kelly. Ron said. My mum does it all the time, obsessive about it, she is. But I reckon I'll want to know who my children are going out with, when I'm a dad. Hermione stiffened under his arm. Would she ever be a mother? She and Ron had been trying ever since she'd told him about her problems. She'd immediately reversed the charm that day. But any healthy woman would already be pregnant, given the fact that a Weasley was trying to father the child. Sorry, you'll have to excuse me. She wiped a stray tear from his face and rushed out of the entrance hall. Ginny wished Harry wouldn't shut her out like that. He'd barely said a word to her since he'd come back from that dreadful mission. However, no words were needed for her to know how he felt. Even though he hadn't replied to her, she thought she'd made a compelling argument that proved it wasn't his fault that Nathan was dead. But he could be such a dense and stubborn prat sometimes. She knew it was very selfish of her to see things this way, but the timing of Nathan's death had been terrible. In the days after Wolf's death, she and Harry had grown closer than ever. She'd been ready to give herself to him, to make love to him. She'd been working out the details when she heard about Nathan's death. Harry had completely withdrawn into himself after that. Destiny had seen fit to undo all that she and Harry had achieved. Why couldn't Harry just get some more time to recover from these emotional blows? Up ahead, Captain Faust was talking to Mr. Kelly, while Matt remained far away from them, looking hopelessly lost. Gudrun held his right hand in both of hers, gently caressing it as she talked to him incessantly. She'd been with him almost 24 hours a day since he'd returned. Ginny had tried to pry the reason for her behavior from Harry by asking him what had happened, but in the end she'd had to hear it from Doc, which irritated her infinitely. If anyone had asked her a few months ago whether there was anything at all, that she hated about Harry Potter, her answer would have been no. But it looked like this was part of him that she could definitely do without. She felt awful every time he went to pieces like this, because it hurt her to see him in pain. But he was making himself suffer needlessly, and he wouldn't listen to her. That was what bothered her the most. Harry had told her about Gudrun's confession, however, so she'd been prepared when Gudrun made the announcement that she had a child. That too seemed to be consuming his thoughts lately. Maybe he was disappointed with Gudrun for not taking care of her daughter. Ginny didn't know enough about Gudrun's reasons to leave her child in her mother's care. She hadn't been able to ask Gudrun about it, since she'd spent all her time with Matt, whereas Ginny had been preoccupied with Harry. And Harry himself had been very vague about Gudrun's reasons for abandoning her daughter. He'd muttered something about sense of responsibility, but hadn't talked about it any more than that. Maybe the fact that Harry had never known his parents was part of it. Maybe he disapproved of Gudrun's decision because it meant that she chose not to get to know her daughter. She scanned the entrance hall once more, looking for Ron and Hermione, who were supposed to be there. She just caught sight of Hermione hurrying away. She looked upset, and Ron went after her in a hurry. Ginny shook her head. What had that prat done wrong now? Weasley, Captain Faust asked, noticing her approach. Sir, Helga and Lieutenant Montoya, how should she say this? Were they bringing Nathan? Were they escorting the remains? How could she put this delicately, in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Kelly? The escorts are on their way. Thank you, Ranger Weasley. Captain Faust nodded. That will be all. Ginny didn't step away, however. She looked at Mr. Kelly, but his gaze was so intimidating that she settled on Mrs. Kelly instead. She was as tall as Galatea and every bit as fair, though her beauty wasn't of the Vila kind. Golden waves cascaded down her back, and a thin silver wreath with a sparkling emerald in the middle rested on her brow. She looked very queenly indeed, making Ginny suddenly feel like a commoner. Mr. and Mrs. Kelly, I didn't know Nathan really well. I knew him well enough to know that he was a really good person, and I have a great sense of loss too. Everyone who knew him, even a little, feel it. But I can't imagine how this feels to you. No parent should outlive their child. She took a deep breath before continuing. I just want you to know that you have my profound sympathy. Mrs. Kelly smiled benignly, her eyes meeting Ginny's, who could have sworn that she had seen starlight reflected in the nearly purple eyes. But they were indoors, it was impossible. Thank you. And what is your name, dear? Ginny blushed and lowered her gaze. Ginny Weasley. You're Ron's sister, aren't you? I just spoke to him, and his fiancée. Mrs. Kelly stepped forward and placed her hand on Ginny's shoulder, which drew Ginny's attention to a ring that just had to contain some magic. It glittered like polished gold overlaid with silver light, and the white stone in it twinkled as if Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, had come down to rest upon her hand. Thank you for your kind words, Ginny Weasley. I'm glad that Nathan made a good impression on his fellow Rangers. Loud sniffles heralded Helga's arrival, as she and Lieutenant Montoya, and to Ginny's surprise, Harry, escorted the floating casket into the Great Hall. The Rangers who had been passing through the hall, all stopped and saluted, holding the gesture for 10 seconds or so, before going on their way again. Others, like Dockmore and Rashid Farouk, lingered near the portal through which Nathan, Helga and his family would be leaving. I have informed Chief Garibaldi of your situation, and you'll be able to transit to your destinations immediately, Captain Faust said, and with a slight bow, he left for the archway that led to the upper floor of the Citadel. Then, Harry cleared his throat and stepped forward. Mr. and Mrs. Kelly, I considered Nathan my friend. If there is anything I can do, we will manage, Mrs. Kelly interrupted him. You've done quite enough for all of us, Harry Potter. It isn't your place to shoulder the responsibility for all the evil in this world. Harry was visibly taken aback by her words, but she continued unperturbed. Nathan wrote to me how you always feel responsible. Please, let it go, so my son can rest in peace. Harry looked at the floor. Yes, Mrs. Kelly. Mrs. Kelly smiled sadly. She hadn't believed Harry's answer, but, to Ginny's regret, she didn't press the issue. She just took Helga's hand and stepped through the portal with her. Lieutenant Montoya, who'd go as far as the portal terminal, followed with Nathan's casket. Farouk and Doc saluted as the casket drifted past them, and went on their way as well. Mr. Kelly looked at Matt. I won't beat around the bush, Matt. We both know why Nathan is dead. I'll suffer your presence if you insist on coming, but know that from now on you are dead to me. Mr. Kelly. Gudrun gasped in outrage. It isn't his fault. The man eyed Gudrun disdainfully and smirked at Matt. Another of your muggle-born diversions, I see. Then he looked at Gudrun with fake sympathy. Don't take anything he tells you too seriously. You're just the type he goes for. A lot of his ex-girls look just like you. You're too good to be another notch on his headboard. Insult me all you like, but leave her out of it. Matt hissed, his eyes suddenly ablaze. I ought to knock out your teeth for that, father, but Nathan would disapprove. Mr. Kelly narrowed his eyes. Don't call me father. I'd have disowned you a long time ago, but your mother won't allow it. Remember, dead. He's your son. Ginny exploded, unable to control herself any longer. She just ached to hex this man into next week. How could a nice lady like Mrs. Kelly have married a heartless git like him? I have no son. Mr. Kelly spat, and strode into the portal. Ginny turned to Harry, whose green eyes were wide with shock. Why didn't you say anything? He seemed really set on blaming Matt. He wouldn't have believed that it's really my fault. That was it. Ginny couldn't help herself. She was seeing red, and the redness would only dissipate if she vented it somehow, preferably the most satisfying way possible. She felt like literally slapping some sense into him, and her entire body trembled as she desperately fought to control her urges. She clenched her fists, but realizing it was a bad idea since she was struggling not to lash out, she unclenched them, using every bit of her willpower to accomplish that seemingly insurmountable feat. You idiot. Everybody tells you it isn't your fault. Even Mrs. Kelly, Nathan's mum, said it wasn't your fault. She told you to let it go. Are you so stupid that you think everything is your doing? Didn't it ever cross your mind that if so many people tell you the same thing, there might actually be some truth to it? Are you so arrogant that you think you're the master of life and death? Because that, Harry Potter, is what you seem to be implying. Ooh, why am I even bothering? Wait, I remember. I bother because I love you. Why won't you let me help you? You weren't supposed to shut me out again, remember? Harry looked at her incredulously. Then he shook his head. You don't understand. Then why won't you help me understand? Ginny screamed. You can't keep this bottled up inside you. Fine. We'll talk. I'll be in my quarters, Harry said, as he turned on his heel. You sure have a unique way of handling things, Gudrun said, after Harry had gone. Are you sure you got through to him, though? He's agreed to talk. Ginny paused as she pondered the way Harry had said that word. It seemed like he didn't expect it to yield any results. She then turned to Matt. Matt, aren't you going to mourn with your family? Yes, you have a right to mourn Nathan too. Gudrun added vehemently. Matt shook his head. I think I'll follow Nathan's example and avoid conflict. I don't want my mum and Helga to suffer while I can mourn elsewhere. Gudrun grabbed his arm. Matt, you shouldn't walk away from this. Mind your own business. Matt snapped as he tried to wrench his arm out of her grasp, but Gudrun held on for dear life and was dragged along with the motion. Matt, look at me. Gudrun gripped Matt's face and forced him to face her. When she was sure that he wouldn't look away, she let him go. Until I'm sure that you'll be all right, you're stuck with me. Stuck? With, why you? Engelsdottir, Matt's eyes glazed over and he briefly swayed on his feet as he looked at Gudrun with a glazed expression. Oh, not again. Gudrun said worriedly. Matt, stay with me. Ginny rushed over to support Matt, who seemed to be recovering. What's wrong with him? I'm just tired, Matt said. I need to go lie down. I'm coming with you, Gudrun insisted. My quarters aren't that far. I'm sure I'll make it. Can it, or I'll have Captain Faust put you under medical observation. All right, just shut up about it. Matt surrendered. Ginny smiled. With Gudrun pestering him to get better, Matt would be just fine. It was going to take a long time for him to accept the situation, of course. Angelina had once told Ginny that George still suffered from Fred's death. But Angelina had been there for George, and George had been there for Angelina. It had taken Ginny a while to accept Fred's and her father's deaths as well, and during the grieving process there had been times when she'd thought that things would never be all right. And whenever people had tried to tell her otherwise. As that thought crossed her mind, Ginny realized that she'd been completely unfair to Harry. He wouldn't just stop feeling guilty just because she told him to, just as she'd often put on a happy face to get all those people who had tried to tell her the same thing to leave her alone. She had made him promise not to shut her out anymore, but back then she'd naively assumed that no one else was going to die. She'd had a happy childhood, mostly thanks to the Potter family's sacrifice. And while she'd led a happy life, dreaming of the boy who lived, Harry had constantly been told he was an unnatural freak and made to live in a cupboard. He would likely struggle with this for the rest of his life, which meant that it would take him even longer than anyone else to get over something like a comrade's death. To make matters worse, Voldemort had often made Harry feel as if the entire war with all the death and misery revolved around him. She suppressed a shudder as she remembered how Voldemort had tortured and executed a bunch of innocent muggles and wizards, letting some of them survive to proclaim that it all could have been avoided if Harry Potter hadn't decided to stand in his way. On top of that, Harry had been made into the symbol for the forces of good. No wonder he believed he had to carry the whole world on his shoulders. She'd had no right to vent her frustrations on him because his problems hampered her plans for their future together. If anything, losing control of her temper had only made things worse. She had implied that her frustrations were his fault too. Ginny hurried out of the entrance hall and made her way towards Harry's room. She owed Harry a big apology, and she could only hope that he'd accept it. Ginny knocked 3 times. Twice seemed too little, but 4 times would have seemed excessive and pushy. The last thing she wanted to do was drive Harry further away. She heard shuffling on the other side, and the door opened, revealing Aberforth Dumbledore. Aberforth, what are you doing here? I came here for the same reason you came here, I imagine, moral support. Although I wasn't planning on hugging and dotting him, the old wizard joked. Ginny blushed. Right. Harry's not here. He just came by to pick up his invisibility cloak. He said you might be coming over, but I think he wanted to be alone. Would you like to come in? Ginny nodded and entered Harry's room. Aberforth had barely closed the door behind her when she could no longer contain herself. Oh, Aberforth, I've done something terrible. I told Harry off for feeling guilty. Aberforth finished. He told you? Ginny asked, feeling more miserable by the second. He didn't have to. I could see the frustration build up inside you these last few days. I knew it was just a matter of time before you'd blow up. Ginny looked at him, first in disbelief, then with mounting anger. So why didn't I stop you? Stop doing that. Aberforth chuckled. Answer me this, and be honest. Would you have listened to me if I'd told you to let Harry sort this out at his own pace? Ginny blushed with embarrassment. I guess not. But you've worked it out now, haven't you? Ginny nodded. Good. You're a wiser person because of it. Besides, you're angry because you care. That's not a bad thing. Ginny sat on Harry's bed. Aberforth, I love Harry. I worry about him. He always blames himself for everything. And I can't honestly say that I trust him to work this out on his own. Neither can I, to tell you the truth. But I know there is nothing I can do to make him see the error in his thinking. So he might sink deeper into depression. Ginny asked worriedly. Aberforth lit his pipe and puffed a few times before he shrugged. Possibly. Ginny took a few deep breaths, determined not to let her temper get her in trouble again. How could Aberforth be so indifferent? And we sit by and do nothing. If you can help others, do it. But if you can't, restrain yourself and at least don't harm anyone. The Dalai Lama said that, and Hippocrates said the same thing. To do nothing is sometimes a good remedy. I know you've suffered directly at the hands of Voldemort as well, and you may think this gives you a better insight into Harry's feelings than most. I think you do, but no attempts to convince him will help him throw off this depression. That's something Harry has to do himself. When the itch is inside the boot, scratching outside provides little consolation. So I just have to stand by and watch him waste away. I hope it won't quite come to that, but yes, you'll have to stand aside. Harry loves you, and you brighten up his life, but sometimes it has to get really dark to be able to see the stars. No, I'm not saying Harry's continued depression is your fault, Aberforth said, just as Ginny had been about to protest. Just that he may need some time alone right now. I know that pain is inevitable. But whether you suffer, and how long, largely comes down to your own choice. You can't prevent the birds of sorrow from flying over your head, but you can prevent them from building a nest in your hair, Ginny argued, throwing in a proverb she'd learned from her grandmother. I just want Harry to see that. She sighed. As do I. But he has to realize that on his own. I know. Ginny groaned. I know we have the benefit of an outsider's vantage point while Harry is trapped in the middle of his feelings. I realized that after I told him off. I just can't bear to see him suffer. And I can't stay away from him. He'll think I've abandoned him. Well, maybe there is something you can do, as long as you don't really intrude on his feelings. Anything. Ginny replied eagerly. Just be there for him. Hug him. Remind him why you love him, and tell him that you'll love him no matter what. Be his lifeline. Ginny frowned, momentarily confused. But you said that would get in the way of the healing process. What of all that talk about needing darkness to see the stars? You can hold someone's hand in the darkness, can't you? Aberforth's eyes twinkled mischievously. I know it looks like I'm contradicting myself. Wait, I'll put it differently. You can spend time with him, but you can't bring up his feelings verbally. That's what I meant about not intruding on his feelings. I see. Ginny nodded slowly, as she understood what Aberforth had said, and decided to take his advice. At least it would undo the damage she may have done earlier. Draco hated the jungle, even though the recently constructed base, like almost all the others, was below ground. It did little to reduce the oppressing humidity. Yamato had arrived a month ago, having barely escaped from an unexpected raid by the Order of Illumination. Apparently Harry Potter had been part of the raiding party as well. The Rangers had destroyed 2 units of Yamato's newest invention. It was a device that effectively prevented the use of the magic wand and blocked all forms of teleportation, portkeys included. 3 of those anti-magic cubes had been set up at various points in the base already, and they would come to life in the event of an intrusion. Then the insane Japanese necromancer and artificer had proceeded to redesign entire part of the base, in order to turn it into the ultimate death trap to anyone who would dare to invade. His narrow escape from the Rangers had rattled him deeply, and he was determined not to let that happen again. Draco was a bit uneasy about the whole thing. He had a feeling that Yamato, who was always working to expand his army of zombies, would conveniently forget to tell him about the placements of some of the traps. This unease only served to amplify the unease he'd already been feeling in light of his failure to break Max Wolf. In a desperate attempt to uncover his secrets, Draco had come up with the plan to have a magical parasitic personality possess Wolf, and have it uncover his secrets from within. But somehow, the Ranger had managed to prevent the parasitic personalities from taking possession. The mists had just swirled around his head before dissipating, while in fact they should have entered his body through his nose. None of the experts had been able to explain how the hell this was possible. Malfoy. Draco sneered. Von Brandenburg's attempts to startle him were getting really annoying. What? I want a status report. Mr. Yamato wasn't satisfied with the layout of the compound, and he set about redesigning the whole thing. Wolf can't be transferred to this compound yet. And how is that project coming along? We've taken some blood samples. Hopefully it'll give us some clues as to how he's resisting the efforts to break him. You can also tell your master that I'm going to need a rejuvenation bath. Von Brandenburg scowled. Our master. Malfoy. And why do you need a rejuvenation bath? Draco sighed exasperatedly. He wants to keep Wolf alive, doesn't he? Our attempts to interrogate Wolf are taking their toll on his body. We don't have the resources to spare. Just have medically trained wizards patch him up when he's getting too weak. Ah, Wilhelm, Draco chuckled derisively. Not being kept in the loop, are you? What the hell are you talking about? The report I sent to your master. I actually already tried what you suggested, and it ended up with Wolf nearly escaping. He controls his magic to a degree few of our medically trained staff have ever witnessed. We're still not sure how he did it. Did what? Von Brandenburg demanded impatiently. Before healing him, he was stunned by 4 wizards, of course, Draco began. That's standard. I know how powerful he is. Get to the point. All right. Draco smirked. So they cast healing charms, sealed wounds, healed broken bones and all that. Then, Wolf woke up and broke Matumbo's neck. Just broke it. Hell, he nearly twisted his head off. Draco paused, basking in von Brandenburg's frustration. Ah well, That crazy Zulu was getting on my nerves anyhow. So, how did he wake up? We think that he somehow redirected some of the healing magic to undo the stunners. That's why we need a rejuvenation bath. Then we can just have some golems dunk him in and pull him out when he's half healed again, with no risk to our living and undead staff. And another thing, we don't want him completely healed, and apparently it's hard to cast healing charms that only work halfway. The nature of healing charms, usually, is to heal completely. Unless, of course, the damage is so serious that no amount of magic can restore it. Von Brandenburg smirked. Yes, you would know all about that, wouldn't you? Draco shook his head. Is this all the purpose to your visit? Are you a common errand boy now? Actually, no. The mistress sent for you and Mr. Yamato. The vampire brandished a portkey. I have to inspect the base to report the progress. What's the point? I already told you everything. And I'm going to verify your statement, von Brandenburg said calmly. The organization hasn't survived this long by blindly trusting the statements of insignificant minions. Oh, then I wonder who'll be seeing if your story checks out, Draco retorted. Just find Yamato, von Brandenburg growled as he thrust the baton-shaped portkey at Draco. The trigger phrase is, hair trigger. Draco offered a fake smile. Cute. Very cute. The portkey took them to Anastasu's principal lair. A dark troll had been sent to escort Draco and Yamato to the mistress's location, since it seemed she wasn't in her quarters. It took them deeper and deeper underground, and to Draco's surprise, straight to his workplace. She was observing the goings-on in the dungeon below, where Wolf was being held. She stared at the ranger with gleaming eyes, looking slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed. Her obvious fascination with the prisoner made him feel uncomfortable. My lady. She didn't acknowledge him, and kept staring at Wolf, seemingly enraptured. This served to increase Draco's discomfort even more. What was so captivating about Wolf anyway? Could it be his looks? Draco doubted that, because Wolf looked like a mess after weeks of torture. I've felt him. He must be one of the most powerful wizards in the world, she finally spoke. Much more powerful than any wizard here. I wish to see him. It isn't safe, my lady. He's extremely dangerous. I don't like it when you contradict me, Draco. Athanasios told me about your attitude. You may share my bed occasionally, but that doesn't make you my equal. Draco's heart skipped a beat. My lady, I never presumed. Good. That's settled. She looked at Yamato. You know why I've summoned you. Lord Anastasu said that you wished to try the mind-reading potion. Yamato nodded. Do you have some with you? Yamato showed her a bottle with some brown liquid. Do you intend to use it to read the ranger? Didn't he resist earlier attempts to read him? Draco nodded. They had attempted to read Wolf's mind too, only to find out that mind readers themselves could feel it when someone tried to pry into their minds. He did. Then I'll practice on weaker minds first, so I can become proficient. I believe I may have the solution to our dilemma, Yamato said. Draco looked at him skeptically. I doubt it, but please, do tell. His mental resistance is partially the result of innate ability, but mostly due to rigorous training and conditioning. In order to open up those defenses, you need to upset him. Easier said than done. He's unshakable. Really. I believe he has a girlfriend. We can't realistically threaten her. She's too well guarded in Concordia. I thought of that, even tried it. But he knew as well as we did that we were bluffing. Yes, but this girlfriend has relatives who aren't as well defended, yes. If they are threatened, she might leave the immediate sphere of the Order's protection to help them, and make herself vulnerable. I'm sure he'll be so upset upon hearing that. His defenses will briefly come down, and that's when you introduce the parasitic personality. I guarantee it'll penetrate his defenses. Draco didn't bother to hide his surprise. He hadn't thought off that. But he couldn't ponder it, because sounds of alarm emanated from the dungeon below. One of the pain technicians looked up. Mr. Malfoy, we must have pushed too hard. His heart has stopped. He couldn't let that happen. The mistress had just made it perfectly clear that she wouldn't go out of her way to protect him from Anastasu anymore. Then revive him. Unshackle him. I'd wait a minute if I were you. Yamato said, peering at Wolf's limp form. The longer we wait the harder it'll be to revive him. That's true, but if Lei Li trained him like. Yamato didn't finish his sentence, but as the events below unfolded, Draco got an idea of what he'd been about to say. Seconds after he'd been released, Wolf came back to life, snatched the wand out of the pain technician's hand and nailed him with a killing curse. Wolf seemed to be able to distinguish the Imperious victims from Anastasu's actual minions, because the people under the Imperious curse were stunned, while the rest were struck by the green beam of the killing curse. That insight had probably been granted by his mind reader abilities. Damn it! Seal the dungeon! Draco screamed. Get a containment squad here on the double. Make that 3. Malfoy, I suggest we get ourselves as far away from his as possible. We've both seen him in action before. He could reach us by jumping. Activate the barrier. Draco leapt toward the console and worked the appropriate controls. A crystal began to glow, and an orange light appeared in front of the glass. That ought to hold him until he's broken through the door. Someone screamed. Give me your wand, Draco. The mistress said. I'll stop him. But, Draco sputtered. Have mine. Yamato said quickly and handed her his wand. The mistress shot Draco a disapproving look before she swept out of the room. Why the hell did you give her your wand? What if Wolf kills her? Better her than me, Yamato said as walked over to a crystal ball and waved his hand in front of it. Then he muttered an incantation. Yamato's upside-down reflection faded and was replaced by a rear view of the mistress as she resolutely moved to intercept Wolf. Draco nervously bit his nails while he watched the mistress sweep through several corridors as she searched for Wolf. He had no idea how she knew where she was going. But if she was indeed as in tune with the magic around her as she claimed to be, she could be tracking him by his magical aura. He held his breath. The mistress caught up with Wolf at an intersection and he entered into the ball's view, which changed from a rear view to a side view that encompassed them both. If anything were to happen to her, he'd be blamed and his life would be forfeit. He doubted he could hide both from the Order of Illumination and Anastasu's organization. Wolf whirled around impossibly fast, preparing to cast a deadly curse, but he held back. He stared at the mistress, the fierce look in his eyes replaced by a look of utter confusion. They just stared into each other's eyes for a while before the unimaginable happened. Wolf slowly lowered the wand he had captured and spoke to her, holding out his hand. And the mistress blushed and looked at the floor. Can't we hear what they're saying? Draco asked. He wanted to know what Wolf could possibly have said to make her react like that. These images are being recorded. I'll show them to a lip reader later, Yamato replied. Draco and Yamato then continued to follow the events in the ball. The mistress met Wolf's gaze again and shook her head apologetically. She spoke to him, and he in turn shook his head. Even though he wasn't a trained lip reader, Draco succeeded in reading Wolf's lips as he replied. That was long ago. You're not evil. He beckoned to her again. It's okay. Come with me. But she didn't go with him. She'd drawn her wand faster than he'd seen anyone draw his wand before, and stunned Wolf by herself, a task that usually took 3 or 4 wizards of average power to accomplish. The image disappeared, leaving him Draco to stare at his own confused expression. What the hell had Wolf been getting at? She did it. Yamato said delightedly. She's magnificent, isn't she? Draco didn't answer. Malfoy. Yamato snapped his fingers in Draco's face. Why didn't he try to kill her? If you find me someone who's adept at lip reading, we'll find out soon enough, Yamato answered. I also need you to mobilize your spy network. There's something I'd like you to look out for. Draco raised an eyebrow. What's that? A maniacally malevolent expression stole over Yamato's face. Oh, just the result of the going away present I gave my enemies last month. Wipe that stuff off your face. Gudrun admonished her daughter. And are those my earrings? Ginny saw that the girl had indeed overdone it with the makeup, and the liberal perfume she had sprayed on made Ginny slightly nauseous. She thought she recognized one of Hydas' expensive brands. Lilia must have introduced her to the tradition of nicking Hydas things. Maria, or Mary, as she insisted to be called, pouted. You've got lots of earrings you don't do anything with, so I borrowed some. You said I could. Gudrun had recently given up sticking her face full of metal, arguing that she couldn't look like that in front of her daughter and still be an authority figure. Now she only wore 3 rings in each ear. Hey, you, Mayumi, with Gavin in tow strolled into the parlor. You overdid it with the makeup and perfume. Why the dress up anyway? Mayumi had finally returned from a prolonged mission, and she and Gavin had been making up for lost time. The Welsh wizard had bags under his eyes, but looked perfectly happy. Oh, I thought I'd keep myself presentable. Presentable, huh? Gudrun smirked. Or did you decide to make yourself pretty for Nikolai Savin? Ugh. Gudrun. Nikolai is a geek. Mary grimaced. Well, it was very nice of that geek to offer to help you with your Latin. Ginny frowned. You should be a bit nicer to him. Since Latin was still the most commonly spoken language in Concordia, it was part of the educational curriculum. Mary was a very bright girl who spoke 3 languages, having been born and raised by Gudrun's mum in Winnipeg, but Latin wasn't one of them. Gudrun had recently told Ginny about her half-sister, and that her mum had had a falling out with her husband, after her half-sister drowned. He had blamed Gudrun, but Gudrun's mum hadn't. Their marriage had broken up because of that, and Gudrun's mum had moved to Canada in Gudrun's final year at Aurora School of Magic. It seemed like a lot of Rangers carried some emotional baggage from their childhood around, not just Harry. Ginny winked at the pouting girl. She knew that Mary liked Ironheart's grandson well enough. Even though the boy was the elder of the two, having turned 9 in September, he already looked up to Mary, literally and figuratively speaking. Mary was very tall and strong for her 8.5 years, whereas her school chum was small for his age. Her relatively long limbs, and large hands and feet hinted at a future height of at least 6 feet. Hardly surprising, according to Gudrun, since the girl's father had been 6'3", and Gudrun suspected he hadn't stopped growing yet, at the time. The reason Nikolai had latched onto Mary was because Mary had used her size and strength to beat up a bully who had picked on Nikolai on her first day of school. This had caused Gudrun quite a bit of distress, since the headmaster had wanted to expel Mary, saying that there was no place for such badly behaved children at Concordia's most distinguished primary school. Mary was suspended for a day while the teachers discussed the possibility of Mary's continued enrollment, and surprisingly they had decided to give her another chance. In fact, the headmaster's attitude seemed to have taken a 180-degree turn. Mary wasn't making it easy for her mother. She refused to call Gudrun Mum, which seemed to hurt Gudrun a little. And like her mother, Mary had some serious attitude towards people she didn't know. When she, Matt and Ron had accompanied Gudrun to the portal terminal at her own request, the first thing she had noticed was the standoffish look she knew from Gudrun. But Matt had broken through her defenses as if they'd been made of wet tissues. There had been an almost instantaneous connection between Matt and the girl, and her attitude towards him had progressed from hostility to hero worship in less than a day. A bit of the old Matt had actually resurfaced that day, as he jokingly proclaimed that no woman could resist him, whether she be 8 or 88. Ginny giggled teasingly. I think I know why Mary's all dressed up. Isn't Matt coming over soon? Mary's blush could have given Ginny's Weasley blush a run for its money. Gudrun's face, on the other hand, drained of all color. Oh no, I completely forgot. Look at me, I'm a mess. She scowled at her daughter. You were supposed to remind me. With that, bolted out of the parlor and up the stairs. Now that was an unexpected turn of events, Gavin said. He was still trying to process the fact that Gudrun's crush on Matt was as big as her daughter's was. It was so bad that she'd nearly hexed Heidi and Lilia on several occasions because she'd suspected them of poaching what she saw as her territory. While her housemates had staunchly denied this, Ginny had a feeling that Gudrun's suspicions had been dead on. No longer supremely obnoxious due to Nathan's death, Matt's new, doleful demeanor attracted women to him like moths were attracted to a flame. At times, Ginny had felt like giving him a hug too, and if Harry hadn't existed, she'd have considered having a go at him herself. The front door of the townhouse slammed shut, announcing the arrival of one of the residents. A minute later, Galatea and her sister Perse came in. The arrival of her sister had done Galatea a lot of good, as the animated French chattering Ginny frequently heard seemed to indicate. Perse was an incredibly beautiful woman. There was no denying it. Galatea was beautiful as well, but not particularly so for Cordervila. Hermione had simply stopped bringing Ron over because his behavior around Percy was, while hilarious to Ginny, infuriating to Hermione. It was as if she were a full-blooded Veela, because even Harry had trouble keeping a straight face when she unleashed her Veela charm. Maybe her stronger Veela powers were a compensation for the fact that she was a rather weak witch. She said she'd had to work 3 times as hard as the others on subjects that required wand work, to achieve the same or lesser results. When it became clear that she simply wasn't powerful enough to keep up with the others, the faculty at Southern Cross had allowed her to take several extra theoretical elective subjects. But she couldn't apparate, and her wizarding license had some restrictions on it. Mayumi elbowed Gavin, who'd been staring at Percy as if he'd never seen a woman before, in the ribs to snap him out of it. Would anyone like tea? Percy asked kindly, as she arranged a blanket over her sister's lap to keep her warm. Pregnant part Veela apparently had little tolerance for cold, so everyone did their best to keep Galatea warm and cozy. Gudrun had even made her stash of trophy socks available. Yes, please, Ginny said. That would be lovely, Mayumi said, smiling sweetly, too sweetly. All hell. Ye erg, Gavin screamed. Mayumi was twisting his wrist. Oh, sorry sweetheart, was that your hand? Sit down. Let me have a look at it. Spend some time with your girlfriend, Gavin. Ginny smirked. It was a good thing that Harry was more resistant than most when it came to entrancement magic. She didn't have to worry about Veela stealing him from her. Harry's troubles lay in a different area. She'd followed Aberforth's advice and showered Harry with affection, yet never touching the subject of his guilt directly. He seemed to draw strength from this, to Ginny's relief, and he'd been showing signs of recovery. He no longer looked sleep-deprived, and Ginny was pretty sure that he hadn't been using sleeping draught, unless he somehow acquired it outside the Citadel. But she didn't think so, since he'd rarely been alone long enough to do that. Galatea hadn't been biased when she said that Percy was a good singer. The younger Veela woman was humming a happy tune in the kitchen, and Binks the house elf was swaying to the song on his miniature stool, or maybe he was just anxious to help Percy. Even though it was the house elf's day off, he couldn't completely suppress his nature. It looked like Percy had sensed this as well. Binks, I can't find the cinnamon. Could you please get some from the pantry? Ginny was nearly bowled over by the house elf as he took off for the pantry in a flash, but she evaded the elf at the last moment. Always eager to please, aren't they? Mum always wanted a house elf helping her around the house. I have never even seen a house elf before I came to Concordia, Percy said, with only the slightest trace of a French accent. Really? Who did the cooking and laundry at Southern Cross? There is a cooking staff, about 30 golems to do the laundry and cleaning, and students have to help sometimes with spring cleaning and holiday decorations. But it is a smaller school than Hogwarts, never more than 80 girls. My sister Thetis wants to become a cook later. She liked to help the cooks just for fun. We only had to help when we had detention of some sort. Even though Ginny wasn't afraid of a little manual labor, she still made a face at the memory. So, are you going to move in with Padma? Percy nodded. I had to get to know her first, but I believe we will get along okay. I'll start moving tomorrow. Excellent. I can have my own room, then. Mary piped, as she strode into the kitchen, dragging Nikolai behind her. Can we have some chocolate? After you're finished with your homework, Ginny said sternly. And don't even think about copying off Nikolai. I know a spell that'll turn your ears blue if you've been cheating. Mary stuck out her tongue. There is no such spell. What spell? A familiar yet unexpected male voice asked. Harry. Ginny jumped up and threw her arms around him, giving him several quick pecks on the lips. What are you doing here? I was supposed to train Danielle Esclove, but the person who made the new schedule forgot about Shabbath. I've got the evening off, and I thought you'd like my company. Was my assumption misplaced, Miss Weasley? Oh, not at all, Mr. Potter, Ginny said, dotting him again. Matt was coming over too, but he got held up by Commander Nombet, Harry added. I reckon he'll be here shortly. Harry, is it true that there's a spell that'll turn your ears blue if you're lying? Mary asked. Harry glanced at Ginny, who gave him a mischievous smile. From the glint in his eyes, she could tell that he'd caught on, and was going to play along. Why? Were you planning on having Nikolai do your homework again? No, Mary said with a perfectly straight face, although Ginny and Harry knew that had been exactly what she'd been planning to do. I was just curious. I know what you're thinking, Harry began. Does such a spell exist or not? Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure. There are so many spells to remember. Harry drew his wand. But being as this is my 11-inch holly and phoenix feather wand, believed by some to be the most powerful wand in the world, and would turn your ears blue for weeks, you've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? He paused to let his words sink in. Well, do you? Harry glanced down at Mary menacingly. I'm going to do my homework now, Mary said in a subdued voice, and left the kitchen dragging her silent companion along. Ginny shook her head. Dirty, Harry. That was cruel. She's just a child. I bet you scared her to death. Not just any child, Gudrun's child. Harry grinned. She's a little intimidated at most, and did she use Hydas perfume? Ginny giggled. Yep. You really should leave her stuff alone, you know. She thinks you girls make fun of her behind her back. She's right. So, it's making her feel insecure. She's trying hard to fit in, but Galatia's the only one who is nice to her. Ginny frowned suspiciously. Why did she go cry to you about this? She could have just confronted us. She told me she tried to a few times. You mean she didn't? Blushing guiltily, Ginny looked away. Heidi had tried to talk to her housemates about it, more than a few times. While Ginny still didn't like the fact that Heidi had gone to Harry, of all people, with her problems, she knew Harry wasn't defending Heidi because he still had feelings for her. Harry was just being Harry. Yes, that had to be it. I know you're just having a bit of fun, but don't have it at her expense. I know what it's like not to fit in. Percy added. Ginny rolled her eyes. All right. I won't borrow any of her things, and I'll talk to the others about it. Harry expressed his gratitude by flashing her that grin that never failed to sap the strength right out of her legs. I knew you'd understand. Then he turned to Percy. How did it go with Padma? It went well, thank you. I am moving tomorrow. Tea? Percy asked, as Binks returned with the cinnamon and handed it to her. I could use a cuppa, Harry said. Unable to restrain himself, Binks jumped in and began helping Percy, and soon, Harry and Ginny had a few mugs of steaming tea in front of them. Percy and Binks left with not only tea, but also a whole assortment of cookies and small pastries that Binks had scrounged from throughout the kitchen, leaving Harry and Ginny alone. Harry summoned a chair over and sat down, pulling Ginny onto his lap and brushed a fringe of hair out of her eyes as he gazed into them adoringly. You're being so patient with me. It means a lot to me, you know. I know, Ginny said softly. You don't have to excuse yourself. I'm not you. I can't imagine how it feels. She was silenced by Harry's finger on her lip. I'm very lucky to have someone like you. He reached into his pocket, took out a tiny box and opened it. And I hope you never leave me. Ginny's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was knocking her ribs loose. It was simple yet beautiful, a gold ring with a diamond that seemed to sparkle with its own light. The sparkle grew in intensity as he slid it over her finger. Doc helped me pick it out. He accompanied me to make sure that the jeweler wouldn't swindle me. The jeweler said the diamond would sparkle brightly as long as you love me. Harry. Are you asking me to? Well, I guess I am. Harry blushed. Ginny, believe me when I tell you I don't love anyone else like I love you. We've been putting things off for so long, waiting for better times. But Nathan and Helga wanted to wait for better times, and Wolf and Galatea. Ginny's feelings cooled a little. Are you just doing it because you're scared? No, of course not. I'm doing it because I love you. I'm going to do everything in my power to come back to you after each mission. But I know there are no guarantees. If you don't want to marry me now, that's okay. But please promise me that we'll always be together. His eyes shone desperately, revealing how badly he wanted her, needed her to make that promise. She knew he'd always blame himself for other people's deaths to some extent. Everybody did that, but it was time to show him that she'd be there for him in any case. Whatever evil may come our way, it'll never tear me away from you. She lowered her face to his and they shared their unique, soul-merging key. She poured everything she had into it, and when they broke apart, they crashed onto the chair they'd been sitting on, cracking one of its legs. She got off his lap and took his hand, guiding him out of the kitchen, up the stairs and into her room. She locked the door behind her and cast a silencing charm around her room. Then she dimmed the lights with a flick of her wand, and lit some scented candles with the next flick. Ginny had always thought it was going to be planned weeks in advance and take a lot of preparation. But now she realized that, like everything else in life, the moment could just creep up on you. It felt right. She saw the light of love shine in his eyes, and saw her own eyes reflected in his. Ginny, Harry croaked. His face betrayed his longing, and how hard he was trying to remain rational. It was as if she could read his mind. She knew what he'd been about to ask. I'm ready, she whispered, pulling him to the bed. Everything is fine. Everything will be fine. I love you, Harry. I love you, Ginny. Hermione stifled a yawn while she kept an eye on the runes that scrolled down her mirror. When she'd chosen to divide her time between Intel Analyses and the medical division, she had hoped that she'd never get stuck pulling monitoring duty. It was an important part of the overall scheme of things, and she was careful not to let her attention slack despite the boredom. 4 Intel Rangers were down with a nasty magical flu, so she'd been called up to share the burden with the remaining Intel personnel. She just wished that she had got a chance to catch up on sleep, but she'd had to report to command and control right after her shift in the medical wing. She was also irked by the fact that Commander Nombet had scheduled her in so late. She'd been planning to drop by a lingerie shop to pick up a set that she was sure Ron would like. She smirked, imagining the unease Ron had to be feeling right at that moment, standing in a shop filled with women's underwear. Unable to pick up her order herself, she'd sent Ron in her stead. For some reason, he was reluctant even to set foot in shops meant for women. But for her, he'd brave the odd looks cast in his direction. He'd been trying so hard in their efforts to conceive, and he had seemed a bit put out by the lack of results. But sweet as he was, he'd done his best not to let it show. It wasn't his fault that she was more perceptive than the average person was. Maybe her purchase would help take his mind off the setbacks, and focus on the task at hand. Hermione heaved a sigh. Conceiving was going to be very difficult, because her menstrual cycle had been extremely erratic ever since she'd been attacked, and it made planning for the optimal conception time all but impossible. All she could do was take her temperature and graph it out to predict her ovulation. Even so, her chances of conceiving were slim, due to the extent of the harm they Death Eaters had done. She only hoped that her efforts wouldn't be in vain, knowing how much Ron wanted children. She glanced at Sarah Esclove, who had volunteered to help out with the monitoring duty, despite the fact that it was Friday after sundown. Commander Nombet had completely forgotten about her and her sister's desire to observe Shabbath whenever possible. But given the nature of the situation, Sarah hadn't made a big deal of it and had been glad to help out. But it wasn't like Commander Nombet to make these kinds of mistakes. She was the most organized person Hermione knew. Maybe running the order by herself for an extended period of time was beginning to take its toll on her. Her anxiety had seemed to soar to new heights that morning, and she'd had several meetings with Captain Sharif, Captain Kovalenko, and Captain Faust, causing Hermione to wonder if something big was in the works. Glancing at her wrist, Hermione noticed that she had forgotten her watch. She groaned. How long has it been? Kronos, a brand new golem which served as an auxiliary monitoring aid, and had been roaming C&C for 3 months, turned to face her. Its head tilted to the side, almost as if it were mimicking a quizzical expression. Was that a request for information, or a rhetorical question? I wasn't talking to anyone in particular, Kronos. Understood, the golem continued. To avoid future misunderstanding, however, perhaps you should give orders in the second-person imperative. For example, scan for localized magical fluctuations over London, or analyze the signature of that magical surge. How about report to Maintenance Bay for a personality graft? Quote. Was that an order or an insult? The golem asked. Whatever works. Hermione snapped, hoping the golem would leave her alone. Whoa, Sarah suddenly exclaimed, rousing everyone in C&C out of their light torpor. Talk about energy surges. I'm reading a huge spike. Where? Lieutenant Lee asked, as she scrambled towards Sarah's mirror console. In our backyard, Lieutenant, it's coming from Concordia. I'm narrowing it down. 6th tier, huh? She frowned. Hermione, isn't that where you used to live? Hermione nodded. It was the townhouse. Kronos, analyze the signature of that magical surge. Send a sentinel globe to check it out, Lee ordered, and Sarah deftly worked a few controls. And alert the emergency response team, just in case. I've directed the northern section sentinel globe, Lieutenant, Sarah reported. We should be able to see what is going on in 30 seconds. In the meantime, Kronos had pressed his metal finger into a matching slot, and the glowing gemstones that were his eyes oscillated as he worked to analyze the surge. His ability to interface with the magical crystal that, like a giant muggle computer, contained all the data gathered by the Order over the years, enabled him to sift through the layers of information much more easily than the Rangers could. Hermione was certainly grateful for this computer-like resource. It sure beat having to look through lots of books, and it could also produce pensive memories and other types of audiovisual recordings. Inwardly, she thanked the 3 Muggle-born Rangers who had conceived of, and lobbied for, the idea. Classification: accidental magic. Cause: excitement. The signature correlates with that of Harry James Potter, Ranger 5th class of the Marshall Division. The scenario does not suggest danger. We have a visual, Kronos continued, as he patched the image through to the giant mirror screen. Hermione saw an intense beam of golden light shine through the gaps in the curtains. Applying enhanced monitoring spell to get a view of the interior. Kronos, wait, Hermione gasped, having a good idea what image would lie beyond, but it was too late. The image of the exterior of the townhouse faded and was replaced by a close-up of the inside of her former room. The entwined bodies of Harry and Ginny were easily visible, and the present analysts began whistling and catcalling. Way to go, Potter! Alejandro Vieira, merry-faced Portuguese wizard whooped, grinning broadly. Finally we get some entertainment around here. I thought the boredom was going to kill me. We ought to play voyeur more often. Are you recording this, Wong? You bet. His Chinese colleague replied. Kronos, kill the visual feed, please. A red-faced Lieutenant Lee said. I fail to comprehend the semantic meaning of your query, Lieutenant, the golem said, not breaking the transmission. It is impossible to destroy. I meant stop, cease, terminate. Lee barked. Now. Understood. Kronos said, and the image winked out a moment later. Ah, Wong and Vieira chorused, laying their disappointment on thickly. This doesn't go beyond this room, Lee declared, letting her gaze linger on Wong and Vieira a little longer. And erase whatever you've recorded. Don't worry, I haven't recorded anything. Wong grinned. You'll have to obliviate me, though. You know I won't be able to keep a straight face if I see those two anytime soon. You'll keep a straight face, or I'll have to discipline you myself. Wong looked at her inquisitively. Was that a threat or a proposition? Lieutenant Lee blushed and rattled a few sentences in Chinese. Smiling cheekily, Wong rolled his eyes. Ladies. Vieira cleared his throat and pretended to look insulted. And gentlemen. Wong smirked. Anyone who doesn't know about my history with our lovely lieutenant, raise your hand. Only Sarah Esclave, the most recent addition to the order, blushed furiously and raised her hand. Wong shrugged. So much for discretion. Hermione grinned. Those two were yet another couple of Rangers who had chemistry, but seemed to lack the necessary compatibility to have an actual relationship. It reminded her of Matt and Gudrun. Although, maybe that relationship had some potential after all, because there were a few binding factors that had been previously absent. They had saved each other's lives, they both felt responsible for Nathan's death, and Matt's uncanny connection with Gudrun's daughter. According to Gudrun, the girl worshipped Matt like a demigod, and had even taken to imitating his gait and his insolent grin. Hermione doubted it, because she had met Mary shortly after the girl's arrival in Concordia, and had noticed that confident strut before Matt had broken through Mary's facade of hostility and befriended her. Moreover, Matt had still been in a state of depression early November, and consequently his typical strut had been more reserved. Hermione guessed that Gudrun's paranoia could stem from a tinge of jealousy she might be feeling towards Matt, for the ease with which he had befriended her daughter, while her daughter kept making things difficult for her even today. Hey Granger, you can leave. Nolani Winters said, waving her hand in front of Hermione's face to get her attention and snapping her out of her reverie. Is it time already? Don't act so disappointed, the witch from Hawaii said. Hermione laughed. I'll see you lot later. Say hello to Potter and Miss Ginny Weasley for us, Wong said. Honestly, Hermione huffed, turning her back to the two rangers who were sniggering like teenage boys. She knew they wouldn't say anything, though, because Harry was perfectly capable of kicking them into the next time zone. When Hermione reached the entrance hall, she remembered she had left her watch in one of the labs, so she hurried towards the medical ward to fetch it. The sound of several voices echoed through the corridor that led to the main laboratory. This meant the medical wing was unusually crowded, which was strange. Only one ranger and two non-ranger assistants were supposed to be here on the evening shift, provided that there weren't any patients, of course. She followed the sound of the voices to a small recovery room, the same one where Ginny had lain after they thought Harry had fallen to his death. She saw Commander Nombet exchanging urgent words with Captain Sharif, Captain Kovalenko and Captain Faust. Lilia sat next to the bed, and was talking to someone Hermione couldn't make out yet. Lieutenant Cliff, who was bending over that person, was blocking the view. The commander looked very old and careworn. Excuse me, I forgot something earlier. What is going on? Nombet seemed just about ready to burst into tears. Something terrible has happened. Ginny stirred and pressed herself closer to Harry as his fingers lazily trailed along her spine. She opened her eyes and looked up at his face, immediately meeting his startling green eyes that never failed to move her, be it in a positive or negative sense. I dozed off. Harry smiled warmly. Yes, you did. We've been in here for about 3 hours. I reckon the others will give us an earful when we go downstairs. She lifted her head off his shoulder and felt her cheek peel away from his skin, leaving behind a gooey sensation. She had drooled on him. Typical, that she had to ruin a perfect moment by drooling. She was willing to bet that graceful Heidi had never done that. Oh. Don't worry about that, Harry said, dotting her wet cheek. I love every part of you. Ginny pouted despite herself. Oh Harry, be honest. I must look like a complete fool. I'm sure that she couldn't quite catch herself in time, and she was sure that Harry knew who she'd been about to mention. She looked away, unable to meet Harry's eyes. Now she'd really messed things up. There's supposed to be a real difference when two people who don't care about each other have say. And lovemaking between two people who really love each other. Tonight I experienced that difference, Ginny. Heidi is no substitute for you. I never intended her to be, either. She was quite surprised at his patient and loving tone of voice. She'd practically invited an argument. But she never drooled, did she? She never drooled on my shoulder. But, do you really want to talk about this? Ginny nodded, and Harry gave a sigh of resignation. I rarely spent the night, and when I did, I never really cuddled with her. I just crawled as far away from her as possible and pretended to fall asleep. I guess I was a little ashamed every time after. Harry was obviously having a lot of difficulty discussing this with her, and she immediately regretted having brought up the issue. But he'd decided to talk about it anyway, and she appreciated his effort even more because of it. Ginny was just about to tell him that he didn't have to talk about if he didn't want to, when he continued. She didn't seem to notice, and if she did notice, she didn't seem to mind. Or maybe she did mind, but she never let it show. I guess she minded, though. Come to think of it, it wasn't a very good way to treat her. I bet I hurt her. Ginny bit her lip. That was Harry, all right, always thinking of others. My point is, I don't love Heidi. I love you. I know it bothers you that I'm still closer to Heidi than the other blokes, but that's not true. Ginny objected. Ginny, I'm not oblivious to everything, you know. How would you explain that look you gave me when I asked you not to borrow Heidi's things? It really bothered you that she came to me. I mean, you practically spelled it out for me. I guess I'm just the jealous type. Then, Ginny said softly. She couldn't explain away her behavior. She was terrified of losing Harry to another woman. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. It's part of you, and part of the reason why I love you. He gave her an infectious grin. I guess it runs in the family. Look at Ron. Ginny giggled. If that trait is so lovable, does that mean I'll have to worry about my own brother giving me competition? Why, Mr. Potter, I didn't know you swung both ways. Twice the chance of getting a date, Harry managed to say with a straight face, before he chuckled. Poor Ron. He was pretty upset when he found out about Captain Sharif. Imagine what would happen if I were to declare my undying love. Ginny began counting on her fingers. Hermione would kill you. Then I'd find a way to revive you so I could kill you again. Then, she was silenced by Harry's mouth covering hers, and she was pressed back into the pillows. Oh, Ginny, I love you more than anything, Harry said huskily when he'd broken the key. His eyes were glowing with intense longing again. Why can't we just have a little luck on our side every now and then? I don't know about you, but I feel like the luckiest woman alive. I don't, Harry said, and Ginny's heart briefly stopped beating and her eyes widened with worry. I mean, how could I? I'm not a woman. Damn you. Ginny laughed, before pulling him down for another long key. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal, Harry began, after they'd reluctantly resurfaced for air. Do your best to forget about Heidi, and I'll try not to let deaths get to me this much. I couldn't do that. Make this deal, I mean. It isn't the same thing. My feelings about Heidi are trivial compared to what you have to endure. Nothing about you is trivial, Ginny. You're the most important person in my life. And on a basic level, our feelings are exactly the same, unfounded. Ginny looked at him, completely nonplussed. After all, he wasn't making any sense. She shook her head. No, Harry, your grief is very well founded. But my self-blame isn't. You can't prevent the birds of sorrow from flying over your head, but you can prevent them from building a nest in your hair. Ginny narrowed her eyes. Where did you hear that? I overheard a very wise and beautiful woman say that, once. Harry smiled, running his hand along the curves of her body. You were listening at the door. Ginny gasped. He shook his head. I was in the room. I threw on my invisibility cloak and cast a personal silencing charm around myself. I pretended to go out and I opened and closed the door. But I don't believe I had Aberforth fooled. And my words just swung you around. Ginny asked skeptically. She couldn't believe that it had been that easy. Not immediately, he said, confirming her skepticism. But they certainly haunted my thoughts. But I told you the same things before. Why didn't my words mean anything until then? I guess I had the benefit of an observer's point of view. And I couldn't bear to have you worry about me like that. I didn't have my epiphany until today, though. Really? When did you see the light? When the rest of the neighborhood did, Harry said, and it took a few seconds for Ginny to realize what he meant. She felt her entire body grow warm, as if she were blushing all over. We really did make a light show, didn't we? She gave him a coy smile. And what exactly made you change your mind, at that moment? I'm already forgetting, but we could recreate the moment to refresh my memory, he said, and lowered himself down next to her where he began dotting her neck. She shuddered with delight and briefly wondered if he were just a natural, or if this was the product of his past experience. After a few seconds, she decided that she didn't care. Harry was hers now. But fate interfered again by making her stomach growl fiercely, proclaiming its needs. Hungry, Harry mumbled, not stopping with his ministrations. Starving. He backed away just far enough to be able to look her in the eyes. Then let's take a shower and go downstairs to raid the kitchen. But I don't want this to end. Can't we just risk a quick trip to the kitchen? She asked hopefully. Harry laughed softly. Ginny, right now, we have a very distinctive smell. If Gudrun catches us, we'll never live it down. You could try a summoning charm, if you know exactly where everything is. The house elves are the ones who arrange the things in the cupboards. It'll be too tricky. Then I'll have to go downstairs. But it's a cold night, and you're nice and warm. So now that you've had your way with me, I've been demoted to a bed warmer. Ginny giggled. I just want to be close to you as much as possible. We can continue being close in the shower, Harry suggested. Or, I could take a quick shower and get us some food. You could pour us a warm bath, and we can carry on in the tub. You certainly seem to know what you're doing. Are you sure you haven't done this before? No, I'm making this up as I go along. I can't help getting inspired by you. Harry met her gaze with such sincerity that any feelings of insecurity she may have harbored evaporated. All right, but my tub is too small for two, Ginny sighed wistfully. Honestly, Ginny, are you a witch or not? Ginny laughed. I guess Mum's threat was true. Girls who have say, before marriage do suffer a 20-point IQ drop. Did your mum really say that? Anything to have me retain my virtue, no matter how ludicrous. Her stomach growled again. Forget the bathtub plan. I have to eat as soon as possible. Your lips are moving, but I hear Ron, Harry joked. Well, what did you expect? My whole life, I've been conditioned to have a healthy appetite. She hopped off the bed and skipped over to the bathroom. Do you want me to wash your back? Harry asked from the bedroom. Ginny smiled. Not right now, thank you. I'm really hungry and I don't need the distraction. So now I'm nothing more than a distraction. That's right, lover, Ginny said, playing the game. That's it, is it? Wham, bam, thank you, mister. Am I nothing but a piece of meat? I thought you said you loved me. Ginny leaned towards the door and poked her head around the doorjamb. Isn't that supposed to be the girl's line? She giggled. And you don't have to go back to the Citadel tonight, you know. Hermione. Ron called, but received no answer. That was strange, because she should have been home despite her shift in C&C. Glancing at his watch, he saw that she was about 3 hours late. A chorus of meowing briefly diverted his attention from Hermione. Crookshanks and a beautiful blue furred cat were looking at him inquisitively, and Crookshanks pawed his milk bowl. Bloody hell, I've got to feed your girlfriend too, now. He muttered as he rinsed the bowl and poured fresh milk into it. Noticing that his food bowl was empty as well, Ron summoned it over and summoned the cat food out of a cabinet. Crookshanks actually made a face at the cat food and looked up at him, as if he were demanding to see the manager. What's your problem? Ron asked impatiently. Crookshanks looked at Hyda's cat before turning back to him with a mournful look. Ah, got to impress the girlfriend, do you? Ron sighed. Deep down he sympathized. He wanted to give Hermione the best he could afford too. All right, I'll see what I can dig up. After rummaging through the cabinet and adding a few sardines to Crookshanks' supper, he finally got the chance to look for Hermione. First he muttered the incantation that would activate the security spell of the house. Then he tapped the mirror on the upper frame twice and the lower frame 4 times as he uttered the appropriate words. Nolani Winta's face appeared to replace of his own reflection. Hey, Ron, I guess you want to know what's keeping Hermione. Right in one, Ron said, the slight anxiety he had felt over Hermione's absence draining away slowly. She's in the medical wing. Ron's anxiety came charging back, regaining the ground it had so recently lost. Hermione's okay, Winters assured him, reading his worried expression. It's something else, the rest of us just found out. I'm not allowed to tell you through the mirror connection since it might not be safe despite the ward you have in place. I was about to call you anyway. She told me to tell you she wouldn't be home tonight. It's very important, though. She's not blowing your previous engagement off for something trivial, the Hawaiian witch added with a slight smirk. Ron blushed. Hermione had hinted about his recent performances to Gudrun. Gudrun told Lilia, who told Serafina, who then proceeded to tell pretty much everyone else how good a job he'd been doing. It was nice to know that Hermione appreciated it, but he wondered why she hadn't kept it to herself. Then again, she was probably regretting it already. Can you let her know I'm coming over? Will do, Winters said, and looked away from the screen. Hold on, don't take a portal. You're not supposed to go anywhere right now, are you? Ron shook his head. Why? If you take a portal to the Citadel, possible unfriendly eyes may notice, and logically assume that something might be up. Take an emergency portkey. I haven't got one right now. We know, which is why you have to go to Gudrun. She does have one, and you can share hers. She needs to be there too. More than anyone else, Winters said seriously. It suddenly struck Ron. Something had to be wrong with Matt. Ginny had told him about the sudden dizzy spells he had sometimes. I understand. Thanks. Ron summoned his broomstick. It was cold outside, but the skies were clear and he had endured worse temperatures in the past. A short broom ride later, he was standing in front of the heavy door that provided access to the townhouse. He rang the bell, and about 30 seconds later the door swung open. Gudrun's daughter was standing on the doorstep in a nightdress, looking up at him with sleepy chagrin. "Oh, it's you. Nice to see you too, Mary," Ron said, ushering her back in so she wouldn't catch a cold. "What are you doing up so late?" he asked as he closed the door behind them. "It's Friday. It's nearly midnight. Matt was supposed to come over." Mary gave him a hopeful look. "Do you know where he is?" "At the Citadel. He's terribly busy, I'm afraid." Ron felt a little guilty about lying to the girl, but it was better than letting her worry. It was obvious that she was very fond of Matt. "Where's your mum?" "Upstairs in the attic. You can't go there because you're a boy," she added, telling Ron what he already knew. "Can you call her for me? It's terribly important." "Why?" "I can't tell you." "Why?" "Because I'm not supposed to talk about Ranger business." "Why?" "It's top secret." "Why?" Ron opened and closed his mouth. Susie and Millie had pulled this stunt on him once. Thankfully, rescue came in the form of his little sister. "Ron. Ginny. Could you get Gudrun for me? Is something the matter?" Ron glanced at Mary, indicating that he couldn't talk about it in front of her, and Ginny got the cue. "Not really. There are just some things we need to discuss." Ron's stomach growled. "You wouldn't mind if I had a snack, would you?" "I'll go get Gudrun. Help yourself to whatever you like in the kitchen, but don't overdo it. The rest of us have to eat too," she teased, and skipped up the stairs. Ginny seemed to be in an awfully good mood. She'd been positively glowing, and he had a feeling it had something to do with that ring he saw on her finger. Ron grinned and headed towards the kitchen where he found Harry doing simple magic tricks for Ironheart's grandson, Nikolai, and little Charlie. Both boys were dressed in pajamas. "Having a sleepover?" Harry paled. No. What makes you say that?" "I swear, Ron, He's not talking about you and Ginny," Mary said, with a glint of pure mischief in her eyes. Ron frowned. Why would he have been talking about Harry and Ginny? He looked at Harry, who was glaring at Mary. The girl wasn't very impressed, and gave him a perfect copy of Matt Kelly's insolent grin. "That was for threatening to give me blue ears." He glanced at Harry again, who was now nervously looking his way. A slow smile spread over his face. "So, I take you this means you've given Mum reason to hex you. Ginny wouldn't pass the unicorn test now, would she?" Harry looked at the tabletop. "You mean, you don't mind?" Ron shrugged, reached over and slapped him on the back, hard. "I'll live. Of course, if you ever break Ginny's heart, you won't. So, you don't mind." "Why would I? Anyway, I'm not so sure how Mum will take it. You might want to send her a fancy handbag." Handbag. Her latest obsession. Ron nodded. "And you also might want to grant her the honor of coordinating your wedding. I bet that would get you off the hook." Harry frowned. "I don't think Ginny would like that very much. I think she'd want to arrange things herself." "I know that. But if you ask Mum, she'll let you off the hook, and it'll be Ginny's problem from then on. Although, nah, forget I said that. They'll fight, and you'll be right in the middle." "Bad idea." "My thoughts exactly." Harry agreed. "What's the big emergency?" Gudrun asked, as she came into the kitchen, followed closely by Ginny. Ron briefly thought about how he was going to phrase this. "Oh, we just have to test your emergency portkey," Ron said. Gudrun narrowed her eyes. "So that's all. All right, I've got it in my room." She turned to her daughter and her two guests. "Be good. Listen to the grown-ups. We'll look after them," Ginny promised. "Thank you, Ginny," Gudrun said gratefully, before she led Ron to her room and retrieved her portkey. She tapped it with her wand, and it grew into a hoop. Ron grabbed on, and Gudrun muttered the activation words. "What's the emergency?" she asked immediately after they appeared inside the Citadel's maintenance bay. "I'm not sure," Ron said honestly. "We'll find out when we reach the medical wing. I suspect it has something to do with Matt." "What makes you say that?" Gudrun asked worriedly, as she quickened her pace. "Hermione still wasn't home when I came home, so I called the Citadel to see if she were there. I talked to Nolani Winters, who said she couldn't talk about it. When I said I was coming over, She said that it would be a good idea for you to come too. That's why I assumed it was about Matt. And you were expecting Matt tonight, right? He didn't show up. Gudrun whimpered. Damn, I knew I should have called to see what was keeping him. But then I heard he got held back by Commander Nomvet. They continued to hurry along, and soon they reached the medical wing. Not knowing where to go, he headed to Captain Sharif's office and found the bald wizard holding his shiny bald head between his hands. Captain, Gudrun called. The wizard slowly raised his head. Matt has been calling for you and your daughter in his sleep. We gave him a mild sedative to help keep him calm. I'm glad you're here. Maybe you can ease his distress. What happened? Ron asked. Matt's parents have been murdered by a zombie, Nathan's body. No wonder Commander Nomvet had been so stressed out lately. She'd been keeping the secret of the Kellys' deaths for days, and it had been gnawing at her all that time. When Mr. Kelly hadn't shown up to run his corporate empire after 2 weeks, some of his people had gone looking for him at his wife's estate, barely getting away with their lives. The British Ministry of Magic had been informed, and Ors had subdued the zombies with great difficulty. Then they'd called in the Order of Illumination. Commander Nomvet had ordered the temporary obliviation of both the witches who had discovered the zombies, as well as all Ministry wizards who had been involved. She had wanted to keep it a secret until she told Matt about it, and she'd kept it from Matt for so long because she didn't feel like telling him anything when she wouldn't have any answers to the questions Matt might have asked. The memories of the Ministry wizards had been restored a few days ago. Now the news was slowly filtering into Concordia. Hermione, who had also worked hard to give Commander Nomvet some of her answers, was mystified by the complexity of the potion that had transformed Nathan into an exceptionally strong type of zombie over the course of 2 weeks. The diagnostic spells Serafina and Evgenia had used hadn't yielded any information about this potion, because it worked much like some kind of virus. At the time the spell had been performed, it had been undetectable. Tests performed on animal cadavers using samples taken from the zombie yielded no results, and thus it was concluded that the potion was a highly sophisticated, species-specific concoction. The human cadavers Captain Sharif had used had then revealed that the potion infested and assimilated necrotic flesh and spread through the body, slowly at first, but at exponentially increasing speeds later on. It also effectively preserved the dead flesh, sparing the dead body from decay. He had concluded the Nathan's zombie must have broken out of the Archidiaconus family crypt a few days after being put there, and killed the Kellys and 3 servants, turning them into zombies as well. Captain Sharif was also pretty sure that the potion would kill living victims and turn them into zombies, even though he hadn't tested living subjects, for obvious reasons. Phoenix tears seemed to neutralize the potion, but since they were so hard to come by, the medical rangers were working overtime to come up with a counteragent. Several specialists around the world were trying to accomplish the same task, and all seemed to be having as little luck as the Rangers. Yamato had really outdone himself this time. How is he doing? Harry asked softly, peeking into the parlor of the townhouse, while he hung up his cloak. It had been 5 days since they had found out about the Kellys, and unlike Hermione, who had been very busy with Sharif's project, he had visited Matt whenever he'd had some time off. Today, Lieutenant Cliff had come with him. Not too badly, under the circumstances. If my mum and dad were murdered like that, I'm not sure I'd take it as well as he seems to. I can't even begin to imagine what it feels like, Harry said, much to Hermione's surprise. Noticing her expression, he explained, while the Dementors refreshed the memory of my parents' murder, it isn't the same as Matt's situation. My memories resurfaced years after their deaths, and I was too young to fully experience the ramifications. It was different with Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore, and Sirius. I nearly lost my mind when Sirius was killed. Maybe it hurts even more if it's a blood relative. I guess I was spared from such anguish. Not necessarily, Lieutenant Cliff said. I know this is a horrible thing to suggest, but you wouldn't be too distraught if something happened to your blood relatives, right? Point taken. Harry grinned ruefully. Ergo, blood relation isn't synonymous to family. Blood isn't always thicker than water. Hermione nodded in agreement with Lieutenant Cliff. She sighed and glanced at Matt and Gudrun. Matt reclined on the couch with his head in Gudrun's lap. She caressed his face slowly, so as not to disturb his sleep. It was obvious to everyone but Matt how she felt about him. When Matt was awake, Gudrun would be very attentive and caring. But when he was asleep, it went from attentive to tender, and from caring to loving. Gudrun no longer cared who saw her stealing keys from Matt in his sleep. Yet for some reason, she was terrified that Matt would find out about the depth of her feelings. He's really come to depend on Gudrun, though. He can't fall asleep if she's not holding him. We've considered giving him dreamless sleep potion, but if we can avoid addicting him to any tranquilizer, so much the better. Looks like he's addicted to Gudrun instead, Harry said with a sad smile, peeking into the lobby again. I would never had guessed that she of all people would comfort him like that, Hermione muttered, eyeing the couple pensively. It's hardly surprising. Lieutenant Cliff smiled. Really? The Jamaican witch nodded. They're twin flames. Matt and Gudrun? Hermione asked skeptically. I have enough faith in my abilities to trust my interpretation of my cards. They have met before, and they've searched for each other ever since. Now they've found each other. Not those two, Hermione said resolutely. They're two alike. They're both Gemini, if you believe in that sort of thing. Twin flames are halves of the same soul, Hermione. They are the same yet different, opposing yet complementing. And zodiac signs can only illustrate a potential couple's compatibility if worked out completely. The compatibility of signs, which on the surface would be a bad match, may change if all the variables at the times of birth are considered. I was curious, and I sent the relevant data about the two of them to an old school friend who uses her gift for matchmaking. She also came to the conclusion that Matt and Gudrun are very likely twin flames. That doesn't mean that a relationship between them would necessarily be a happy one. Even once they've found each other, twin flames can hurt each other as much as they can complete each other. It can always go both ways, like relationships between normal couples. Matthias and I aren't twin flames, but we're very happy together. You and Ron aren't twin flames either, but you still love each other, despite your different natures. You and Ron, like Matthias and I, are soulmates, though. Aren't they the same thing? Harry frowned. Lieutenant Cliff shook her head. They're often confused with one another, but they're not the same. First and foremost, you only have one twin flame, while you have several soulmates. Secondly, your twin flame is always of the opposite gender, while soulmates are both male and female. Thirdly, while your twin flame may hurt you, it never harbors evil intentions. Soulmates are both friends and enemies. Whereas you seem to connect with a friendly soulmate, you often have an instant dislike, even revulsion, of the hostile soulmate. Bloody hell, Lieutenant. You're implying that Malfoy is my soulmate. Cliff grinned. The name soulmate may not be entirely appropriate, since mate implies a positive relationship. Perhaps soul foe is a better word. Seriously, though, he may very well be, and Voldemort as well. Without darkness, the light can't be seen, after all. Where have I heard that before? Harry smirked. So basically, in a sense, twin flames actually are soulmates, just a more powerful and specialized version, and they're never enemies. If a soulmate were a torch, a twin flame would be a bonfire. Cliff nodded. Hermione smiled. She found the fiery metaphor somehow very appropriate. And, only twin flames are lovers? Harry asked again. Heavens, no. Soulmates can be our lovers and spouses. But they can also be parents, siblings, teachers, students, friends and family. And like I said earlier, they can be enemies, tormentors, and victims. Twin flames don't necessarily have to be lovers either. Parent, child, and sibling relationships are also possibilities, as well as teacher, student relationships and friendships with no romance. But they're always of the opposite gender. When they are no longer on the same plane of existence, one flame may serve as a guardian spirit, or so they say. Quite a few people don't believe in any of this. What about me and Ginny? Harry asked quietly. You already know the answer to that, Harry, Cliff said. I've never seen more obvious twin flames than the two of you. You actually manifest it through your magic. Hermione smiled. That was indeed very obvious, much more obvious than the supposed connection between Matt and Gudrun. However, Matt's mum had said something about Gudrun resembling his past girlfriends. Maybe Lieutenant Cliff was right. Maybe Matt had subconsciously been looking for Gudrun all this time. Maria. Matt suddenly groaned. He was waking up from his slumber. She's still at school. She'll be home soon, Gudrun replied, helping him up. You have visitors. Matt's gaunt features suddenly jumped out, now that he was sitting up. He looked like he hadn't eaten anything in days. Hi, he said with a gravely voice. How are things going at the Citadel? Matt clearly wanted to avoid becoming the subject, and while Hermione could understand this, she wasn't about to let him starve himself to death out of sorrow. You haven't been eating much, have you? I'm not very hungry, Matt said tonelessly. I've got a lot on my mind. The value of my dad's assets halved upon word of his death. My Aunt Zelda's husband is running things in his absence, but I don't trust that guy as far as I can throw him. Aunt Zelda has always been attracted to crooks. My dad and I weren't on the best of terms, but he's worked very hard to multiply grandfather's fortune 20-fold, and I'm not about to let a lowlife undo his life's work. I can't take over dad's business empire, so I'll have to find a very talented and skilled manager before the competition carves up the market between them. The Sar City treasure is even more important. I'm pretty much the last of the line on my mother's side, partially owing to the fact that the Archidiaconus wizards never had many children, but mostly due to Voldemort. That's why my mum wasn't thrilled with my career choice. If both Nathan and I died, the fortune would go to a distant relative who had supported Voldemort. You see, my great-grandfather was the patriarch when Voldemort attacked. He had 4 children, quite remarkable, since his father and grandfather were only children. My great-uncle Curtis, who originally should have inherited the estate and fortune, was the eldest. My grandfather, who had been lured back to Wales by a treacherous relative, so he'd be killed with the rest of the family, was the youngest. Then there were 2 great-aunts. Tellery married into the Pruitt family and Vala married into the Bones family. None of their offspring survived either. Some Bones got away, but no relatives of mine. Hermione winced. She still found it hard to imagine how thorough Voldemort had been. What about the treacherous relative? Is she the same person you want to keep the inheritance from? Matt nodded. Before my great-grandfather, the last time the family tree branched off was, Matt counted on his fingers, 7 generations ago, my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. He had an older sister who believed that age should come before gender. Not completely unreasonable if you ask me, but I digress. I wouldn't go as far as to call her a dark witch, but she was definitely different from the rest. Throughout Hogwarts' existence, my ancestors on my mother's side had always been either Ravenclaws or Gryffindors. This lady, however, was sorted into Slytherin, and she ended up marrying a Malfoy. Malfoy, Harry said through clenched teeth. From the debriefed prisoners we've captured in June, we know that Lucius Malfoy is dead. His son is still out there, though. And if I die, he will have access to the treasure vault. In fact, he already has it. It's a consanguinity charm, or curse, depending on how you look at it. The most direct descendant through a paternal line, and the second most direct descendant, can deactivate the powerful magical wards that protect the treasure. My line turned maternal 1 generation ago, while Malfoy's turned maternal at least 7 generations ago. But because Voldemort wiped out my closer relatives, it's just me and Draco Malfoy now. Do you think he knows? Harry asked. You know him better than I do, Matt said tiredly. You tell me. Then he probably knows, Hermione said. I've always wondered what Lucius' private agenda was while he supported Voldemort. Of course he looked down on Muggle-borns, but I always suspected he had to have more reasons. This is probably part of it. And I'm sure he'd have told Draco about it. But Draco is evil. Surely the wards will keep him out. Harry exploded. The ancestors who came up with the charm must have disagreed with you, Matt said grimly. It's all about blood, unfortunately, regardless of whether the heir has evil intentions. We're going to have to put up some additional wards, then. That'll help. Matt nodded. I plan to go to Sar City, load up all the things on a cruiser and bring them here, where they'll be safe from Malfoy. To my knowledge there aren't any wards to prevent the transportation of the treasure once the vault has been opened. Then, I'll make a will, which stipulates that Malfoy no longer has any claim. But I was thinking about a longer-term solution which would also act as a failsafe in case we don't find all the treasure, or there is a ward that prevents the treasure from being moved. I'll have to have children. With whom? You're not seeing anyone. Hermione frowned. I'm sure thousands of witches would volunteer if you'd place an advert in the papers, Harry said. You're a very good-looking fellow and you're one of the richest wizards in the world. There are lots of women out there who'd jump at the chance to be the mother of a child who was the heir of a fortune as huge as yours. But those women would be opportunists, and I wouldn't want my child to have half the genes of such a person. If you're going through with this anyway, it would be best if you'd keep the selection under wraps, Hermione suggested. No need to make the woman a target for Malfoy. After all, I bet Anastasia would love to get his clutches on your family treasure, and I'm sure he'd loan his assassins to Draco for the cause. That won't be a problem. I wouldn't want to have a child with a woman I barely know. I only have one person in mind. He turned to Gudrun. I know this is a bit sudden, but I can't think of anyone else. You've always been here for me lately, and you've been my best friend. Would you be the mother of my children? Gudrun's face turned a pale green. Are you out of your mind? Maybe I am. Matt smiled briefly. But I know you. I know you're a bright, beautiful and caring woman. I couldn't even take care of my daughter. You were what, 21, when you got pregnant? So you were scared. You've been a great mother to her so far, even though she's been giving you a hard time. I know it's only been a few weeks, and naturally, you still have a few things to learn, but you're not as afraid of responsibility as you say you are. Suppose I agreed. I wouldn't be able to work in the last months of the pregnancy, and after that, any mother would want to spend as much time as possible with the baby. Not a day went by that I didn't regret my decision to leave Mary with my mother. So I'd have to leave the order. And where would that leave the other artificers? The workload is already enormous. If a ranger wants to have children, the order won't stop her, Lieutenant Cliff said. Though now isn't the best time, I'm sure Nihanda would work something out, since the birth of this baby would effectively take the Sar City magical treasure out of Anastasia's reach. Matt, you said children, not child, Gudrun groaned. You'd want to have more than one. I'd rather not take any chances. I realize it's easy for me to talk, since I won't have to carry the babies around for 9 months and give birth. I know I'm asking a lot. If we take Malfoy out, one will be enough. If not, there would have to be more, since there's a good chance that I might die on a mission. If you're afraid to die, don't be a ranger anymore. It isn't a matter of fear, Gudrun. I just have to keep an eye on reality. I can't quit the order either. I know my mum wouldn't have expected me to quit over this. But how will I support Mary? Gudrun, I have more gold that I could spend. I could easily provide for both of you. Matt said, and Gudrun was beginning to look more and more like a cornered animal as Matt did his best to convince her. I can't intentionally have a child with you just like that. I'm not. I don't love you. Matt just stared at her in shock, what little color his face had draining away quickly, and a painful silence ensued. Well, I suppose that's a good reason, he began after a while, with the hint of a tremble in his voice. What was I thinking anyway? I had no right to ask you to do something so drastic. It was a dumb idea, but that's to be expected from a dumb surfer boy, right? He continued with an unconvincing smile, trying to lighten the mood. Anyway, you took the time to hear me out, that's more than I could have hoped for anyway. I've got to go. Thanks for being there for me these last few days, I won't burden you anymore. He slowly rose from the couch and, eyes downcast, he hurried out of the room. The front door slammed shut seconds later, leaving the others behind in stunned silence, until Hermione erupted. That was a lie, and you know it. How could you say that? Why didn't you just physically rip out his heart? You don't love him, huh? If that's so, then you've done a great job fooling us all. What on earth possessed you to tell him that? I don't understand. What does he want from me? Why did he ask me? He's rich and handsome, why would he want an older woman with baggage? A woman who was stupid enough to get pregnant by a man she barely knew. I'm damaged goods. It just doesn't make sense. Gudrun shook her head in confusion. You're not damaged goods, Gudrun. He really cares about you, loves you even, Harry said calmly. He went out of his way to protect you from harm. He defended you from those bloodhounds. He shielded you from crashing into the wall at his own expense when the shock wave blew you away. He loves your daughter too. He bribed the headmaster so he wouldn't expel Mary. Hermione had heard about Mary's fight at school, and how the seemingly unswayable git of a headmaster had suddenly completely changed his attitude towards Mary. So that was why he'd changed his mind. He really did that. Gudrun gasped. Why would he do that? He told me that he couldn't let Mary be expelled for doing a good thing. He also said that Mary reminded him of himself a lot, and that he used to defend other kids who were often picked on, too. Anyway, the way Mary's been imitating him, I think he left the man with the impression that he's Mary's father. Harry hesitated. Before he continued, I realize that having someone's child is a big deal, and I can't say I'm surprised that you refused. But you didn't have to say that you didn't love him, especially because it isn't true. But I don't really know him. Gudrun buried her face in her hands. He doesn't know me. How can he just love me like that? It can't really be love. John told me that he loved me. He told me that he'd write me, and that he'd call. But my mother never heard anything. John? Cliff asked, puzzled. Mary's father, Gudrun said quietly. Hermione understood now. Matt had a reputation of losing interest, and Gudrun was afraid that he'd been lying and wasn't being serious, and that he'd take off as soon as he got what he wanted, like Mary's father seemed to have done. Lieutenant Cliff sat down next to Gudrun and threw her arm across the younger woman's shoulder. Sorry, I didn't know, Harry said, apologizing for his jumping to conclusions. I'm going to look for Matt, all right, he added, and quickly fled from the room, leaving the women to themselves. Hermione had sensed his nervousness, and she knew he'd felt out of place at that particular time. Maybe it had been a good idea too, since Gudrun seemed more at ease now that Harry was no longer present. Gudrun, I know you and Mary can make Matt very happy, and he can make the two of you very happy too. I'd stake my life savings and reputation on the words I am about to utter. Matthew Kelly loves you, and he wouldn't leave you for anything in the world. But I have to ask. Would you mind telling me more about Mary's father? Why? Gudrun asked suspiciously. I believe it's time that you find this man, and tell him the truth. You should put these issues to rest. If he reacts too badly, we can always obliviate him. Gudrun rejected the plan immediately. Definitely not. It's obvious that he didn't mean a word he said. Why should I bother looking for him? Maybe he had a good reason, Hermione offered, but Gudrun still looked unconvinced. Why not find him first? Once we've located him, you can decide if you want to confront him or not, Cliff suggested, and Hermione thought it was a good effort to compromise. All right, then, Gudrun said reluctantly. How do you propose we find him? The old-fashioned way, I think. The quickest way would be to summon tracking spirits and have them find this man, but 9 out of 10 of these spirits are malignant, which is why the summoning is considered a dark art. Just tell me all you know about him and we'll track him down. Let's begin with his name. John Smith. Cliff blinked. Are you serious? I said the same thing when he told me his name. I never saw an identification card, but everyone called him John. When I began to fall for him, I asked some more questions. I learned most of what I know when he took me to visit his former babysitter. Gudrun smiled. Mostly embarrassing things about his childhood, about how she used to change his nappy and things like that. But I also heard some useful things. She confirmed my suspicion that he wasn't 18, although she didn't really tell me how old he really was. She didn't correct me when I guessed him to be 16, so I think that was his real age. And she told me a little about his family. That would certainly help. Well, he had an older brother, his mother was a chemist, and his dad did something with pharmaceuticals. That's all a bit vague, but it's better than nothing. Gudrun shrugged. I didn't really ask him to tell me his life story. At that point, I still thought it would be an innocent holiday fling. He was so young, I knew it couldn't be more than that. If I'd know how wrong I would be, I would have asked more questions, believe me. And what did he look like? Chestnut hair, blue eyes, he was about 6'2", rather gangly, I suspect he still had few inches of growth left. And he was very handsome too. Wait, I have a picture of him. That would be loads of help, Hermione said. A picture was worth 1,000 words, after all. Hold on. Gudrun said, and she drew her wand. Her brows furrowed in concentration for a moment, before she summoned the picture from her room. Hermione saw that the picture had been taken on a beach. It was slightly dark, and the red sky over the sea told her it had been taken in the twilight moments, without a flash. Still, the picture was clear enough, and Hermione had to agree with Gudrun. John had been a very good-looking boy. She immediately recognized some Mary's features in his features. Mary has his eyes and smile, Cliff remarked. Do you know where he lives? He lived near the North Shore. He gave me the address too, so I could write him, but I never did. I know I have it somewhere in my room. I think I'll be able to find him easily enough with this information. Do you have the time to go look for him, Lieutenant? Hermione frowned, knowing that the lieutenant couldn't just drop everything to go look for this mystery man. Not personally. But I know someone who would do me this favor. One of my former schoolmates lives on Maui. He's psychometrically gifted, and he works as a private detective. He owes me a few favors, and I think it's time to call one in. I'll pass the picture and the information on to him, and I'm sure he'll find John quickly enough. He's very good at what he does. You don't have to do that, Lieutenant, Gudrun insisted. Don't worry about it, Cliff said kindly, and looked at the picture again. You know, he looks a little like Matt, doesn't he? Gudrun blushed and nodded. Yeah, that only makes matters worse. You know, it once crossed my mind that they might be the same person in disguise when Matt told me that he used to surf too, she chuckled. And they're about the same age. Of course, I was letting my imagination get the better of me. A creaky sound announced the opening of the front door. Soft cursing identified the new arrival as Lilia. Lieutenant Cliff patted Gudrun's hand and rose from the sofa. I don't think their similarity is a coincidence. I'll send the picture back after I've made a copy. She glanced at her chrono. If I'm late, Nihanda will give me hell. She's been really bad lately. I think she misses Ironheart, she added jokingly. I'll see you girls later. Later, Lieutenant, Gudrun and Hermione chorused. Hey Lieutenant, that diet of yours seems to be working wonders. Lilia said, as she passed Lieutenant Cliff in the doorway to the parlor. What's your secret? I don't sneak out of bed for midnight snacks, like my hubby. He won't cut back on the lager either. Cliff sounded peeved, but her tone didn't mirror her indulgent expression. Oh, well, nobody is perfect. Later. The door slammed shut. Gudrun, you look like hell. Lilia frowned as she plopped down next to the Icelandic witch. Did you get the bad news you've been expecting about your mother? Gudrun shook her head. Mum's condition seems stable, for the moment. It's Matt. He asked me if I wanted to have children with him. Lilia's eyes nearly burst out of their sockets. And what did you say? I said no, what else? Gudrun answered miserably. Don't look so shocked. I couldn't possibly consent to such a thing. Men, they tend to forget how real life works. Are you kidding? I'd have dragged him up to my room immediately. Honestly, Lilia, Hermione huffed. You know it isn't as easy as that. Especially because Matt reminded Gudrun of Mary's father so much. Aha. I thought so too. Lilia nodded. Finally showed them the picture. Yes. I let Lieutenant Cliff borrow it. We're going to look for John. Gudrun, I'm home. Mary's voice rang, and the girl came rushing into the parlor immediately, still wearing her cloak. Where's Matt? She asked, looking around with a hint of disappointment. He went away, Gudrun said, quickly. Oh, Mary said. But he'll be back soon, won't he? Mary, you know that Matt doesn't have any close relatives on his mom's side, right? Gudrun said, changing the topic. Mary's face lit up. You said yes. You're going to have a baby with him. Gudrun looked baffled. He told you. Of course. He asked me if it would be okay with me. I think it's a wonderful idea. I've always wanted a brother or sister, and that way you and Matt can get married and he can be my daddy and we can be like a family. While Mary looked deliriously happy, Gudrun looked like she was about to be sick. Mary, having a baby isn't something you can take lightly. I like Matt very much, but I can't have his baby. I'm sorry. You don't like him, you love him. Mary said sharply, scowling at her mother. I can tell. And Matt loves you too. He told me so. Why can't you have his baby? He said he loves me. Gudrun stammered. Her daughter nodded. He got all mushy about it too. So, are you going to have a baby with him, or not? The girl asked impatiently. I'll think about it. Gudrun sighed. Mary's scowl lifted. Excellent. I'm going to tell Nikolai that I'll have a little brother or sister next year. We're doing our homework together. I'll be home for dinner. Hold on. I said I'd think about it, Gudrun called after her, but her words fell on deaf ears. I have no control over her whatsoever. You're not being fair to her either. Or are you really considering having Matt's children? Hermione asked. It was obvious to her how badly Mary wanted to have a traditional family, with a mum, dad, little sibling, and a pet. The fact that little Charlie had complained that all that Mary wanted to play was house, with Nikolai as the daddy, and he and Crookshanks as the children, illustrated how deep the desire was. Hermione frowned, remembering how she'd found her traumatized cat with a bonnet wrapped around its head and wearing a makeshift diaper. She'd have to take up that issue with Gudrun at a better time. I've never really cared about any man before John. And when it became clear that he hadn't been serious about keeping in touch, I swore to myself never to let another get close. But I've grown so attached to Matt in so little time, it's scary. I don't want this. I don't want to get too attached, because I wouldn't be able to stand it if he left me too. If you think you two could have a future together, tell him you just need a little more time to make up your mind, because everything moved a little too fast. That's the problem. There's a reason why he needs to have children, and fast. What's that? Lilia asked, but a whistling sound interrupted Gudrun's answer. She dug around in her pocket and extracted a small magic mirror. Hermione could read the message on its surface. Commander Ironheart was back. Hold on. Ron yelled groggily, as he stumbled downstairs. He was ready to give whoever had been stupid enough to wake him a really bad time. The graveyard shift was definitely not fun, and he really needed his beauty sleep. As he peeked through the window, however, he saw that it was a very worried-looking Harry and his irritation abated somewhat. He opened the door and ushered Harry in. Bloody hell. I was having an excellent dream, so this had better be good. It is. Get dressed. I'll fill you in on the way. On the way where? Harry frowned, then grinned sheepishly. Actually, I don't know. Just get dressed, will you? Ron nodded and got dressed in a hurry, throwing on his uniform and pulling extra warm socks over his feet before he put on his boots. If there was one thing he hated, it was cold feet, something he had in common with his sister. It was freezing outside, uncommon in Concordia, but not outside the realm of possibility. So what's all this fuss about? I need to find Matt. He was very upset earlier, and he left the townhouse without even putting on his cloak. Why didn't you call the Citadel? They'd be able to locate him quickly. I wanted to be discreet. Harry said delicately. Do you know where he could have gone? Ron took a deep breath and let it go slowly. He'd have to place himself in Matt's shoes first. How upset was he, and why? Near tears, woman trouble. Ron raised an eyebrow. Miss Iceland. Good guess. Harry nodded. Not really. I just don't know any other woman he feels that way about. All right. Did you check the barrel? Yeah, and I sort of looked around after that, at the Quidditch pitches, but I ran out of ideas, so I came to get you. Ron thought about it. The place Harry had mentioned was the place Harry would go get his mind off things. But Matt was a different person, so different rules applied in that situation. He would go to a crowded place, where he'd just get lost in the crowd. Matt had once taken him to the Drunken Ogre, allegedly to give him a final taste freedom before Hermione turned him into someone who was, what was that word Matt had used, whipped. It was a tavern on the first level with rather rough patrons, just like Hogshead in Hogsmeade. If I know him as well as I think I do, I think I know where he might have gone if he wanted some anonymity. If that doesn't work, there's always a detection charm we could use. We'd need a personal item of his, Harry pointed out. Piece of cake. We'll just head up to the townhouse and get his cloak. Nothing carries a man's aura better than his cloak. Noticing Harry's odd smile, he asked, What? It still surprises me how good you've become at this kind of thing. I'm glad I have. Ron shrugged indifferently, but felt pleased nonetheless. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have had any added value for the order, would I? Portal or scenic route? Portal, Harry said quickly, pulling his cloak around him tighter. After looking for the appropriate route to the portal closest to the tavern, they portal hopped and made their way to the drunken ogre. Ron glanced at Harry, who pulled a face at the sight of the tavern. It looked even shabbier than the barrel, and unlike the barrel, which had a very neat interior, the drunken ogre was as bad on the inside as it was on the outside. Purplish fumes drifted out to meet them as Harry pushed the door open, and the patrons glared at the two arrivals who were obviously out of place. Harry's response was to run his fingers through his hair, mimicking a casual gesture but sending a clear message to the patrons. It worked, because many of the beady eyes beheld the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and sent them huddling over their drinks again. Harry's action hadn't been the best way to keep a low profile. Word would get around that they'd been there, and Hermione would probably ask questions. Ron groaned inwardly as that thought crossed his mind. He really was whipped. Matt obviously wasn't sitting at the bar, so Ron let his gaze sweep over the many shadowy booths deeper in the tavern. One in particular got his attention. 3 serving wenches were clustered around the single patron, staring at him with expressions that suggested they were highly taken with the fellow. The golden hair that shrouded his face gave away his identity. Harry had noticed it as well, and took the lead as they moved towards the booth. Sorry we're late. Ladies, if you don't mind. The women reluctantly got up and made their way back to the bar, where the glaring barman was waiting for them. Ron guessed they hadn't received permission to keep Matt company. What are you doing? Air. Matt slurred. Harry picked up one of the 4 empty mugs in front Matt and brought it to his nose. He grimaced after taking a sniff. Spiced goblin ale. Ron groaned. Humans weren't biologically equipped to handle even one of these drinks. It was a miracle that Matt was still conscious after 4. As it was, they'd have to get some of the stuff out of his system before it killed him. Come on. Let's get him to your place. Harry said. We'd best make him puke it up out in the alley first. Know enough about detoxification spells to get the rest out of his system. They took Matt outside and forced the near-poisonous drink out of his stomach with a really handy regurgitation charm. Ron wrapped his cloak around Matt and pulled the hood over his head. No need for others to see the state Matt was in. Then he placed a warming charm on himself and he and Harry Frog marched Matt to the closest portal and took him to Ron's house. 10 minutes later, they were gathered in Ron's kitchen. Matt was shivering under the blanket they'd wrapped around him. Ron muttered the security enchantment, and nodded the all clear after a brief flash of light. So, would you care to tell us why you drank so much goblin ale? Harry asked, the concern pouring out in his tone and expression. Ron shared his concern, because they both knew that drinking so much goblin ale was as good as suicide by poisoning. I've done it before. Stop fussing about it, Matt said tonelessly. I know things are looking bleak at the moment, Harry began. Bleak, bleak, Matt snorted. My whole family has been murdered, and the only woman I could see myself having a future with told me I was imagining things. He shook his head. I wasn't trying to kill myself, if that's what you were thinking. I've failed everyone in so many ways already, I'm not about to add to it by just handing the family treasure to Malfoy. You drank 4 pints of goblin ale, and you're saying you weren't trying to kill yourself. Matt's jaw went slack. 4. Harry nodded. I had no idea I'd drunk that much. I guess I owe you, Matt grumbled. Ron still didn't know exactly what had happened earlier. But he reckoned it must have been pretty bad for Matt to try and drink himself to death. I know you'd rather not, but you have to talk about this. What's there to talk about? My family is dead. Matt swallowed and wiped away the tears that had begun to roll down his face. You don't understand. It's over. She doesn't love me. I'd give up everything I own if she'd just love me in return. I've been down this road before, Harry said warily, looking much older than his 21 years all of a sudden. People say and do crazy things sometimes. I know it hurts, but you shouldn't lose your wits right away. She didn't mean it. Trust me, she loves you too. She's been there for you more than anyone else. Yeah, I thought so too. Turned out we were wrong, didn't we? I bet she did it because she felt guilty for dropping the Phoenix tears. Matt sullenly looked at the floor and shook his head. Why would she lie about something like that? Didn't you see the look on her face? She looked like she was going to be sick. The mere thought of carrying my child disgusted her. At times, especially when you're upset, your senses can deceive you, Ron said. I wasn't there, but I can't imagine Gudrun reacting the way you've just described. I agree with Harry. Gudrun cares about you a lot. Maybe she's unsure of her feelings because it all went so fast, I don't know. But what's this about Malfoy getting your family treasure, and why on earth would Gudrun have to carry your child? He asked, voicing the things that had been running through his mind ever since they were mentioned. He had to know exactly what was going on if he was to help anybody. Matt nodded. Okay. I'm not sure how familiar you are with my family history. It's sort of a long story. We've got nothing but time. Ron said. Matt took a moment to gather his thoughts before he began. My family tree on my mum's side can be traced back thousands of years. I'm not going to bother you with the exact details on that. The first Archidiaconus was an alchemist who was very good at attuning of gemstones and metals for various magic purposes, although he focused on healing. Ron nodded. He'd learned this when he'd gone to the Saar City Museum with Hermione. The first Archidiaconus had been born in Antioch in the year 54 BC, about a decade after Rome had conquered it. He learned the secrets of advanced alchemy from the native Syrian wizards who still dwelt there. He married the youngest daughter of his mentor, whose family had allegedly gained the knowledge from the legendary Draconians. He and his wife journeyed to Britain, and arrived in 20 BC, just in time for the first British Archidiaconus to be born. Technically, he should be called the first, but I'm not the one who researched the family tree. So my British-born ancestor married a Celtic witch, who also happened to be a healer. Aside from healing, she also practiced blood magic. Of course, they had neglected to mention this at the museum, since blood magic, while not directly a dark art, was frequently connected with dark arts. People who used their own blood to power their spells were often seen as power-mad and untrustworthy. The reason blood magic was regarded as a means to dark arts was because it was a good way to avoid using one's wand while still infusing enough magical energy into one's spell. The origin of blood magic stemmed from ancient times, when spells were difficult to cast because of their unrefined nature, and wands and other magical foci had not yet been invented. But as magic became more refined, the skills of blood mages became obsolete. Even early in the 1st century AD, the period in which Matt's ancestor practiced blood magic, that type of magic had already been obsolete for 400 years. My family quickly gained status among the local wizardry, and was already well established before the real Roman invasion brought over a wave of wizards. And as the centuries went by, my ancestors kept intermarrying with affluent families who could provide them with gemstones. They even intermarried with the Muggle noble houses of small Germanic kingdoms in the 7th century. Now everyone with a little knowledge of history knows how turbulent these states were, and how the Anglo-Saxon society was characterized by strong kinship groups and feuds. It was these feuds that made my ancestors take certain precautions, like the consanguinity charm. This charm made sure that the eldest son, or in case there were no boys, child of the last heir, inherited the wealth and responsibility for the family treasure. Later, in the 15th century, after the Dane and Norman invasions, their precautions paid off. About 100 years earlier, my direct ancestor and a younger brother married 2 sisters who were the only children of the Otherworld gatekeeper. The younger brother married the elder sister and the elder brother married the younger sister. The elder brother and the youngest sister remained on the island as the new gatekeepers, and Saar City then became the location where the collection of magic gems and other priceless family heirlooms were kept. Then, in 1465, descendants of the elder sister, who believed they had more right to the Saar City estate, attacked the island and did a lot of damage, sealing the Saar City gate to Otherworld, or the Mirror Realm. But the consanguinity charm kept them out of the vault, and the family used the power of the treasure to subdue the invaders. Matt sighed. Sorry, but I had to explain the reasoning behind the charm. That's all right. Ron smiled. Go on. Okay. The charm only works by reinforcing it every generation. When an archidiaconus got married, the continuation ritual was performed on him and his wife, so that their children would be linked to the charm as well. This was done to prevent bastard children from causing trouble. Only the offspring of the couple, not individual, who underwent the continuation ritual would be linked. The plan wasn't waterproof though, was it? All the pretenders would have to do was kill off the family branches whose claims superseded their own, Ron pointed out. It nearly happened, Matt groaned. Earlier you asked about the reason why Malfoy would get my family treasure. The answer to your question is that he also has Archdiaconus blood, and he's next in line. Only the heir and the next in line have access to the vault. And since Nathan and my mum are dead, I'm first and he's next. He can already get in. Ron went numb with shock. Malfoy is why your sea cousin. Matt shook his head. No, but my great-grandfather, his father and grandfather were only children. That made my branch pretty thin already, he explained, and went on to tell Ron how Voldemort had nearly wiped them all out, leaving the Malfoys with a much better chance of succession. So before you and Matt were born, they even had brief access to the vault. Actually, no, Matt smiled. My dad arranged for Damien Malfoy's abduction. He was next in line after my mum. Not his son, Lucius. I don't know what my dad did with him after Voldemort was gone. For all we know, he could still be alive in the hole my father hid him in. That would mean that I've been panicking for nothing. But he's probably dead. Ron took a moment to process the information. Now he knew what was going on. Matt had asked Gudrun to have children with him so he could keep Malfoy out of the Sar City treasure vault. He cleared his throat to get Matt's attention. You're not willing to consider having children with anyone else, then? I haven't really thought about it, Matt said sadly. I thought Gudrun felt the same way about me as I felt about her. I thought she'd say yes. I guess I'll have to find another person. I still think you should try and work it out with Gudrun, Harry said. Suddenly, Ron was struck with an idea. It was risky and downright stupid, but as he ran the scenarios through his head, it seemed crazy enough to work. You'll just have to make her aware of what she's missing. Harry immediately caught on and began to protest. The jealousy trap. You've got to be joking. Harry, I'm desperate, Matt pleaded. He looked at Ron. What do you have in mind? We find someone who's willing to pretend that she's agreed to have Matt's children. Harry shook his head vehemently. Ron, I'm telling you, this can blow up in our faces. What if it drives Gudrun away even further? It'll work fine. It worked for the girls when they used it to bring Wolf and Galatea back together. That was different. Gudrun isn't Galatea. You can't possibly predict how she'll react. Anyway, who are you planning to use for this anyway? Do you think she'll just turn up on our doorstep? The doorbell rang as Ron was about to answer, and a familiar female voice called out Ron and Harry's names. It was Heidi. Jackpot. Ron grinned. So there was a side benefit to Yamato's parting gift, Anastasia mused. You are next in line to inherit the Sar City treasure now. Are you sure? My family has always kept a close watch on all the births in the Archdiaconus family. Perhaps, but 7 generations is a lot. Any children born out of wedlock, and their descendants would also supersede you. How can you be sure that your great-great-great-grandmother's nephew, and his son and grandson, were indeed only children? Was it not common for such men to have a mistress or two? That's the beauty of the charm, Draco said. Any children born out of such a union would not be identified by the family charm. No doubt you've heard the stories of bastard half-siblings waging war on their recognized noble kin to get a piece of the family fortune. The Archdiaconus refreshed their blood from time to time to avoid becoming a squib family, by intermarrying with these Muggle noble houses. Thus, they were often confronted with these power struggles, and to prevent that from ever happening to them, they invented this bloodline charm. The wedding ceremonies always entailed a ritual that would link the Archdiaconus to the wife, or husband. This linked the magic bond from one generation to the next, and it could only be done once, so only the children of these unions would become carriers of the charm. Besides, my ancestor cast a curse upon the family that decreased their fertility drastically. It was a miracle that her brother and his descendants managed to have 1 child each, anyway, before the curse wore off after 3 generations. I think they must have resorted to dark magic to make that possible. It sounds a bit like the curse that was cast on the Japanese imperial family. Anastasia frowned. That was blood magic too. Draco nodded impatiently. Anyway, all the other Malfoy Archidiaconus descendants lost faith in their chances of inheriting the treasure, so after a while they didn't bother with the ritual. Some even forgot they were related to the ancient Archidiaconus. But my father and his ancestors always performed the ritual, keeping their claim, however distant it had become. Then the Dark Lord came, and my father promised him half of the Archidiaconus treasure if he eradicated all the family branches whose claims superseded his. Draco finished. Anastasu planted his elbows on his desk and brought his hands together. So the charm barred illegitimate children from claiming the treasure, Of course, that would have done nothing to prevent full siblings or recognized relatives from trying to improve their chances of inheriting the treasure. True, but that individual would have to fight off the whole family. They weren't very fond of ambitious people who would do anything to secure what they had a claim to. By birthright, Draco sneered. Anastasu leaned back into his chair and clasped his hands together. So you can open the Sar City vault. We have to find it first, but yes. Draco smirked. Now, it was time to get to the point. He was a fugitive, and there was no way he'd safely be able to open the vault with all the ministry people still running around. And given the fact that his only rival was a Ranger of Illumination, it was logical to assume that they had also taken a personal interest in the protection of the estate. He'd need some serious backing if he were to pull this off without too much danger to himself. I know why you've come to me, Mr. Malfoy, and you were right to do so. Time is against us. All that Ranger has to do is marry and reproduce. He could also move the treasure away from Sar City, into the Citadel of Illumination's vaults, where it would be out of reach. This leaves us with two options. Either we kill the Ranger, which will be difficult if he doesn't put himself in harm's way. It would be easier to stage a brief assault on Sar City to relieve it of its treasure. And that's what you were thinking, wasn't it, Malfoy? Your insight served you well. So, will you do it? I want half of the total value of everything we find, and I want first pick. You need me more than I need you, Draco drawled. I could risk getting into the castle on my own, but you can't get into the vault without me. 10%. 20. Anastasu said firmly. 15. I'm not dropping below 20, Anastasu warned. I know you've heard about the fabled magical weapons. Draco smirked. You want that treasure badly. 15. It'll be worth your while. Anastasu glowered, but relented. Done. We'll work out the specifics after I get back from the Amazonian compound. Draco blinked. He forgot all about that. Yamato had been trying to make a stronger parasitic personality, one that should be able to overcome the exceptionally strong mind of Maximilian Wolf. It's happening today. So soon. However insane he might be, Yamato's a miracle worker, Anastasu said, as he rose from behind his desk and strode out of his chambers. Will the mistress be there? Draco asked, feeling queasy at the mere memory of the fascination she had displayed towards the Ranger. He had a feeling that he no longer had her favor like he used to. In that respect, the Kellys' deaths had come at a critical time, giving him more weight in Anastasu's organization. She'll probably be there. In fact, if things go wrong, she might be the only one who can stop him. Draco forced his worry to the back of his mind. He was still trying to figure out the significance of Wolf's words. So he'd seen into her soul, had he? And he thought she wasn't evil. It didn't make sense. But come to think of it, it did raise some interesting questions. Why hadn't the mistress shown any ambition whatsoever to prove her desire to gain enough power to last her a lifetime? Indeed, she seemed almost passive, and content with the status quo. He shook his head. His worries could be unfounded. Maybe the mistress had somehow used the Vila powers she'd absorbed, and charmed Wolf into letting his guard down. That was also a possibility. But it didn't explain away that blush she had got when Wolf had confronted her. He ran the doomsday scenarios through his head as he quietly followed Anastasu to the portkey departure point. If the procedure somehow failed, the quickest way out of the base would be to take a left, and another left, walk along the wall on the right side of the long corridor that followed to avoid triggering the traps. Draco shook his head. It was simply too much information to memorize in so little time. He was glad he'd written some key words down to help him remember. They took a portkey to the Amazon compound, where Paula Reinhardt was already waiting for them. Any news? Anastasiou asked. Just some curious results of the blood analysis from the ranger. As expected, we've found traces of draconian blood. Not much compared to past draconian descendants, but still an exceptional amount for this day and age. And the curious part, he also has some incubus blood. Greater incubus, to be precise. Draco mulled over the information. Greater incubi shared some traits with female Selkies and Vila, in the sense that they could charm people of the opposite sex, unlike the lesser incubus subspecies, who merely ravaged women in their sleep. Well, that explains it. I've always suspected it after he managed to escape that time. Anastasiou chuckled. Remember, 40 years ago, Paula. What happened 40 years ago? Draco asked keenly, noticing the blush of embarrassment on Reinhardt's face. I captured Ironheart. However, I made the mistake of letting a witch guard him. He glanced at Reinhardt. What did he promise you again, if you let him go? Oh yes, to divorce his wife and run away with you. Draco eyed the vampire overlord curiously. If a Death Eater had let a prisoner escape like that, Voldemort would have had him killed immediately. But that had been one of his major flaws. At critical times, he blamed his own error in judgment on others. And when he did acknowledge that it was his own mistake, he still vented his frustration on his underlings. Draco knew that wasn't the way to go, and vowed to keep that in mind during his own inevitable ascension to power. They arrived at the dungeon where Wolf was kept, and Draco was forced to admit inwardly that the necromancer certainly seemed to know what he was doing. The whole dungeon had been designed as a death trap as much as a holding area. He was sure that quite a few of those gaps in the wall held some very nasty surprises. You're just in time, Yamato called from behind a large console. I was about to start without you. Here we go, get drone number 12 to place the parasite container behind the subject. Draco looked on as a very simple golem, designed for manual labor, brought a container with a swirling smoky essence bottled up inside. This one looked slightly different from the others he'd used. It seemed darker, with a noxious greenish aura. It had to be the new and improved parasitic personality. Send in drone number 7 with the broadcaster, stop 9 feet in front of the subject. He touched a few runes on the console, which lit up after he touched them. Mr. Wolf, I know you can hear me. Draco looked into the dungeon and saw Wolf stir. Slowly, the ranger's head came up, and he stared at the golem defiantly. I know you'll never give in. As a matter of fact, I expect you not to give in. It will be most interesting to see how much you can take before you finally snap, Yamato continued gleefully. Oh, before I forget, our spy has seen news about your girlfriend. If she remains in good health, however, is entirely up to you. Wolf glowered, but seemed unimpressed with Yamato's words. Ah, you don't believe me. You think she's too well protected in Concordia. Perhaps you're right. But her family isn't that well protected, am I correct? Her younger sisters, Calypso and Thetis, attend the girls' school, Southern Cross, don't they? And her other sister, Perse, just finished school, and is now working. And then there's young Jason, who is quite the Quidditch player, according to our sources. Draco knew what Yamato was trying to do. He was attempting to convince Wolf that he had the means and knowledge to harm these people. And then there is Tiresias, the blind prophet who attends Ogagia, Yamato said smugly. They'll all be going home for Christmas. I wonder how your girl will react when we send her his useless eyes in a jar. How would she react if she found out that her family is no more? Yamato pressed another rune, and drone 12 released the smoky essence out of its container. I hear such stress can cause women to miscarry. Think that will happen? Will her body eject your spawn prematurely? I wonder. Is she far enough along for the child to have a chance of survival? The look of dismay that appeared on Wolf's face told Draco that Yamato had scored a hit, and less than a heartbeat later, the smoky essence rounded Wolf's head and forced its way into his nose. The ranger went rigid, before he slumped unconsciously in his shackles. Now what? Von Brandenburg asked. We wait, Yamato said simply. And so they did for about 50 tense minutes, before Wolf began moving again. He opened his eyes and looked up at the chamber where they were standing. An eerie light briefly glowed in his eyes. The parasite has possession. Yamato crowed triumphantly. Wolf may yet struggle for a while, but the parasite cannot be removed. Draco glanced at the mistress, who looked surprisingly cool about the proceedings. Why wasn't she pleased? Malfoy. Anastasia barked. Time to work on the details of the plan. Draco forgot about the mistress's odd behavior, as the prospect of possessing the riches of Sar City loomed closer. The Rangers had taken away the small fortune he'd worked so hard to acquire by freezing his account in Petra. Now, he'd be taking something from a Ranger. I don't know, Heidi said doubtfully as she considered Ron's plan. Gudrun might hex me. Galatea didn't hex you, Matt pointed out, desperate to get the show on the road. Galatea isn't Gudrun. She's got a point, Ron admitted grudgingly. Galatea was one of the nicest and gentlest souls in the world. Gudrun was another matter entirely. Heidi bit her lip and looked at Matt uncertainly. I also told her about us, so she might get really jealous if we drop this on her. Matt's eyes widened. You told her. Well, I had no idea this was going to happen. Besides, I told her months ago, before you two got close. What are you two talking about? Harry frowned. Heidi blushed deeply, reminding Ron of his sister. Their resemblance was indeed, there was no other word for it, spooky. I sort of knew Heidi already before we came to the order, although I asked her not to tell anyone, Matt added, with a hint of irritation. If that's your attitude, you can find someone else to play this little charade with you. Heidi snapped, her face reddening as her anger rose. She definitely reminded Ron of Ginny. You two were involved? Harry asked incredulously. I thought so, Heidi said coolly. But that bastard never wrote back to me. How could you do that to me? I was 12. What the hell did you expect anyway? I was 13. Matt countered. Besides, I never promised to write to you, my dad did. I never make any promises I don't intend to keep. You just weren't my type, but my dad was delighted. He wanted to set us up so he could do some political networking in Austria. I couldn't help it that he was an idiot who still lived in the Dark Ages. Hold on. Ron jumped in to defuse the argument. Where did you two meet? At a wedding in Switzerland, during the Christmas holiday, Matt said. A cousin of mine, on my dad's side, was marrying a relative of hers. He turned to Heidi. Really? Hashing it out in a ski storage shack can hardly be called a relationship. You shouldn't have let it go to your head. You were my first key. Heidi said shrilly. How else would a love-struck 12-year-old react? I didn't know that, Matt said apologetically. Heidi shrugged. It's all in the past. Let it be. Harry stared from Matt to Heidi, and back. He shook his head. Life is just full of surprises. And I don't want to get a nasty surprise from Gudrun, Heidi said. You guys have to protect me in case she vents her inevitable anger on me. Harry blushed. It'll have to be Ron and Matt. Sorry, but if I stand up for you, Ginny might give me a hard time. I can't defend you either, Matt said helplessly. It might make Gudrun think that I have feelings for you, and I'll lose her for good. Nice to know you're so concerned with my well-being, Heidi huffed. And I can't believe Ginny still sees me as a threat, Harry. Doesn't she know she has you already? Maybe she's changed her mind since. Harry blushed. But I don't want to risk damaging our relationship. Ron knew his sister was hard to fathom when it came to her insecurities about Heidi. Harry was right to be cautious. I think Hermione might actually see through this charade. He frowned. We'll have to involve Ginny and Hermione. They'll appreciate having been included, and they can stop Gudrun from hexing you better than we can. Problem solved. I'll go tell Ginny, Harry said, rising from the chair and summoning his cloak without his wand. Show off. Ron grinned. Damn, I don't have my cloak, Matt said. You can borrow one of mine, Ron said. Heidi patted a bag she'd been carrying. No need. I brought your cloak from the townhouse. She pulled out the cloak and handed it to Matt, while Harry walked towards the door. I'll go on ahead and fill Ginny and Hermione in. All right, we'll meet you there. Ron nodded. Heidi, why did you come here anyway? Matt asked suddenly. To check on you, Heidi said earnestly. Lieutenant Cliff told me how you reacted to Gudrun's answer, and I had some time on my hands, so I asked C&C to locate you. I came to see if you were all right. Oh, and guess what? Commander Ironheart is back. He wants to talk to you. Nothing urgent. I think he just wants to extend his personal condolences. He asked me to tell you as I was leaving to find you anyway. Ah. Matt nodded for a moment, and looked at Heidi uncertainly. Heidi, if we're all wrong about Gudrun, and she really doesn't love me, Matt took a deep breath and seemed to gather his resolve. Would you, Air? Ron's eyes widened. It was a good thing that Gudrun wasn't there to see this. Heidi gently touched his cheek. Oh, Matt, I'm honored that you think me good enough to have your child. But I think you'll always love Gudrun, and I'd always be second place if I agreed to this. She sighed. I learned the hard way that some people are just meant to be, and that nothing can come between them, no matter how much you'd want to. Poor Heidi, Hermione chuckled. Always a pawn in someone's scheme to bring a couple back together, always playing the interloper. Harry had told them about Ron's plan to give Gudrun and Matt a nudge in the right direction. The major flaw Hermione saw in the plan was that Gudrun could jump both ways, whereas with Galatea, they'd been fairly certain that she'd make amends with Max. So she'd suggested a slight adjustment to the plan. Heidi and Matt would go to Gudrun and tell her that he'd asked Heidi to have his children, but that she wouldn't agree unless it was okay with Gudrun. They'd give her a couple of days to think about it, if she wasn't sure. It would improve the situation in two ways. Heidi would look less like the interloper, and Gudrun wouldn't be driven into the proverbial corner even further. She'd have a chance to reassess her thoughts and fears before changing her mind. Hermione could only hope that Gudrun would come around in a few days' time. The plan still wasn't fireproof, though. Gudrun could still interpret it in the sense of having been replaced. Hermione knew that she and Ginny would have to subtly talk Gudrun into changing her outlook, if that were to happen. She shuddered, unable to suppress the feeling that maybe they shouldn't be meddling in this at all. I'm just glad you told me in advance, Ginny said, throwing her arms around Harry and Key, dotting him lightly on the lips. We should do everything together, even scheme. She added with a smile. I'm glad too. Ron's scheming leaves a lot to be desired. He needs to learn to double-check things too, Hermione added, tugging at parts of the brassiere through her shirt as discreetly as possible. It was the fancy one she'd been unable to pick up herself due to her unexpected double shift. He must have left as soon as the shop attendant had handed him the lingerie, without checking if it was the right size. Granted, it wasn't like he could have tried it on to see if it was the right size. Too small, Ginny smirked. I told you not to entrust Ronnikins with such a task. You should have sent Crookshanks instead. That's my fiancé you're insulting. Hermione mock growled. Then she heaved a sigh. She had planned to surprise Ron after visiting Matt. But lately, things never went according to plan. She thought she'd taken her temperature properly a few weeks ago, but it looked like she'd made a mistake, because the Big O had eluded her yet again. It was ridiculous, really. Her cycles varied from 14 to 40 days. She had to find a way to regulate her cycle. Maybe it would work with the help of the appropriate healing gems. Captain Sharif had already recommended a few fertility specialists in the city. Magic had deprived her of much of her fertility. She'd been reluctant to use magic to help her, afraid that any conception with the aid of magic would influence the child. But now she was ready to try anything. There's Heidi and Matt, Ginny said, pointing towards a parked cruiser on the far side of the bay. Ron was with them too, and they were quickly coming over, glancing anxiously at the cruiser she'd just passed. Gudrun's legs could be seen, dangling out of an open hatch as she worked on some inner components. There's been a slight change in the plan, Harry said. Find kinks in the plan, did you? Ron laughed nervously. I just adapted it to lessen Heidi's risk. They'll both ask Gudrun, Hermione explained. But you have to be very careful about how you're going to phrase. Potter. A voice rang over the sounds of the maintenance bay. Commander Ironheart was taking large steps as he crossed the maintenance bay. He was looking very grave indeed. I need to see you in my office. There's something we need to discuss. Hey, stop, someone screamed. They all turned to look at the source of commotion. Khan was chasing a young, barefoot woman wearing a simple green dress woven of a crude material. Her coal-black eyes shone with happiness and her unruly black mane swayed back and forth as she darted across the bay. Sorry, sir. There was no stopping her. She's as strong as a troll, Khan said apologetically, as he gave up the chase. The girl came to a sliding halt a few feet in front of Harry and looked at him nervously and longingly, like a happy puppy wanting to tackle its master. Harry's expression was an odd mix of happiness and distress. He was deathly pale and gasped for air. Followed. The girl blushed fiercely. I'm sorry, Daddy. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.